Hello everyone, I know video is too late but I have exam PLS, wait for some more day. Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel. Chapter 1 Gadu Statue, the boy with tear marks? Together with Konan, we must live no matter what. Nagato, you are the savior of this world. If it is you, maybe. The orange-haired boy leaned on Nagato's shoulder, blood oozing from his mouth. His words revealed his expectations for the future, but unfortunately he fell to the ground and died before he could finish. Nagato stood there blankly. He was at a loss, as if he was frozen in place. Yahiko! The held hostage Konan burst into tears and screamed miserably. Hanzo's mask showed a triumphant smile. He waved his hand and said, "Everyone, attack!" Whoosh! 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 Countless kunao attacked Nagato. However, Nagato stretched out his hand, and all the kunao were bounced away. Then he bent his legs and jumped onto the rock platform where Konan was held hostage. Just when Konan was about to be rescued, Hanzo, who had already retreated several meters away, pressed his hand to the ground and said, "You want to save people in front of me, a demigod? You are such a naive kid." Fire style, explosive fire formation. I saw a large number of detonating talismans appearing, and covered Nagato's legs at a rapid speed. Boom! Smoke and dust rose up, and all the detonating talismans exploded. The red flames at Nagato's feet gradually dissipated, revealing his miserable legs. There was blood and flesh all over the place. The injuries were serious, but at least his life was not in danger. Hanzo narrowed his eyes slightly and said in an appreciative tone, "You're quite capable, kid. You were hit by my fire style and you managed to survive." However, Nagato remained silent. He suddenly raised his head, and the Rinnegan in his left eye exuded endless killing intent. Hanzo's eyes narrowed, and he was surprised. "Hi! You are not an ordinary kid. Those eyes are..." Before he finished speaking, the many Konoha Umbu who were assisting Hanzo could no longer hold back. They all jumped high and surrounded the red-haired boy. However, the red-haired boy completely ignored the murderous intent around him and only took action when he got close. Cookie oil plug. Mobile toilet, Gadu statue. Nagato raised his hand and pressed the ground, his murderous intent seemed to burst through the sky. Hola! I saw. A shocking giant hand appeared and killed all the attacking Konoha Umbu. Then, an extremely tall human-shaped statue rose from the ground. Roar! The golem roared to the sky. The roar seemed to represent the tremendous anger in the red-haired boy's heart. The Gadu statue extended a dozen large iron rods and inserted them into his back. As a large amount of chakra was absorbed, Nagato's face suddenly became thinner. A giant dragon of chakra gushed out from the mouth of the Gadu statue. In an instant, devour the souls of all enemies. The chakra dragon was filled with murderous intent, and its red eyes were fixed on Hanzo. However, Hanzo did not show any panic, and chuckled, "It seems that you are the leader behind the Akatsuki organization. You actually possess the legendary Rinnegan. This really surprises me. Hanzo, die!" Nagato looked ferocious and roared. The chakra dragon leaped high and slammed its head towards Hanzo on the ground. Boom! A deafening roar was heard. Smoke and dust rose up, and a large amount of rocks were crushed into slag. However, Hanzo had already used the body flicker technique to escape, and Nagato's chakra was also exhausted. With a bang, the Gadu statue turned into smoke and dissipated. Nagato half knelt on the ground weakly, the sadness in his eyes difficult to conceal. Nagato. Konan looked anxious and ran to Nagato, "Are you okay? Did Hanzo escape?" She knew that Nagato's use of the Gadu statue would come at a great cost. What is consumed is not only chakra, but also a lot of vitality. Nagato's lifespan is shortened every time it is used, but she has no reason to stop it. "I'm fine. That old BD Hanzo must have escaped." Before Nagato could finish his words, his expression changed drastically. "Konan, run. Hanzo, that BD, is still here. I really didn't expect that. You, a red-haired brat, actually possess the legendary Rinnegan. That move just now was really powerful. Even I had to be careful to deal with it. Unfortunately, I, Hanzo, am more skilled after all." Yes. Hanzo didn't run away at all. He is the pinnacle of the ninja world, the strongest ninja known as Demigod. How could I back down just because of a kid of 15 or 16? This operation was carefully planned by him and Konoha Danzo, to ensure the existence of Akatsuki and not shake his dominance over the Rain Shinobi village. So anyway, he needs to nip it in the bud. "Rinnegan, I'll take it." Accompanied by a light voice, Hanzo used a body flicker technique and quietly appeared behind Nagato. Swordsmanship, flash. Hanzo raised the sickle in his hand and gathered his chakra. It seemed that Nagato was about to be cut in half. A guy wearing an Uzumaki mask not far away thought to himself, "It's almost time to save him." Nagato is gradually moving in that direction. As long as I give him a few more words of guidance, the rest of the plan can be implemented one after another. His scarlet eyes flickered. It was as if the space had transformed into Uzumaki, and the entire person was about to disappear on the spot. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Swish! I saw a dazzling stream of light streaking across the sky. The stream of light was extremely fast and fell to the ground in the blink of an eye. And the landing point is exactly between Hanzo and Nagato. The enormous impact force swept across, forcing Nagato and Hanzo back. Hanzo was stunned. What's going on? Obito was confused. Falling meteor. The huge impact was quite powerful, but fortunately Konan stepped in to protect Nagato, so he was fine. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated, revealing the true face of the meteor. I saw a deep pit with a diameter of 50 meters. An ordinary cube stood there, completely black. A faint purple glow emanated from his entire body. The overall size is not large, only less than 2 meters. Snap! Snap! Just as everyone was surprised, cracks appeared on the surface of the cube. In less than a few seconds, everything was shattered. A handsome young man with pale skin walked out. He had short black hair and wore a white divine robe, with a slightly melancholy temperament. The pair of dark green eyes in the eye sockets are particularly eye-catching. And under his eyes, there were 2 long, thin, light green tear marks, running across his entire face. The black-haired boy wore a half-mask on the left side of his head, with white bones and horns. There was also a simple-looking long knife on his waist. It's been 10 years. We finally reached our destination. Karasuba's face was filled with a happy smile, and he prayed quietly in his heart, I don't know what kind of two-dimensional world the system selected this time. I really hope it's a healing or romantic anime with fighting and killing or something. I hate it the most. Who are you? What was that black cube just now? Which country are you from? The country of rivers? The country of tea? Or the country of vegetables? Hanzo looked extremely alert and asked several questions in succession. He couldn't help but be alert. Although he is known as Demigod and is at the pinnacle of the ninja world. But he is cautious and never underestimates any enemy. What's more, the young man in front of him has an unknown origin and his appearance is even more weird. Moreover, the other person looked to be no more than 16 or 17 years old. He had to consider whether the boy in front of him was related to the red-haired boy? Or maybe he is a secret member of Akatsuki. Hearing the question, the black-haired boy looked towards the source of the voice. The man in front of him was wearing a strange mask and holding a sickle with a chain in his hand. Why does this outfit look so familiar? Karasuba frowned slightly, and after thinking for a long time, he said in panic, You are Hanzo of the Salamander. The leader of Rain Shinobi village who is known as the Demigod. It is the old man. Seeing the other party's expression, Hanzo breathed a sigh of relief, Since you have heard of my name, why not leave now? Less trouble is worse than more, and the red-haired kid behind you should have nothing to do with you, right? Karasuba looked behind him. Long red hair and spiral purple eyes. And the girl next to him was wearing a light-colored paper flower on her head. The purple eyeshadow on a pair of orange eyes reveals the girl's youthful beauty. Nagato? Konan. Karasuba was shocked and cried inwardly, the two-dimensional world selected by the system this time turned out to be Hokage. And it happened to be when Hanzo and Danzo were planning to destroy the newborn Akatsuki. My heart was broken. Chapter 2. Karasuba was originally an ordinary worker on Earth. Suddenly one day, I was bound to a crappy system called Second Dimension Villain. The second when the binding was successful, the system did not give him the right to choose. He went straight to a random two-dimensional world, and the first world he arrived at was Shinigami. And the system stripped him of his human identity. Turned him into a very low-level hollow on the outskirts of Hueco Mundo. Hueco Mundo, a cruel place where the strong prey on the weak, accompanied by a lot of slaughter and battles. It is common for high-level hollows to devour low-level hollows. Fortunately, there is systematic help. Karasuba gradually fought and devoured in Hueco Mundo, and spent 30 years evolving into the highest level of hollow, Vastolord. Throughout the Shinigami world, there are less than 4 people of this level. However, despite being the Vastolord, it only looks infinitely close to humans, and is far inferior to humans in both form and thinking. To become completely human, you must complete Arrancar. The so-called Arrancar is actually a hollow that has mastered the abilities of a Shinigami. Completing this step means that the hollow's mask is broken, revealing its human form, and forming a unique weapon similar to Zanpakuto. Karasuba Arrancar. With such strength, there will be no problem for them to dominate Hueco Mundo at least. But before he could do anything, the system randomly descended into the two-dimensional world for the second time. This time the process of coming took 10 years. 90 years of fighting in Hueco Mundo had made him really hate fighting. Therefore, he prays that the next two-dimensional world can be a warm and healing show like Natsum's Book of Friends, Gakuin Babysitters, and Firefly Forest. Result. Came to the Hokage world. It's not that he doesn't like it, after all, he is also a Hokage fan. But the battles in this world are also very frequent and explosive, okay. The panic just now was not because of Hanzo, but because the timing of his arrival was too bad, and it just happened to be a nasty battle dispute. Well. Karasuba sighed and glanced at the 2 boys and girls behind him without leaving a trace. Well, and there is Yahiko who has already gone cold next to him. How pitiful. If I'm not here, they'll be screwed? It doesn't seem right. Although there is no follow-up description of this aspect in the original book, such a key figure will certainly not die easily. If nothing unexpected happens. Obito, the Emperor of Go, should be hiding in the dark, planning to give the young Nagato a helping hand in time of need rescue, and then use the deception technique to make the latter work for future plans. Karasuba didn't say anything for a long time. Hanzo was getting a little impatient, his voice gradually turned colder. Sir. I'll say it again, since you have nothing to do with the two people behind you, you'd better leave obediently. Otherwise, you will have to bear my wrath. If it weren't for the outrageous way this guy appeared. Otherwise, how could a dignified demigod be so kind to a teenager? It's okay that 15-year-old Nagato has the Rinnegan, but you can't be a super expert too. Karasuba came back to his senses, his eyes narrowed slightly. I won't leave, what can you do to me? The ninja who is known as the top of the ninja world and is praised as a demigod, let me see how big your ability is. Looking for death. Instant body technique. Hanzo was furious and disappeared with a swish sound. The next second he appeared beside Karasuba, the sickle in his hand surging with chakra. Physical technique, chain scythe double attack. With a low growl in his heart, Hanzo swung his sickle towards the opponent's head. However, Karasuba took his time and simply held up a finger. Clang. A metallic collision sound was heard. The sickle struck, but did no harm. There wasn't even a scratch on the other person's skin. This. Hanzo's pupils constricted, and he was horrified. How is this possible? What kind of monster are you? Despite the shock, he did not slow down. He quickly retreated, and Karasuba did not pursue him. Hanzo's strength is actually quite strong. If an ordinary person used that move just now, he would have to be very careful. But he, Karasuba, is not a human being. It is a complete emptiness, and almost the top-level emptiness. His entire body is covered with a layer of steel skin. This is a special skin condensed from one's own Ryutsu, and its hardness is stronger than steel armor. Ordinary attacks are simply unable to break through his defense. Is that all? Karasuba looked at Hanzo not far away and said with disdain, if the legendary demigod is only this powerful, I am so disappointed. Arrogant little brat. Hanzo was furious and shouted in a deep voice, summoning technique salamander. Smoke rose and a huge monster appeared. It opened its mouth wide and spewed out a large amount of purple poisonous mist. At the same time, Hanzo quickly formed seals with his hands. Fire style, multiple explosive fire array. I saw a large number of detonating tags covering the solace of Karasuba's feet. Layer after layer, completely wrapping the opponent's body. The number of detonating tags this time was 10 times the amount that injured Nagato. Boom. 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 The explosions were continuous and powerful. This time the attack was effective, leaving almost no part of Karasuba's body intact. It was a bloody mess and looked extremely miserable. And Hanzo's actions are not over yet. With the help of the poisonous fog, Hanzo quietly appeared behind Karasuba. Swordsmanship, flash. All chakras were injected, and killing intent filled the air. Without the protection of steel skin, Karasuba was almost cut in half. With his eyes set high and proud, Hanzo revealed a smug look. This is the price of looking down on me, Hanzo. But being able to make even a demigod go all out, green-eyed brat, you have enough to be proud of yourself. Since your skin is hard. The detonating talismans have increased tenfold. Can you still defend against them? Plus, with my unique skill of swordsmanship flash, how can you survive being cut in half? Just as he was about to attack Nagato. A slightly surprised exclamation came from behind. As expected of a ninja who is at the top of the ninja world and is known as a demigod. I didn't expect you to break my steel skin. I, Karasuba, recognize your strength. Next, I will be serious. Hanzo turned his head stiffly and looked at the man. It was discovered that Karasuba's injuries were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is impossible. Hanzo was extremely horrified. Why haven't you died yet? This terrifying recovery ability, I'm afraid only the god of ninja back then can rival it. However, this is actually one of Karasuba's special abilities. High-speed regeneration, this is the ultimate recovery ability that only top-level hollows can comprehend. Karasuba has everything except the head. Any part of the body has super-fast recovery speed. In less than half a second, his injuries were healed. Karasuba pulled out the Zanpakuto from his waist and said calmly, seal it. Black. Wing. Big. Demon. Kalela. In the heavy rain. There are actually large green raindrops mixed in. I saw a huge Ryutsu sweeping in, with a fierce momentum. Karasuba also underwent drastic changes. The sword in his hand disappeared and the green tear marks on his cheeks deepened slightly. And his half-bone mask has been completed. 2 horns reaching up to the sky, like a crown. There was a pair of black wings behind the boy, like a bat. This posture is the sword liberation that is unique to Arrancar. Also known as, return to the blade. Chapter 3. This gesture immediately caused Hanzo's pupils to shrink, and he was a little bit unbelievable. What is this? A special bloodline limit? But why is this momentum so much stronger than before? Don't waver. Get ready, stay alert, and don't let your guard down. Otherwise the battle will be over in an instant. Along with Karasuba's calm words came out. Swish. He disappeared completely. A dazzling green light flashed in his hand. Chilla. In an instant, an arm flew up. Hanzo, who was not far away, covered his arm where blood was gushing out, his expression extremely gloomy. His face turned pale in an instant, and he was still frightened. It's so fast. Too fast to be caught by the naked eye. The flying body technique is incomparable to it. Is it the second Hokage's flying thunder god technique? Or is it? He really couldn't believe it. This is real moving speed. Karasuba held a green spear in his hand, slightly surprised. Not bad, you barely managed to dodge the fatal blow relying on your fighting instinct. Otherwise, I would have chopped off the head on your neck. Who the hell are you? How could a person like you appear in the ninja world out of nowhere? And your age seems. Hanzo gritted his teeth. You just realized it. Do you really think I'm a 17 or 18-year-old kid? My actual age is old enough to be your grandfather. If I calculate it specifically, about 120 years old. Karasuba counted on his fingers. After all, one has to take into account one's life as a worker on Earth. I see. Hanzo suddenly realized something, and his mind became clearer. It's not unfair for a strong man of the same generation as the ninja god to lose to you. Although I don't know why the other party can survive until now. And how can one stay young forever, but he no longer wants to delve into it. With such speed and strength, the possibility of escape is almost zero. Okay, time to send you on your way. Karasuba didn't bother to explain Hanzo's misunderstanding. After saying this, he threw out the green spear in his hand. Swish. The spear was so fast that the seriously injured Hanzo couldn't react in time. He could only watch it pierce through his body with a puff. Then, his entire body was nailed to a rock in the distance. The pinnacle of the ninja world, the fall of a demigod. Quiet. For a moment, the venue fell into silence. From Karasuba's serious injury to Hanzo's instant kill, the entire battle took less than a dozen seconds. Nagato and Konan behind him were completely stunned. Just like that, died. Nagato was the first to come to his senses, extremely shocked. A top figure in the ninja world was actually nailed to death by this man's spear. He himself is quite strong. Relying on summoning the Gadu statue, I was able to barely clear most of the enemies. But it's nonsense to say that he can kill Hanzo, because with his current combat level, it will be difficult for him to summon the Gadu statue for the second time in a short period of time. It's just killing Hanzo. You can do it in no time, Nagato. The power of Rinnegan is far more than that. You haven't fully tapped it yet. Karasuba appeared in front of Nagato and comforted him with a smile. Senior, you know me. Nagato was surprised. Of course, it's impossible for you to not attract attention when you possess the Sage of Six Paths. From the moment these eyes appear on you, you are destined to become the focus of the world. The entire ninja world will change because of you. Karasuba said with certainty. But Nagato was confused and looked at Karasuba. Yahiko wanted to create world peace without relying on force, but now it seems to be wrong. Please tell me. How can I fulfill Yahiko's legacy? What if Yahiko can be resurrected? Karasuba asked. Really? Nagato was surprised and happy. I told you that the power of the Rinnegan is far more than this, and that it won't be that difficult to revive Yahiko. The price is your life. What will you choose? Is that so? Nagato said in a heavy tone. Then I choose not to revive Yahiko for the time being. I want to use my own power to quell all the wars and hatred in the ninja world, and then I will use my life to bring Yahiko back. Karasuba was not surprised by Nagato's choice. This is just like Obito, who was unwilling to revive Rin. Why let Lin suffer again in such a cruel world? It would be better to create a dream world. But this also reveals the sadness of the ninja world. The war between the big countries affected the small countries around them and caused great suffering to the people. In small countries like the Rain Kingdom, countless families have fallen apart. How many young and beautiful teenagers in the 5 major countries died tragically in the fierce war? In fact, there was nothing fundamentally wrong with Nagato's later ideas. Gathering the power of the tailed beasts creates an absolute military deterrent, which will make the entire ninja world afraid and not dare to start a war at will. How is this different from the nuclear deterrents on Earth? Why was Naruto able to achieve peace in the ninja world after the 4th Ninja World War? The fact that his strength far exceeds that of the ninja world alone makes him irreplaceable. Not to mention his good friend Jiraiya, who hangs out in the ninja world all day long. Who dares to cause trouble? Naruto has the strength, but he also wants to be friends with you. But Nagato is not strong enough and Akatsuki is too individualistic. Although every member of the organization was one of the strongest cage-level warriors, they were ultimately outnumbered and all died one by one. Looking at Nagato, who was full of curiosity, Karasuba said seriously, Hanzo is dead, and Rain Shinobi village is leaderless. You can take control of the Rain country as soon as possible to accumulate strength, and secretly recruit S-rank rebel ninjas in the ninja world to form a new Akatsuki organization to collect the tailed beasts. Use the power of the tailed beasts for deterrence. Nagato also thought of this. That's about right. Karasuba nodded. In fact, the tailed beasts are not that important in the later stages. Each of them was kicked around like a ball by Uchiha Madara, without any temper at all. Therefore, improving personal strength is the top priority. But the tailed beasts still need to be collected, after all, they are the fuse of the Fourth Ninja World War. Black Zetsu's plan to save his mother is also inseparable from the 9 tailed beasts, so he must get them first to take the initiative. Karasuba talked to Nagato for a while. We have a rough outline of the future development. When the topic was almost over, he asked curiously, Nagato, you don't even know my name or my origins, but you trust me so much. Aren't you afraid that I might be like Hanzo and actually have some intentions towards your Rinnegan? Don't be afraid, senior, you are much stronger than Konan and I. If you want the Rinnegan, you can just take it away. Besides, you are our savior. Nagato's eyes lit up and he said with a piercing look, I feel the same leadership qualities in you as in Yahiko. He trusts his companions without reservation and gives them unlimited care. I believe that in the future I will replace Yahiko as the guide of the ninja world and lead the world towards true peace, and you, senior, will become the watchman of the ninja world and protect the peace of this world. Watcher. Karasuba was slightly startled, then chuckled, since you have arranged this identity for me, I will reluctantly agree to it. Karasuba could see that. Nagato's words implied that he wanted to recruit him into the group. After all, he is a person from the same era as Senjo Hashirama. In front of the opponent, he killed the powerful ninja who was known as Demigod in seconds. It was natural for Nagato to want to recruit him, and he had no reason to refuse. After a century of fighting in Hueco Mundo, he hated fighting. But since I came to this world, it would seem rather boring if we don't do something about the ninja world? After receiving Karasuba's answer, Nagato smiled at each other. Just at this moment, on the ground behind Nagato, a guy wearing a vortex mask came out. Nagato, this person is definitely not from the same era as us. Believe me. He is deceiving you. Obito said under the mask with an extremely ugly expression. Good job. If he doesn't come out, Nagato will be poached. Chapter 4. Although, he is very wary of Karasuba's strength. But with his Sharingan's special ability, he is not afraid. Finally you're here. I've been waiting for you. Karasuba narrowed his eyes slightly. Swish. A green spear appeared in his hand. Sweep towards the opponent's head at a very fast speed. However, the spear seemed to touch air and was pierced through. Your move is indeed powerful. But it's useless if you can't hit me. Obito showed a mocking expression and pressed Nagato's shoulders. Nagato, follow me. Hiss. The scarlet eyes flashed, and the space turned into Uzumaki. Just as he was about to complete the space jump with Nagato, Karasuba got angry. You want to take people away in front of me. You are looking for death. Before he finished speaking, he raised his right hand. Karasuba placed his index finger in front of Obito's forehead, and saw the dark Ryutsu gathering. In the blink of an eye, transformed into a black ball of energy. Karasuba murmured, his eyes filled with murderous intent, Wangsu flash. Black. Void. Flash. Boom. I saw a large area of Ryutsu, which turned into a huge shock wave. The range was so large that it destroyed the entire forest behind it. Tailed beast bomb. No. It's just similar. Obito's pupils shrank, but he still looked disdainful in his heart. It's a pity that no matter how strong the power is, any physical attack will not work on Kamui. But the next second, the smile on his face froze. Because the surrounding space suddenly changed. The rotating space originally caused by Kamui suddenly became distorted. Impossible. This force is so strong. Even the space is distorted. My Kamui is forcibly interrupted. Obito was suddenly shocked. Phew. Black Zero is not completely over yet. The powerful force directly crushed his right arm. If it's not converted into penetration immediately, my head will be blown off. Obito broke out in a cold sweat. What was that move just now? It can actually cause space to distort, causing space jumps to fail. This was the first time his space-time ninjutsu failed. Obito always maintained the state of Kamui Hollow, and he began to retreat in his heart. This person is not something I can deal with at this stage. I can only find a chance to recontact Nagato. Thinking of this, Obito felt extremely fed up. Originally, he only needed to rescue Nagato from Hanzo, and give him a few words of guidance afterwards, and Project Tsuki no Mi would be launched. As a result, Cheng Yaojin suddenly appeared. Without saying anything, he killed Hanzo instantly. Good job. He was so shocked that he almost dropped his Sharingan. Obito remained in the hollow state, slowly retreating into the distance. Seeing that Karasuba did not pursue him, he breathed a sigh of relief. It is impossible to jump long distances, so I can only rely on this stupid method. However, the hollow state can only last for 5 minutes at most. I have to hurry up. Thinking this way, he decided to speed up his retreat. But the next second, Karasuba's casual words made him pause. Don't you want to know how Lin died? How do you know? Ahem. Obito turned his head with difficulty, but still said stubbornly, who is Lin? I, Uchiha Madara, don't even know her. It has come to this point, why are you still pretending? Nagato next to him couldn't stand it anymore. In fact, he has always been suspicious of the true identity of this masked man. Now, Karasuba has broken his invincible space-time ninjutsu with one move. And his right arm was also broken. He couldn't believe that Uchiha Madara, who was on par with the god of ninja, could be so weak. Obito's mouth twitched, but he still said arrogantly, I, Uchiha Madara, have never known any Lin. Are you trying to delay time? Haha, dream on. Keep enough distance. After making sure everything was okay, he used the space jump again. He uses someone else's name and plays tricks all day long, and he doesn't even realize he's been reduced to a pawn. Karasuba looked disappointed and said, did you know that this Uchiha Madara was the culprit who murdered Nohara Rin? To work for your enemy, Rin would probably call you a complete idiot in the Pure Land. As soon as the words fell, Obito's face finally couldn't hold back anymore. He terminated the space jump and said in a deep voice from a distance, what did you say? Lin was killed by Madara? This is impossible. I saw with my own eyes that Lin was forced by the Mist Shinobi Ninja to become a Three-Tails Jinchuriki. In order to prevent unrest in the village, she voluntarily ran into Kakashi's Reikari. Haha, calling you an idiot is overestimating you. Karasuba was immediately helpless. The Mist Shinobi who possessed the Blood Mist village had long been controlled by Madara, including the third Mizukage who was in power at the time, who had become a puppet. How difficult is it to capture Lin and force her to become the Three-Tails Jinchuriki, and then order the Mist Shinobi Ninja to hunt her down? This. Obito's expression was difficult and his body was shaking. Without waiting for him to say anything, Karasuba continued, in the following years, Madara's time will come. The third Mizukage will lose control and be killed by Madara. Then the fourth Mizukage Yagura will become the Three-Tails Jinchuriki, and you, Obito, will continue to control the entire Mist Shinobi in the name of Madara. Do you understand the cause and effect of everything? At this moment, Obito looked extremely ferocious under the mask. Although there was no evidence, he basically believed it. Madara destroyed your hopes, and then gave you hope. You are still working hard for him, and you don't realize the tricks at all. You pretend to be your enemy all day long. I am really worried about your IQ. Karasuba's words did not stop. It was like a knife stabbing Obito's heart. Stop talking. Obito just felt that life was extremely dark. His body was shaking continuously, and he looked at Karasuba and said with difficulty, what should I do? At this moment, Obito. Just like Nagato just now, he is like a lost lamb. In fact, Obito is younger than Nagato now, and his mind is not as sharp, but he is not really stupid. And the reason why Karasuba's words were so sharp was not simply to mock him. Actually, it was to incite Obito to rebel. One can use space ninjutsu. Someone who can move freely in the ninja world is definitely very useful. Karasuba looked at Obito and smiled, I guess you and Nagato have the same choice. You don't want to revive Lin at this moment and let her suffer in this cruel ninja world, right? That's right. Obito nodded. In that case. Karasuba stretched out his right hand and said with a smile, why don't you join us? Nagato and I will form a new Akatsuki organization and bring true peace to the ninja world. Then you can revive Lin and live a shameless life with your little girlfriend. What shameless? Stop talking nonsense. Then I will join you temporarily. I hope you can really keep your word and do what you just said. Obito blushed, a rare occurrence. Fortunately, it was covered by a mask and no one could see it. Karasuba smiled and nodded, don't worry. Just as he responded to this sentence. In my mind, a mechanical prompt sound of the system came. Ding, congratulations host, the side quest is completed. Side quest, defeat Hanzo, the top ninja in the ninja world. Reward / unclaimed, 4 of Hado, 31 of Hado, 33 of Hado, 26 of Bakudo, 61 of Bakudo, Shinigami Soul, Ryutsu experience plus 1000. Chapter 5. Not bad, the rewards for defeating Hanzo are so generous. Karasuba's eyes lit up slightly, there's actually a rare Ryutsu experience bonus, and it comes with a Shinigami Soul. Ryutsu is actually pretty much the same as Chuck. The higher the Ryutsu, the stronger the person. Once Ryutsu reaches a certain level, it will cause the weak to be unable to stand. The most important thing is the third reward, Shinigami Soul. With this, he can break the boundary between Hollows and Shinigami through the system, and make a huge leap in strength. Receive. Karasuba had an idea. There was a slight change in him all of a sudden. The black wings behind him disappeared, and the returning to the blade state was restrained. The pale complexion was filled with blood. Moreover, the empty hole in the center of the clavicle was filled, and the momentum was greatly improved compared to before the return of the sword. System, open the panel. Karasuba muttered to himself, and an illusory interface popped up in front of him. Secondary villain system. Host Karasuba. Ryutsu, LV4, 1000/5000/medium. Spirit Core, Black Winged Demon, Returning Blade. Zanpakuto Nun. Swordsmanship, Penultimate. White Hits Grandmaster. Shunpo Grandmaster. Kido, Getting Started. Items, Black Cloak, Dimensional Cube. It's fused with a Shinigami soul, so it can carry Zanpakuto. Karasuba narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, and I can use Kido now. Even though it's not very useful right now, at least I have more means of attack. Not far away, in the jungle. Black Zetsu, who watched the whole process, was completely dumbfounded. Nagato became Karasuba's fanboy, and then Obito was also turned against him. And more Black Zetsu. The third son of the founder of Chakra. In less than half a day, I became a lonely person. Two key figures, both of them betrayed me. How to execute this project Tsuki no Mi? How can I revive my mother? As for Karasuba's origins, he had already seen through them. He couldn't detect any chakra from this person. The posture of the big black wings is even more frightening, the power system is most likely not chakra. If he guessed correctly. This person, like my mother, is a true alien. Thinking of what his mother had told him about the horrors of the Akatsuki clan, he suddenly felt that this person was definitely not less dangerous. No, we have to go. Black Zetsu looked very serious. Nagato and Obito have both betrayed me. I must find another suitable candidate to implement Project Tsuki no Mi, and I must find a chance to take back Madara's Rinnegan. If it doesn't work, I can only revive Madara in advance. A being that can kill demigods in seconds. In a one-on-one fight, almost no one in the ninja world can be Karasuba's opponent. Moreover, the abilities displayed by the other party are incredible. The spear-shaped secret technique cut off Hanzo's arm with one strike. A powerful secret technique similar to Tailed Beast Bomb, which can distort space and make Obito's space-time ninjutsu ineffective. All these abilities are so astonishing. It would be terrible if the other party had some other special secret techniques that could detect my existence. Suddenly, a faint laugh came from behind it. Black Zetsu, Akatsuki, the silly and innocent filial son, don't leave in a hurry. Let's chat about family matters. Damn it! Were we really discovered? Black Zetsu was startled and his body was about to sink. This guy even knows his true identity. But what does Akatsuki mean? Even though I don't understand. But he instinctively felt that the other party was talking about his mother Kaguya. Not only his own news, but also Nagato and Obito. He even knew all about Madara's plan for Obito to fall into darkness. Is there a traitor? This is impossible. It must be the special ability of this alien. Omniscient and omnipotent? Or the power of prophecy? Either possibility is too terrifying. Black Zetsu was terrified and tried to use the mayfly technique to escape quickly. However, Karasuba clenched his hand. Bakudo 61. 6. Rods. Light. Prison. In an instant. Around Black Zetsu, 6 paths light sheets appeared. And lock it firmly in the center, unable to move. However, Black Zetsu directly separated from White Zetsu's body and turned into black slime and sank into the ground. Not long after. It disappeared without a trace. Run away? Isn't this guy too cowardly? Karasuba shook his head, feeling a little regretful. I was planning to get some information about the Akatsuki clan from him, but he ran away faster than a rabbit. Black Zetsu itself did not inherit Akatsuki Kaguya's abilities. But the ability to escape is absolutely terrifyingly strong. Moreover, it is a product of Kaguya's will. Most of the attack methods are ineffective and can only be sealed. I hope you don't mess around, otherwise I'll lock you up in a dark room and let you experience the loneliness of 1,000 years. Karasuba murmured in a low voice. Next, within a month, Karasuba, Nagato and the other two joined forces to destroy Hanzo's conservative forces. Nagato turned his best friend Yahiko into a puppet of Tendo Pain and made him the spiritual leader of Rain Shinobi Village. The remaining time, Karasuba barely completed any of the system tasks. Instead, he chose to let Nagato, Konan and Obito improve their strength as quickly as possible to provide good help for subsequent plans. As for the method, of course it is actual combat. Nagato and his 3 companions and Karasuba fought day and night. It didn't take long to reach a very astonishing level. 1 year later, Rain Shinobi Village. In the village, many tower-shaped steel buildings stand tall. The well-developed drainage system reveals the village's decent industrial level. In the sky, rain kept falling. On a huge underground platform, there is a black cube. This black cube is called the Other Dimension Cube. It was the key item that allowed Karasuba to descend into the Hokage world. Although it looks like a cube that is only 2 meters in size, the space inside is actually thousands of times larger than that. It's hard to feel the flow of time here. And unless Karasuba agrees, or the level of one's own power exceeds the carrying capacity of the dimensional cube, otherwise it is extremely difficult to cause damage to the internal space. And this prop cannot be broken from the outside. Just right for sealing Black Zetsu. Different dimensional cube, internal space. In the vast expanse of white, Karasuba was constantly entangled with 3 figures. Half an hour later, the battle was over. Looking at the 3 sweating profusely, Karasuba couldn't help but sigh, "You are indeed geniuses of the demon level. In less than a year, I am no match for you in my normal state." Obito Cage level, Konan Cage level, Pain Super Movie. With the cooperation of 3 people. Even if you want to suppress them after returning to the blade, it will take some time. The most important thing is, this is just a competition, not a life and death battle. If Konan is given enough time to prepare. That move Tears of Angle ahem. 600 billion detonating talismans might not be enough even in the return to blade state. Moreover, Nagato currently only has a puppet of Tendo Pain, and has not had time to collect and produce the other 5 great pains, so his combat effectiveness is slightly inferior to the original. After praising Konan and Nagato a little, Karasuba looked at Obito and said sternly, "Obito, your strength has improved rapidly. Your various wood style and fire style ninjutsu are quite good. Your Kamui makes you almost invincible, but you are still a little lacking in attack. But Kamui currently only has 2 applications, penetration and space jump. It can't be further enhanced." Obito was very depressed. No. There is another way to make your space-time ninjutsu more perfect. It can even allow you to awaken the powerful abilities of your bloodline. Karasuba shook his head. "You're talking about?" Obito was slightly stunned. Karasuba smiled and said seriously, "Yes, the solution is that I will go to Konoha and help you get the other Sharingan back." Chapter 6. Obito looked conflicted. "That Sharingan was a gift I gave to Kakashi before I died to help him get promoted to Jonin. Wouldn't it be a bit too much to take it back? What's the big deal? It's 50-50, ahem, Kakashi has low chakra to begin with, and your Sharingan is a complete burden to him. Who knows, without your eye, Kakashi might become even stronger. This is all possible. Besides, you're not dead yet. How can you give him a Sharingan as a gift? That's such a waste." Karasuba said angrily. "That eye really doesn't have much use for Kakashi. Without Sharingan, you don't have to worry about mana consumption, and you can focus on Heitake swordsmanship and various ninjutsu. Originally, Heitake was split 50-50. If things go wrong, it might be upgraded to June 4th. Hearing Karasuba's words, Obito fell into deep thought. "I'll think about it." "Okay." Karasuba nodded. After a few minutes, Obito said, "I've thought about it. So, what is your choice?" "Take back the Sharingan. But I have one condition." "What conditions?" Obito's eyes sparkled. "I want to go to Konoha with you." "No problem." Karasuba nodded with a smile. After reaching a consensus, Karasuba instructed Tendo Pain and Konan, "It's almost time to recruit members of the Akatsuki organization. Konan, you will be in charge of the Red Sand Scorpion of the Wind Country, and Pain, you will be in charge of the Undead Ninja Kakuzu of the Waterfall Country. Let White Zetsu help you find the specific location. Do you understand?" "Clear." Konan and Pain nodded. Ever since the day Black Zetsu became a loner, White Zetsu, a fence-sitter, immediately switched sides and expressed his willingness to work for Karasuba. White Zetsu isn't very strong in combat though. But he has the Mayfly technique that allows him to blend in with the earth and plants. It can also move to any place in the ninja world at high speed, making it extremely convenient to transmit information. Karasuba was still worried, and warned them, "If there is any danger, don't act bravely, understand? Let White Zetsu notify me immediately, and Obito and I will come to support you personally." "I know, Senior you." Nagato and Konan felt warm in their hearts. Not long after, a White Zetsu emerged from the ground. After informing them of the locations of Scorpion and Kakuzu, they were ready to set off. At this time, Konan smiled and said to everyone, "Since this is our first time going out as a group, it would be better to have a uniform. I just happened to design a new style, why don't you try it?" As he spoke, he took out several sets of clothes from the room. The overall outfit is a black robe with a few red clouds patterned on it. Obito's eyes lit up. "This uniform style is good. I like it." Pain's succinct comment, "Not bad." Konan looked at Karasuba, the only one who didn't comment. Karasuba coughed a few times and said, "The clothes are nice. But I don't like the color. You guys can wear them. I still like white." "Good job. This is the Akatsuki uniform that has the death curse if you take it off. Even though it is a joke on Earth, it may not be true. But who can explain something like metaphysics clearly? Anyone who wants to wear this uniform can wear it. Anyway, he is Karasuba, and there is no way he would wear it even if he was beaten to death." Konan felt wronged. Looking at the unhappy Konan, Karasuba didn't know what to say. Put on your clothes and the four of you take action immediately. The Fire Nation. Konoha Village, on a telephone pole. Karasuba is dressed in white and looks elegant. Obito is wearing the Kurane Akatsuki uniform and an Uzumaki mask. It is the 47th year of Konoha, the final stage of the Third Ninja World War, and Namikaze Minato is currently the 4th Hokage. Karasuba looked at Obito who was silent beside him, and thought to himself, because of me, Obito should not start the Nine Tails Rebellion like in the original book, then Minato and Uzumaki Kushina would not die, and Naruto should have a happy family. As for the collection of 9 tails, there is no rush. After all, he didn't have to withdraw from 9 tails. All he needed to do was to keep 9 tails Jinchuriki under his control and prevent it from being taken by Black Zetsu. At this moment, Obito looked at the prosperous Konoha village with a dazed look on his face. Once upon a time, he was also a part of this place. He is also a good boy who is often late because he does good things. What? Do you want to help the old lady cross the street again? Karasuba teased. I didn't, I was just young and ignorant. Obito said to Akamiki in a mature manner. You're not that old now. Karasuba was speechless. Why are you pretending to be an adult? Ahem, stop talking about these irrelevant things. Obito coughed dryly a few times and changed the subject. Let's get that Sharinon back as soon as possible. You or me? Karasuba glanced at him calmly and said, come on, isn't that why you followed me? Are you worried that I might do something bad to your best friend? Hehe. I'll just wander around the village, come find me when you're done. Without waiting for Obito to say anything. A shunpo, disappearing on the telephone pole. Obito is not as simple-minded as Nagato and Konan, and is not easy to make friends with. Especially after knowing the truth about Lin's death, he put shackles on his heart and became even more expressionless. In simple terms, this kid has some paranoia. He is always worried that others have bad intentions towards him, and is also wary of Karasuba. But he doesn't care. Karasuba's main purpose for coming to Konoha was never Kakashi's Sharinon. It was to complete a side quest that the system had just released a few days ago, and to use it to improve his basic strength. On the street, Karasuba walked a few steps and saw a noodle shop. I walked in and said to the boss, "Boss, give me a bowl of ramen." "Okay, please wait a moment." The boss turned around and showed a normal look. But what caught his attention was the pair of squinting eyes. This is the mysterious Uncle Ichiraku in the original work. Karasuba glanced at him inconspicuously and laughed in his heart. As expected, it's all a prank by fans. Ichiraku is just an ordinary person. Be careful with the heat on your noodles, sir. Uncle Ichiraku placed the ramen in place and turned around to go about his business. Hula. Hula. Karasuba finished the noodles in no time. After burping, he couldn't help but sigh, this tastes really good, no wonder Naruto never gets tired of eating it. Ding, congratulations host, the side quest is completed. Side quest, taste the ramen made by Ichiraku himself. Reward/unclaimed, Heido number 63, Heido number 78, Bakudo number 73, Ryatsu EXP plus 500. Such a simple side quest has Ryatsu experience rewards? It seems that the system has become generous. If the system in the Shinigami world was so generous, would I have to spend a full 100 years training? Karasuba couldn't help but complain in his heart. This is the real way to open the cheat, okay? With Ryatsu experience, your ability can be improved rapidly. If you really practice for 100 years, the daylily will be cold. After receiving the reward, Karasuba was about to leave. Suddenly, two childish voices came from the door. Itaka-san, you've been practicing kunao throwing all day, how about I treat you to some ramen? I'm sorry to have cost you money, Shisui. It's okay, I still have a little money. The two young men opened the door curtain and walked into the noodle shop side by side. One is tall and the other is short. The tall one is wearing a forehead protector. A pair of big, kiss-me eyes, very eye-catching. The short boy has short black hair and is a little silent. On the back of their clothes, both have the clan emblem of a flaming fan with white on the bottom and red on the top. Seeing someone coming, Karasuba sat back down again. He had a curious look on his face, and was a little surprised. I didn't expect that just by eating ramen, I would actually meet two young geniuses of the Uchiha clan. Chapter 7. No doubt about it. The tall boy is Uchiha Shisui and the short boy is Uchiha Itaka. At this time, both of them were very immature. Itaka looked to be only about 4 or 5 years old, and Uchiha Shisui was only 8 or 9 years old. But Karasuba knew that the young men in the Hokage world were more precocious than the others. As soon as the two teenagers came in, they ordered 2 servings of ramen. Uchiha Itaka lowered his face and seemed a little unhappy. What's wrong? 1 against 7? Shisui asked with concern. Brother Shisui. Uchiha Itaka looked at him blankly. Why do you think that life must fight each other? Why is there war? Why can't everyone live in peace? Shisui shook his head and said solemnly, I don't know either, but if it can stop the war, I am willing to do everything I can. Me too. Uchiha Itachi nodded. Karasuba, who was sitting next to him, was speechless. Good job. Listen to this. Listen to this. Can anyone listen to these words? Two little kids under 10 years old, thinking about national affairs all day long? A group of people with mature ideas, far beyond the age limit. But isn't it this cruel ninja world that created these children? Comparing them with children of the same age on Earth, the difference is like heaven and earth. Karasuba sighed and made up his mind, even if it's for the sake of these poor children, I have to make some changes in the ninja world. If that doesn't work, let the 5 countries that are bored to death all be destroyed. Everyone likes to start a ninja war for their own interests. He didn't talk much to the 2 teenagers, but just watched them finish their ramen and leave silently. Snap. Walking out of the noodle shop, Karasuba stomped his foot on the ground. A passerby girl came over and asked seriously, "Excuse me. Can you poop? If you can, please tell me what it feels like to poop." Karasuba's forehead flashed black lines, a fey. Hooligan. The most special one among white Zetsu. Since he is unable to metabolize on his own, he often asks Obito about his bowel movements. In his early years, Obito was weak and needed to be wrapped by a wolf in order to move. But now, with Obito's growing strength, Obito has become an independent individual. The girl shook her head vigorously and said seriously, "I'm not a gangster, don't talk nonsense, please tell me what it tastes like to poop." "Shut up. Send a few white Zetsu to follow the 2 Uchiha boys and notify me immediately if there is anything unusual." Got it. Karasuba was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. The fate of Shisui is very tragic. After years of struggling between one clan and one village, he finally leaned towards the village. In the original work, after the Nine Tails Rebellion, Konoha's high-ranking officials all pointed their spearheads at the Uchiha clan. The conflicts between them intensified and the Uchiha rebellion was imminent. However, Uchiha Shisui promised the 3rd Hokage that he would use the eye technique distinguished heavenly gods at the Uchiha gathering to stop the coup. But little did they know. Shisui's actions not only exposed the power of his eye technique. It also caused Shimura Danzo, who had never trusted him, to develop evil intentions towards his Sharingan. Not long after that, Danzo used Izanagi to attack the unsuspecting Shisui and successfully took away her right eye. Shisui is worried that his only remaining left eye will fall into Danzo's hands. So he entrusted it to his only close friend, Uchiha Itachi. After asking the other party to protect the village in the name of Uchiha, he committed suicide by jumping into the river alone. Although the Nine Tails Rebellion is no longer happening. But the Uchiha clan is competitive and keen on fighting for power. Even Uchiha Madara, who was once at the peak of his power, completely looked down on his own kind. Calling them, a bunch of short-sighted people who have no understanding of the good intentions and great ideals of Uchiha Madara. So the Uchiha will still rebel, it's just a matter of time. Karasuba didn't bother to save the stupid Uchiha clan. But Shisui and Itachi are far superior to their peers in thought, and possess both talent and strength. If you can, it would be a good idea to recruit them into the Akatsuki organization. Okay, got it. Afei shrank his neck, anything else you want me to do? Where's Obito? Is Kakashi dealt with? Karasuba asked. Not yet. Afei shook his head and said slowly, according to the White Zetsu investigation, Kakashi entered Umbu not long ago and went out on a mission. It will probably take some time. You go help Obito, cooperate with a few White Zetsu to disguise as root members and seize Kakashi's Sharingan. Karasuba thought for a while and said. Huh? You want to put the blame on Shimura Danzo? That's a great idea. Afei's eyes lit up. What do you mean by putting the blame on others? This was originally done by Danzo. It has nothing to do with us. Karasuba corrected sternly. Yes, I'll go right away. Afei nodded excitedly and turned to leave. After watching Afei leave, Karasuba chuckled quietly. Hey. You can sit at home and the pot may fall from the sky. When the 3rd Hokage blamed him, Danzo must have been completely stunned, right? Pity. Danzo, as a partner, had to clean up after Orochimaru because his human experiment was exposed and he defected to Konoha. He was not at the root headquarters at that time. Karasuba pursed his lips slightly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes, otherwise, just kill the old dog Danzo and solve the problem once and for all. This is the safest way. He is quite powerful nowadays. In the returned blade state, almost no one in the ninja world can match Karasuba. But if it's a group fight, then it would be a bit risky. However, it doesn't really matter, after all, his Ryutsu level is just at the 4th level, intermediate. As long as Karasuba continues to complete tasks and improve his basic Ryutsu. When Ryutsu's level breaks through to a high level, most people probably won't be able to match him even in his normal state. What's more, his Arrancar power is very special. It comes from the Shinigami world, number 4 Espada Ulquiera Sefer. Espada is an honorary title for Arrancar, who has the greatest killing ability. Xiao Wu seems to be ranked only 4th. But he is the only Arrancar among the Espada who can perform the second sword liberation. Many Shinigami fans believe that he is the undisputed number 1 Espada. And now that Karasuba has the support of the system, he can also quickly master the double blade. When that time comes, who has the ability to force out his true form? Just as he was thinking. In my mind, a mechanical prompt sound of the system came. Ding, side quest released. Side quest, borrow the sealed book from Konoha and recite the names of all the ninjutsu in the book. Reward / unfinished, unknown. Karasuba was confused. Borrow the sealed book from Konoha village? WOC. You got the system right. This book contains a large number of dangerous ninjutsu and is kept by successive Hokages. Except for a few ninjutsu that have some value, Karasuba doesn't even think highly of the others. But for Konoha village, it's not an exaggeration to call it the treasure in the bottom of the box, right? You're asking me, an outsider, to borrow it? Aren't you afraid of being beaten to death? The reason why Naruto was able to steal the Book of Seals in his childhood was entirely because of the secret instructions of the third generation. Not only did he kill the traitor Shuimu, it also allowed Naruto, who already had more chakra, to master core ninjutsu. And through Iruka's inspirational words, the lonely Naruto's sense of belonging to the village has increased. In short, you kill several birds with one stone. Therefore, there is no chance of borrowing the sealed book. The only way is to take it by force. The author has something to say. Please support me. All you guys. Love you guys. Chapter 8. Fortunately, with White Zetsu, he quickly found out where the sealed book was kept. Behind the Hokage building. A nondescript cabin nearby. There were 3 Umbu teams guarding the place, looking extremely alert. Not far away, Karasuba was wearing a black cloak, his eyes twinkling. I told you, how could the Book of Seals not have guards? There are 3 Umbu teams in front of us, each with 4 people. And their strength is roughly at the level of an ordinary jonin, which is enough to deal with ordinary people. But for Karasuba, it was just like delivering food. Pity. He did not intend to force his way in, but chose to sneak in. Bakudo 26, Bent Light. Karasuba raised his hand, mumbling to himself. I saw Ryutsu gathered from all around and turned into a special cloth that wrapped around my body. And he gradually blended into the environment, as if he was transparent. This Kido is not very aggressive or restrictive, but it serves a very special purpose. Because it can use its own Ryutsu to make a transparent cloth. Add to that the item black cape on your body to hide your Ryutsu. The combination of the two can achieve perfect concealment, and even the sound he makes cannot be detected. Every half hour, an Umbu team will enter the room and check if the sealed book is intact. Karasuba took advantage of this opportunity to follow them and sneak into the cabin openly. Is this the legendary sealed book? Multiple shadow clone technique, raise non, impure world reincarnation, tandem paper bombs, flying thunder god technique, water style water severing wave, water style water dragon bite explosion, water style big explosion water rush wave, 5-layer Rashomon, 8 inner gates. Karasuba opened the scroll on the table and quickly read out all the ninjutsu. Not bad, this book of sealing is not as bad as I thought. Impure world reincarnation is a great tool to make your dreams come true. The flying thunder god technique is very valuable, but it is too difficult to learn. The 8 inner gates also have unlimited potential, but not everyone is a might guy, and if one fails to cultivate to the 8th gate, the effect will be greatly reduced. So after all the calculations, it seems that impure world reincarnation is more practical? Suddenly, a system prompt sounded in my mind. Ding, congratulations host, the side quest is completed. Side quest, borrow the sealed book from Konoha and recite the names of all the ninjutsu in the book. Reward / unclaimed, Heido number 90, Bakudo number 81, Bakudo number 99, Ryutsu experience plus 1500, Soul Enlightenment Gauntlet. 1500 points? That's quite a lot. It's worth my risking my life. Karasuba nodded with satisfaction, staring at the large scroll on the table. After pondering for a moment, he took out the scroll he had prepared in advance. He copied and packed up all the ninjutsu, intending to wait for the next time the Umbu team came in and take the opportunity to slip away. These ninjutsu are for him. It's not very useful, but it's still of great benefit to Konan and Nagato. However, half an hour passed, and there was still no sign of the door opening. Karasuba looked puzzled. What's going on? Umbu at the door fell asleep? Still. Suddenly, there was an angry shout from the door. How dare you come to my Konoha to steal the Book of Seals? Are you really that bold? Watch me, my ninjutsu. Your crotch smells so good. Human bomb tank. Snore. I saw a huge ball of flesh rolling over. The wooden house was smashed to pieces, with wood chips flying everywhere. The smoke and dust dispersed and the person disappeared. Karasuba stood on the tree and looked at the attacker. I found that there were 3 people on the other side. In the middle was a middle-aged fat man with brown-red hair and a very rough temperament. 1 pineapple head shape and 1 long golden hair on each side. A middle-aged Ino, Shika, Cho combination. Karasuba raised his eyebrows slightly, a little surprised, but how did you find me? Logically speaking, I should be like air. Narashikaku said confidently, your Kekii Genkai perfectly concealed your figure. Even I have to admire your lurking skills. However, the chakra fluctuations in your body that were not completely concealed exposed you. I see. Karasuba suddenly realized. He is not a human being, and his body structure is completely different from that of people in the ninja world. Therefore it is very difficult to refine chakra. But a full year passed. Even if you don't practice much, there is still a tiny amount of chakra accumulated in your body. And this is precisely the key reason why he was exposed, not because his bent light transparent cloth and black cloak were ineffective. Good opportunity. Seeing the other party lost in thought, Yamanaka Hai decisively made a seal, ninjutsu, heart-shaking body technique. In an instant, his spiritual power penetrated into the other person's mind. But the next second, Yamanaka turned pale and spat out a mouthful of blood. He fell to the ground with his head tilted back and fainted. Karasuba turned around and said calmly, haha, you really asked for trouble. Fortunately, you were cautious enough and did not use the heart turn technique, otherwise, your end would not be as simple as fainting. How many years did he live? A full 120 years. And they have been fighting in the cruel Hueco Mundo for nearly 100 years. My spiritual world has long been as vast as the ocean, powerful and unshakable. Yamanaka used the mind-random body technique in an attempt to disrupt Karasuba's actions with spiritual secrets to create an opportunity for his teammates to attack. This move is so stupid, like an egg hitting a stone. Fortunately, Yamanaka Kiki did not use the heart turn technique to forcibly control his body. Otherwise, there is a high probability that Karasuba's spiritual world will directly backfire and kill him. Seeing his teammates defeated in seconds, Narashikaku's smile froze. He looked at Akamaika Choza beside him and said solemnly, be careful. This man's strength is probably comparable to that of the Hokage. Akamaika nodded solemnly. He formed seals with his hands and shouted, Super Expansion Jutsu. His body quickly expanded and turned into a huge giant. But it's not over yet. His body spun quickly and turned into a huge ball of flesh. Ninjutsu. Superhuman bomb tank. Akamaika Choza yelled and rolled towards Karasuba. Hulala. Every move is a powerful one. And Narashikaku was equally unwilling to be outdone. Ninjutsu, shadow strangling technique. His hands kept forming seals and the shadows under his feet moved rapidly. His shadows rose into the sky. It stabbed Karasuba's head fiercely with incredible force. However, Karasuba was not in a hurry. He raised his hand and pointed at the air, Hado 90. Black. Coffin. I saw countless Ryotsu gathering. It turned into a huge black coffin. Akamaika Choza and Narashikaku were instantly enveloped in it. The huge coffin shattered, revealing 2 wounded men. Ding, congratulations host, the side quest is completed. Side mission, defeat Konoha Elite Jonin Yamanaka High. Reward / unclaimed, Ryotsu experience plus 650. Side mission I, defeat Konoha Elite Jonin Akamaika Choza. Reward / unclaimed, Ryotsu experience plus 650. Side mission I, defeat Konoha Elite Jonin Narashikaku. Reward / unclaimed, Ryotsu experience plus 700. Receive. Karasuba thought to himself. The Ryotsu in the body increases, and the strength soars rapidly. And his Ryotsu level broke through to LV5 for the first time. As expected. Every time you break through a level of Ryotsu, your strength improves tremendously. After feeling the body for a while, Karasuba was slightly pleased. Now even if Konan, Obito and Nagato join forces, it will probably take some effort to force me to return to my returned blade state. I glanced around and saw a mess. It seems that during that half hour, the Umbu team evacuated the surrounding civilians. It's about time to go, Karasuba muttered. This trip to Konoha was really fruitful. There are side quests for Ichiraku and the Book of Seals in the front. Right after that, 3 more elite jonin came to give experience points. They were really enthusiastic. Suddenly, accompanied by a light voice. You stole the seal book of Konoha and hurt 3 of my most capable subordinates. You just left like that. Isn't that a bad idea? I saw a blonde and blue-eyed young man who had stood in front of Karasuba without him noticing. He was wearing a white divine robe and looked extremely elegant. 4th Hokage, Namikaze Minato, has arrived. Chapter 9. Seeing a young man in his 20s in front of him. Karasuba's eyes lit up slightly. Good job. I didn't feel that way before, but now that I've seen the real person. He found out that he was wrong. Namikaze Minato is so handsome. She's almost 45% as handsome as him. Hearing the question, Karasuba shook his head and denied, I didn't steal your sealed book. I just took a look at it and put it back. Don't slander me. As for those 3 jonin, I was just curious about what your village's sealed book looked like, and they teamed up to kill me. Fortunately, I was broad-minded and spared their lives. No need to thank me. Hearing this, Namikaze Minato's golden light flashed several times. In just a few seconds, Akatsuki, Choza, and the other two were sent to the medical department. Swish! There was another flash of golden light, and Minato appeared. Snap! 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 This cool operation made Karasuba applaud, as expected of the legendary Yellow Flash. You are really fast. It's a pity that you don't go to deliver food. Namikaze Minato was surprised. What is food delivery? That doesn't matter. Hearing Minato's amazing train of thought, Karasuba waved his hands. What do we do now? Do we fight or make peace? Minato said nothing, but signaled to the Umbu beside him with his eyes. Immediately, several guys wearing masks began to search in the ruins of the wooden house. After a while, a large scroll was found. Namikaze Minato felt relieved. He has only been in office for a short time, but he must not lose the sealed book during his tenure. If those consultants knew about this, I would inevitably be implicated. But even though the Book of Seals was not lost, the young man in front of him had probably copied a lot of them, and also severely injured Akatsuki, Choza, and the other two. As the Hokage, I must seek an explanation from the other party. But the strength of the young man in front of him seemed a little too unbelievable. The spirit is as majestic as the sea. In an instant, Yamanaka Hai was knocked unconscious by the backlash of his own secret technique. And then Akatsuki Choza and Narashikaku's attacks coordinated perfectly, but they were defeated in one move. What is that secret technique? An extremely huge black coffin. After covering Akatsuki and Choza, it shattered and fell to the ground covered in wounds. The most important thing is, that move is actually a secret technique. Moreover, he was not sure whether the other party had similar secret techniques. The unknown is the scariest thing. This is where it gets a little tricky. He, who had always been cautious, didn't know what to do. Such a hassle. So annoying. Karasuba was getting a little impatient. Where's that old man Sarutobi Hiruzen? And Jiraiya, the sage of Mount Myaboku, and Tsunade, the princess of super strength. Call them all over here. Including you, Namikaze Minato, the four of you must team up to fight me, otherwise I have no interest in staying in your Konoha village any longer. I have other things to do, don't think I'm an idle person. Karasuba's light words immediately startled Namikaze Minato. Good job. Is this guy serious? Trying to take on 4 cage-level warriors alone? Namikaze Minato was half believing and half doubting, and slowly said, Teacher Jiraiya and Princess Tsunade are not in the village. The third-generation master is sick in bed and is recuperating at home. Oh, is that so? Karasuba smiled. But deep down I despise it. Jiraiya and Tsunade are not in the village Thuxin. Sarutobi Hiruzen is bedridden? How dare you come up with another lame excuse? Really? This old man is not a good person either. How much bad influence has been caused by letting Danzo mess around? Let's not talk about the rest for now. In the original novel alone, this old man is half responsible for Shisui's death. Originally, Shisui met with the third Hokage in private and asked him to use the eye technique Distinguished Heavenly Gods to stop the Uchiha clan's coup. But afterwards, Shisui was summoned again. He said he would discuss this with the advisors and elders, but that gave Danzo the bad intention. Thus indirectly killing Shisui. If he hadn't said that, the ending would have been different. But to put it bluntly, Sarutobi Hiruzen, that old man. Aren't you also afraid of Shisui's distinguished heavenly gods? This straightforward disclosure of the secret of the eye technique might be a signal for Danzo to attack. What bedridden? He was simply afraid that the enemy was too strong, so he sent young Minato to his death. Karasuba became angrier and angrier, raising his hand and pointing, Hado 4. By lay. Sizzle. In an instant, a blue lightning burst out. The speed is fast and the momentum is fierce. But Namikaze Minato was faster, with a flash of golden light. With a swish sound, he appeared 100 meters away. From a distance, Namikaze Minato was shocked, another secret technique without seals. Doesn't his moves require seals? Before he finished thinking, Karasuba clasped his hands together and said again, Hado 63. Fiery lightning howl. He opened his palms, and saw endless thunder gathering. It turned into a huge ball and gushed out quickly. If the white thunder before was like stream water, then this time, fiery lightning howl is like a mighty river. Boom! The thunder cannon blasted out. Deafening and continuous. Namikaze Minato dodges easily again with the flying thunder god technique. It's another unique move. Good job. It's almost like, clap your hands and whatever technique you shout will come true. Although shocked, Minato felt a little strange. My flying thunder god technique is enough to avoid most attacks. Although the opponent's secret techniques do not require hand seals, they take a certain amount of time to release. So there's no way he can hit me. Doesn't he understand this? No, he definitely knows it. So there's only one possibility. Is he using me to practice his moves? When he thought of this, Namikaze Minato felt a little angry. He is the fourth Hokage after all. The existence known as the Yellow Flash underestimates itself. Hee. Namikaze Minato's lips curled up slightly, and he raised the special kunai in his hand. It's time to let you know the horror of the Flying Thunder God. Swish. There was a flash of golden light, and the figure disappeared. Namikaze Minato came behind Karasuba in the blink of an eye. He raised his kunai and stabbed Karasuba's back. Clang. A metallic collision sound was heard. The kunai did not pierce the opponent's body, and did not even scratch the skin. This skin is so hard. It's like steel. Namikaze Minato was shocked. But his hands moved quickly, and the chakra in his right hand condensed. A high-speed rotating ball of light appears. Unmatched ninjutsu, Raise Non. So what about attacks like this? You can't just ignore them, right? Namikaze Minato looked determined, and the Raise Non landed on Karasuba's back. Bang! A dull sound was heard. A powerful force was conveyed. But disappointingly, Karasuba's steel skin was still not broken. Minato, your speed is good, but your attack power is lacking. To be honest, if you have the time to roll balls, it would be better to stick 10,000 detonating talismans on them. Accompanied by Karasuba's voice. He turned his body around, raised his right hand and pointed into the air. It doesn't matter. Your secret technique is very powerful, but it won't help if it can't hit me. Namikaze Minato didn't seem to panic. Make a seal with one hand and then leave the attack range. Pity. Karasuba's attack was too fast this time. Bakudo no 99. I saw strange changes all around. Instantly, the space where Minato was located began to shake violently. The spaces seemed to be shattered. Tisk. Tisk. In less than an instant, it turned into a strange square cage. The whole body is transparent. The four corners were burning with eerie white flames. Namikaze Minato stood there with a dull look on his face. Flying Thunder God technique. The guy who boasted last time that he was invincible in space ninjutsu has now become my little brother. Karasuba looked at Namikaze Minato and said meaningfully, Minato, you must remember one thing, no ninjutsu is invincible. Chapter 10. Namikaze Minato looked horrified. The whole person was in disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. He tried to activate the Flying Thunder God technique several times, but nothing happened. He looked around, as if it was a strange space with no space. Namikaze Minato thought about it for a moment and understood the truth, your secret technique is actually an independent space. And my Flying Thunder God can only jump within the same space, so you cracked it. That's right. Karasuba praised. Kido, a very unique power. It is an advanced Ryutsu spell that can only be used by those who possess the power of Shinigami. The higher the sequence number of Kido, the more powerful it is. The Hado number 90, Black Coffin just now is almost the top-level Ryutsu spell. In Shinigami world, Aizen used this move to instantly kill the captain-level Komamura Seijin. And now Karasuba. Even in normal state, he has the strength beyond cage level. Naturally, he can easily defeat the elite Jonin. Even this is the power after giving up the chant, the effect of Black Coffin is at least reduced by half. But generally speaking, Karasuba can't chant, because chanting text has too much of a Choyunibyo vibe. And it's long and arduous. In short, it's very cool. As for this Bakudo S99, it can create an alien space in a small range to imprison the opponent. In the original story of Nine Tails Rebellion, when Namikaze Minato was fighting with Obito, he was almost sucked into the Kamui space. Fortunately, the former reacted quickly and managed to escape. The reason for doing this is because the Flying Thunder God technique cannot jump back and forth between two spaces. The space created by Bakudo no 99 is, to a certain extent, not much different from Kamui space. Therefore, Namikaze Minato lost. Ding, congratulations host, the side quest is completed. Side quest, defeat 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. Reward / unclaimed, Zanpakuto box, Ryutsu EXP plus 1200. Huh? Zanpakuto is finally here. Karasuba was slightly surprised and looked surprised, why does this box sound so much like a blind box? There are so many Zanpakuto in the Shinigami world, it would be embarrassing if I got a useless hatchet. After considering for a moment, he decided to smoke after he got back. When drawing a blind box, you have to pay attention to the sense of ritual. You must find someone with good luck, and then draw the lottery, which is the safest way. Namikaze Minato looked at Karasuba and said solemnly, who are you? What is your purpose in coming to Konoha? With your strength, you are not just here to take a look. This young man has mastered a vast amount of secret techniques. And each one is more powerful than the last, and can even create a different dimension. Seeing the other person's relaxed expression, it seems that he is still far from exerting his full strength. Namikaze Minato suddenly believed what Karasuba had said before, he would fight against him and Jiraiya alone. Hearing the question, Karasuba smiled and said, congratulations, you're the first to eliminate a correct answer. I really came to your Konoha village to just hang out. I was very curious about what the legendary sealed book looked like, so I went in to take a look. Who knew it would lead to such a big misunderstanding? I really shouldn't have done that. I'm sorry, sorry. Namikaze Minato. He didn't feel any apology in the other party's words. After a brief thought, Namikaze Minato said gently, young man, I guess you must be a displaced war orphan. Why don't you join my Konoha village? Wouldn't it be nice to have a home? Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? How dare you try to win over the enemy who just defeated you? Karasuba blinked, somewhat surprised. Namikaze Minato smiled slightly, you won't. I can sense that you have no killing intention towards me. You are really smart. You guessed it right. Karasuba curled his lips and said, I don't want to kill you because I admire you. If that old BD Sarutobi Hiruzen had tried to stop me, I would have killed him right there and then. To relieve my hatred. Well. Namikaze Minato frowned slightly, third-generation adults are very nice people. Does the boy have any misunderstandings about him? Stop calling me boy. Karasuba was speechless and interrupted directly, it sounds like a shortened lifespan. My real age is old enough to be your great-grandfather. As he spoke, he waved his hand. Phew. The space is lifted. Namikaze Minato is free again. With one Flying Thunder God technique, they evacuated a distance of 100 meters. Although the young man had no intention of killing him for the time being, who could tell what would happen in the future? What if you happen to be in a very bad mood and change your attitude? Then my death would be a bit unfair. You won't let me call him a boy. His age makes me your grandpa. When Namikaze Minato heard what the other party said, he didn't believe it at first. But think about it. A boy who is less than 17 or 18 years old, and is extremely talented. Even if he had practiced since his mother's womb, he wouldn't be this powerful, right? Could it be that? Is the other party really a big shot who survived from the Sengoku era? Swish. Suddenly. An Umbu player appeared next to him. He knelt on one knee and handed a scroll to Namikaze Minato, 4th generation master, urgent information. Please review it as soon as possible. Emergency information. Namikaze Minato looked suspicious, could something have happened to Kakashi? However, he quickly formed a seal and the smoke dissipated. A bounty appeared in the palm of his hand, with several lines of shocking information written on it. Reward. Name, Karasuba. Age, 120. Abilities, unknown. Reward, 150 million taels. Introduction, he looks very young, about 17 years old, and possesses the secret technique of eternal youth and immortality. He is suspected to be a person of the same era as the god of ninja. Senjo Hashirama. A year ago, this person instantly killed the ninja salamander Hanzo, who was known as the top of the ninja world and was hailed as the demigod, in the southeastern territory of the Rain country. He is extremely dangerous. And the other 4 major countries in the ninja world. Almost at the same time, such news was received. This shocking news swept across every corner of the ninja world at a speed visible to the naked eye. The demigod is dead. The ninja world is shaken. Killed by a strong man who looked like he was from the Sengoku era. And it was an instant kill. This immediately made people feel a little terrified. Almost every one of the 5 major countries has begun discussing corresponding countermeasures. A person who can kill Hanzo instantly, then it will be no problem for him to kill the shadows of various countries. Although the other party's purpose is unclear. But it's never too late to be on guard against people like this. Konoha village. The desolate ruins are empty. Namikaze Minato couldn't help but tremble a little while holding the bounty order. What's wrong with you? Is your Uzumaki Kushina giving birth? Seeing this, Karasuba frowned slightly, a little puzzled. If you really want to give birth, then go ahead and do it. I won't make it difficult for you. Besides, I'm also very busy. But it shouldn't be. Wasn't Naruto born in Konoha in the 48th year? How did it become 47 years? Premature birth? Namikaze Minato took a deep breath and looked at the other party solemnly. Sir, if you are busy, then leave. We will bear all the losses you have caused to Konoha ourselves, and I promise in the name of Hokage that I will not retaliate against you. Hearing this, Karasuba became suspicious. Why did Minato's attitude suddenly change so quickly? Didn't he just try to win me over? Why did he suddenly chase me away? So. There is only one possibility. There's something wrong with the sealed paper in that scroll. Give me the paper. Karasuba said calmly. This. Minato was in a dilemma. Give it or not. Karasuba was getting impatient and raised his hand to drink, Bakudo 99. Here. Here. Namikaze Minato responded eagerly. Then he ordered an umbu to give the bounty to Karasuba. After taking a quick look at the information above, Karasuba had the answer in his mind. Hanzo is dead, and he kept this fact secret. In that battle, he killed almost all the irrelevant people. Except for the filial son who escaped. Thinking of this, Karasuba's face darkened. Black Zetsu, you really are causing trouble for me. This time I have to put you in the small dark room. Chapter 11. Killing Hanzo was actually just a matter of convenience for Karasuba. He even planned to have Nagato announce that he had killed the demigod one day in the future to create buzz for him and expand his influence. As a guide for peace in the ninja world, Nagato doesn't have enough hard power, so he needs this kind of public opinion to support him. In the end, it was messed up by Black Zetsu. How could this not make him angry? However, the information in the bounty order seems detailed, but it is actually very vague. Black Zetsu had almost witnessed the entire process of him instantly killing Hanzo. Abilities like Black Zero, Steel Skin, and Kido don't even have a general description. And Karasuba was very suspicious. It is very likely that Black Zetsu guessed his true origins through the way he came to the ninja world and combined with Akatsuki Kagaya himself. But Black Zetsu did not reveal any of these. Why? Karasuba thought about it for a moment and figured out the reason. Are you afraid that I will reveal the information about you, Akatsuki Kagaya, the third heir? So you concealed some key information to ensure that I would not flip the table. Hehe. The abacus is pretty good. But you Black Zetsu shouldn't have messed with me Karasuba, you are dead this time. Namikaze Minato on the opposite side immediately became alert when he saw this scene. He clenched the kunai in his hand and thought to himself, if the other party is angry about the bounty order, he might take it out on the village. If that doesn't work, I can only try my Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar 3 styles to see if it can work. But the opponent's skin was as hard as steel, and even the Raise Non couldn't break it. This move. He wasn't too sure whether it would be effective. Suddenly, something unusual happened next to Karasuba. Tisk. 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 The air began to twist and turned into Uzumaki. Two guys wearing masks and dressed in white appeared. Obito looked excited and whispered, I got the stuff, Anafi and I worked together perfectly to frame Danzo. That old guy probably never dreamed of that. Ugh. When he raised his head, seeing Karasuba who looked unhappy, what he was about to say stopped immediately, and Obito said fearfully, what's wrong? What happened? Karasuba said nothing. He handed the reward order to him. Obito quickly scanned the area and was slightly shocked, the news that you killed Hanzo has been exposed? Who has the guts to do this? Black Zetsu. Karasuba rode. What should we do now? I remember you concealed the news of Hanzo's death. It seems to be related to the next plan. Obito asked cautiously. Nothing, caught Black Zetsu. Karasuba looked calm, let him experience the loneliness of 10,000 years. The dimensional cube is the most suitable place for his burial. All right. Obito swallowed. He experienced the feeling of the extra-dimensional cube for a whole year. The sense of time passing inside is almost zero. Even he, Konan, and Nagato had to stay out for a few days to relax. Otherwise, it would be too easy to drive a person crazy in there. Afe on the side took the bounty order from Obito. Seeing the bounty amount displayed above, he was immediately dumbfounded, oh my god. 150 million taels of silver. How spectacular would it be if it was converted into 150 million kilograms of feces? Tisk tisk, just thinking about it makes my blood boil. Ahem. Obito reminded from the side. What's wrong? 150 million kilograms of shit. Aren't you excited, Obito? Although I can't poop, I really want to know how many people are needed to poop this amount of shit at once. In addition, Afe scratched his head. When I turned around, I saw Mao Yu with a dark face. Smith Masai, I'm sorry. Afe's tone was blocked, and he bowed to Karasuba to apologize, I lost my mind. The matter of poop, please be generous, I am really just curious. Karasuba didn't bother to talk nonsense with him, Obito, let's go home. Okay. Obito's eyes flashed red. The space became Uzumaki and disappeared on the spot. Namikaze Minato heaved a sigh of relief, his back already wet with cold sweat. He never expected. There is actually a ninja in the enemy camp who can use space ninjutsu. There is also the funny-looking white creature next to it, whose aura is also very strong. There is absolutely no chance of winning when fighting 1 against 3. But fortunately the other party left. Namikaze Minato looked at the devastation around him and murmured, this time, I'm afraid the ninja world will be in turmoil again. 1 month later. Inside Rain Shinobi Village. The tallest spire building. Karasuba, Obito, Afei, Konan, and Pain stood on the rooftop. Patter. In the sky, rain was pouring down. But Karasuba enjoyed this atmosphere and closed her eyes without saying a word. The people next to them didn't say anything, just looked quietly at the peaceful village below. A long time. Karasuba looked at Konan, is there anything important happening in the village? Yes, because the news that you killed Hanzo leaked out, the number of reconnaissance teams sent to our Rain Shinobi village by the 5 major nations has increased significantly. Konan said. Which country has the most? Karasuba asked. The land of Earth, the reconnaissance force has at least tripled. The Iwagakure leaders seem to be very eager to know who the new leader of Rain Shinobi village is. Konan said with some concern, although the infiltration forces are just small-time characters, if the 5 of us are not in the village's strength alone may not be enough to resist their invasion. Then let's teach Onoki a lesson. Karasuba's eyes flickered, and he said coldly, only when they feel pain will they retract their dog claws. Obito, go meet the 3rd Tsuchikage. With the double Kamui, you are enough to stand out from the crowd. No problem. Obito nodded, fighting spirit rising in his eyes. Now his space-time ninjutsu, in addition to the 2 modes of penetration and space-time jump of his right eye. There is also a fixed-point attack mode for the left eye. Unlike Kakashi's half-baked skills, Obito can perform Kamui from a distance and break the enemy's head. Now Obito. Like Nagato, he has already entered the ranks of Super Shadows. Then if we are not in the village, how can we resist the infiltration of the 5 major countries? Konan asked. I asked White Zetsu to look for the 4 tails Jinchuriki in Uegakuer. Is there any news now? Karasuba asked. The 4 tails Jinchuriki is called Lao Ziai, and he has a big conflict with Onaki. According to the information revealed by White Zetsu yesterday, 4 tails Jinchuriki has been away from home for half a month and is now traveling in the southeast of the land of Earth. Konan said slowly. That's even easier. Karasuba's eyes were burning, take advantage of this opportunity to snatch their tailed beasts. With the deterrent power of the tailed beasts, the infiltration of the 5 great nations into us will naturally be greatly reduced. Who among you is willing to go? I'll go. Tiandao Pain said coldly. Before Karasuba could say anything, Konan immediately refused, no. If Nagato uses the Rinnegan again, your lifespan will be reduced again. With your current physical condition, I'm afraid you won't even have 20 years left. Chapter 12. Tendu Pain looked solemn, Konan, this is God's mission. In order to fulfill Yahiko's will, it's no big deal to live a few years less. No, you can't go. Konan firmly refused, I can go catch 4 tails Jinchuriki. You can't do it. Konan, your strength is not weak, but 4 tails Jinchuriki's lava style is naturally restrained against you, so your chances of winning are slim. Tendo Pain shook his head. How do you know that the chances of winning are slim? I can also use the detonating talisman. Okay, stop arguing. Before Konan could finish, Karasuba waved his hand to stop him, I will personally take charge of the task of capturing 4 tails. Nagato, you will stay in the village and be responsible for destroying the infiltration forces of the 5 major countries. This should not be a big expense for you. But... Tendo Pain gritted his teeth and said, I don't want to stay in the village as a mascot. If you compare the peace of the ninja world with my life, the latter is simply insignificant. It doesn't matter if you die early. Karasuba asked. For the sake of peace in the ninja world, the necessary sacrifice is worth it. Tendo Pain is determined. Karasuba fell into deep thought. Nagato is such a stubborn kid. At this moment, he admired Naruto's ability to talk nonsense very much. After a brief thought, Karasuba said patiently, Nagato, I never wanted you to be the village's mascot, it's just that the power of your Rinnegan is too strong, and the burden on your body is too heavy. So, I need you to slow down for a while. The Uzumaki clan's vitality is already strong, but it's still a drop in the bucket. Therefore, you need stronger vitality cells to replenish your body so that you can use the Rinnegan without any load. What cells? Tendo Pain asked. White Zetsu. Karasuba's eyes were burning. Obito's Mangekyo Sharinan is also under a lot of pressure, but because he replenished half of White Zetsu's body when he was young, he can use the space use ninjutsu Kamui without any burden. If you don't believe me, ask Obito. Tendo Pain turned to look at Obito, really? Yes. Obito nodded. Then Senior You, can you help me replenish my vitality? No, but there is one person who can. Who? Big Snake. Maru. Karasuba's eyes flickered, and he thought to himself, if even Uncle Snake, who has mastered the core technology, can't do it, then who else in this ninja world can do it? In fact, what he just said concealed part of it. White Zetsu cells can indeed improve vitality, but that is for ordinary people. In addition, Obito's situation is rather special. During the battle at Kamubi Bridge, half of his body was crushed into pieces by rocks. By chance, half of the White Zetsu cells were replenished. This method is only suitable for supplementing people with severe physical defects. And for Nagato, if too few White Zetsu cells are transplanted, they may not be able to carry the Rinnegan. It seems that before catching 4 tails, Karasuba narrowed her eyes slightly, we have to go see Orochimaru first. He should have a solution. Who knows, he may even be able to cure Nagato's leg disease. After the 4th Ninja World War, Naruto and Sasuke fought a fateful battle in the Valley of the End, and each of them broke an arm. But not long after, Tsunade installed a high-tech prosthetic limb made from Hashirama's cells. In terms of actions, there is almost no difference from before the arm was broken. Nagato's legs can't move, after all, there are too many disadvantages. The 6 paths pain can be driven by the chakra conduction device, but the main body needs to be within a certain range. And in order to prevent others from finding his original body, Konan has to keep an eye on him all the time. If the power of movement is restored, the power of 6 paths will be concentrated in one body, which is much stronger than being divided into 6 puppets. Even Tsunade can make such a perfect prosthesis. There's no reason for Comrade Orochimaru, who masters core technology, to lose to tiny Tsunade, right? Retracting his thoughts, Karasuba looked at Tendo Pain. I will let Orochimaru personally formulate a method to replenish your vitality for you. Don't ask why Orochimaru agrees. If he doesn't want to, I will beat him until he agrees. Do you still have questions? Nagato. No more. Tendo Pain shook his head. Karasuba placed her hands on his shoulders and said earnestly, Nagato, it's fine if you want to fulfill Yahiko's legacy, but I don't agree with you when you say that your life is insignificant. You cannot care about your life, but if you die, what will happen to Konan? A hint of guilt appeared on Tendo Pain's cold face. I'm sorry, Senior Yu, my idea was wrong. Yes. Yahiko died, and then he died. Konan has no relatives anymore and becomes a lonely man. Even if there is peace in the ninja world, what is the meaning of such a life? It's okay, just figure it out. Karasuba smiled and said softly, it will take a lot of time to witness the peace of the ninja world. You should stay in the village for now. Not bad. It seems that my mouth-to-mouth technique is quite effective. It's really not easy to make Nagato change his mind. Okay, Senior Yu. A rare smile appeared on Tendo Pain's face. Karasuba turned to look at Obito and said, Obito, you go to the land of Earth to gather intelligence first, including the recent movements of the 4 tails Jinchuriki and the 3rd Tsuchikage. After I take care of Orochimaru, you will be responsible for containing Oniki while I capture Murasaki. No problem. Obito nodded. Konan, you will continue to be responsible for recruiting members of the Akatsuki organization. The goal is still the S-rank rebel ninja in the ninja world. Karasuba continued. Sure. Konan responded. What about me? What about me? Ah-Fei pointed at himself and fantasized, I can collect all the stinking fresh feces in the ninja world, secretly throw them into the beds of the top leaders of the 5 major countries in the middle of the night, and stink them to death. Haha. I'm such a genius. Karasuba. Pain. The woman. As an old partner, Obito held his forehead and exclaimed, as expected of you, Afei. You can come up with such a weird idea. Karasuba ignored his advice and said calmly, Afei, go search for Black Zetsu. Once you find him, don't act rashly. Inform me immediately. I will take care of this filial son. Okay, okay. Ah-Fei nodded repeatedly. After giving all the instructions, everyone dispersed one by one. Karasuba finally received the side quest he had completed 10 days ago. Swish. A flash of white light. A box appeared out of nowhere. The box was completely black, exuding a faint scent of soul. Is this the Zanpakuto box? I hope it can pull out a good knife. Karasuba murmured. He originally wanted to find someone with good luck to get some help from before drawing the blind box. But the people he is familiar with are all non-Africans. In terms of lifespan alone, Nagato died at 35, Konan died at 35, and Obito died at 31. Good job. No one lived past 40. That's it, what the hell? Karasuba decisively chose to draw it himself, raising his hand and tapping the box as prompted. Snap. Snap. Suddenly, cracks appeared on the box. In less than a second, everything shattered. With a whoosh, a golden light burst out from inside. Ding, congratulations host. Successfully open the first Zanpakuto box and obtain Zanpakuto Senbonzakura. The power of Shinigami is complete for the first time, and the host can switch between the 2 combat forms of Shinigami and Hollow at will. Chapter 13. The golden light dissipated. An ordinary longsword was suspended in front of him. The handle is light blue with a square guard. Karasuba touched it lightly, and with a puff sound, Zanpakuto broke into pieces. Whoosh! Whoosh! It turned into a pink light and merged with the longsword at the waist. Has it been integrated? That's good. It doesn't look good to have 2 knives on the waist. Karasuba raised his eyebrows. With a thought, he opened the panel. Secondary villain system. Host Karasuba. Ryutsu, LV5, 1200/10,000/medium. Spirit Core, Black-Winged Demon, Returning Blade. Zanpakuto, Senbonzakura, Shikai. Swordsmanship, Penultimate. White Hits Grandmaster. Shunpo Grandmaster. Kido Grandmaster. Items, Black Cloak, Soul Enlightenment Gauntlet, Dimensional Cube. Did you win Senbonzakura? Karasuba was calm, but not disappointed. Not bad, at least a captain-level Zanpakuto. Zanpakuto Senbonzakura. It is the sword of Byakuya Kokaki, the captain of the 6th division in the Shinigami world. At Shikai, Zanpakuto will break into thousands of tiny blades and attack the enemy from all directions. The blade refracts light in the air, looking very much like flying sakura petals, which is quite romantic. And when attacking, Both the Shikai and Bankai forms are centered around the Zanpakuto holder. In a circular area with a diameter of 85 centimeters, a blade will never pass through the no-injury circle. Certainly. This no-injury circle is actually the blade itself that is unwilling to enter. If Karasuba forced the Senbonzakura's blade through, it would be possible, but there is a high possibility that it would accidentally injure the Zanpakuto holder himself. Senbonzakura's Shikai is relatively weak. After all, there are only thousands of blades, which can only cause relatively little external damage to the enemy. After Bankai, the number of blades will soar to hundreds of millions. Form an integrated attack and defense, no blind spot combat form. Only. The more Zanpakuto practices, the greater his abilities will be. In the final period, the number of blades in Shikai state can reach hundreds of millions, and after Bankai, the number of blades is close to trillions. The Sakura flower blades swept across like an ocean, enough to devour all the enemies in front of it. Therefore, the potential of this Zanpakuto is still quite high. Karasuba thought of the previous system prompt, saying that he could switch between the two combat forms of Shinigami and Hollow at will. What does this mean? Karasuba was a little puzzled, but saw something different in the mirror in front of him. Because the originally dark green eyes turned black, the two tear-shaped facial lines disappeared. The half-empty bone mask on top of his head also disappeared. The white imperial robe on his body turned pitch black. Compared to the melancholy boy before, Karasuba now looks more like the boy next door. The image is completely different. Becoming more human. Karasuba touched his cheek and muttered to himself, and the Hollow's spirit core and Shinigami soul have changed. The system has blessed me with something special, allowing me to switch and release the two powers instantly. The original Karasuba tried it. After fusing with the Shinigami soul, it is very difficult to use the power of the Hollow. With this, Karasuba's control over the power of the two different systems rose to more than one level. And it seems there's an extra vest. Karasuba looked at the slightly unfamiliar gentle boy in the mirror and said, let's hide it for now. The Shinigami form may come in handy in the future. A thought came to my mind. The skin turned pale in an instant. The eyes turned dark green and tear marks appeared on the face. The divine robe turned from black to white, and Karasuba, wearing a bone mask on his head, stepped out of the tower. Go find Orochimaru. Solve Nagato's health problems first. The Fire Nation. In a dense forest, somewhere in an underground base. It is filled with all kinds of weird experiments. A figure seemed a little hurried. A boy of 6 or 7 years old was collecting a large amount of experimental data and destroying experimental objects. Another young man stood nearby with a gloomy face, wondering what he was thinking about. This person has long black hair and golden vertical pupils. Purple eyeshadow that extends to the wings of the nose, pale skin. A pair of blue jade-shaped earrings on the ears give people a sense of danger as if they had met a lion majesty. He is Uncle Snake who advocates technology. The young boy Kabuto handed the scroll to Orochimaru and said respectfully, all the test subjects have been destroyed and the important test data has been loaded. Thank you for your hard work, Kabuto. Orochimaru touched the boy's cheek and said, I failed in my bid for the 4th Hokage position. Now that my human experiment has been exposed, I have no choice but to defect from Konoha. I feel like a lost dog. Fortunately, you have always been there for me. It's really touching. Master Orochimaru is not a lost dog. You will definitely make a comeback. Besides, it was you who took a fancy to me when I was in the orphanage. I am a grateful person. Kabuto's face turned red and he pouted. Okay, let's put the compliments aside for now. We have to go. Konoha Umbu's tracking is not important, but Jiraiya cannot be underestimated. That guy has been chasing me for more than a month. He is really persistent. Orochimaru was a little annoyed. But young Kabuto didn't quite understand, isn't Lord Jiraiya a good friend of yours? Why would he do this? Is he going to hunt you down? Hunting? Not really. Orochimaru shook his head and said calmly, that guy probably wanted to ask me for an answer to my defection. But that idiot doesn't understand my ideals at all. Life is short, and only eternal life is my goal. Even if I tell Jiraiya the answer, he won't understand. Besides, are we still friends? Maybe he still has some feelings for me now, but if I hurt Konoha in the future, he will kill me without mercy. Looking at the bewildered Kabuto, Orochimaru patted his head and said, you are still young and don't understand. You will understand when you grow up. You respect me so much now, maybe in the future you will help me, your benefactor, for your own ideals. Master Orochimaru, Do was in a panic. Just when he was about to explain something. At the entrance of the base, a faint young voice came, Orochimaru, your experimental base is really hard to find. I almost got lost. Who is it? Orochimaru's expression changed slightly, and he raised his right hand, ninjutsu. Hidden. Shadow. Snake. Hand. In an instant. Dozens of lion majesties emerged from his sleeves and rushed towards the door. However, the young man at the door did not dodge or evade. Let those lion majesties entangle and bite you. Ding. Ding. The fangs fell on the steel skin, but they all broke into pieces. The lion majesties retreated with tears in their eyes and aggrieved. Orochimaru looked at the boy, slightly surprised. You are Karasuba. The one who instantly killed a demigod in the ninja world. That's right, now that you know who I am, I won't waste any more time talking to you. I have something important to deal with you, do you agree? If not, I will beat you until you agree. Karasuba went straight to the point. No problem. Orochimaru's eyes turned into fanaticism. As long as you teach me the secret of immortality, I can agree to anything you ask for. Karasuba was confused. Good job. He also planned to conquer Orochimaru by force. In the end, this guy surrendered without saying a word. Are you still the proud Orochimaru who has been killed countless times and resurrected countless times? I, Karasuba, despise you. Chapter 14. But Karasuba could also understand Orochimaru's feelings. As a tech ninja who aims for immortality, he encounters an old man from the Sengoku period who is suspected to possess the secret technique of immortality. How could I not be excited? Not crazy. Especially since this is Orochimaru's low period, his desire for immortality is even stronger. Pity. The embarrassing thing is, Karasuba doesn't know any secret technique of immortality. The reason why he can live so long is because his true body is void. Strictly speaking. Not human at all. Shinigami Shinigami. Human beings, no further explanation is needed. Shinigami are mostly humans in the real world. After their death, their souls will be guided by Shinigami to the Soul Society. The soul will gradually form a special kind of spiritual life form, which is Shinigami. As for the void, it is the soul of a dead human being that remains in the real world and is not guided to the Soul Society. The desires of the heart will corrupt the body. Make it transform into empty, that is, evil spirit. Low-level hollows have no emotions and only know how to kill. They are completely incomparable to top-level hollows like Karasuba. However, hollow and Shinigami are beyond the scope of human beings. The life form has been fundamentally improved, so it can live a very long time. Soul Society Godai Chief Captain Old Man Yamamoto has lived for thousands of years. Although his hair is grey, he is still muscular, full of energy and not at all decadent. Shinigami. In essence, it has not entered the realm of eternal life. And Orochimaru actually wanted to learn the secret of immortality from me. I don't know how to do that. This made Karasuba a little troubled for a moment. After thinking about it, Karasuba finally decided to tell the truth. Orochimaru, I actually don't have the secret of eternal life. The things on the bounty are all fictitious. So your life of 120 years is also fake? Orochimaru asked suspiciously. No, it's true. Karasuba shook his head calmly. I do live longer than the average person, but immortality is too exaggerated. At least I can't do it now. Orochimaru licked his chin, his eyes burning as he asked, then may I ask how long you can expect to live? 300 years? 400 years? At least a few thousand years. Karasuba said. How many? Thousands. Years. Orochimaru and Kabuto next to him dropped their jaws in shock. The former even drooled and bowed to Karasuba. Please teach me this secret of longevity. As long as you agree. I can do anything for you. Karasuba was embarrassed. Why is this Orochimaru different from what he expected? Just because of this, he sold himself. Are you too obsessed with eternal life? There is a high probability that the other party wants to obtain the same secret of longevity from me. Thus, he used the long years to research the secret art of eternal life. Although, everyone is of different races. But with Orochimaru's ability, it is possible for him to research the secret technique of eternal life that transcends species. After all, the original later. Orochimaru has basically obtained the secret of immortality. Not only do they get younger and younger as they age, but they can even change their gender easily. From Uncle Snake, to Aunt Snake. Funny dog head. After pondering for a moment, Karasuba slowly said, since you are so persistent, I will reluctantly agree. However, my longevity secret comes from my body. I don't know the principle myself, so I can't teach you directly. But I can provide you with my hair, blood, organs, etc. Whether you can research the secret of longevity depends on your own talent. How about it? Orochimaru fell into deep thought. Nothing could drive him crazier than eternal life. The Karasuba in front of him was actually willing to let him study her body directly, which was already a great sincerity. Didn't think about it for too long. Orochimaru nodded and agreed, no problem. Karasuba smiled but said nothing. As a top-level virtual being, it possesses two abilities. The first one is the extremely destructive Zero. The second is high-speed regeneration, which has extremely strong recovery ability. Except for the head, any organ can be restored to its original state in a short time. Just cut off a bloody big arm and throw it to Orochimaru to play with. Why not? But Orochimaru's character still made him a little worried. After all, in the original work, it was very common for this guy to betray the Akatsuki organization. From time to time, I will give you a python kiss from behind. Who can bear this? So Karasuba warned seriously, since you have joined our camp, let's make it clear in advance that you are not allowed to betray us under any circumstances. If you betray me, I will personally kill you, understand? I understand. I won't go anywhere until I figure out the secret of longevity. Orochimaru said with a wry smile. That's fine, let's have a fight. Karasuba said suddenly. Fight? Why are we fighting? Orochimaru was a little confused. Didn't he choose to join? I like it, don't worry about it. Use all your strength, otherwise you will die if you are not careful. Karasuba said unreasonably. The mission reward for defeating a cage-level strongman is still quite considerable. He will not give up any opportunity to take advantage of the system. Without further ado, let's get started. Karasuba clasped his hands together and pointed at Orochimaru, Hado 33. King. Fire. Fall. In an instant. In the sky, large groups of Ryotsu gathered. It transformed into dazzling blue flames and covered Orochimaru. Hulala. The flames were raging and the momentum was fierce. Is this the secret technique of the unprinted style? Karasuba is a man that should not be underestimated. He can easily unleash such a powerful fire-style secret technique. Orochimaru was slightly startled, but he didn't slow down. He quickly formed seals with his hands, wind-style great breakthrough. In an instant, countless strong winds gathered. And blew all the blue flames away. Oh? You did a good job. Seeing this, Karasuba clapped his hands in praise. You can actually use wind style to blow away my Kang Huozui, so what about this? How do you deal with it? Hado 73. Double lotus blue fire falling. I saw 4 times more blue flames appear than before. Covering Orochimaru again. Boom. 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 This time, Orochimaru was not so lucky. Although a lot of it was blown away, more than 10 flames still fell down. Orochimaru was knocked to the ground and could not move. Dead? No, probably not. Karasuba smiled slightly, figuring out Orochimaru's trick. But he still pretended to check and walked step by step to Orochimaru. The moment he approached, something strange happened. Swish. Orochimaru stretched dozens of times. He suddenly pounced hard at Karasuba. He opened his bloody mouth and bit the opponent's neck. Too slow. But Karasuba looked calm and easily avoided it. Then he formed his 5 fingers into a knife shape and swung it lightly. Chilla. Orochimaru was cut in half alive. But he didn't die. Instead, his upper body opened his mouth wide, and an unknown liquid flowed all over the floor. Another fresh Orochimaru spit out. And a sharp sword blade came out of its mouth and stabbed Karasuba fiercely. Yu Jun, you underestimated the enemy. Orochimaru seemed to be sure of victory, grinning and said, your skin, like steel, is indeed very defensive, but I have the sacred artifact, Kusanagi sword. This is a magical weapon that can cut through all defenses. No matter how strong your skin is, Before he could finish, he was completely stunned. Because the Kusanagi sword did pierce Karasuba's chest. But it didn't move forward at all and was stuck outside by Karasuba's skin. The invincible Kusanagi sword has wilted. Impossible. The defensive power of your skin is so strong. Even a divine weapon can't pierce it. Orochimaru was extremely shocked. He really couldn't believe that the mighty Kusanagi sword couldn't even break human skin. Isn't this too embarrassing? Or rather, the other party is simply a monster in human skin. Chapter 15. You want to pierce my skin with the Kusanagi sword? You really dare to think so? Karasuba chuckled in his heart. In the original work, Orochimaru also used this sacred weapon when fighting against Naruto, who had transformed into a tailed beast. But it didn't even pierce the opponent's skin. At that time, the extent of Naruto's transformation into a tailed beast was only 4 tails. If it can't even pierce that level, then piercing the steel skin is even more wishful thinking. Orochimaru, it's time for this farce to end. Karasuba remained calm. The next move will determine the outcome. Don't die, or there will be no one to help me. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his index finger. I saw the powerful Ryotsu gathered and turned into a small dark green ball. Not fully released yet. The ground around it has already collapsed. Tisk tisk. Tisk tisk. The air was trembling, and the momentum was overwhelming. Tailed Beast Bomb. No, but judging by the posture, the power is definitely comparable to Tailed Beast Bomb. Orochimaru's pupils shrank. If we get too close, we'll be in trouble. We must avoid it. His mind moved. Urge the Kusanagi sword to extend rapidly. Swish. Karasuba remained motionless, as steady as a rock. But under the reaction force, Orochimaru was sent thousands of meters away in the blink of an eye. Want to create some distance? Haha, the range covered by this move is much greater than you think. Karasuba smiled contemptuously and whispered, Zero. Hulala. An enormous green light covered the area. That Ryotsu is like a substance, leaving no grass behind wherever it passes. In the blink of an eye, the distance of 1,000 meters was closed in an instant. Ha! Orochimaru was inwardly horrified, and the area covered by this move is so large and its power is so strong, it's even more outrageous than the tailed beast bomb. He gritted his teeth and bit his index finger. He pressed the ground with one hand and shouted, "Summoning technique! My third uncle is here to repair the gate. Triple Rashomon!" Clank! 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 I saw 3 huge gates rising from the ground. There are devil skulls on the door, this is the Shura gate from hell. Boom! The moment Zero's Ryotsu touches, the first huge Rashomon was completely shattered. The second Rashomon was blown up. The third Rashomon was blown to the ground. Zero caused a huge explosion, and large areas of forest were destroyed in an instant. A huge deep pit formed on the ground. Karasuba frowned slightly. Is he really dead? Even though Orochimaru's strength is not that great, his survivability is definitely one of the best. He shouldn't die that easily. You should know. The original story is set after the 4th Ninja World War. Orochimaru is one of the few villains who survived and was whitewashed. As expected, large clouds of smoke dissipated. A huge purple python was revealed. That is Orochimaru's strongest summoning beast, Manda. But at this moment, his body was covered in blood and wounds, and his snake eyes had lost their original luster. It was obvious that Wanshi was dead. Orochimaru summoned the summoning beast to block the damage. Karasuba couldn't help but sigh, tisk tisk, poor Manshi just appeared on the stage and didn't even have a line, and he died. In the original work, Manda was also summoned by Sasuke to resist Deidara's self-explosion and died. Tisk tisk, this snake is so pitiful. There is no escape from the fate of being a meat shield. Orochimaru came out from the cover behind Mandarin. With a little vigilance, he stared at Karasuba from a distance. Don't worry, I won't do it. Karasuba waved his hands and said with a smile, I had a lot of fun fighting this. You are worthy of being the Konoha Sunin. You can actually resist my Zero. Your strength is really not to be underestimated. Okay, thank you Yu-jun for showing mercy. Orochimaru felt relieved. But he didn't believe even a single punctuation mark in Karasuba's praise. Because Orochimaru could clearly see that Karasuba was just playing with him. It seems that he is asking to fight with me, but his real purpose is not that. He seems to want to get something from me. But little did they know. The praise in Karasuba's mouth was not false. But it only applies to the current level. After all, Zero in normal conditions is just the most common level of Zero. Regardless of the damage and scope. They are far inferior to Zero after sword unification. Black Zero after returning to the blade is called the Flash of the King of Hollows. It has great destructive power and covers a wide area. And you can also possess the power to distort space. This is a special ability that only the top-level Arrancar with the title of Espada can possess. The current ninja world. Unless Senjo Hashirama and Uchiha Madara are resurrected, no one will be his opponent. Suddenly, a system prompt sounded in Karasuba's mind. Ding, congratulations host, the side quest is completed. Side quest, defeat Orochimaru, one of the Konoha Sunin. Reward / unclaimed, Heido number 32, Heido number 21, Heido number 25, Heido number 54, Ryotsu experience plus 1300, meat supplement. Oh? 1300 experience points. Karasuba raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised, 100 points higher than Minato. Could it be that Orochimaru is stronger than Minato? Minato should be just over 20 years old now. However, Orochimaru was already in his 30s and at the peak of his powers. It seems that there is nothing wrong with 100 points more. When his eyes moved to the second reward, Karasuba's expression changed slightly, what the hell? It's a meat supplement. For ordinary people, this thing is like a priceless treasure. Meat supplement, one of the special items in the Shinigami world. A product created by Soul Society's Godi I-12 captain, Kurotsuki Mayuri. It can instantly regenerate a destroyed body without any side effects. Of course, if it is an important organ, such as the heart, brain, etc., it will not work. It is equivalent to a low-profile version of high-speed regeneration. With this potion, Nagato can definitely stand up again. Kurotsuki Mayuri not only protects Soul Society as the captain of the 12th Division, he also transforms his body into various hidden weapons and devices. He has researched countless magical items and is known as a crazy scientist. If this guy Kurotsuki Mayuri comes here. Karasuba touched his chin and thought to himself, it is very likely that Orochimaru and I will appreciate each other. If the two of us work together, we will definitely be able to create a more powerful technological product that subverts cognition. It's a pity that Kurotsuki Mayuri can't come to this world. Karasuba shook his head and was about to take Orochimaru back. But suddenly, there was an angry roar coming from above his head. Don't even think about taking Orochimaru away. He is a traitor to Konoha. I will take him back to the village to receive the punishment he deserves. Jiraiya, with white hair, shouted, watch me, ninjutsu. Big ball. Raise non. Chapter 16. Tisk tisk. A huge raise non condensed. Jiraiya jumped up and punched Karasuba with his right hand. He had secretly watched the fight between Karasuba and Orochimaru just now. That attack just now was better than the tailed beast bomb. To be honest, unless he uses Sage Mode, he won't be able to resist it. This person is very strong. It's even stronger than what's described in the bounty order. It possesses a large number of secret techniques and possesses extremely strong defensive capabilities. Its attack power is comparable to that of the tailed beasts. According to Minato's previous description, the opponent even has a special ability that affects the Flying Thunder God technique. So, every move he makes is a big move. However, Karasuba didn't even look at it, and shouted, "Get lost!" In an instant, Karasuba's Ryutsu instantly exploded. Boom! As if it were real, it swept towards Jiraiya above his head. This Ryutsu immediately made Jiraiya's heart tremble. The attack direction of the big ball Raiznon in his hand was strangely deflected. The ground was smashed to pieces, and gravel flew everywhere. Karasuba drew out his long sword and swung it lightly at Jiraiya in front of him. Sizzle! A Ryutsu blade burst out. It hit Jiraiya's body, and blood spurted out. But the next second, Jiraiya's body turned into smoke, leaving only a rotten piece of wood. Body replacement technique. Karasuba's eyes twinkled. Haha, you're pretty quick. Body replacement technique, a very practical ninjutsu. Able to teleport and swap plants with his own body to evade attacks. It seems that there are no weaknesses. But in reality, the biggest limitation of this technique is that it requires the practitioner to have extremely strong reaction abilities. In other words, if the opponent's attack is too fast and the caster is unable to react in time, then the body replacement technique will not work to dodge. This is why Karasuba killed Hanzo before. At that time, Hanzo had his arm cut off by his own blow and was seriously injured. His thinking reaction dropped several levels, so he was nailed to death by the green spear he shot from a long distance. Jiraiya stood not far away, sweat dripping down his back. It was a close call. I almost got killed by a single blow. The opponent is very fast. It seems that if I don't use Sage Mode, I won't be able to deal with him at all. And the aura that the other party just exuded was very strange. The invisible force actually forced his body to change direction, and the attack of Big Ball Raiznon was naturally deflected. What is this move? In the information collected, and recorded. As expected of a contemporary of the ninja god, he has a mystical array of skills. Karasuba stood opposite and said calmly, "Jiraiya, don't make trouble for yourself. Orochimaru wanted to go with me voluntarily. Don't misunderstand me. Leaving voluntarily." Jiraiya frowned and looked at Orochimaru next to him. He arrived a little late just now and didn't hear the conversation between the two sides before the battle. Therefore, I thought Orochimaru was defeated and had to be taken away by Karasuba. "Yes, Jiraiya." Orochimaru stuck out his tongue and licked his entire face, and said coldly, "It is my honor to serve you, Jun. I advise you not to meddle in other people's business, otherwise don't blame me if you die here." Hearing this, Jiraiya's face darkened. He knew that with his own ability, he could not persuade Orochimaru. But he still maintained the utmost vigilance towards the stranger Karasuba. What if the opponent is unfavorable to Orochimaru? Jiraiya looked at Karasuba and said solemnly, "With such strength, what is your purpose? What was your identity during the Sengoku period? And what is your identity now?" Karasuba chuckled a few times and said in a normal tone, "Of course it's for the peace of the ninja world. I've long been fed up with this chaotic world. It's inconvenient to reveal my previous identity. Now, I should be considered the current leader of Rain Shinobi Village. Ever since the news of the instant kill of Hanzo was exposed, the infiltration power of the 5 major countries has never stopped. Their purpose was nothing more than to find out whether the current leader of Rain Shinobi Village was Karasuba who killed Hanzo. Now, he admitted it decisively. It's you." Jiraiya took a deep breath. "You killed Hanzo a year ago, and came to cause trouble in Konoha a month ago. Are you kidding me about peace in the ninja world? Are you, Rain Shinobi Village, planning to start the 4th Ninja World War? Does no one believe the truth these days?" Karasuba was speechless. "As a strong man, you act recklessly. Even if you have no intention of harming Orochimaru, I will take him back to the village and let him receive the punishment he deserves. This is the righteous thing I, Jiraiya, must do now." Jiraiya opened his hands in a casual manner. With a raise of his hand, a summoning technique was launched. Plop! The smoke cleared and a large red-skinned toad appeared. The ears are slightly pointed, the left hand holds a pot cover shield, and the right hand holds an extremely large iron fork. "Gameken-san. Buy me some time. I'm going to summon the 2 sages, Fukazaku and Shima, to help me complete Sage Mode." Jiraiya yelled and stepped back. "Take off your wooden clogs on the way." He bit his finger, and blood drew bloody lines under the corner of his eye. "I know, Jiraiya. Even though I'm clumsy, I'll try my best." Gameken, holding a shield, rushed towards Karasuba. He raised the big fork in his right hand and stabbed it forward. Clang! Karasuba raised his hand and clashed with his sword. Toad Jian's body trembled and flew backwards. This power! So strong. Gamajian stopped in his tracks, incredulous, is this really a power that humans can possess? But before he could say anything, swish! Karasuba raised his right foot and Shunpo disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he landed in front of Toadjian and swung out with his right hand. A blade of light shot out at an extremely fast speed. Bang! The blade of light fell on the shield. There was a dull sound and Toadjian felt like his body was about to fall apart. Sorry, Jiraiya. Gamaken felt a little guilty, this guy's attack power is too strong. I'm afraid I have to go back to Mount Mayaboka to recuperate for a few months. It seems that I am really useless and can't help you, Smimesa, sorry, ... As soon as the words fell, with a puff, the body turned into smoke and dissipated. Seeing the summoning beast disappear, Jiraiya gritted his teeth and summoned a big toad again. No need to summon. It will be useless even if there are more summoning beasts of this level. At this time, Karasuba said calmly, since you want to fight me with a stronger trump card, then I will wait for you. I also want to see, the so-called Sage Mode, is it as powerful as the legend says? These words made Jiraiya look sideways. He sensed that the other person was speaking from the heart. But to be on the safe side, he still kept a certain distance from it. Time passes by little. 5 minutes later. There were 2 more toads on his shoulders. One is the Sage Fukazaku, and the other is the Sage Shima. Jiraiya also underwent significant changes. The eyes turned into a horizontal shape, particles appeared on the nose, and the soles of the feet expanded a little. There are slight signs of frogification overall. And at this moment, it also means that Sage Mode is complete. Bang! He stomped his foot hard, and the ground shattered. Jiraiya looked arrogant, pointed at Karasuba with one finger and shouted, a wandering dragon must return to the sea, but the sea will not welcome me, Jiraiya. Today, I, the Toad Sage, will not allow you to take Orochimaru away, even if I have to sacrifice my life. Chapter 17. Hearing this, Karasuba couldn't help but frowned, are you so persistent? You want to bring Orochimaru back even if you die? Why does this sound so familiar? Naruto seemed to have said something similar to Sasuke who defected. Really? No wonder Naruto chose Jiraiya as his teacher. To some extent, their personalities are actually very similar. Orochimaru, who was standing by, couldn't help but sigh inwardly after hearing Jiraiya's words, as expected of you, once you decide on something, you will accomplish it no matter what. Unfortunately, this time the opponent is unusual, please don't die. After expressing his feelings, he retreated with dough. The aftermath of the fight between these two people is something that most people cannot withstand. Jiraiya quickly formed a seal and shouted, Sage Art, Big Flame Bomb. Snore. In an instant, an extremely large fireball spurted out. Karasuba suddenly raised his hand, Heido number 21, Water Curtain. I saw a large number of Ryotsu gathering. In less than a second, it turned into a wall of water in front of him. Puff. The two collide and cancel each other out. But the high temperature evaporated the water, causing thick fog to billow. Good opportunity. Jiraiya's eyes flickered. He used the teleport technique and came behind Karasuba. His entire body was lying on the ground, with every strand of white hair on his back standing up. Sage Art Majin Kyanbon. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. One by one, hairs as strong as steel needles were shot out. It was like a heavy rain. Karasuba frowned and tried to avoid it. But I don't know when a pool of mud appeared under my feet and wrapped my feet tightly. Unable to dodge. All the hair spikes fell on Karasuba's body. Ding ding ding. There were bursts of metallic collision sounds. But this time it was different, holes appeared on Karasuba's body. A trickle of blood oozed out, and it was obvious that this move Sage Art Hair Thousand Bones had broken through Karasuba's steel skin. Oh? Interesting. Karasuba raised his eyebrows slightly, thinking to himself, it seems that Jiraiya in Sage Mode has already begun to reach the level of Super Cage level. We must be more serious. He raised his right hand and pointed into the air. 0. The huge green Ryotsu covered it. The range was so large that Jiraiya couldn't even dodge. The body was blasted into pieces. However, the next second, it disappeared in a puff of smoke with a puff sound. It's actually a clone. Karasuba's eyes narrowed slightly. He was about to turn his head. Then I saw Jiraiya jumping high. Since Thousand Hair Bones worked for you, then. Jiraiya's confident voice came out, what about this move? Sage Art. Big Ball Raise Non. He raised his right hand. An enormous chakra ball condensed. And at a very fast speed, he smashed towards Karasuba. Karasuba didn't have time to turn around, but clasped his hands together, Bakudo no 81 dash. Broken. Empty. I saw Ryotsu gathering. Behind him, it turned into a translucent crystal barrier. Boom. The big ball Raise Non crashed into it. There was a deafening sound that spread throughout the forest. The crystal barrier lasted for a few seconds before breaking, and the Raise Non gradually dissipated. Taking this opportunity, Karasuba's body suddenly shook. A large amount of Ryotsu swept out, forcing the mire underfoot into the ground. Karasuba just turned around. Then I saw Jiraiya and the two toad sages on his shoulders, all opening their mouths wide, Sage Art Gomen. All I saw was billowing kerosene pouring out. Sizzle. The scope was so large that it swept the entire venue in the blink of an eye. This combined magic of Jiraiya and the two great immortals is extremely powerful. Jiraiya used oil, Fukazaku-senin used wind style, and Shima-senin used fire style. The three techniques were combined to spray out countless hot oil in an instant. The temperature is so high that it is over 1,000 degrees. It can melt all enemies into ashes. Seeing Karasuba disappear, Jiraiya whispered, "With this move, even you will be reduced to ashes, right?" But the next second, Karasuba's voice came faintly from above. "I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. This move is not enough to determine the outcome." Hearing this, Jiraiya's expression suddenly froze. When I looked up, I saw the handsome black-haired boy standing in the air. "You can actually fly." Jiraiya was shocked. What kind of secret technique is this? Is it Onoki's Earth-style ultralight heavy rock technique? Not far away, Orochimaru was also stunned for several seconds. Karasuba actually knows the secret technique of flying. No. It should be another secret technique. As he observed carefully, it was discovered that Karasuba was completely stuck in the air. "It feels like my feet are on solid ground, but it also feels like I'm standing in the air." Onoki's Earth-style, super light heavy rock technique only makes his body lighter so that he can float in the air, and his flying speed is not fast. And just now, they had almost no reaction when they jumped from the ground to the air. The speed is so fast that it's shocking. It's obvious. This is a flying secret technique that is even more powerful than Onoki's super light heavy rock technique. Jiraiya also noticed the difference, but was too shocked to attach. Is there anything this person in front of me can't do? However, little do people know that such abilities are child's play for Karasuba. Because this is simply a means of condensing the spiritual energy in the air under the feet and moving quickly in the air. This is the most basic ability that every Shinigami has. What to do? Jiraiya stood on the ground, looking grim. This guy even knows the secret technique of flying. If he stays in the air, almost all of my ninjutsu will be ineffective against him. Cough, damn it. Fukazaku and Shima exchanged a glance, and the latter said in a deep voice, "It seems that only the old man and I can perform illusions to create an opportunity for you, little Jiraiya. My two great immortals, you actually know illusion." Jiraiya was slightly surprised. "Yes, although it is very shameful, I can't care less about it now." Fukazaku and Shima mobilized their chakras, their eyes changed, Sage Art Toad Duet. They opened their mouths and made strange frog-like croaking sounds. Cuckoo! Cuckoo! The rolling sound waves quickly spread towards Karasuba. For a moment, Karasuba's eyes darted around. The whole person's feet were empty and he fell to the ground. Jiraiya was immediately delighted. It worked. The illusions of the two sages are so powerful. He approached quickly. The big ball Raise-non gathered in his right hand and smashed it towards the opponent's head. Although the 1,000 hairs just now worked, the opponent recovered in the blink of an eye. Just to be on the safe side. This time, Jiraiya chose to attack the head. "Your brain is blown to pieces, how can you recover?" However, watching, the moment the Raise-non made contact, Karasuba's eyes snapped open and he stood up again. Next, a small zero forcibly disperses the Raise-non. Then the blade in Karasuba's right hand fell on Jiraiya's neck. "Jiraiya, you can't stop me from taking Orochimaru away. Give up." "Impossible. Even if I die, I will not let you take Orochimaru away. I have released the signal flare in advance. With the joint efforts of Tsunade, Minato, and a large number of Umbu Jonin, I don't believe you can win." Jiraiya was firm. "Really? It seems that I gave you a wrong perception, making you think that this is all my strength. I admire Minato, and I admire you as well." Karasuba's expression was slightly cold, "But this cannot be your capital to provoke me again and again. Since you are so stubborn, I will end your life here with my own hands." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised the blade, "Seal it." Black. Wing. Big. Demon. Boom. A huge amount of Ryotsu shot up into the sky. Turned into drops of dark green rain, Ryotsu turned into rain. This is the first year since he came to the ninja world. And this time, he was really pd off. Chapter 18. Jiraiya is too persistent. It would not be an exaggeration to even say that he is stubborn and rigid. Once I decide on something, I will work hard to complete it. In the original book, Jiraiya sneaks into the Rain Shinobi village in order to obtain information. However, due to his lack of understanding of the enemy's abilities, he was brutally killed by Six Paths Pain. In fact, with his ability, he could easily escape. But in order to further obtain intelligence on the enemy, Jiraiya chose to give up. Karasuba admires and appreciates such people. But, as an enemy, such persistence really made Karasuba furious. "Since you don't want to give up, then just die." Along with Ryotsu raindrops fell. Karasuba's tear lines deepened. The bone mask became complete, and its two horns shot up into the sky. With a whoosh, a pair of black wings that covered the sky and the sun stretched out from behind. The blade in his hand disappeared, but his own strength suddenly increased by more than 10 times. As mentioned before, Hollow's return to the blade is similar to Shinigami's Bankai, but they are fundamentally different. Because they are very different in principle. Zanpakuto is an extension of the Shinigami's soul. Shinigami is a person who practices Zanpakuto and then achieves a deeper level of liberation, which is called Bankai. As for the Hollow, after completing Arrancar, they sealed the spirit core representing the Hollow into a weapon shaped like Zanpakuto. Strictly speaking, Karasuba in his normal state is at a self-sealed combat level. And return to the blade is the power that truly belongs to the top-level Hollow after it is completely unlocked. The principles are different, and the degree of amplification is also different. In general, compared to Shikai, Shinigami's Bankai has a power increase of 5 to 10 times. Compared to before the unlocking, the power of Hollow's returning blade has increased by more than 10 times. Such a powerful increase. Karasuba's combat power has long surpassed the Super Cage level. Now even if Uchiha Madara and Senjo Hashirama are resurrected, I am not afraid at all. Such a powerful posture is revealed. Not far away, Orochimaru and Kabuto were both in a daze. The young Kabuto beside him was still in shock. Master Orochimaru, how can there be such a powerful person in the ninja world? Are there many such strong people? It's normal for the ninja world to have such strong people, but there won't be many perverts like this. Orochimaru's face was grim. When Konoha was first founded, the legendary Senjo Hashirama and Uchiha Madara should have been able to compete with Karasuba. Unfortunately, they are all gone. Now, he is probably the only one left. Good job. He knew that the guy who fought with him before was just playing a trick on him. Although the snake was very angry, it could do nothing about it. Little Jiraiya, retreat. While the other party was transforming, Fukazaku Sage's expression changed drastically. This is not a person you can deal with. Stop obsessing over Orochimaru. Although Fukazaku and Shima were very confused, why didn't the illusion work? But right now, this is not the time to be serious about these things. Jiraiya gritted his teeth and ran backwards quickly. Karasuba stared straight ahead and said calmly, I've already shown you this posture, how could I possibly let you escape? A green spear appeared in his hand. With a light throw, it shot in the direction of Jiraiya. Call out. The speed was so fast that it was approaching my face in the blink of an eye. Hey, so fast. At this speed I didn't even have time to use the body replacement technique. Was that how the demigod was killed? Damn it. Jiraiya looked terrified. This green spear is too fast. He didn't even have time to form a seal, and Jiraiya was very unwilling to accept this. Is my story going to end here? I haven't married Tsunade yet. I haven't had a big fat boy with her yet. Sigh. Jiraiya sighed inwardly. He actively cancelled Sage Mode and chose to give up struggling. Suddenly, accompanied by a hoarse voice. Summoning technique, triple Rashomon. 3 huge Shura gates rose from the ground, blocking Jiraiya. Boom. 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 The sound of violent collision spread all around. The 3 Rashomons were as fragile as paper and were pierced through. Although it didn't have much effect, the blocking of the 3 gates caused Karasuba's attack to deviate slightly from its course. It only pierced Jiraiya's arm, leaving a bloody hole. Jiraiya looked pale and looked to the side in disbelief. Orochimaru, you actually helped me. Yes. It was our Uncle Snake who took action just now. Seeing this, Karasuba raised his eyebrows. Why? Are you helping Jiraiya because you still have feelings for him? He wasn't surprised by anyone's move, except for Orochimaru who came to his rescue. He never expected it. A technology fanatic who has abandoned personal emotions and is only focused on immortality. Can you actually save others? Are you kidding? No particular reason. Orochimaru said hoarsely, it's not about nostalgia, it's just cherishing life. Jiraiya and I were blinded by the fact that Yu Jun's strength could be on par with the legendary god of ninja. People like you look down on the world. Every outstanding ninja can make you admire him. Just like you said just now, you admire Minato and Jiraiya. If you kill them like this, wouldn't it be a pity? Karasuba said calmly, but someone has to calm my anger. Do you want to die in Jiraiya's place? It's not impossible. This. Orochimaru paused. Die in place of Jiraiya. Don't even think about it, it's impossible. When he was thinking about how to calm Karasuba's anger, Karasuba's attitude suddenly changed, and he waved his hand and said, No, Jiraiya, go away. If you are still so stubborn, I won't forgive you next time we meet. Orochimaru. Jiraiya. Why did this person suddenly change his mind? Although he was confused, Jiraiya chose to leave as soon as possible. Seeing him leave, Orochimaru came to Karasuba with a curious look on his face. Ha-kun, what made you give up on killing Jiraiya? Haha, why should I tell you? Karasuba curled his lips and said calmly, let's go back. Now it's time for you to come up with some ideas. Don't be useless. Why did he let Jiraiya go? It's because the system just gave a side quest reward for defeating Jiraiya. The rewards inside were extremely valuable, which made him very happy. Now that he was no longer angry, he naturally let Jiraiya go. Ding, congratulations host, the side quest is completed. Side quest, defeat Jiraiya, one of the Konoha Sunin. Reward / unclaimed, Ryutsu experience plus 1400, skill, revelation, defeat 7 ninjas above cage level / accumulated reward. The first reward is insignificant. The important thing is, the skill reward at the end. Release the Void is one of Arrancar's unique abilities. It can use its own Ryutsu to forcibly destroy space, forming a special black cavity shuttle channel and completing a short-term space jump. To some extent, it is comparable to Akatsuki Kagaya's bloodline net, Yozen Hirasaka. Chapter 19. With this skill, Karasuba can completely tear space apart and travel freely in the ninja world. At least, no need to hitchhike with Obito anymore. Seeing that Karasuba was unwilling to explain, Orochimaru did not dare to ask further. This place is quite far from Rain Shinobi Village. I have to rush to Rain Shinobi Village as soon as possible. The journey may take several days. No, it only takes a moment. Karasuba said calmly. Without waiting for Orochimaru to react, Ryutsu in his left hand converged with his right hand. Put your 5 fingers together to form a knife and make a light stroke. Swish. The space was suddenly torn apart. A huge crack opened up, and the inside was as deep as a black hole. Karasuba grabbed Orochimaru by the collar and stepped into the crack. At the same time, Konoha Village, Medical Department. On the white hospital bed, a white-haired boy wearing a mask was lying on the bed. There was a bandage on his left eye and he was staring at the ceiling with empty eyes. It's as if I have lost my purpose in life. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. The white-haired boy came back to his senses and whispered, "Please come in, the door is not locked." With a creak, the door opened. A blonde young man walked in, his face showing a look of worry that he could not hide. He is the 4th Hokage, Namikaze Minato. The white-haired boy hurriedly tried to get up, but was pressed down on the bed. Kakashi, the injury to your left eye hasn't fully healed yet, so just lie down obediently. Okay, teacher. Kakashi looked gloomy. Seeing this expression, Namikaze Minato spoke up to comfort him. Kakashi, you don't have to blame yourself. The loss of the Sharingan is not your fault. But... Kakashi suddenly raised his head. I promised Obito that I would keep the name of Sharingan for him. Now my left eye has been taken away before I have made a name for myself. Teacher, how can you let me face my dead friend? 1 month ago, when he was on an Umbu mission, ambushed by a dozen men, each wearing an Umbu mask. 2 of them were so powerful that before he could react, their Sharingan was forcibly taken away. The great pain made him faint instantly. Not long after waking up, those people disappeared. Even though the fight lasted only a few seconds, he could tell that those people were members of Danzo's root group. 5 years ago, he witnessed with his own eyes the suicide of his father, Heitake Sakumo. Later, in the Battle of Konobi Bridge, Obito and Rin, 2 close friends, died one after another. A month ago, the only relic of his best friend was taken away by the root members. This made his life almost bleak to the extreme. Kakashi. Namikaze Minato hesitated to speak. Kakashi interrupted coldly, I can take care of the rest, but what about Elder Danzo? How are you going to punish him, sensei? At least, ask him to return the Sharingan to me, is that okay? Are you sure it was the root that stole your Sharingan? Namikaze Minato asked suspiciously. How could this be fake? Even though they look like Umbu-style outfits, their combat power is simply not at the level of Umbu. Hearing this, Kakashi immediately exploded. The most important thing is, before I passed out, I clearly heard Danzo's voice with my own ears. What if Danzo is also someone else pretending to be him? Namikaze Minato said. Teacher, you don't believe me. No, it's not that I don't believe you, it's just that this matter needs to be verified slowly. After all, there are too many doubts. It's been over a month. May I ask what have you found out, teacher? I guess when you went to the root and asked to confront their members, they simply ignored you. Kakashi directly exposed Minato's false words. Ahem. Hearing this, Namikaze Minato felt a little embarrassed. Yes. Kakashi is right. No one paid any attention to him. The gatekeeper said that if he wanted to enter root, he could, but he needed a warrant from the head of the 3rd generation, otherwise no one would be allowed to enter. Although he is the 4th Hokage, he was promoted by the 3rd generation. Most of the power in the village is still controlled by Sarutobi Hiruzen. I feel restricted in doing many things. Minato instinctively felt that there was something fishy about Kakashi's sudden incident. But Kakashi, who had suffered a lot, would not listen to any analysis or persuasion. He only wanted to get the Sharingan back. Kakashi is on the verge of collapse. If this matter ends up in nothing, he will most likely choose to commit suicide like Heitake Sakumo. Although my ability is limited, I will definitely seek justice for you. Next, I will go to see the third-generation master. Namikaze Minato took a deep breath and said solemnly, if the third-generation leader also chooses to protect Elder Danzo and prevents me from entering the root base to investigate, then I will consider using my own method. After saying this, he turned and left. Kakashi's expression moved slightly, and his eyes gradually became moist. I'm sorry, teacher. It's okay, Kakashi, I understand how you feel. Teacher, I will stand behind you unconditionally. Just remember, don't do anything stupid. Namikaze Minato didn't turn around. As soon as the words fell, the golden light flashed and disappeared. Swish. Next second, he showed up at Sarutobi Hiruzen's house. After straightening his clothes a little, Namikaze Minato went forward and knocked on the door. Boom boom boom. A slightly weak voice came from the room, who is it? Namikaze Minato bowed his head and said respectfully, third-generation master, it's me, Minato. Oh, come in. After getting the consent, Minato pushed the door open. Then he saw Sarutobi Hiruzen lying on the bed, listless. On the coffee table beside the bed, the flame of a candle flickered. Third-generation master, are you still recovering from your cold? Namikaze Minato asked with concern. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, covered his mouth and said slowly, no cough cough, I went to the bathhouse to take a bath yesterday and caught a cold again. Oh, I'm getting old. My body is getting less and less useful, cough cough. Why did you go to the bathhouse to take a bath again? I remember you just took a bath the day before yesterday. Are you going to do anything else bad? Namikaze Minato wondered. Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little furious, little Minato, you are slandering me. I didn't peek into the women's bath next door. I came back after taking a bath. I didn't say you were peeping into the women's bath. You exposed yourself. Namikaze Minato expressed his innocence. Okay, these things don't matter. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand and said, tell me, what do you want from me? Namikaze Minato looked serious, I want to go into the root base and check some things with Elder Danzo. For Kakashi. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his eyebrows slightly. Yes. Even you think it was Elder Danzo who did it? I don't think so, but everything depends on evidence. Only evidence can show whether Elder Danzo is innocent. Besides, the kid must be given an explanation. Minato looked serious, staring at the old man on the bed. I see. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, so how far do you want to go? At least Elder Danzo needs to remove the bandage from your right eye so I can see for myself if there is a Sharingan. Namikaze Minato said firmly. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, does it have to be this far? Yes. What if I don't allow it? Namikaze Minato did not back down at all, then I will use my own way to seek justice for my students. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's look towards Minato changed. The shock and surprise in his eyes were almost completely revealed in his eyes. After a long while, Sarutobi Hiruzen compromised, I understand. The warrant is in the third drawer under my desk. Thank you, Master Third Generation. Namikaze Minato bowed and thanked him, took the warrant and left. Sarutobi Hiruzen, half sitting on the bed, looked in the direction of the door and fell into deep thought. On that old face, under the dizziness of the candle flame, a faint shadow emerged. The author has something to say. Chapter 20. Root Base. Namikaze Minato entered the door with the third generation's warrant. Led by a root member, they entered a not very large reception room. There were only 3 or 4 chairs inside. There is a simple coffee table and a few black picture frames on the wall. After the root member served Namikaze Minato tea, he said respectfully, 4th generation master, please wait here for a moment. Master Danzo will be here soon. Okay, thank you. Namikaze Minato nodded. You're welcome. The root member was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that the 4th Hokage would be so polite to a nobody like him. Despite rumors that Namikaze Minato is the Hokage, he is a very approachable person. He received great recognition from the villagers, and he originally thought that it was just public opinion created by the third generation adults. But I didn't expect it to be true. Then I'll take my leave first. 4th generation, please enjoy your tea. The root member was flattered and turned away. Namikaze Minato stared at the tea on the coffee table, lifted it up and sniffed it for a moment, then put it down again. Drinking tea or something like that is naturally out of the question. After all, this was the lair of the roots, and he had heard about Elder Danzo's character, so he was not so unprepared for this. Less than 10 minutes passed. Squeak. The door to the reception room opened. A slightly older middle-aged man walked in. The image is a bit scary, with a lot of bandages on his right eye. The same is true on the right hand, with a heavy multiplication X-shaped scar on the chin. There was a hint of coldness in his every move. This person is Shimura Danzo. Seeing the person coming, Namikaze Minato stood up and said with a smile, Elder Danzo, I'm sorry to ask you to come here in your busy schedule. I mainly wanted to delay you for a little while. No problem, 4th generation. Danzo waved his hand and said, I wonder if you have anything important to discuss with me. Kakashi's Sharingan was taken away by a suspected root member a month ago. Did you know about this? Namikaze Minato asked tentatively. Oh? There is such a thing. Danzo was extremely surprised and immediately shouted, which root members did this? I'll make them hand over Kakashi's Sharingan immediately. Having said that, he was about to summon all the root members. They wanted to check them one by one, and even threatened to cripple their legs as a punishment. Namikaze Minato was stunned by this operation. This old fox is really good at pretending. This acting is simply amazing. If he didn't know Danzo's character, he would have been fooled. Minato knew he couldn't continue to be so vague. If he continued chatting like this, he wouldn't be able to get to the point tomorrow. So, Namikaze Minato simply got straight to the point, Elder Danzo, I am here on the orders of the 3rd generation leader to check if there is Kakashi's Sharingan hidden under the bandage on your right eye. Please cooperate. Bullshit. Hearing this, Danzo was immediately furious. You want to use the 3rd generation's eyes to suppress me? It would be better to let the 3rd generation come to see me in person. You are not qualified enough. I have never taken Kakashi's Sharingan, don't even think about asking me to cooperate. Then don't blame me for taking action. A cold light flashed in Namikaze Minato's eyes. The special kunai in his hand was raised, as if it was going to deal a heavy blow to Danzo in the next second. Seeing this, Danzo's eyelids jumped. Even though he said that just now, it was impossible to ignore Minato. The terror of the Flying Thunder God technique alone was enough to force him to pay attention to this up-and-coming star. Seeing that Namikaze Minato was about to take action, Danzo hurriedly stopped him, don't mess around. Fighting in the root base will cause unnecessary casualties to nearby civilians. I will cooperate with you, 4th generation. That's good. Elder, please remove the bandage. Namikaze Minato nodded and put away his kunai. With his hands behind his back, he looks calm and composed. But little do people know that. A drop of cold sweat quietly slid down the back of my hand. He was actually just pretending to take action in order to put enough psychological pressure on Danzo. After all, he didn't want to see a fight in the village and harm innocent people. Fortunately, Danzo compromised. Chilla. Chilla. Danzo reached out and slowly removed the bandage from his right eye, revealing the empty eye sockets and the wounds that had long since scarred. Namikaze Minato observed for a few seconds, and even got closer but didn't notice anything unusual. There really is no Sharingan. Just when he was about to touch it, Danzo got angry. That's enough. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? 4th generation, don't push your luck. Danzo blocked Minato's hand, anger flaring in his eyes, just observe, why do you have to touch my old wounds? Are you trying to harm me? Hearing this, Namikaze Minato stopped. I do seem to have gone a bit too far. It is not easy for Danzo to achieve this. Observing from such a close distance, he was certain that there was no Sharingan, and that there was no illusion deception either. Because the wound was very old and didn't look like it was caused by removing the Sharingan. I'm sorry. Namikaze Minato cupped his hands and apologized with a smile, it seems that Elder Danzo is indeed innocent. I will leave now. Swish. There was a flash of golden light, and then it disappeared on the spot. Looking at the 4th Hokage leaving, Danzo's old face instantly turned gloomy. He is indeed innocent. 1 month ago. He got the news just a few days after Kakashi Sharingan was taken away. He also mistakenly believed that his subordinates had acted privately. After investigating for a long time, we found out that no one took any action at all, but was framed by an unknown person. This made him angry and frustrated. But he is not innocent either, because his right eye is indeed Sharingan. It was to take advantage of a gap in the battlefield and seize Uchiha's ordinary Sharingan. This eye was transplanted less than a year ago. It should be enough to last for a while, until this Sharingan is about to be scrapped, and then he will consider taking Kakashi's Sharingan. But who knows? Someone actually got there first, and I am the one to take the blame. This feeling. It's like someone has forced you to eat a pile of shit, but you've already digested it and can't spit it out. As he was thinking about this. Swish. The root member who had greeted Minato earlier appeared. He knelt on one knee and whispered to Danzo, Elder Danzo, the 3rd generation leader asked me to warn you. I'm sorry to have to trouble you in the near future. Please avoid surprise inspections by the 4th generation leader. I know, get out. Hearing this, Danzo became furious again. Chakra burst. Whoosh. The tables, chairs, and benches around were shattered to pieces. The man didn't dare to bring bad luck, and disappeared on the spot with a body flicker technique. He is not actually a member of the root at all, but is instead an umbu directly under Sarutobi Hiruzen. In fact, as early as today, when the news of Namikaze Minato's visit to Kakashi came out, Sarutobi Hiruzen vaguely guessed Minato's attitude. To be on the safe side, he asked Danzo to get rid of the Sharingan immediately. In order to avoid being discovered, Danzo used a parasitic insect from the Aberme clan to destroy his right eye socket, and used special means to disguise it as an old injury. As long as Minato doesn't do it himself, there won't be any clues even if you observe with the naked eye. This move is very cruel. Only a ruthless person like Danzo can do this. What the third generation's direct umbu meant just now was simply to stop transplanting Sharingan in the short term, just in case. Danzo looked gloomy, covering his right eye, which was in unbearable pain. I am so angry. Which BD has done this to me? You just wait. Chapter 21. Of course Sarutobi Hiruzen knew about the Sharingan in Danzo. He did not stop it because second generation leader Senju Tobirama had had a great influence on his ideological education in his early years. He subjectively believed that most of the Uchiha clan were arrogant and fond of fighting for power, and that they posed a considerable threat to the village. Therefore, the suppression of the Uchiha clan was also secretly instructed by the third generation. The position of Hokage seems bright. But behind the scenes, there are many unknown darknesses, and Sarutobi Hiruzen pushed Minato to the position in order to make things easier in the future. Minato has a kind personality and listens to the advice of his elders. Therefore, since the fourth generation came to power, they have been more obedient to the opinions of Sarutobi Hiruzen. And Sarutobi Hiruzen took advantage of this and further used Minato to gain power in Konoha. Namikaze Minato didn't know the true face of all this. However, this time it was different. The fourth Hokage's attitude was almost tough, which really surprised Danzo and the third generation. They understood that Namikaze Minato had changed. The reason for his change of mindset. But it was just derived from a simple frame-up a month ago. Not only did this cause him to forcibly lose the Sharingan he had just transplanted, but it also caused him to endure such tremendous pain. How could this not make Danzo furious? Investigate it for me. Find out who framed me. I will make that daring BD pay with blood. Following Danzo's order, a large number of root members dispersed. Danzo sat on a relatively intact chair, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. It seems that the fourth generation is difficult to control. I hope Hiruzen can handle it. Otherwise, I will do it myself. Konoha Village. Medical Department, on the bed. The white-haired boy lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Kakashi was nervous about whether he could get the Sharingan, but he was also worried about his teacher's safety. I don't know if the teacher succeeded this time. If he disobeys the orders of the third-generation adults, I don't know what the consequences will be. Swish. A flash of light. A handsome blonde young man appeared. Teacher. Are you okay? Kakashi was surprised. Namikaze Minato didn't waste time, and quickly recounted what had just happened. It's okay, I got the third generation's purpose warrant and entered the root base, and I confronted Elder Danzo and made him remove the bandage on his right eye. What was the result? My Sharingan was in his eye socket. Kakashi looked expectant. No, it hasn't. Namikaze Minato shook his head. There's nothing in his eye socket, and the injury is very old. If the Sharingan was removed recently, it wouldn't have had such an effect. No. Kakashi was stunned for a moment. Could it be that Elder Danzo really didn't do it? He didn't consider whether the other person had a Sharingan. Because before he passed out, he vaguely saw Danzo in it and stuffed his Sharingan into it on the spot. So there is no possibility that the other party is hiding the Sharingan. So, Elder Danzo was really framed. Thinking about it carefully, the group of people who ambushed me before behaved very obviously, as if they were afraid that I couldn't see that they were members of Root. Kakashi, are you more awake? Did you remember something? Namikaze Minato asked with a smile. Yes, sir. Kakashi scratched his head guiltily. That group of people was most likely an unknown enemy in disguise, deliberately trying to frame Elder Danzo. We misunderstood Elder Danzo, he really doesn't have the Sharingan. Namikaze Minato shook his head. The misunderstanding is true, but he probably has a Sharingan, but it's not your Sharingan. What? Elder Danzo actually lie. Namikaze Minato gestured to silence him. Then he quickly wrote a code on the back of Kakashi's hand. Walls have ears. Let's use the team's code to communicate. The two of them talked about the misunderstanding of Danzo, but they put their hands on each other's backs and communicated with secret codes. Not long after, the two ended their conversation. Namikaze Minato did not notice the trick with Danzo's right eye, but he inadvertently noticed the strange chakra fluctuations on Danzo's right arm. That kind of unique aura fluctuation can only be emitted by Sharingan. Danzo's right arm has very few Sharinans at this time, so it is not a big burden and does not require a special sealing device. It will only be available after collecting 10 Sharinans in the later period. It's obvious. The original bodies of these Sharinan came from the Uchiha clan who went out. Capturing the Sharinan once or twice is okay. But after several such bold actions, how could third generation not notice it? He didn't even believe it. This was the first time he discovered a side of Sarutobi Hiruzen that no one knew about. After saying goodbye to Kakashi, a flying thunder god technique, Namikaze Minato stood on a tall electric pole. It turns out that you are not as bright and majestic as I imagined. He looked at the third generation's face on the Hokage rock and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. No wonder Lord Karasuba said at the time. If it was you who stopped him, he would kill you without mercy. Rain Shinobi Village. Inside the tallest spire building. With a crackling sound, a huge space crack opened. 3 people came out from inside. Karasuba, Orochimaru, and a slightly flustered Kabuto. Orochimaru looked shocked. Hakun, you can actually use space ninjutsu? It only takes a moment for us to get from the land of fire to the Rain Shinobi Village. It's no big deal. Karasuba pretended to be calm. Okay, now let me tell you. I need you to replenish the vitality of a young boy. What suggestions do you have? I need to take a look at the boy first and determine his various physical conditions before I can formulate an appropriate plan. Orochimaru said hoarsely. Okay, follow me. Karasuba responded. Then he took Orochimaru and walked in another direction. Soon, they arrived at a huge underground platform. On the platform, a red-haired boy with thin cheeks and a slightly tired look. He was fixed in a steel wheelchair, with black rods inserted into his back. A pair of Uzumaki-shaped eyes immediately shocked Orochimaru. Who is this boy? He actually possesses the legendary sage's eyes. In a moment, the idea of seizing the Rinnegan came to his mind. But thinking of Karasuba who was eyeing him from behind, Orochimaru decisively backed down. Not to mention the intimidation of Karasuba's own extraordinary strength level, he might not be able to defeat the red-haired boy in front of him. But, this boy actually has a Rinnegan. Good job. Rain Shinobi Village actually has such a powerful trump card hidden. Orochimaru observed Nagato's face carefully and felt a sense of familiarity. You are one of the 3 brats in World War II? I didn't expect, you actually survived. Tisk, tisk, you are so lucky. Nagato didn't bother to pay attention to him, and looked at Karasuba and said, Senior you, are you sure he can replenish enough vitality for me and heal my legs? I'm sure, but you don't need him to treat your legs. I can get you back on your feet right now. Karasuba nodded. Nagato _ Orochimaru _ The author has something to say. I arranged this plot in such a way that the 3rd generation originally wanted Danzo to get rid of all the Sharingan on his body, but Danzo thought that young Minato would not be able to find it, so he only disguised his right eye, which resulted in a slight flaw, and Minato also had a change of heart at this moment. I like both Minato and Jiraiya, and there will definitely be a good ending, don't worry. After all, reading novels is to make up for regrets. Chapter 22. Can you heal the legs? Orochimaru and Nagato both looked at him with skeptical eyes. Karasuba mentioned to Tendo Pain before that he was not good at these things, otherwise he would not have been able to recruit Orochimaru to help. Now you change your mind and say it can be cured. Nagato said, I have little education, don't lie to me. Ahem, it's true. Karasuba coughed a few times and said seriously, Nagato, do I have to lie to you? The rare potion I bought from a person at a great price can make the broken flesh and blood regenerate again. Absolutely no problem. While speaking, he took out a small bottle of liquid from the prop warehouse. It is milky white in color and very viscous. It doesn't look like a real medicine. Under Orochimaru's suspicious gaze, he coughed a few times and said, Ahem, I can test the ingredients of this potion, and then... No. Nagato spoke directly, I believe in you, senior. After saying that, he took the medicine handed to him. Open the bottle stopper and swallow the milky white liquid with your head tilted back. Tons. Nagato's body trembled as he swallowed the flesh-replenishing potion. In a few seconds, his eyes rolled around and he began foaming at the mouth. Orochimaru was horrified and worried. Yukun, are you sure it's okay? Could this potion be cheated by some charlatan? It doesn't matter if Nagato's body is damaged, but it will be troublesome if the Rinnegan is useless. It should be, okay, right? Karasuba looked at Nagato's symptoms and couldn't help but feel uneasy. In the Shinigami world, he remembered that the way to use this potion was to swallow it. But I haven't seen anyone foaming at the mouth, apparently. Could something really be wrong? Unable to help himself, Karasuba was about to move forward to investigate. Nagato's violent reaction disappeared, and his eyes returned to normal. It worked. It worked. Feeling the strange sensation coming from his legs, Nagato was excited. Senior. My legs are healed. After saying that, he couldn't wait to pull out his legs. Walking on the ground, step by step. I was not used to it at first, but gradually I became very comfortable with it. Ha ha ha. I stood up. Nagato cheered and ran happily. Half an hour later, he came to Karasuba with tears in his eyes. Senior you, Okay, no need to say thank you. Karasuba waved his hand and said softly, next, let Orochimaru examine your body and plan a detailed plan for replenishing your vitality to ensure that you can use the Rinnegan without any burden. Leave it to me. Orochimaru nodded slightly. The huge platform is filled with various sophisticated instruments. And all of these were collected by Obito and Afii a month ago under the guise of root. Obito has its own Kamui space, which makes transporting goods extremely convenient. In this respect, even Karasuba who possesses the revelation of the void cannot compare. Following Orochimaru's instructions, a series of tests including blood drawing, urine testing, stool testing, etc. were completed. Nagato, who had a constipated face, was finally freed. How about it? Is there any method? Karasuba asked. Yes, and there is more than one. Orochimaru licked his chin and said in a hoarse voice, the first method is to transplant a large number of white Zetsu cells, but the disadvantage is that it requires destroying Nagato's body, and without detailed experimental data to support it, I can't be sure how many organs of Nagato should be removed. The Uzumaki clan is already extremely resilient, but the Rinnegan still overwhelmed Nagato, so based on my personal inference, even if his entire body was replaced with white Zetsu cells, it would probably be useless. What about the second one? Karasuba asked again. The second method is to transplant Hashirama cells, but the body will have a great rejection reaction. Once Nagato's chakra is overdrawn, it is very likely to be backfired. Danzo's right arm is my work, a poor work. Orochimaru said. Don't consider this method, next one. Karasuba rejected the plan without even thinking about it. In the original book, when Danzo fought with Sasuke, his chakra was exhausted and he was attacked by Hashirama's cells. Good job. I was almost turned into a tree man. Fortunately, Danzo reacted quickly and decisively gave up his transplanted right arm. But in the end, he still sacrificed his life tragically at the cost of sealing a bridge. The third method is also the final one. Orochimaru twirled his tongue and said with a burning look in his eyes, if you implant the original cells of Hashirama cells into Nagato's body, it will continue to devour other cells and multiply rapidly until it completely replaces all the cells in the body of the original. However, this method is very dangerous. The success rate is very low. How low? Karasuba asked. Give me an example. Orochimaru raised a finger and said, after the death of the first Hokage, the powerful wood style disappeared. The other four nations were ready to start a war against Konoha. So in order to reproduce the first-generation wood-style secret technique, the village began to devote all its efforts to research. They tried to use this method to have adults from the Senju clan who volunteered to be experimental subjects undergo Hashirama cell transplantation surgery, but all failed. With a large number of casualties and doubts from the villagers, the village had no choice but to regard it as a forbidden technique and seal it away. I later conducted a related experiment, implanting Hashirama's native cells into 60 babies, thinking that the baby cells would be active enough to succeed. However, the rejection reaction was still very strong, and they died one after another. No. Karasuba shook his head. One child survived. Impossible. I remember that all 60 babies were, Was it the failed one I gave up in the end? Orochimaru's eyes flashed. Yes, that child had an extremely strong will to survive, and eventually he survived tenaciously. He was then discovered by Danzo by chance and kept by his side for training. He then joined Konoha's route with the codename Adot. Karasuba said slowly. I see. Orochimaru muttered. Do you understand the whole story? That kid has successfully mastered the wood style. Although he is far from being as skilled as the first Hokage, at least he is a talent in architecture. Karasuba was just about to complain about Yamato's wood style. Before he finished speaking, Orochimaru said excitedly, it's will. This is the key element. What the hell? Are we talking about the same topic? Karasuba wondered. The key to carrying Hashirama cells has never been the activity of the cells, but the individual's strong will to survive. Orochimaru danced with joy and said excitedly, the adult experimental subjects of the Senju clan before, they were for the future of the village, that was just a sacrificial spirit of seeking death. But how can you succeed if you only seek death without seeking life? As he was talking, he was confused again, but why did the wood style of the kid lose so much power as you said? Why? Karasuba happily supported him. It is talent and bloodline. Will determines whether or not to carry Hashirama cells, and bloodline and talent determine the upper limit of wood style. Orochimaru's eyes were bloodshot, and he looked like a madman. The kid named doesn't have Senju blood, and his talent is too poor, so the power of wood style is greatly reduced. Nagato has both talent and the blood of a distant relative of the Senju clan. If his willpower is strong enough, not only will his physical vitality be enhanced, he will even be able to awaken the wood style secret technique that is infinitely close to the first Hokage. Combined with these two Rinnegan, Nagato's strength will stand at the top of the ninja world. Chapter 23. Karasuba. Looking at the excited Orochimaru. There was no change in his mood, and he even felt like laughing. There is nothing wrong with Orochimaru's deduction itself. The problem is that even if he successfully carries the Hashirama cells and awakens the unprecedented wood-style secret technique. But even if the transformation is completed, it is still a low version of Hashirama cells. No matter how many perfect first-generation protocells are extracted, they can never be better than Senju Hashirama himself. Therefore, the power of wood style is definitely inferior to Senju Hashirama. And Senjo Hashirama's wood style is so awesome, Karasuba strongly suspects it's because of the reincarnation of Ashura Chakra. His wood style completely exceeds the scope of bloodline limit. Therefore, even if Nagato can awaken wood style, its power may not be satisfactory, and at most it will be slightly stronger than Yamato. Even with the Rinnegan, it is almost impossible to reach the level of Senjo Hashirama. Standing at the pinnacle of the ninja world is even more ridiculous. The three discussed for more than 10 minutes, and after Nagato's consent, they finally decided to adopt the third option. The implantation treatment was divided into 4 courses, lasting 4 years. From White Zetsu's cells, to the low-end Hashirama cells, to the high-end Hashirama cells, and finally to the supreme Hashirama cells. Replace it step by step, and let Nagato's carrying capacity increase gradually. The whole process is gradual so as not to cause a mental breakdown all at once. At this moment, Nagato had already pulled out a dozen big black sticks from behind him. And all the puppet corpses of Pain 6 paths were placed in special devices to keep them alive. Then he lay on the high bed and let Orochimaru do the work. Looking at the anesthetized Nagato, Karasuba looked at Orochimaru and said calmly, "Orochimaru, do your part and don't do what you shouldn't do, otherwise you won't be able to afford the price, understand?" "Understood, Yukon," Orochimaru said hoarsely. Getting a response, Karasuba walked up to the tower of Rain Shinobi village. Nagato's own willpower is fine, and should be enough to carry Hashirama's cells. After all, Hypnosis is a middle school boy who claims to be a god all day long and will give you a bag of rice at any time. How can you succeed without a strong will? He wasn't worried about Nagato, he was worried about Orochimaru. Good job. As soon as this guy came in and saw the pair of Rinnegan, he wanted to lie on Nagato. If he hadn't been there, he would have already taken the Rinnegan. Now I am frightened by myself and dare not go any further. But it may not be the case after a long time. So we have to find someone to keep an eye on Orochimaru, and as for the person, let's just pick a Fae. This guy talks about some heavy topics all day long. It's really annoying. Return to the tower. Karasuba was standing on the rooftop once again. Nagato's implant treatment was a long one. Except for being able to go out after each course of treatment, I almost had to spend my time in the nutrient solution. So, he would not be able to lead the Akatsuki organization temporarily. Therefore, Nagato let him temporarily lead the Akatsuki organization and gave him the position of acting leader, commonly known as deputy leader. It feels like there are more weird titles. Karasuba couldn't help but grumble. As the leader of Rain Shinobi village and the acting leader of Akatsuki, I was originally planning to let Nagato take the lead while I was secretly working behind the scenes. How did it turn out like this? Well, it's all Black Zetsu's fault. Speak of the devil, here he comes. The next second, Afe crawled out from the ground, looking a little frightened. What's wrong? Could it be that you failed to track down Black Zetsu? It doesn't matter. I won't blame you. After all, Black Zetsu is such a sneaky guy. Karasuba raised his eyebrows slightly. Not finished yet. Afe said fearfully, I tracked down Black Zetsu, but I almost died. That guy is so scary. I always thought he was a rookie. Who knew, he was hiding so deeply. What do you mean? Afe, please speak slowly. Karasuba frowned slightly. After I went out in the morning, I strolled around the northwest of the Land of Fire for a while, and I saw Black Zetsu seemed to be meeting someone else. I listened to you and did not act rashly. I planned to come back and report to you immediately. As Afe spoke, his expression became more and more terrified. Who knew that Black Zetsu would find me right away? He jumped towards me. I thought to myself, you are such a noob, I am not afraid of you, but before I could react, it wrapped me up. I didn't pay much attention to it at the time, but I found that my consciousness was becoming increasingly blurred, as if I was about to lose myself. I was almost scared to death. Unfortunately, I don't have that ability. In the end, I exploded all my chakras and barely escaped. Jun, that guy has very strange abilities. I can't catch him by myself. I need someone to cooperate with me. After hearing Afe's explanation, Karasuba suddenly understood. It was his negligence. I originally thought that Black Zetsu had not inherited Atsutsuki's power, so I thought he was just a minor character that could be easily dealt with. In fact, you must not think like this, because the other party possesses a secret technique, spiritual fusion. It allows Black Zetsu to attach to the enemy's body, gradually controlling the enemy's will and manipulating all physical actions, including chakra flow, hand seals, and the performance of ninjutsu. Black Zetsu used this jutsu to control Obito, forcing him to use Gaido Rine Tensei to resurrect Uchiha Madara. But this secret technique also has its shortcomings. If the mental will is too strong, it will be controlled. Later, Obito exploded his own little universe, not only letting Black Zetsu rely on himself, but also giving Six Paths Madara a heart-piercing technique. Moreover, Black Zetsu can only control one person at a time. If there are more than 2 enemies, it won't be that easy to possess Black Zetsu. After thinking for a moment, Karasuba said to Afi, no need. Don't worry about the mission of tracking Black Zetsu. I will arrange for others later. Ah. Fei was grateful, really? Thank you, Yu-kun. What else can I do if I don't track down Black Zetsu? Go and monitor Orochimaru's every move. If he shows any unusual behavior, report to me immediately. Karasuba ordered. Okay, I'll make sure to complete the task. Fei raised his hands and laughed, then sank into the ground. After a while, a beautiful figure walked over, and Konan asked curiously, Senior, why did you come back so soon? Is Orochimaru done? It's done. Nagato is currently receiving treatment from Orochimaru. The treatment will take about 4 years and there's no danger. Karasuba smiled. That's good. Konan nodded, seeming to be hesitant to speak. What happened? Did something happen at Akatsuki? Karasuba asked suspiciously. Yes, after all, they just joined not long ago and don't have the threat of Nagato's Rinnegan. Now they are clamoring to meet Nagato to discuss important matters. Konan said slowly. Karasuba became interested. Who? What idiot is so brave? Kakuzu. Oh, that weakling who threw a kunai at the first Hokage from 800 miles away. Puff. Konan covered his mouth to stifle laughter. What are you going to do? Karasuba's eyes flickered as he said coldly, notify all members to go to the underground base of Rain Country to attend the first Akatsuki meeting. I will personally formulate the rules of our Akatsuki organization and let the new members know, the leader of Akatsuki cannot be challenged. Chapter 24. Kakuzu challenged, and Karasuba guessed. After all, in the original book, most of his former teammates were killed by this idiot. Later, Haiden relied on his immortality to avoid being killed by Kakuzu, even though the two of them often shouted that they wanted to kill each other. Senior, didn't you say before, that it would be best if the Akatsuki organization and the Rain Shinobi village were separated? The Rain Shinobi village would be responsible for dealing with the 5 major nations in public, while the Akatsuki organization would be responsible for handling things that are difficult to expose in secret. Konan's little face was filled with curiosity. The best way is to win over both black and white. When Rain Shinobi village develops into an existence that surpasses the 5 great nations, then Akatsuki can wash what? Wash it clean. Karasuba reminded. Oh, wash it. Konan nodded blankly, but you revealed your identity as the leader of Rain Shinobi village before. If you go to Akatsuki again, will it be exposed in the future? It will be difficult to clear your name in the future? How about wearing a mask? No, I will change my identity. Karasuba smiled calmly. In front of Konan, he switched to the Shinigami form. His dark green eyes turned black, the tear marks on his face disappeared, and the bone mask on his head shattered. The white divine robe on his body turned black. And his pale complexion was quickly filled with blood. The overall image is completely different. Senior you. Seeing this scene, Konan fell into a brief daze. Oh my god! If she hadn't seen the whole process. Otherwise I really wouldn't have recognized that the person in front of me is the same person as Karasuba. There is a huge difference in appearance and temperament. Karasuba used to have a melancholic temperament and exuded a cool aura. Today's Karasuba is sunny and free-spirited, giving people a sense of warmth. Karasuba blinked. Which one is handsome? Now this is handsome. Konan was slightly stunned, and a blush appeared on his face. So the previous image was not good-looking. Karasuba joked. Not really. You used to be very cold and aloof, and that kind of temperament made it hard for people to approach you. But you are definitely handsome. Konan explained in a panic. Haha. I'm just kidding. Karasuba smiled and said seriously, I will hold meetings in this image as the acting leader of the Akatsuki organization. I will not be able to use the name Karasuba anymore. I will just call myself Kyobaku for now. Subai? I see. This is your first appearance in the Akatsuki organization, senior. I will go get you an Akatsuki uniform and a code ring. Konan said, and went back to his room to get his clothes. Seeing the other person's back, Karasuba didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Well, it doesn't matter. It's just an Akatsuki uniform. As long as I don't take it off, no one can kill me. After a while, Konan got a brand new Akatsuki uniform. There was also a bottle of nail polish and a ring with the code name Su written on it. Looking at the nail polish in front of him, Karasuba fell silent. He suddenly remembered that all the members of Akatsuki had painted their nails with strange colored nail polish. Paine's bright red, Haiden's green, Kakuzu's black, Weasel's blue. The bottle in front of me is white. What the hell is this weird performance art? As a hot-blooded man, Karasuba resolutely refused. After putting on their Akatsuki uniforms and their code rings, Konan and Karasuba set off. After all, it was Akatsuki's first collective meeting. Therefore, he also summoned Brother Tuze, who was far away in the land of Earth, to gather intelligence. In the land of Rain. In the huge cave below. Chilla. A long space crack expanded. It was like a big mouth, and 2 handsome men and beautiful women walked out. Senior Yu, I didn't expect that you could master the rare space-time ninjutsu. Which one is better compared to Obito's? Konan couldn't help but be amazed and suspicious. I can't really say for sure. I guess there are pros and cons to each. Karasuba thought about it and answered modestly. In a sense, his own solution to emptiness can only serve as a time-space jump. In addition, you can bring other people in, no matter how many people there are. But Obito's also has this feature. It also comes with the Kamui space, which allows it to hide its body inside and negate all physical attacks. The only drawback is that the speed of time and space jump over long distances is slightly slow. But now that he has collected 2 Sharinans, he has reached the Super Cage level, and the speed of time jump has increased several times. In addition to Karasuba. In the entire ninja world, no one can do anything to my brother Tsuchiko. However, if Obito wants to time jump with others, the more people there are, the slower his speed will be, which will easily leave loopholes for attack. So it's hard to say if we have to compare and come to a conclusion. After a while, the space next to it began to spin rapidly. Obito came out and looked at Karasuba, whose appearance had changed drastically, and immediately became extremely alert. Who are you? How dare you break into my Akatsuki base? Are you trying to kill yourself? Karasuba said angrily, it's me. Well. Hearing this, Obito was slightly stunned. The way of speaking sounded familiar, but he still didn't let his guard down. Karasuba was helpless. He could only switch to the hypocritical combat form in a split second, and then switch back again. Seeing this, Obito was shocked. You actually have this ability to change? Even people who are familiar with you, it's hard to tell. What kind of secret technique is this? You won't understand even if I tell you, and you won't be able to learn. Karasuba waved his hand and chose to skip this topic. In the next period of time, just wait for Scorpion and Kakuzu to come. Don't worry about anything else. Just follow my instructions. Do you understand? Obito and Konan looked at each other. Understood. It seems. Kakuzu, that troublemaker, is in trouble. I waited for less than half an hour. 2 figures walked in from the cave entrance, both wearing red clouds and black robes. One of them had green eyes. He was wearing a black mask and his head was wrapped in grey cloth. He is the rebel ninja of Takigakure village, Kakuzu. The other man looked a bit strange, with his whole body crawling on the ground and a long silver iron tail behind him. He is the Tsunagakure rebel ninja, Scorpion of the Red Sand. As soon as he came in, Kakuzu kept complaining, what a hassle, holding an organizational meeting, what's the point of this? I'd rather spend this time earning bounties, really. I haven't finished yet. Seeing the new face of Karasuba, he asked Konan curiously, there's a new member joining the group? Is this organization meeting to welcome him? Karasuba stepped forward and explained with a smile, I am not a newcomer. Boss Pain has been very busy lately and has not been able to take care of the organization, so he asked me to temporarily replace him in managing the Akatsuki organization. In other words, I am the acting leader of Akatsuki. You can call me Kyobaku. Acting leader? What is that? Kakuzu was puzzled. You can call me deputy chief. Karasuba smiled in return. Deputy leader? You. Kakuzu glanced at Karasuba and said with disdain, you haven't even grown all your hair yet, and your chakra is so weak that it's even weaker than a genin. How can you be the deputy leader? Chapter 25. Karasuba narrowed his eyes, not caring about the other party's ridicule, so what? Boss Pain appointed me as the deputy leader, so I am the deputy leader. All members of the organization must listen to me, and you are no exception. Kakuzu's eyes flashed coldly, believe it or not, I will take out your heart right now. You will regret it for the rest of your life. Come on if you have the guts, let's see who gets to pluck whose heart. Karasuba was merciless in his disdain, you can boast to the public that you failed to assassinate the first Hokage just by throwing shurikens at Senjo Hashirama from 800 miles away? You are so shameless. I am ashamed of you. As soon as these words came out, it immediately touched the sore spot of a worker in a small organization. Kakuzu was immediately furious and argued loudly, what do you mean by throwing shurikens in 800 miles? I was clearly fighting Senjo Hashirama to a draw, and in the end I ran out of chakra and had to retreat. Don't talk nonsense. Oh my? Really? Karasuba covered her mouth and said exaggeratedly, then the one you fought was probably just a clone, right? You fought against a clone and lost. You must have worked so hard. I am so proud of you. You. BD. Kakuzu finally couldn't bear it anymore. With a curse, a large amount of black silk popped out from his wrists. Call out. He raised his hand, and his wrist actually shot in Karasuba's direction. Karasuba slightly tilted his body and dodged it easily, too slow, you want to kill me with a punch like this? Aren't you too naive? You little brat, are too arrogant. Kakuzu didn't bother to waste his words on him. His eyes were gloomy, and he raised his hand to take off his shirt, revealing a ferocious appearance. Behind his back, 4 masks of different colors were sewn together. Chilla. Chilla. Accompanied by a large amount of black stockings popping out from Kakuzu's body. The red mask detached, forming a humanoid black monster. Fire style had hard work. Kakuzu growled, and the red-masked monster opened its mouth. Huge swathes of flames gushed out, as vast as a sea of fire. Snore. A large flame filled the entire cave. Karasuba took his time, pulling out the Zanpakuto and placing it in front of his chest. Zanpakuto radiated Ryutsu, and turned into an invisible shield, blocking all the flames. He's not hurt at all? Is it because of the knife? Kakuzu's eyes narrowed slightly, and his expression suddenly darkened. Really? He thought it was too simple. How could the acting leader appointed by Pain, who possesses the Rinnegan, be a weakling? But now that he has spoken his big words, giving up like this, isn't that too cowardly? As if his inner thoughts were read, Karasuba smiled and said, "What? Kakuzu, the immortal ninja, is actually scared? No way. No way." Hearing this, Kakuzu's face was hardened. Would I be a coward? Isn't it just relying on a special ninja tool? Don't think you can scare me, little brat. So he gritted his teeth decisively. The black silk on his body burst out in large quantities, releasing the remaining masked monsters at once. Among them, the red and green masked monsters were entangled together. Two of them spoke at the same time, compound ninjutsu. Flame wind. Chaos wave. Snore. The sea of fire erupted again. This time with the enhancement of wind attribute, the sea of fire is several times stronger than before. However, Karasuba was speechless. What's the point of expanding the range? Won't the damage be the same? It's a waste of time. Having said that, he raised Zanpakuto again. The Ryutsu shield was formed, blocking all the fire. Suddenly, there was something strange coming from behind him. The blue and white masked monsters took the opportunity to go around and release ninjutsu again. Lightning style fake dark. Water style water curtain tent. I saw a huge lightning spear released from the blue masked monster. The white masked monster sprayed out thick streams of water, and the combination of the two was even more powerful. And Kakuzu even had a lot of black silk from his body shooting out, wrapping around Karasuba. Little devil! Go to hell! Kakuzu's eyes flashed with coldness and murderous intent. It was about to fall into crisis. Karasuba raised the Zanpakuto in his hand and murmured, "Scatter, Senbonzakura." In an instant, with a crackling sound, the blade shattered. It transformed into thousands of tiny pink blades, floating in the air like sakura flowers. They moved at a rapid speed, completely enveloping Karasuba. Boom! A deafening roar was heard. The sakura flower blade on Karasuba's body trembled constantly. Although it was blasted away a lot, it still did not hurt the main body. This ninja tool is so special. It can release such a large number of blades. Kakuzu's green eyes flickered, and he laughed loudly, but it doesn't matter. I'm going to be serious next time, kid. If you can even withstand my current state, I, the undead ninja Kakuzu, will recognize you as the acting leader. As soon as he finished speaking, his mind moved. The fire-style masked monsters and the wind-style masked monsters gathered together, and a large amount of earth resentment black silk merged together. There were two more masked heads on Kakuzu's shoulders. The countless thin black threads on the body gathered together and turned into 8 thick strands. Karasuba narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, Earth Grudge mode? It looks like Kakuzu is getting serious. If that's the case, then I have to be a little more serious. In fact, with his own super cage level strength, he was not afraid of Kakuzu at all. But since this Zanpakuto was just obtained, it is only in the Shikai state and is still far from being proficient. Besides, Kido and the others cannot be used, as it would easily expose the identity of the leader of Rain Shinobi village. It is only natural to be serious about it. Swish! Swish! After the fusion, Kakuzu couldn't wait to take action. His 8 huge black earth wrath threads went straight towards Karasuba's head. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Thousands of blades seemed to have self-awareness. It automatically collided violently with the black silk. The blade disintegrated, but 2 black threads still attacked. After these earth grudge black silks merged, even Senbonzakura couldn't resist them, right? Karasuba's eyes narrowed slightly and he took a step forward. Swish! A Shunpo dodged the attack. Did you use the instant body technique? But how did you dodge it this time? Kakuzu's eyes flickered, and the 2 masks on his shoulders opened their mouths wide. Fire style had hard work. Wind style suppression. The vast sea of fire spread out again. Water style and lightning style masked monsters also harass us from time to time. Karasuba frowned slightly and responded reluctantly. Not long after, when he was about to give up, a smile appeared on Karasuba's face. Thank you Kakuzu-san for providing me with the proficiency. Next, is the highlight. I hope you can hold on for a while. Along with Karasuba's words came out. Thousands of blades gathered together and transformed into the shape of swords again. He looked calm, with the tip of the Zanpakuto sword in his hand pointing downwards and the hilt pointing upwards. In full view of the public, he slowly loosened the Zanpakuto in his hand. And Karasuba murmured, Bankai. Senbonzakura, Cage Hide. Chapter 26. He actually let go of his special ninja tool. What's the meaning? Have you given up struggling? Kakuzu frowned slightly when he saw this scene. Just when he was about to do something, he saw the sword in Karasuba's hand fall to the ground. It was as if it had been dripped into a vast ocean. Tick. The crisp sound of dripping water reached everyone's ears. Then I saw that the area around Karasuba seemed to have turned into a clear ocean. Next. Behind him, blades as high as 10 feet stood up. Then the next second, everything shattered. Chilla. 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 It turned into tiny blades flying all over the sky, and the countless blades were as spectacular as a sea of sakura flowers. The moment it appeared, it almost filled the entire cave. There are so many blades that the naked eye cannot even tell how many there are. But Karasuba knew very well. The number of blades in the Bankai state this time is 500 million. In the Shinigami world, the Akatsuki Bankai, who is at the captain level, only has 100 million, but Karasuba has 5 times as much. And this was his first liberation. There is no doubt that Karasuba is a true genius. Seeing this spectacular scene, not only Kakuzu was dumbfounded, but even Scorpion, Konan, and Obito who were watching the battle from afar were all stunned. What on earth is this ninja tool? Why can it release an ocean-like number of tiny blades? If Afe was here, I guess the painting style will go off track and say something like, ah. So many sakura flower blades, there must be hundreds of millions of them, right? How spectacular it would be if all these blades were replaced with feces. Karasuba was thankful that he left Afe in Rain Shinobi village. Their shock was all seen by Karasuba, who stood calmly on the ground, motionless, waiting for Kakuzu to make his move. But at this moment Kakuzu's mouth opened wide and cold sweat ran down his face. Yes. He was afraid. The blade with only 5,000 before was able to block his fire style. Now the number has increased by 100,000 times, how can my ninjutsu still work? Everyone saw Kakuzu's fear. At this time, Scorpion in the distance kindly reminded, Kakuzu, fight, otherwise your end may not be good. Hearing this, Kakuzu's body trembled. He understands. Karasuba's move is a typical example of killing the chicken to scare the monkey. And he is the chicken and the scorpion is the monkey. I'm afraid that my previous provocative words have already reached the other party's ears. While teaching yourself a lesson, you can also use it to warn future members who will join the organization not to make the same mistake again. Kakuzu looked at Karasuba and gritted his teeth. He gathered the 3 masked monsters of wind, fire, and thunder in his right arm and mobilized all the chakras. Your strength is beyond my imagination. It is normal for you to take my life in exchange for my provocation. I, Kakuzu, have no complaints. Kakuzu looked solemn and shouted, the next attack is my strongest move. Please accept it, acting leader, Kyobaku. Earth's Grudge, final shot. The chakra in Kakuzu's body is fully gathered. The earthly blame mask opened its mouth, and a huge stream of chakra was ejected. Boom. A huge roar was heard. The sakura flower blade, which was worth 500 million, turned into a giant hand. He stood in front of Karasuba and easily blocked the attack. Karasuba clenched his 5 fingers, and the giant hand actually crushed the chakra cannon. Puff! The huge chakra spreads out. Sweeping the cave, Karasuba hooked his index finger. Whoosh! Whoosh! I saw a part of the sakura flower sea separated automatically. It transformed into 4 Senbonzakura Zanpakuto and shattered all the masks behind Kakuzu, leaving only the heart of the main body. Kakuzu looked at Karasuba blankly, Why? Why don't you kill me? Your life is worthless, why do I need it? Karasuba curled his lips and said calmly, besides, considering that you are a first-time offender and Akatsuki is short of personnel, I will temporarily spare you. Kakuzu didn't know what to say for a moment. Because he thought that he would be killed on the spot by Karasuba. He didn't expect that only 4 Earth Grudge masks were shattered. Although this price was not small for him, it was actually acceptable. As long as his original heart is not destroyed, he can use the secret technique, Heart Seizure, to seize the enemy's heart, thereby restoring the 4 Earth Wrath masks. The other party's seemingly simple move. But it was revealed that Karasuba had a deep understanding of his own secret arts. Kakuzu looked at Karasuba, who looked calm in front of him, and was shocked. This acting leader is so strong. How outrageous will the leader Pain who possesses the Rinnegan be? This Akatsuki organization is really full of hidden talents. He'd fought Pain before. Even if you launch your strongest attack, you won't be able to cause any harm. Then he was completely defeated by him in just a few moves, and was then recruited into the Akatsuki organization, so he had no idea how strong Pain was. And the masked man next to Konan is also incredibly powerful. Because the opponent possesses the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, and also possesses very strange space-time ninjutsu. This person is not someone he can afford to offend. Although Konan is a woman, she easily defeated Scorpion from the Wind Country and lured him into the organization. You should know. This Scorpion of the Red Sand is the man who killed the strongest Kazekage. In this case, this woman's strength should not be that weak. If we calculate it this way, my own ability seems to be at the bottom. But Karasuba had no idea that someone had imagined a lot of things in an instant. After the battle, everyone started the first official meeting of Akatsuki. Konan, Obito, Sasori, and Kakuzu stood in front of him. Karasuba said with a serious expression, "Next, I will talk about the rules of our Akatsuki organization and the preliminary plan for the future. The first rule is that no matter what the circumstances, members of the organization are not allowed to kill each other. Do you understand?" As soon as these words came out, his eyes automatically shifted to Kakuzu. Konan, Obito, and Sasori also followed his gaze and looked at Kakuzu. Kakuzu felt uncomfortable being stared at. "Why are you all looking at me? Am I the kind of person who kills teammates at random? Why are you looking at Laozi with such strange eyes?" But under the pressure of Karasuba's gaze, Kakuzu nodded reluctantly. "I understand, acting leader, I will definitely not kill my teammates unless he angers me. It's not okay to anger them." Karasuba said calmly, "If your personal grudges escalate to a serious level, you can report it to me and I will consider changing your teammates." "Okay." Kakuzu nodded reluctantly. After saying a few more rules, Karasuba began to talk about business. "The next plan of the Akatsuki organization is very simple. Kakuzu, you are responsible for completing the bounty missions and earning enough funds for the organization's activities." "No problem." Kakuzu patted his chest, his eyes sparkling. "It's just about making money. I, Kakuzu, am the best at this. Don't worry, Chief. I already have a goal." As he spoke, he took out a bounty list from his arms and opened the first page. Reward. Name, Karasuba. Age, 120. Abilities, unknown. Reward, 150 million taels. Introduction, he looks very young, about 17 years old, and possesses the secret technique of eternal youth and immortality. He is suspected to be a person of the same era as the god of ninja, Senjo Hashirama. A year ago, this person instantly killed the ninja salamander Hanzo, who was known as the top of the ninja world and was hailed as the Demigod, in the southeastern territory of the Rain Country. He is extremely dangerous. That's him. Karasuba. Kakuzu pointed at the information above, and was extremely excited. A bounty of 150 million taels. If we can kill this guy, our organization will be well off for a few years. Is this a good idea? Chapter 27. As soon as these words came out, there was a brief silence in the venue. Except for Scorpion, Konan, and the other two all looked at Kakuzu strangely. Is this old guy so reckless? Without saying anything, he was going to kill Karasuba and get the highest bounty in the ninja world. Could you please look carefully before answering? In the personal description of the bounty above, can't you see the 4 big words instant kill Hanzo? You are so weak, are you going to just give yourself away? The most important thing is, only Konan and Obito know that Karasuba is the Kyohaku in front of them. As a member of a small organization, you are crazy to kill your acting leader to earn a bounty, right? Karasuba wasn't angry, but was just surprised by Kakuzu's choice. He didn't think that the immortal ninja who had survived to this day would have such a reckless character. What's up? Say something. Kakuzu was a little anxious. Karasuba looked at him and asked curiously, "This man is a strong man who killed Hanzo instantly. Are you sure you can handle it alone?" "I can't handle it. I'm not stupid." Kakuzu's eyes flickered, and he said excitedly, "But you are very strong, leader. Even if we can't defeat you, we will be evenly matched. Then, with the cooperation of the leader, me, Konan, Scorpion, and this unknown person from Uchiha, won't it be easy to defeat Karasuba?" Karasuba. Good job. It turned out to be a group fight. You are really good. Karasuba was speechless and said righteously, "I am not the member responsible for earning funds for the organization. You need to figure it out on your own, okay? Except for your future teammates, other members of the organization are not obligated to help you." Ah? So heartless. Kakuzu was confused. It's so heartless. Just because you like money doesn't mean we like it too. Karasuba said calmly, "If you want to kill him, do it yourself. Don't blame me if you die. Well, then I'll just have to give up." Kakuzu was not stupid either, he sighed helplessly, "What a pity, it's a full 150 million ryo, tisk tisk, it will take a long time to count it all." Karasuba ignored his complaints, thought for a moment, looked at Scorpion and instructed, "Scorpion, you will temporarily form a team with Kakuzu and help him accumulate funds for the organization as soon as possible. He is still very dangerous alone." "No problem." Scorpion nodded in a muffled voice, "Although money, a vulgar thing, is not as valuable as the eternal puppet art, I am happy to follow the leader's orders." "That's good." Karasuba nodded in satisfaction. Half an hour later, the meeting ended. Scorpion and Kakuzu are responsible for making money, while Konan is responsible for recruiting members from outside. The Akatsuki organization today still has too few people. There is no way to do more. After Konan, Sasori, and Kakuzu all left, Karasuba stomped his feet in his place. Trample. A white Zetsu emerged from the ground, with a flattering look on his face. Respected Yu-jun, what can I do for you? Karasuba looked at him and asked, how are the two Uchiha boys? Is everything okay? No, there was no accident with the two teenagers. White Zetsu answered honestly, it's just that there is news about Danzo, who you asked me to pay attention to. Not long ago, Kakashi's Sharingan was taken away by Obito. Namikaze Minato went to the root of Konoha to confront him, but returned empty-handed. Karasuba became interested. Oh? Then what? Then Namikaze Minato visited Kakashi. The boy was in a very bad mental state and spent most of the day staring at the ceiling. Seeing his student in such pain, Namikaze Minato got really angry and went to meet the third generation and was allowed to enter the root. White Zetsu paused and said slowly, the root members were on high alert, and it was not easy for us to sneak in, so we didn't know what happened in the root base. But Danzo didn't seem to be punished afterwards. I guess the Sharingan in his right eye was removed. But then Namikaze Minato stood on the telephone pole and stared at the third generation's target Hokage Iwa for a long time. He seemed to be in a bit of a weird state. Yu-kun, what do you think happened to him? What's wrong? Is this even necessary? Karasuba curled her lips and said calmly, I can guess with my toes that Namikaze Minato must have discovered that the insidious Danzo thief and the third generation master he has always respected have been in the same boat for a long time. And there's a high probability that he discovered some scandalous things about the third generation. This dealt a heavy blow to his young mind. The psychological shock was too great for a while, and he must have had to stand on the telephone pole to calm down. Obito asked nearby, so what changes will there be in the fourth generation? Just keep doing the same as before, continue to respect the third generation and pretend nothing happened. Karasuba said. Why? Obito was puzzled, since it's like that, why doesn't the fourth generation just take control of the power of Hokage? How do you master it? Just by talking. Karasuba curled her lips, Sarutobi Hiruzen controls the fourth generation not only by psychology, but also by a large number of umbu directly under his command. Namikaze Minato has only been in office for less than a year, where did he get these people? Besides Uzumaki Kushina, who you can trust unconditionally, there's probably only your former schoolmate and best friend Hatake, Kakashi, but that kid is probably useless now, after all, he's suffered so many consecutive blows. So the fourth generation has few people they can trust. It's hard to escape from Sarutobi Hiruzen's control, let alone control the power of Hokage. Obito suddenly realized, so just like you said just now, the fourth generation will remain the same as before in the short term, because what he needs is to be patient and slowly accumulate his own strength until he can completely defeat Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yes, not stupid at all. Karasuba praised him and said with a half-smile, but, there's no way that old thief Danzo will sit back and watch the fourth generation secretly accumulate strength. He must be trying to stop them first. If Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't do anything, he might even kill the fourth generation directly. What? What should we do? Obito looked a little panicked. What? Are you concerned about your teacher? Karasuba teased. I didn't. Obito seemed a little flustered and asked impatiently, tell me quickly, how can we help the fourth generation? There is only one way. What? That is. Karasuba's eyes flickered, and his pupils flashed with cold light, go to Konoha and kill the old thief Danzo. To prevent future troubles. 1 month ago. Go to Konoha village Karasuba and ask White Zetsu to investigate if Danzo is at the Konoha root base. If he were there, he would kill Danzo once and for all. As a result, Danzo was out. This time. The old guy finally showed up. Well, no matter what, he can't go on living. After all, as the saying goes. We can lose the team fight, but Danzo must die. If he were allowed to live a few more days, the ninja world would be in chaos again. At this time, Obito asked again, what if the third generation intervenes? Karasuba's eyes flashed with murderous intent, then just kill him. He is not a good guy anyway. So, let's go. Karasuba's eyes burned, let's go. To Konoha. The author has something to say. 5th update. My liver is gone. The plot is about to reach a climax, please support. Chapter 28. The Fire Nation. Konoha village, above the clouds. 2 figures dressed in red clouds and black robes stood high in the sky. Obito stepped on the solace of his feet and an unknown substance appeared. He couldn't help but exclaimed, is this your secret technique of flying? I didn't expect that it could allow others to stand high in the sky. What a magical power. Nothing magical. Karasuba shook his head and said calmly, this is just the simplest and most basic method. He can condense the spirit particles in the air under his feet. It can also condense under the solace of other people's feet. The condensed leptons are equivalent to a transparent suspension board, which can also carry others. Only. This method is generally not used in combat. After all, if you want to carry others at all times, you have to capture their movements, which is too troublesome. Well, even though it's just basic means, it's enough to amaze me. Obito retracted his thoughts and said in a serious tone, what should we do next? What is the detailed plan? The plan is simple. Karasuba said slowly, you just need to hide in the dark, and I will enter the root base in the name of the acting leader of the Akatsuki organization and kill Danzo as quickly as possible, and then we will retreat immediately with space-time ninjutsu. What if something unexpected happens and we can't kill instantly? Obito asked. Then you must be prepared to stop the fourth generation's goal. Karasuba's eyes sparkled, his expression proud. By then, Konoha will surely have a large number of Jonin coming, including Tsunade and Jiraiya from the Konoha Sunin, and Sarutobi Hiruzen from the ninjutsu professor. I will fight them all alone. Is everything okay? Obito asked worriedly. Don't worry. Karasuba nodded slightly, even if I can't defeat him, I have the ability to escape. That's fine. Obito nodded. Set off. Following Karasuba's order. Obito's eyes flashed scarlet and he transformed into an Uzumaki and disappeared. Karasuba, on the other hand, put his 5 fingers together and gently stroked forward. Chilla. A huge space crack opened up and Karasuba stepped into it. Konoha village. Dozens of root members, all wearing masks, patrolled and inspected back and forth. Suddenly a dark crack opened up, like a bloody mouth. Karasuba walked out and glanced at everyone indifferently, tell me where Danzo is hiding and I will spare your life. Who is it? You're looking for death. Anyone who dares to sneak into the root base will be killed without mercy. Seeing the intruder, the leader shouted, go. Fire style great fireball technique. Wind style great breakthrough. Water style water dragon bomb technique. Ninjutsu of various levels were directed at him recklessly. Karasuba frowned slightly and pulled out the Zanpakuto in his hand. Clang. A crisp voice was heard. Scatter, Senbonzakura. Zanpakuto shattered and turned into tiny blades. The sakura flower blade swept over and enveloped himself completely. Ding ding ding. The ninjutsu landed on him, and a roar was heard. But Karasuba was unharmed and was relieved. Part of the blade swept out and turned into sharp blades that pierced through the enemy's body. Ah. With screams coming one after another, members of the root organization fell to the ground and died. Only 2 people were left alive by chance. They were not unscathed, and their clothes were in rags. The blade made hundreds of cuts, and blood continued to seep out. It looks miserable, but the injuries are not serious. Karasuba looked at the 2 people's faces, and suddenly a look of surprise appeared on his face. It's you? Interesting, Danzo actually took you in at this time. The 2 people in front of me. The clothes are different from other root members. One of them was covered in black except for his eyes. The other had long orange hair and wore a pair of black gloves. They are a bear Meitaijin, and Yamanaka Wind. He looks a little immature and is still a teenager. A bear Meitaijin gritted his teeth, who the hell are you? What's your purpose in coming to my root base? As for me. Karasuba chuckled and introduced himself, I am the acting leader of the Akatsuki organization, Kyobaku. I have been hired to kill Danzo. I see that you 2 have some talent, so get out of here as soon as possible. You're going to kill Lord Danzo. You're such a daredevil. Unless you step over our bodies. Feng, you cooperate with me. A bear Mei took the root and was immediately furious. He took off his upper body and pants, leaving only a pair of large shorts. His entire body turned purple and black and rushed towards Karasuba. Okay. I'll control him. Yamanaka made hand seals with both hands and aimed directly at Karasuba, ninjutsu. Heart-to-heart technique. Instantly, his spiritual energy rushed into Karasuba's mind. However, as soon as he entered, Yamanaka Feng was horrified. Impossible. How could there be someone in the ninja world who possesses such a powerful spiritual energy? The other party's spiritual world is as vast and boundless as the ocean. The Yamanaka Wind is like a small boat, as if any wave can blow it away. But it is true. Before he did anything, his face turned pale. Puff. A large mouthful of blood spurted out of Yamanaka's mouth. Then he fell dead, with an expression of unspeakable horror on his face. What? A bear Meitaijin was horrified. Feng, what's wrong with you? During the action, he revealed a flaw. Karasuba suddenly raised his right hand, and thousands of sakura flower blades condensed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The blade turned into a cage, crushing Chujen to death. The sakura flower dissipated, leaving behind a pile of minced meat. Karasuba looked indifferent. Since you don't listen to me, then go to hell. You really don't know how to appreciate my kindness. He wasn't very impressed with the bear Meitaijin and Yamanaka Kaze. As Danzo's right-hand man in the later period, he was taken away by Obito in a few moves. The reason for wanting to spare their lives was simply because they were still young, but the 2 of them regarded Danzo as their faith. In that case, there is no need to live anymore. Glancing at the corpses, Karasuba raised his eyebrows slightly. Huh? There's actually one fish that slipped through the net. He walked forward. After removing the other person's mask, I found a young boy. He was wearing a strange forehead protector that covered his cheeks, his hair was slightly long, and he had fallen into a coma. Karasuba was a little surprised. It's you. I didn't expect you to be so lucky. You're not dead yet. This is the little kid mentioned earlier who obtained the wood-style secret technique. That is the later tool man Yamato. What should we do with this man? It would be a pity to kill him. Karasuba stroked his chin and thought to himself, although his strength is not that great, at least he knows wood style and is good at landscaping. If that doesn't work, I can let Usse possess him, which will increase his combat power. After all, the wood-style 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms technique is quite famous. Thinking of this, Karasuba called out Obito. His. The space spins and Obito appears. What happened? You killed Danzo so soon. How can it be that fast? Do you think you are stepping on ants on the roadside? Hearing this, Karasuba rolled his eyes at him and said, reclaim this person first, and we'll deal with him slowly when we get home. Chapter 29. All right. Obito didn't bother to ask what this man was for. It was directly sucked into the Kamui space and then disappeared on the spot. Karasuba fought his way along the corridor and soon arrived at a very large underground training ground. Then I saw a chair placed in the middle of the venue. Danzo sat there calmly, showing no intention of saving his men. As expected of you. Karasuba killed the last man and sighed, even if you see your subordinates being killed, you will still watch indifferently. Danzo didn't care at all and said with a disdainful smile, it's just a chess piece. We can have as many as we want in the future. Bang bang bang. Karasuba clapped his hands, very satisfied with the answer. Very good. This is the answer I want. I will feel more at ease when I kill you later. May I know your name? Why do you want to kill me? Danzo looked suspicious. That's actually what he just said. To sit back and watch indifferently is simply to not dare to intervene. Because he had seen that his subordinates were being handled as easily as cutting vegetables by the other party. This kind of strength. He needed to send his men to their deaths and consume the enemy as much as possible. I don't like you. Karasuba said lightly. Danzo looked stunned. Huh? Such a ridiculous reason. Just as he was about to speak, Karasuba waved his hand and said, okay, stop trying to delay time. You'll die next. He held the Zanpakuto in his hand. The tip of the knife is down and the handle is facing up. To the bank. Senbonzakura, cage hide. Tick. As Karasuba's right hand released, Zanpakuto sank into the sea of illusion, and thousands of massive swords appeared behind him. Each sword blade is 10 feet high and extremely powerful. Bang bang bang. After the sword blade emerged, there was a puffing sound. It transformed into countless tiny blades, filling the air. The sky is full of pink, like a sea of sakura flowers. He didn't do any warm-up at all when facing Danzo. One move, it's Bankai. What the hell is this? Is it an illusion? Looking at such a spectacular scene, Danzo was dumbfounded. No. It's caused by that special ninja sword. This ninja sword can actually form so many blades. Go to hell. Danzo. Karasuba said calmly. Hola. A sea of blade flowers swept across the sky, covering Danzo. Danzo quickly formed a seal and opened his mouth. Wind style. Vacuum. Lianbo. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Wind style blades were spit out one after another. It turned into a big net and blocked in front of him. Puff puff puff. Countless blades were deflected. But there were too many blades, and the wind-style net couldn't resist them at all. In the blink of an eye, Danzo was buried alive. A large number of blades kept cutting and chopping it to death. Danzo fell to the ground, but Karasuba narrowed his eyes. It shouldn't be that easy to die, right? I remember that this old thief seemed to have the forbidden technique. As expected. Before he could finish, someone quietly appeared behind him. Wind-style, vacuum ball. Along with Danzo's voice came out. A strong gust of wind blew out of his mouth. Different from those slender wind blades just now. This time, wind style is more like an air cannonball. Karasuba waved his hand. 200 million blades were separated and quickly gathered behind him. It turned into a thick shield. Boom. A huge roar was heard. The air cannon hit the hundreds of millions of blades hard. Layer after layer of blades were knocked away, and it stopped only when less than 30 million were left. Karasuba raised his eyebrows slightly, and said in a very appreciative tone, as expected of the darkness of the ninja realm, you were able to almost defeat my 200 million Senbonzakura blade. Even though I said this. He glanced at the other person's right arm inconspicuously. He discovered that the opponent's bandages had long disappeared, and there were originally 4 sharinans on it, but one was closed. The remaining 3 Megatama slowly rotated, looking very creepy. 4 eyes in total? I just killed one. Karasuba narrowed his eyes and couldn't help complaining, then there are 3 Sharinan left, plus the main body, that means I have to kill it 4 times before I can finish it. How troublesome. There is no doubt that. At this time, Danzo has already mastered the Uchiha clan's ultimate eye technique, Izanagi. This ninjutsu is extremely shameless. In just a very short period of time, one can transform the harm to oneself and all unfavorable factors, including death, into dreams. That is, during this time, all attacks are invalidated. After using this technique, the caster's Sharingan will permanently lose its sight and will be unable to open again. At this moment, Danzo obviously has not had enough time to transplant enough Sharingan into his right arm. From what Karasuba knew, all of the previous Danzo's 10 Sharingan could use Izanagi, but they could only last for 60 seconds due to limited chakra. However, Danzo was already quite old at that time, at least over 60 years old. It's not the peak period at all. He could be killed by Urjuzi, but he personally prefers to be killed by the plot. But Danzo is only about 50 years old now, still in his prime, so his chakras should be sufficient, so the usage time should be at least longer than 60 seconds, right? But the time limit doesn't matter. I can't wait more than 60 seconds for the Sharingan to shut down automatically. That would be a waste of time. Karasuba's eyes flickered as he thought to himself, as long as I kill him as quickly as possible, or cause him to be traumatized, then the Sharingan on his right arm will close. This is the most effective way to kill him. While the other person is thinking, Danzo decisively distanced himself and stared at Karasuba. This guy's hundreds of millions of blades are enough to form a perfect attack and defense combat form. He can use half of them to protect himself, and separate the other half of the blades to attack me. How can I hit him? Less than half a second. Danzo thought of a way. He bit his thumb. He pressed the blood on his palm and quickly formed a seal, summoning technique. Dream. Taper. Phew. A huge puff of smoke dissipated. A huge monster with an elephant trunk appeared. Its entire body is covered with orange-yellow hair, and its limbs are like tiger claws. Moo. The giant nightmare tapir roared toward the sky, opened its big mouth and sucked in deeply. The mighty suction force swept over, continuously swallowing up the sea-like blade. He actually came up with this idea. It seems that this old guy is planning to sacrifice this summoning beast. How cruel. Karasuba raised the corner of his mouth and let the nightmare tapir inhale. Before long, 500 million blades were gone. Good opportunity. Danzo smiled triumphantly. Wind-style shuriken. Open your mouth and spit gently. A large amount of wind attribute chakra was infused into the two small shurikens. Whoosh. Whoosh. Danzo threw it violently. 2 shurikens flew out from the air. But Karasuba showed a mocking expression on his face and took a step forward. Swish. A shunpo dodged and came behind Danzo. He clenched his hand violently, and thousands of sakura flower blades gathered together again. Danzo's expression changed slightly. What? You actually... With a thought, the blade transformed into a Zanpakuto. He waved it lightly, and there was a sound of swish. A head flew high into the air. Karasuba looked contemptuous and said calmly, "Do you really think that I have no fighting power at all after losing the protection of Senbonzakura's blade? What a fool you are!" Chapter 30. A large number of blades were constantly cutting and stirring in the belly of the nightmare tapir. After a while, the nightmare tapir died completely. And Karasuba's mind moved, and 500 million blades burst out from its body. And just seconds after Danzo's second death, not far away, it appeared again. Karasuba looked at him and couldn't help but say, "This Izanagi is really disgusting. I am capable of killing Danzo instantly, but because of this eye technique, I have wasted several times the time. I can't delay any longer. If this continues, the noise of the battle will attract the third generation and Jiraiya and the others." Although he is not afraid of group fights now, his fighting power cannot be fully released because he cannot reveal the power of Hollow. And the form of Shinigami has only been mastered for a short time. In fact, the combat power is still slightly inferior to the former. If there are too many enemies, it is possible that the boat will capsize. With a sudden thought, he raised his hands. Countless sakura flower blades turned into 10 big hands. Hulala! With great momentum, he rushed towards Danzo. Previously the blade moved entirely on its own accord, but with Karasuba's manual control, the speed would be more than quadrupled. 10 giant hands covering the sky covered them. Danzo was immediately surprised, so fast. Just as he was about to make a seal, he found it was too late. Kshi! Kshi! 2 big hands held it in their palms, and the blade continued to compress and cut. Ah! Screams continued to be heard, and soon he was crushed to death. Whoosh! Danzo transformed again in another location, with a Sharingan closed on his right arm. Only one Sharingan was left open. Karasuba pointed suddenly again, and 10 Senbonzakura hands flew out. Oink! Danzo dodged unbearably. Because he didn't have time to cast a seal, he was very depressed. The speed of these blades has increased several times. I don't even have time to release my ninjutsu. Who is this person? Could it be that BD who tricked me before? Seeing the big hand coming again, there was no way to avoid it this time. Danzo gritted his teeth and held down his right arm, wood style. Gun. Tree. As soon as the words fell, I saw his right arm squirming and countless branches growing out of it. In an instant, it turned into a majestic tree. He actually managed to keep all 10 big hands away. Chilla! Chilla! Not only that, several vines emerged from the giant tree and attacked Karasuba. Seeing this scene, Karasuba's expression changed slightly. FK. This old thief can actually use wood style. He moved his feet. Swish! Swish! With Shunpo moving quickly, he was nearly caught several times. But fortunately, the Senbonzakura blade flew back quickly and kept cutting the vines to avoid the attack. The big tree was also sucked into Danzo's right arm and returned to its original appearance. I underestimated you. It seems that you are not quite the same as described in the original book. Karasuba looked at Danzo, and was very surprised. It's hard to imagine that you would do such a stupid operation as stabbing Susanoo with a kunai and sealing the bridge. But if you think about it carefully, it seems normal. Danzo was at the peak of his powers during this period, and it was easy for him to use the wood style once or twice. But as he got older, his control over the Hashirama cells in his right arm seriously declined. Even if he could use the wood style, he might not be able to take it back. Considering the opponent's wood style, Karasuba will leave 200 million blades to protect himself. The rest all transformed into various forms, surrounded Danzo, and soon died again. When it appears again, the Sharingan on his right arm was completely closed. My last life. Karasuba finally breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, don't let any messy people come to cause trouble, or I will be furious. And Danzo seemed a little panicked. He turned around and quickly fled towards a secret passage. You're thinking of running away now? It's a little late. Swish! Karasuba did a shunpo and stood in front of him. He clenched his right hand in the air and a Senbonzakura Zanpakuto materialized. He raised it high, and was about to chop off Danzo's head. Want to kill me? You're just dreaming. However, Danzo's face was grim. Die together with me. Remember, you died because of your own carelessness. As soon as these words came out, Karasuba's eyebrows raised slightly. What do you mean? Are you planning to use the 4-symbol seal? Although this move is very powerful, the release speed is ridiculously slow. I don't need to worry at all. Before he could finish, his expression changed. Because he found out that Danzo didn't use this trick. Instead, he placed his left hand on his transplanted right arm, formed a seal with one hand, and shouted, wood style. Tree roots. Explosive burial. In an instant, his right arm squirmed. The next second, thick and big vines gushed out. The moment these vines appeared, they tied up Karasuba alive. Karasuba's eyes narrowed and he said in shock, what? It's the wood style again. And this move seems to be. He recognized the jutsu before him. Danzo's chakra was exhausted and he was attacked by Hashirama's cells and almost turned into a towering tree. But the difference this time is, Danzo can actually control the extent of the backlash. The giant tree created can completely trap the enemy and swallow up the caster as well. I was really careless. Karasuba reflected, I shouldn't have looked down on Danzo just because of his poor performance in the original work. Not far away. The Senbonzakura blade flew quickly. But because it is not manually controlled, the speed is simply not enough to provide support. But Karasuba was not panicked. He just quickly chanted silently, Hado 92. Thunder Dragon. Coming. Boom. A huge ryotsu burst out from Karasuba's body. I saw a huge thunder dragon condensed in the air. The momentum is overwhelming, ryotsu covers the sky. Roar. Roar. The moment the thunder dragon appeared, it let out a terrifying dragon roar. Then the next second, it pounced towards the towering tree on the ground. Boom. 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 A huge explosion was heard, and a large number of lightning snakes filled the air. The root base was completely blown through. It turned into a pile of ruins. The smoke gradually cleared, revealing Karasuba with torn clothes. And on the ground, Danzo had been blown into pieces and was no longer dead. Ding! Congratulations host, the side quest is completed. Side quest, defeat Shimura Danzo, the darkness of the ninja world of Konoha. Reward / not received, Ryotsu experience plus 1300, surveillance bacteria *3. This item is. Seeing the second reward, Karasuba raised an eyebrow, surveillance bacteria. Even this is a reward. In this case, we only need to attach this thing to Orochimaru, and we don't have to bother monitoring Orochimaru. Monitoring bacteria. It was created by Kuratsuki Mayuri, the captain of the Godi I-12, who is known as a fanatical scientist. The tool is a very tiny active bacterium that can attach to the surface or body of another person and monitor the real-time situation of the other person and the surrounding area. Because they are only nanometers in size, they are difficult to be detected by humans. With it, it can be used just right to keep an eye on Orochimaru who has bad intentions. The cancer of the ninja world has been eradicated. Retracting his thoughts, Karasuba murmured softly, from now on, the Akatsuki organization and Rain Shinobi village can develop peacefully for a while. Because he had previously revealed himself as the leader of Rain Shinobi village, the penetration power of the 5 major countries has been greatly weakened. Therefore, there is no need to rush to capture the tailed beast. Karasuba decided to gather all the members of Akatsuki as soon as possible before carrying out this plan. As he was thinking about this, a dark object quietly approached Danzo's minced meat. I plan to pick up a piece and run away. Black Zetsu. What are you going to do with Danzo's meat? You want to try to revive him with the impure world resurrection. Stop dreaming, don't even think about escaping this time. Karasuba shouted, and pointed at Black Zetsu, Bakudo 99. Boom. A large number of Ryotsu gathered. 4 balls of white fire burned up, and a different space was about to be formed. It looked like Black Zetsu was about to be sealed. Suddenly, a low and arrogant voice came from behind, fire style. Ho! Fire! Extinguish! It! Chapter 31. Accompanied by a low shout. Behind him, a huge, high-temperature flame spread out. Hulala! The scope is so large, like a raging sea of fire. Karasuba originally didn't intend to care, but was surprised by the power of the fire style. This power, and this range. He frowned and had to cancel in this ninja world, there are actually people who can do this. He waved his hand. 500 million sakura flower blades swept in. Layer after layer, Karasuba was wrapped all over. His. Covered with red flames, burning continuously. But the blade remains strong and durable, completely fearless. It took more than 10 seconds for the flames to stop. Karasuba looked behind him. It was discovered that the man who released the fire style had already disappeared, and Black Zetsu also ran away. That voice is so familiar, arrogant yet hacky. Karasuba narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, could it be that he was resurrected? But who gave him the Rain Tensei technique? And with his personality, he actually chose to retreat without a fight. This is not in line with his character. Or is it simply not him? Or is there some special reason that causes him to do this? Karasuba thought about it for a long time, but still couldn't figure it out. Just ignore it. If it was really the one who was resurrected, he would not be afraid. It just so happens that the ninja world is full of weaklings, and none of them can fight. The one who was resurrected, that's what's really interesting. Wait. What the hell? Danzo's minced meat, Black Zetsu didn't take it. Karasuba suddenly got startled and looked at the pieces of meat scattered all over the ground. It's totally impossible to tell whether something is missing or not. But he was patient, squatted down and pieced it together piece by piece. Then I discovered. Not a single piece was missing. It seemed that Black Zetsu didn't have time to take it. Karasuba patted his chest and said, fortunately, it's okay. If it was taken away, all the efforts to fight for so long would have been wasted. To be on the safe side. He raised his hand and fired a Kanghuo-chi, burning Danzo's flesh to ashes. Hiss, hiss, hiss. All the bones, flesh, and blood were evaporated. Then he thought about it and took back the 500 million blade. He transformed into his normal Zanpakuto, or Shikai form, once again. Suddenly, the space beside him turned into an Uzumaki. Obito came out, looking a little embarrassed. How's it going? Did you kill Danzo? Yeah, not even a bone is left. Karasuba nodded calmly. So cruel. Obito was slightly startled. Does he have any deep hatred against you? No, I just don't like him. Karasuba shook her head and looked at him, surprised. Why are you here? Didn't I ask you to hold your teacher back? Don't you think you can beat him? Or are you afraid of killing him? How is that possible? I stopped you. Obito's tone paused as he defended himself, and I helped you stop Jiraiya, Tsunade, Sarutobi Hiruzen and all the Jonin because I was worried about the impact they would have on your battle with Danzo. Oh? You're so strong now. Hearing this, Karasuba was surprised. You can defeat so many enemies? You can master Amaterasu, Susanoo, Yasaka Megatama, and Kamui Shuriken. Ahem, that's not the case. Obito coughed dryly a few times and whispered, they have only mastered Amaterasu, and Susanoo can barely open the second form. It is mainly with the help of my Kamui that they can barely hold them back. That's not bad. Karasuba nodded with satisfaction. Next, you just need to keep practicing. Not finished yet. A slightly old voice sounded in the distance, fire style. Fire dragon bullet technique. I saw fireballs coming towards me. Puff puff puff. Obito remained unmoved and let the fireball pass through his body. And Karasuba suddenly raised his hand, Hados 54, waste flame. Crackle. A huge ball of red fire spurted out. All those tiny fireballs were smashed to pieces. Before my eyes, one figure after another appeared. Tsunade, Jiraiya, Namikaze Minato, Sarutobi Hiruzen, hundreds of direct Umbu from the third generation, and a bunch of Jonin including Akamai Choza and Nara Shikaku. They stood on a high platform, looking down at Karasuba and Obito. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had a mustache, saw the root base that had become a ruin, and immediately blew his beard and glared, damn it! How dare you destroy Konoha like this? This is unforgivable. I will kill you. Not finished yet. Jiraiya beside him coughed dryly, old man, First ask them what happened to Elder Danzo, whether he has done that. Sarutobi Hiruzen then remembered and said solemnly, what did you do to Elder Danzo? Tell the truth. What's wrong? Of course I killed him. Karasuba looked at him as if he was an idiot. If I don't kill him, do I have to keep him to see you off to the end? He was really killed. Hearing the answer, Jiraiya and the others exclaimed. Sarutobi Hiruzen was furious. How dare you, you daring villains, invade Konoha village and kill Konoha's high-ranking officials. No one can save you today. Attack now. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and waved. Hundreds of Umbu subordinates rushed forward one after another. He threw out one ninjutsu after another without caring about his life. Karasuba didn't move, and Obito took the initiative to rush into the encirclement when he saw this. All attacks were powerless against him and were all penetrated one by one. Quickly rushing to the center, Obito raised his hand and slammed it to the ground. Snap! There was murderous intent in his eyes, wood style. Hell's chaos! Hiss, hiss, hiss. In an instant, the earth shattered. Huge wood-style vines emerged. They seemed to be alive, madly strangling the weak Umbu. In less than a few seconds, they were all dead. What? Wood-style. This person can actually perform Shodei's wood-style secret technique. And the only eye that's exposed on this masked man is actually Sharinon. Who the hell is he? And what does he have to do with Uchiha? Except for Jiraiya and his friends who had fought, the rest of the onlookers were horrified. In just a moment, how could he kill so many directly subordinate Umbu? This wood style is extremely powerful. The opponent has mastered the wood style secret technique of the Senju clan and possesses the power of Uchiha. This kid should not be underestimated. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Karasuba looked indifferent and mercilessly mocked, your shamelessness is comparable to that of my former friend Shimura Danzo. You knew I was capable of killing Danzo, yet you sent your men to die. I've really seen it all. Don't try to spit blood at me, I just... Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned red and he was about to make an excuse. Shut up, you hypocritical old man. But Karasuba didn't bother to talk nonsense with him and took a step forward. The Ryutsu in him suddenly exploded. Boom. This was like a real Ryutsu, weighing heavily on their hearts. It even crushed their bodies. Except for the elite Jonin, all the other ninjas staggered and lay prone on the ground. It was as if a gravity field was applied and no one could move at all. It's a rare opportunity to get this lineup together today, so you guys should all come together. Karasuba's Ryutsu soared into the sky, and the powerful momentum swept the whole place. Let me see if this so-called Konoha, is it qualified to be the #1 ninja village. Chapter 32. Such outrageous words came out of his mouth. No one present objected. Why? Because they were shocked by this strange power. This man in front of me was able to defeat all the ninjas above the Jonin level with just that kind of momentum. They were buried in the soil one by one, looking miserable. This is the same power as the one who fought with me. Only Jiraiya's eyes narrowed slightly. He took a step forward and said in a deep voice, who are you? What is your relationship with the leader of Rain Shinobi village? Oh, you said Karasuba. Karasuba restrained his Ryutsu and said calmly, that man and I are of the same clan. We are both lucky ones who survived the Sengoku era. As for my identity, I am the acting leader of the Akatsuki organization, Kyobaku. Then what is your purpose in coming to Konoha? Jiraiya asked. Karasuba chuckled and suddenly smiled gently, purpose? Of course, they were hired by other major countries, to be responsible for eradicating the darkness of the ninja world Shimura Danzo. Don't ask stupid questions like which country hired them. Our Akatsuki organization is an honest organization. We never disclose the information of our employers. We are a large-scale transnational employment organization and accept employment tasks from any country in the ninja world. As long as you can afford all the valuable items, including money, such as special ninjutsu, ninja tools, a large number of detonating tags, etc., we can take care of any enemy for you. Warm reminder, for the first hiring missions from various countries in the ninja world, our Akatsuki organization can offer a 15% discount on the commission, but the time limit is within 1 month, otherwise it will not be accepted after the deadline. Thank you Chinjui. Tsunade. Jiraiya. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Namikaze Minato. Didn't you just say that you wanted to fight the 4 of them alone? Why did the style of painting suddenly change? Talking about suddenly promoting your Akatsuki organization. Everyone looked at the 2 people in front of them, and each of them fell into strange emotions. Sarutobi Hiruzen was the first to react, shouting angrily, UBD. How dare you play tricks on us? After killing our Konoha high-ranking officials, you dare to publicize it so brazenly. You are looking for death. Sarutobi Hiruzen does not move. He could see right away. The other party wanted to use this opportunity to kill Danzo to spread the reputation of Akatsuki to the entire ninja world, so as to accomplish some special purpose in private. Regardless of whether Danzo's death has anything to do with other major powers. There is no doubt that this organization is going to disrupt the entire ninja world. But the premise of all this is, it must be them who can escape from Konoha's encirclement. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked serious and shouted, Minato, go and stop that masked man to prevent him from escaping with space-time ninjutsu. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and I will attack together. The rest of the Jonin will be on high alert to prevent other Akatsuki members from interfering. Complete all instructions quickly. Swish. Namikaze Minato and Obito disappeared at the same time. And Sarutobi Hiruzen put on his combat forehead protector, the long belt fluttering in the wind. They took action. The hot-tempered Tsunade had already lost his patience and quickly approached Karasuba. He jumped high and stepped down with one foot. Super strength, Heaven's Guard kick. Accompanied by a loud shout. Bang. The ground cracked into several pieces, and a lot of gravel splashed. Karasuba didn't even draw his knife, but held Tsunade's thigh with one hand. Haha. This move alone can't determine the winner, Tsunade. He just said one sentence. But he was stunned by the blood-pumping scene before him. Oh shit. So big. Is this still a mountain that humans can own? Oh my god. This ball should have at least AG, right? It's simply outrageous. Karasuba's moment of distraction immediately gave others an opportunity. Jiraiya fired a raise non. He hurried to his senses, but it was too late. Scatter, Senbonzakura. Fortunately, he quickly whispered something in the corner of his mouth. Thousands of tiny blades quickly enveloped Karasuba's body. Clang. The raise non was forcefully spread out. And Tsunade also retracted his thighs and took the opportunity to retreat. That was a close call. That was a close call. Karasuba patted his chest and let out a breath. I didn't expect that my careless behavior of watching the game would almost get me into trouble. Ahem. It's better not to watch this game. It's not like I haven't seen it before. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Tiny sharp blades were floating around his body. Under the refraction of light, the blades looked like romantic sakura flower rain. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes slightly. Is this the secret technique to kill Elder Danzo? It seems to be related to that special sword-shaped ninja tool. Tsunade was annoyed by the other's gaze, but more shocked. Because of her strange power. The man in front of me blocked it with his arm without any hesitation. This was the first time that someone was as strong as her, which made her feel very solemn. Really? Tsunade bit her lip and muttered to herself, a person who can kill someone like Shimura Danzo is not that easy to deal with. In this discussion, Sarutobi Hiruzen still did not act, but instead carefully observed Karasuba's abilities. His eyes were fixed on the tiny sharp blades that kept circling around the other person's body, and his thoughts kept surging. Jiraiya, Tsunade. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes flashed, the weakness of his secret technique is %*#. You buy me some time. I will give this man a fatal blow later. Okay, teacher. Jiraiya and Tsunade looked at each other and nodded excitedly. Sarutobi Hiruzen is known as the Professor of Ninjutsu, not just because of the large number of ninjutsu he mastered. And his powerful insight ability. As long as you can observe a few times. He can roughly analyze most of the attack modes, weaknesses, and other elements of ninjutsu. And hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's answer, Tsunade and Jiraiya were of course excited, as this meant there was hope of defeating this enemy called Kyobaku. Jiraiya took the lead. He quickly formed seals and clapped his hands hard. Summoning technique. With a puff, the huge toad Bunta appeared. Jiraiya stood above him and shouted, Compound Ninjutsu. Toad. Oil and fire bombs. Gamabunta spits out a large amount of oil, and Jiraiya spits out a powerful fire style. The combination of the two. A huge oil fire gushed out. With this range, I'm afraid Shikai can't resist it. Karasuba raised his eyebrows slightly, so he clapped his hands together, Bakudo 73, splitting void. Whoosh. Suddenly riots arose. It turned into a crystal shield to block in front of it. Jiraiya's expression changed slightly, this Akatsuki leader actually knows Karasuba's weird secret technique. Okay, he just remembered. These two people are from the same clan, so it's normal for them to know the same secret technique. But in this case, there is no way to create offensive opportunities for the teacher. It's okay, I'll do it. Seeing Jiraiya's panicked expression, Tsunade looked fierce. Snap. She leaped high again. The long legs lifted up and dropped towards Karasuba's head. Secret technique, painful kick. The huge chakra gathers in the right foot, which looks very powerful. But Karasuba looked calm and pointed with one hand. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Thousands of blades rushed towards Tsunade. Tsunade's power is indeed strong, but without activating the seal of the 100 healings, she has no corresponding means of defense. A mortal body like this jumping in the air is simply a sitting duck. The sound of breaking air was heard. Tsunade was about to be enveloped by the sharp blade. I saw a figure rushing forward quickly. Face to face with Karasuba, the person stood in Karasuba's no-injury circle. Sarutobi Hiruzen's old voice whispered in Karasuba's ear, your blade seems to be both offensive and defensive, with no blind spots at all, but within a meter or so of you, not even a blade can appear. This is the fatal flaw of your ninja tool. Kyobaku, you lose. Not finished yet. He held a kunao in his hand and was about to stab Karasuba. But Karasuba showed a triumphant smile on his face. Haha, you thought you saw through my senbonzakura, but you didn't know that what you saw was just what I wanted you to see, just to lure you into the trap. Sarutobi Hiruzen, your time has come to die. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression changed drastically. Fell into a trap. When we were about to evacuate, Karasuba suddenly grasped the air and said calmly, it's too late, Bankai. Scenery. Senbonzakura, scenery. Chapter 33. Accompanied by calm words coming out. In the sky, thousands of blades that were rushing towards Tsunade burst into white light. 500 million blades spread out and spread rapidly. They transformed into Senbonzakura Zanpakuto, which were neatly arranged and opened. There are so many of them, there are tens of thousands. They hovered quietly around, completely covering both Karasuba and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Huh? What is this? Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced around with a suspicious look on his face. Why are Tsunade and Jiraiya both gone? And we can't even observe the situation outside. Is this a special sword formation formed by an illusion? He wasn't too flustered. Because in his opinion, no ninjutsu can be invincible. As long as you observe more and understand the weaknesses, even the most powerful ninjutsu can be quickly cracked. But only Karasuba looked disdainful. Illusion? No, this is not an illusion at all. This is exclusive to Karasuba, the second Bankai form of his Zanpakuto. Also known as Senbonzakura Kage Yoshi. He can condense the hundreds of millions of tiny blades after Bankai into the Zanpakuto form of Senbonzakura. Arranged in the air, they form an independent enclosed space. Not only can outsiders not see what is happening inside, but any attack that attempts to destroy Bankai space will be ineffective. And each suspended blade can be moved at will according to the mind. The most important thing is, when a Zanpakuto holder is in this space, his speed, strength, release speed, and all other physical qualities will be greatly improved. Note, this is the setting in the original work, but because of a slight bug, it was changed so that only someone with strength comparable to Karasuba can forcibly break into this space from the outside world. In addition, this space is not an independent space, it is similar to separating the original space, so Obito, Minato, and Tobirama's space-time ninjutsu can get out. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Karasuba who was not far away and had not yet taken action. So he took out a small shuriken from his ninja tool bag. He used the shuriken giant body technique to enlarge it, and immediately threw it behind him. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. As Sarutobi Hiruzen formed hand seals and shouted, the shuriken multiplied into hundreds. With surging momentum, it crashed into the space barrier. Ding ding ding. As soon as they made contact, all the shurikens shattered. This isn't an illusion. Is this really an independent space? Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes narrowed. This time, he had to be shocked. The other party actually created an independent space using that special ninja tool. You think you can break into my Bankai space with these scraps of metal? Karasuba scoffed, then ignored him. He raised his hand suddenly. Swish! A Zanpakuto flew through the air. It was so fast that Sarutobi Hiruzen had no time to dodge. With a puff sound, Zanpakuto brutally pierced through his body. But the next second, thick smoke filled the air and his body turned into a wooden stake. Karasuba looked calm, not surprised. Body replacement technique? You were really quick at your peak. So, how do you deal with this? He suddenly raised his hands. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. One after another flew up, aiming directly at Sarutobi Hiruzen. There are so many of them, there are hundreds of Zanpakuto. Sarutobi Hiruzen pulled away and raised his hand to the ground, summoning technique. Monkey King. Ape Demon. Plop. The smoke cleared, revealing a white-haired ape. When he saw the hundreds of Zanpakuto coming at him, he instantly understood and transformed himself into a giant club. Sarutobi Hiruzen holds the Vajranure staff and swings it continuously. Ding ding. Ding ding. He actually knocked all the Zanpakuto away. Then he quickly extended the Vajraruyi staff in his hand and rushed towards Karasuba. Karasuba raised his right hand and a Zanpakuto fell into his hand. A group of them fell horizontally and lightly on the stick. Clang. The stick was shaking violently, but was intact. The Vajraruyi stick was transformed from an ape demon who possessed an indestructible body. Ordinary attacks naturally cannot cause any harm. But that doesn't mean it won't hurt. Ouch! It hurts so much. A crying face appeared on the Vajraruyi stick. Sorry, sorry. Old friend. Bear with it for a moment. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted from a distance, Ruyi stick. King Kong. Prison wall. Tisk, tisk, tisk. The Vajraruyi stick turned into dozens of sticks. It kept crossing and transforming, forming a cube cage to trap Karasuba. Haha. It's done. Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a look of delight and quickly formed hand seals. Puff puff puff. 4 shadow clones appear. Including his real body, the 5 of them formed a seal together, secret. 5 styles, great link technique. 5 Sarutobi Hiruzen opened his mouth. Ninjutsu of 5 different attributes, fire, lightning, water, earth, and wind covered the area. It is majestic and looks very intimidating. Only Karasuba looked calm and clapped his hands together. Bakudo number 81, Splitting Void. His. A large collection of Ryutsu. It turned into a translucent crystal barrier. Boom. 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 The 5 ninjutsu came into contact, and the roaring sound continued. But it couldn't shake the huge crystal barrier in front of it at all. That's it? Is this the ultimate secret? Karasuba looked slightly disdainful. Your power is too weak, you probably only know a lot of ninjutsu, so it's normal for you to have the title of ninjutsu professor, but to say that you, Sarutobi Hiruzen, are the strongest Hokage in history. Haha, I sneer at this. This is an insult to the word strongest. Well, let's stop here. I don't have the patience to play with you anymore. It's about time I send you on your way. As soon as the words fell, Karasuba Ryutsu swept through and shook the Ruyi rod cage open. Then he took a step forward. Swish. The figure disappeared and the blade was raised. With a swish sound, a bloody arm flew up. Sarutobi Hiruzen covered his broken arm where blood was gushing out, with a look of horror. So fast. I didn't even have the chance to use the body replacement technique. The opponent's speed has increased by more than 1 level. Is it the increase given to him by this space? Tisk tisk tisk. Seeing the other party's embarrassed appearance, Karasuba chuckled. Your appearance reminds me of a certain ninja known as the Demigod. When I killed him, I had the same expression. As soon as these words came out, Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed, You're not Kyohaku. But Karasuba, the leader of the Rain Shinobi village. Congratulations, you got it right. Karasuba smiled and responded, As a reward, I will send you to death. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression changed slightly and he just formed a seal. Swish. He raised his knife and slashed. A head flew in the air. Then it rolled to the ground, blood spilled everywhere. Bankai in its first form. He can completely defeat Shimura Danzo, let alone the second form. And Danzo also possesses the wood-style secret technique that even he has to take slightly seriously, as well as the annoying Izanagi technique. In his opinion. In a way, Sarutobi Hiruzen's strength is not even comparable to Danzo's. So this battle can only be described in 2 words, crushing. Oh? Looks like it's the Uzumaki clan's Shiki fusion. Glancing at the hand seals left on the corpse on the ground, Karasuba raised his eyebrows slightly. I wonder if the Shinigami summoned by this technique will have any effect on a non-human Shinigami like me. Chapter 34. Shiki Fujin, S-rank forbidden technique. The caster uses his own life as a price to seal the enemy's soul into the Shinigami's stomach. This is a forbidden technique in which both parties perish. Shinigami. They are all special leptonic life forms that are beyond the scope of human beings. But the predecessors all belong to the soul. He himself couldn't say whether the sealing technique would work. Forget it, I'll kill them all. Shaking his head, Karasuba was too lazy to dwell on it. Why bother? The only ninjas who know this forbidden technique nowadays are the 4th generation, right? And whether it will work or not is another matter. After disposing of the 3rd generation's bodies, a familiar system prompt sounded in my mind. Ding, congratulations host, the side quest is completed. Side quest, defeat Konoha's ninjutsu professor Sarutobi Hiruzen. Reward / unclaimed, Heido number 95, Ryutsu experience plus 1100, surveillance bacteria *2. Ryutsu experience is only 1,100. Karasuba nodded secretly and touched his chin. It's less than Danzo, but it's better than nothing. I don't know what's going on outside. Obito shouldn't have killed Minato, right? It shouldn't be that serious. After his careful teaching for a year. Although my brother too is not good at speaking, he has changed a lot. After all, this action. But it is equivalent to a disciple coming to save his teacher. After removing the Bankai space, hold Zanpakuto in hand. Surrounded by Konoha's ninjas, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and a bunch of Jonin were staring at him hungrily. At that time, Sarutobi Hiruzen was enveloped by this strange barrier. They gathered a large number of Jonin and immediately panicked, all attacking the barrier, but there was no sign of damage. Although they were very worried about the safety of the 3rd generation, they could only wait patiently. But now, the barrier has been lifted. The 3rd generation leader is missing. Where did it go? Sacrificed. But why is there no body? Tsunade stared at Karasuba and said in a deep voice, What did you do to the teacher? Is he dead or alive? He's dead. Karasuba explained with a smile, bowing, I ground him to dust, leaving no trace. No need to thank me. A hole. I'm going to kill you. Hearing this, Tsunade was completely furious. 100 healings mark, release. In an instant, chakra exploded. The diamond-shaped mark between the eyebrows spread out. At the same time, it turned into black stripes covering the body. Bang! Tsunade stomped her feet and rushed towards the enemy. Superpower nervous system rupture. He approached in the blink of an eye, and a strange force field erupted from his body. Tiny electric snakes spread all around. Kshi! Kshi! The noises continued to come out. Karasuba's eyes flickered. What's going on? You can actually use lightning style. When these arcs fell on him, Tsunade was immediately delighted. It worked. Jiraiya! I know. Watch me. Jiraiya leaped high into the air, big ball raised on. The chakra in his right hand condensed. A large chakra ball landed heavily on the top of Karasuba's head. Boom! There was a constant roar and smoke and dust rose up. However, Karasuba was unharmed, and the Zanpakuto in his hand had already been destroyed at some point. More than 5,000 sharp blades gathered together and formed a wall. Keep the raise non at bay. Karasuba then realized and looked at Tsunade and said, oh, it's not lightning style, but a special electric force field. Super strength nervous system rupture is not an attack based mainly on strength. Instead, it converts the chakra in the body into electrons to generate a special electric field, and then releases electrons to the enemy's nervous system. Use this to disrupt the enemy's control over the body. Tsunade once hit Kabuto with this jutsu. This trick is actually very good. But unfortunately, Karasuba is not human and happens to have no such thing as nerves. Wanting to use an electronic force field to disrupt actions, isn't this a bit funny? Seeing that it didn't work, Tsunade attacked again, super strength. Ten Shaokyaku. Just like before, he stepped over it. Karasuba raised his arms to block. Bang! A dull sound was heard. He suddenly felt a huge force pressing down on him. The power has become stronger. Seeing this, Karasuba frowned slightly. Is it because of the use of the seal of the 100 healings? What about the body? We will know if we try it. He raised his left hand. Pointing his index finger at the other's chest, he said in a low voice, Hado 4. White thunder. Ryutsu gathered his fingertips. A long and thin bolt of lightning spurted out. Tsunade didn't dodge or evade, and took the attack head-on. Puff! There was a bloody hole the size of an egg in his chest. But it recovered completely at a speed visible to the naked eye. Sure enough, Tsunade used more than just the 100 healing technique. Karasuba's eyes flickered. It's the ninja art, mitotic regeneration 100 heroes technique. In this state, Tsunade's body's recovery ability will reach an astonishing level, and can even barely compete with the high-speed regeneration of the hollow form. Baihao technique, a true S-level forbidden technique. It will completely unlock the 100 healings mark, causing a large amount of chakra within the seal to be released, and due to the infusion of the entire body, the power of both physical skills and super strength will be increased. And this is just the most common Baihao technique. Simply using it will not reduce its lifespan. However, ninja art, mitotic regeneration Baihao technique is different. It is almost a super S-level forbidden technique. It allows the chakra released from the 100 healings mark to stimulate the body, promoting faster cell division and reconstruction, thereby achieving the purpose of organ tissue regeneration. This is not recovery ability, but regeneration ability. However, this forbidden technique will overdraw a person's vitality, so it will shorten one's lifespan after using it. Later, during the Fourth Shinobi World War, when the 5 Kage fought against Uchiha Madara, the reason why Tsunade was able to survive multiple fatal injuries is also due to this forbidden technique. And with Jiraiya helping them, it seems the Shikai form can't defeat them, but Zanpakuto Bankai should be able to. Karasuba glanced at Jiraiya and thought to himself, but I used it too many times today. Never mind. I'll do it next time. There's no need to rush. Then, he waved his hand and knocked Tsunade back. Karasuba smiled at the people of Konoha and said, today's trip to Konoha is very enjoyable. We not only killed Danzo but also got Sarutobi Hiruzen killed. It was a good deal. Thank you for your hospitality. I look forward to seeing you next time. Ahole. He's trying to escape. Quick. Stop him. Tsunade was furious and rushed over. But Karasuba put his 5 fingers together and made a single stroke with one hand. Sizzle. The space crack opened its mouth wide. Karasuba walked in and waved goodbye. Tsunade, your forbidden technique ninja art, mitotic regeneration is very good. I have something important to deal with, so you don't have to send it. Next time, let's have a real physical contest. Don't wait for the other party to react. The dark crack in space narrowed. Everyone, including Jiraiya, was stunned on the spot. This so-called leader of the Akatsuki organization actually knows the legendary space-time ninjutsu. And the masked man before will also do it. When did space-time ninjutsu become cabbage? Tsunade was only shocked for a moment, but was soon overwhelmed by anger. Kyohaku. UBD. I will definitely kill you. Avenge my teacher. Chapter 35. The outskirts of Konoha. All the trees were destroyed and it has become a ruin. Obito and Namikaze Minato fought very fiercely. Namikaze Minato used almost all his strength, but Obito was always secretly letting them go. With just Kamui and wood style, he was able to pin down the opponent. Who is this person in front of me? After the two fought again, Namikaze Minato quietly separated and confronted, this kind of time and space ninjutsu is almost not inferior to mine. I must seize the opportunity when the opponent materializes to attack, otherwise all ninjutsu will be in vain. He was a little anxious and wanted to go back to Konoha. But as long as you fly away with the Flying Thunder God technique, the opponent can also follow you and perform space jumps. The leader of the Akatsuki organization has the courage to fight against the heroes of Konoha alone. And in a very short time, he killed Shimura Danzo. Then the strength is definitely very impressive. If the masked man fought with the other party, the situation of Konoha might become even worse. Forget it, I'm not going back. Namikaze Minato gritted his teeth and thought to himself, as long as we can hold this masked man here, it will be our victory. There are so many jonin in the village, as well as Tsunade-sama, Jiraiya-sensei, and the third generation, it should be enough to deal with it. I haven't finished thinking yet. A faint voice came from behind. Fourth generation, you're distracted while fighting me. You're underestimating me, aren't you? Obito quietly emerged from the ground. The Sharingan Megatama rotated, and the space was instantly moved. Tisk tisk. It looked like Minato was about to be forcibly sucked into the Kamui space. Not good. Feel the pull of the surrounding space. Namikaze Minato gritted his teeth and formed a seal with one hand. Swish. A flash of golden light. He staggered and fell to the ground on an open space several hundred meters away. Namikaze Minato stood up hurriedly, still frightened. It was a close call, I almost lost my life, I guess I have to use some powerful moves. He threw the special kunai in his hand. Call out. The goal is directly at the opponent's head. But Obito's Kamui activated, and the kunai went right through. Obito stretched out his right hand, wood style. Cutting technique. But it hasn't touched the other person's body yet. With a swish, Namikaze Minato's figure disappeared and instantly appeared above Obito. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Dazzling right hand raise non-spin. I win, masked man. Namikaze Minato smiled slightly, this is Flying Thunder God's second stage. Ninjutsu, raise non. The raise non in his hand hit the target. Smoke and dust rose up and the ground was broken. But Namikaze Minato became alert and realized something was wrong, because the touch of his right hand did not feel like flesh, but something hard. Just when he was about to retreat, a huge skeleton arm slapped Namikaze Minato away. Puff. Namikaze Minato spat out a large mouthful of blood. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated, revealing the true situation inside. It was a half-human skeleton that was more than 10 meters tall, with blue-green chakras sweeping out. The momentum is inevitably frightening. Suzanu's second form. What is this? The village documents record, this seems to be Suzanu. But this eye technique seems to be only used by the one who founded Konoha together with Senjo Hashirama. Namikaze Minato thought quickly and was immediately shocked. Masaka, could it be? You are Uchiha Madara. No. I must go back to the village to inform Obito. He finally couldn't bear it anymore. With a slight sadness on his face, he said faintly, Teacher, you can't even recognize my voice. As a former student, I am very disappointed. Saying. He took off his mask. 2 scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan were revealed, along with a slightly ferocious face. Seeing the person in front of him, Namikaze Minato was stunned. This is impossible. Obito, aren't you dead? I remember, at that time, Kanabihashi, you were. That doesn't matter. Obito interrupted the other person coldly, now I am the new Uchiha Obito, for the peace of the ninja world. For Lin, I can kill anyone. Even if you, teacher, stop me, no exception. Namikaze Minato looked him up and down. He found that the other person's eyes were actually intact, and his expression was in realization, you took Kakashi's Sharingan. Obito, you don't have to do this. If you tell him that you are still alive, he will take the initiative to give it back to you. And do you know how bad his mental state is now because of blaming Danzo for taking the Sharingan? If I hadn't gone to confront the root, Kakashi would have chosen to end his life like his father did. Obito's body trembled slightly. He wanted to say something, but still said calmly, what does that have to do with me? Kakashi, that rubbish. However, it's not over yet. Sizzle. The space crack next to him suddenly opened, and Karasuba walked out helplessly. Obito, you are such a proud little kid. You obviously care about your teacher and best friend, why can't you put aside your pride? I didn't. Obito said stubbornly. Not yet? Then why did you reveal your identity? Wasn't it just to tell your teacher that it was you who took Kakashi's Sharingan so that he could cheer up again? Karasuba glanced at him, somewhat speechless, killing Danzo and the third generation this time. Aren't you also doing this to prevent Namikaze Minato from being persecuted by them, and to provide your teacher with the opportunity to take control of the Hokage? As a human being, be more sincere and don't be so coy. Obito's face flushed instantly. The atmosphere is so awkward that they can even squeeze out a 3-bedroom, 1 living room apartment. He indeed had such an idea. But brother, If you say it directly like this, I, Uchiha Obito, will have no face. After listening to this, Namikaze Minato looked at Obito with a complicated expression. Obito, this method is still too radical. I can slowly accumulate strength and wait for the opportunity. Waiting for what opportunity? Hearing this, Obito could not help but get angry. Waiting for the opportunity to be killed? Teacher, do you know that not long after you left the root organization base, the old thief Danzo had already had murderous intentions towards you? Even if the third Hokage doesn't kill you, he will find a chance to let you die by coincidence. Even if he spares your life by chance, he will use all kinds of disgusting means to force you to abdicate, so the only effective solution is to kill them. Hearing this, Namikaze Minato fell into a brief silence. If it were in the past, he would definitely not be willing to believe this statement. But since that day, his mentality has changed. After using his power as Hokage to conduct a secret investigation, he discovered that the third Hokage, whom he once regarded as a kind elder, had done far more dirty deeds behind his back. So he made up his mind. He intends to quietly accumulate strength and wait for the right time to completely take control of the Hokage. But before he could do anything, Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen died the next day. And all of this was planned and implemented by the leader of the Akatsuki organization in front of us. Just having Obito disguise himself as Shimura Danzo created a rift in his heart towards the third Hokage, whom he always respected. To be honest, he was not that sad to hear that Sarutobi Hiruzen died. So Namikaze Minato sighed, looked at Karasuba and said, Mr. Kyobaku, what is your purpose in doing this? Hearing this, Karasuba's expression turned solemn. Is there any need to ask? Of course it's for peace in the ninja world. Chapter 36. Namikaze Minato. Why did he feel that this sounded so familiar? Previously, when Jiraiya was tracking down the defected Orochimaru, he encountered Karasuba, the leader of the Rain Shinobi village, and fought, and was abused, for more than 10 minutes. The other party also claimed that it was for peace in the ninja world. Are there any inexplicable connections between these two people? Namikaze Minato stared at Karasuba with a suspicious look on his face. Master Kyobaku, have we met before? Of course, 4th generation. Karasuba smiled and said, did you forget that I borrowed the book of sealed books when I came to your Konoha village last time? I have to say, that book is really interesting. The last time he came to Konoha, he used a prop black cloak to cover himself. The face was completely covered, so the other party could not see Karasuba in her hollow form. It was you last time. And not that Rain Shinobi village leader. Namikaze Minato scratched his head, looking puzzled, but that's not right. If it's not Lord Karasuba, why would he be so angry when he saw his bounty? Karasuba rolled his eyes and said sternly, because we are from the same tribe, and there are only 2 of us in the whole tribe. Although I don't like him in some ways, as a member of the same tribe, I still don't want to see him put on a bounty. What clan are you? Namikaze Minato asked. The Void Clan. The Void Clan. Namikaze Minato stroked his chin and thought to himself, this name sounds really strange, a bit like it was made up. I'll check the literature when I get back to see if there was such a clan during the Sengoku period. Karasuba saw through Minato's thoughts but smiled without saying anything. The Su clan must have made that up. Even if the other party cannot find it, it cannot prove that one's clan is fake. Because the Sengoku period was so long ago, it is impossible to have documents that fully record all the clans. Besides, the ninja world is so big. How do you know that there is no weak clan called Su? The weak clans are not as famous and powerful as the Senju and Uchiha. Even if their members are gone, their legacy will still last for a long time. In their era of constant war, any ordinary ninja might be enough to wipe out a weak clan. So Karasuba didn't bother to care about these, and smiled and introduced to Namikaze Minato, we, the Akatsuki organization, are determined to accept mercenary missions from all over the ninja world. As long as you are willing to pay, there is no one we dare not kill. If you want to hire our Akatsuki organization, please shout the code 3 times in a deserted place, eat shit, you, Cantonese. Our organization's professional intelligence officer White Zetsu will appear at any time to accept the job. But you need to pay 50% of the employment amount in advance as a deposit. The difficulty of the hired tasks is divided into 5 levels, BASSSSSS. After the White Zetsu specialists initially accept the tasks, our organization will estimate the strength of the target of this task and rate the difficulty of this task accordingly. B class is Jonin, A class is Elite Jonin, S class is Cage Level Ninja, SS class is Super Cage Level Ninja, and so on. Once a mission is accepted by our organization will send the corresponding members to complete the mission. Don't ask why there are no Chunin or Genin. If a country can't even deal with weaklings of this level, we can't be idle and kill these weak ninjas. You must know that our Akatsuki organization is a high-end mercenary organization. If the mission is too difficult, we have the right to give up and return the 30% of the prepaid salary to the employer. Don't worry, 4th Hokage. Our Akatsuki is a large multinational organization in the ninja world. We are absolutely honest. We will never cheat you out of your money. After all, this time the raid on 3rd generation and Danzo was a requirement of our organization's members, so we won't charge you any extra fees. But next time, you must prepare enough hiring money. I look forward to my first collaboration with Konoha's 4th Hokage. Karasuba talked a lot, leaving Minato stunned. Good job. Weren't we just talking about clan issues? Why did the topic suddenly change and start promoting your Akatsuki organization? But Namikaze Minato quickly came to his senses and said seriously, I won't hire you. This ninja world doesn't need such an evil Akatsuki organization. Whether it is necessary or not, that's hard to say. Karasuba shook his head and smiled faintly, 4th Hokage, you haven't even secured your seat as Hokage yet. It's hard to deal with a group of brainless Uchiha in your Konoha village alone. Without the 3rd generation and Danzo, you're all alone. You may not need our Akatsuki's help to solve the problem. Also, practice hard and become stronger. As the Kage of Konoha, you can't be so weak. It's not decent that you can't even beat your own students. See you next time. I look forward to your brilliant performance. Goodbye, Namikaze Minato. As soon as the words fell, Karasuba put his 5 fingers together and made a light stroke with his right hand. With a chi sound, a huge space crack opened up, and he walked in side by side with Obito. Namikaze Minato looked at Obito's back and stretched out his hand to stop Obito and let him return to Konoha. But the behavior stopped abruptly. Because he found that there seemed to be no reason to stop it. Akatsuki? I hope you really want peace in the ninja world. Looking at the rapidly shrinking dark cracks, Namikaze Minato murmured inwardly, but no matter what, it's time to completely grasp the position of Hokage in my hands, and then quickly improve my strength. It's really hard to explain that I can't beat Obito. Karasuba's move may seem cumbersome. But in reality, it was to give the Akatsuki organization a layer of protection, so that it would be easier to whitewash it later. From the original Akatsuki organization where all members rebelled against the ninjas, to a large-scale mercenary organization of a multinational nature. Although the names are not much different. But in fact, it can change the minds of those who don't know the reason. And with this layer of protection, when Akatsuki's mission credibility gradually increases, the responsibility of capturing the tailed beasts can be completely passed on to other countries. This method may seem absurd, but it is feasible to a certain extent. Because in the original movie, Road of Ninja, Konoha hired all members of the Akatsuki organization and had a group battle with the villains led by Obito. The scene was quite exciting. So transformation is necessary. Even if he was exposed in the future, that Karasuba would have already been invincible in the ninja world. Want to destroy Akatsuki? Haha, let me ask my Zanpakuto first if he agrees. Not long after Karasuba and Obito left. Southwest of Konoha village, in a dense forest. Bang bang bang. The 2 sweaty teenagers were passionately practicing ninjutsu. They fought with kunao in hand, sparks flying. Fire-style great fireball technique. The tall boy carrying the short sword distanced himself and formed hand seals quickly. It opened its little mouth and a huge fireball spurted out. Hola! Flames spread and swept across the ground. The short boy was hit, but turned into a rotten wood. The next second, he appeared behind the other person and stabbed with the kunao in his hand. But the tall boy made seals with his hands. Oink oink. The body turned into after-images, both real and illusory. The short boy looked panicked when a knife was pressed against his throat. Itaki-san, I won. Shisui said gently. Uchiha Itaki was a little frustrated. Brother Shisui, you are really good, especially your flickering technique. I can't even tell the real from the fake. It's okay, once your Sharingan is activated. Shisui smiled gently and was about to comfort her. But it's not over yet. A sudden change occurred. Suddenly, a light voice came from behind him. Oh? Very impressive? Looks pretty average to me. Sizzle. As the words came out, a long and narrow space crack opened. 2 guys wearing red clouds and black robes walked out slowly. The Uchiha's genius boy, this fellow brother of mine named Obito, is even more powerful than your Hokage-sama. Karasuba narrowed his eyes and said sincerely, he is a great grandmaster in all kinds of ninjutsu, including fire, water, and earth. He also knows powerful wood-style secrets. Why don't you join my Akatsuki organization? I'll let him teach you personally. Chapter 37. As soon as Karasuba said this, as a result, Uchiha Itake and Shisui immediately felt like they were facing a formidable enemy. They were out today as usual, training in the forest here, so they had no idea about the changes that had taken place in Konoha. But as a child of the first ninja village, of course I know the horror of space-time ninjutsu. 1 against 7, I'll hold them back. You go to the village and ask for support. So Shisui made a prompt decision and quickly formed seals with both hands, ninjutsu, flickering technique. Swish. Swish. Shisui's body was shocked. One after another, physical clones rushed over. Karasuba turned to look at Obito and said sarcastically, the child is disobedient and needs an adult to discipline him. Will you do it? Or should I? Let me do it. After all, we are of the same race. Obito looked calm and said calmly, and as a senior, we need to show them the true power of the Uchiha. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly took a step forward. Boom! The chakra in the body exploded. A giant over 10 meters tall suddenly appeared, covered in blue-green bones all over his body. Susanoo first form. FK. Isn't this too shameless? Seeing this scene, Karasuba immediately muttered, how can you use your ultimate move right at the beginning of a fight? Even fighting with your teacher isn't that serious, right? Complaints are complaints. Karasuba was too lazy to make any comments. Because if they were hurt accidentally, he would personally rescue them. Obito looked calm. With a thought, the giant skeleton palm swung out. Phew! Puff! Puff! One after another, the physical clones were shattered and turned into smoke and dissipated. In just a few moves, all the clones were destroyed, leaving only Shisui who was far away. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Shisui's Sharingan clenched, and he was horrified, how can such a tall giant be formed? And the chakra in his body is so powerful. Maybe it's enough to rival the tailed beasts. Looking at Susanoo, the short sword he was holding was shaking slightly. What? Are you scared already? Seeing this, Obito looked contemptuous, as a genius boy of Uchiha, this is the only level you have. I am so disappointed. With that, he removed Susanoo. Obito stamped his foot. Bang! The figure shot out and quickly approached Shisui. Shisui was delighted when he saw this, what a great opportunity. Without the giant's protection, there's a chance he'll be killed. He raised the short sword. With a swish, he slashed towards Obito's head. But the next second, it mysteriously penetrated through. Impossible. The attack is ineffective. Shisui's expression changed slightly and he was about to do something. But Obito was faster and grabbed Shisui's arm. Kamui starts. Hiss. The space became Uzumaki. Shisui didn't even have time to struggle before being swallowed. After all, even Tang Yongdame, 4th generation, almost fell into the trap. Not to mention, Shisui is only 10 years old. Defeated in 2 moves. Obito looked around with narrowed eyes and said sarcastically, where's the other little guy? Did he run away? Abandoned his companions? Hehe. Such a person is not worthy of being a ninja. I didn't. Suddenly, a childish cry of determination was heard. Uchiha Itake's short figure appeared behind Obito, and he quickly formed seals with his hands, fire style. Great fireball technique. Uchiha Itachi opened his mouth. A small fireball burst out. Obito turned around and formed hand seals at a faster speed, opening his mouth, fire style great fireball technique. The same is the great fireball technique. But Obito's fireball is 7 or 8 times bigger than Itake's. Boom! In the collision, Itake's fireball shattered. And Obito's remaining fireballs covered the opponent. Fortunately, Uchiha Itachi was quite agile and took several steps back to avoid the fire. Uchiha Itachi asked Obito urgently from a distance of 100 meters, what did you do to Shisui brother? Answer me now. Of course he's dead. Obito said. Impossible. You lied to me. Uchiha Itachi looked terrified, Shisui Nii is so strong, he'll be fine. Do I have to lie to you? What qualifications do you have to be worthy of my lying? Obito narrowed his eyes and said coldly, all enemies swallowed by my space-time ninjutsu will be strangled to death by the space turbulence, without exception. Even your Konoha's 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato was nearly killed by this move of mine. Do you think a mere Shisui can escape it? Hearing this, Karasuba, who was watching the game nearby, almost laughed out loud. Good job. Obito, this guy, lies all the time. What space turbulence? What hanging? If he didn't know that there was no such thing in Kamui space, he would have almost believed it. But he guessed the purpose of Obito's lie. However, he wasn't sure if this would work on Itachi. Let's just wait and see. After hearing Obito's explanation, Uchiha Itachi's face turned pale instantly, and he murmured, no. Impossible. Shisui-san. How could you possibly die? BD. How dare? How dare you kill Shisui-san? His eyes turned blood red. Red blood vessels spread around his eyeballs. Obito stared at Itachi's changes, feeling a little nervous, is it going to work? It must succeed. Otherwise, it will be even more difficult next time. Tisk tisk. At this moment, chakra fluctuated wildly in Uchiha Itachi's body. Those black eyeballs seemed to be slowly turning blood red. With a loud bang, powerful chakra waves sweep through. Uchiha Itachi's eyes turned completely blood red. On the surface of each eye, there are 2 dark jades rotating rapidly. Success. Haha. Obito looked surprised and laughed, not bad, I saw 2 Megatama when I opened my eyes. You are as talented as I was back then. Swish. Uchiha Itachi disappeared on the spot. Holding a kunao, he stabbed at him and said coldly, since you killed brother Shisui, I will kill you to avenge him. The kunai stabbed at him, but Obito dodged it easily. Then he grabbed Itake's arm with one hand and activated Kamui. His. In an instant, the space turned into Uzumaki. Uchiha Itake was also sucked into the Kamui space. The battle is over. Karasuba walked slowly to Obito's side, looking slightly surprised. Are you so confident that Itake can open his eyes? If you fail, the next time you open your eyes, the difficulty will increase many times. He just saw. Obito used his great strength to quickly crush Shisui. It's not just for show, it's actually to let the young Uchiha Itake activate the Sharingan. I don't know if Itake can open his eyes. Obito shook his head and said slowly, but I observed the chakra in his body and found that the young Itake already has many times more chakra than his peers. Although it is not yet at a sufficient level, there is still a high probability that he can activate the Sharingan. It just so happens that we are strangers to them at this moment. The mental stimulation of the enemy killing a close friend is more likely to open his eyes. Fortunately, we succeeded. Yes, it's a good thing we succeeded. Karasuba glanced at him and said, otherwise, Itake will hate you to death. Even if he doesn't hate you, it will still leave a shadow on your childhood. The shadows and such don't matter. What matters is Uchiha Itake. He opened the 2 Megatama Sharingan at the age of 5. Obito's eyes flickered, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Throughout the long history of the Uchiha clan, no one has ever done this. This is a miracle that belongs to the Uchiha clan. Chapter 38. Really? Hearing this, Karasuba nodded in agreement. Itake is a true genius. According to his understanding, the Sharingan is very difficult to open. Moreover, there are 3 necessary conditions for opening the eyes. First, it is the bloodline of the Uchiha clan. There is no need to say more about this. Uchiha Itake's bloodline is quite pure. The second is a large amount of chakra. When you open your eyes, you need enough chakra in your body to impact your eyes in order to open them. The third is the most important condition. It is mental stimulation, and it must be mental stimulation under extremely critical circumstances. Most of them are matters of life and death, and the objects are either oneself or close friends and relatives. According to 2nd Hokage Senjo Tobirama, every Uchiha has a great deal of love in their hearts. Once you lose love, a special chakra will emerge in your brain, which will be reflected in the optic nerves and cause changes in your eyes, commonly known as opening your eyes. But if I force myself to open my eyes, if the chakra is insufficient or the mental stimulation is not adequate, then the eye opening will fail, and the difficulty of opening the eyes next time will increase many times. Uchiha Itake opened the 2 Tomo Sharingan at the age of 5, which was definitely the first in the history of the Uchiha clan, unprecedented and unrivaled. When Obito opens his eyes, he actually has 2 Megatama. Compared to the original work, Itake opened his eyes at the age of 8, so he was relatively old. But Obito is amazing. When he activated the Mangekyo Sharingan, he skipped the evolution process from double Megatama directly to triple Megatama, which was also unprecedented. It is really difficult to compare which of the 2 talents is better. Obito looked at him and asked, what should we do next? Take the 2 brothers to the Akatsuki base? Or go back to Rain Shinobi village? Wait, let me think. Karasuba fell into deep thought. To be honest, he really had no idea that the Uchiha brothers were training in this forest. Originally, he was planning to tear open the space rift and return to Rain Shinobi village directly after promoting a wave of Akatsuki's for Namikaze Minato. As a result, suddenly, at that time, a system prompt sounded in my mind. Ding, main quest released. Main quest, go to the southwest of Konoha village, near a dense forest, win over 2 Uchiha young geniuses, Uchiha Itake/Shisui, and make them members of the Akatsuki organization. Reward/unfinished, unknown. The mission information at that time was as follows. This is his first main mission in the Hokage world. The difficulty is extraordinary. Because at this stage, whether it is Uchiha Itake or Shisui, although he has not yet reached the point of risking his life for the village as in the later years, he is definitely very mature in his thinking. He wanted to lure them into joining the Akatsuki organization for the sake of benefits. Almost impossible. What to do? After thinking for a long time, Karasuba said solemnly, let's go back to Rain Shinobi village. They are still young. They are not fit to face Kakuzu and the others yet. Okay, then. Obito looked at Karasuba, seeming to be hesitant to speak. What's wrong? Karasuba wondered. I'm sorry. Obito was a little conflicted, but still whispered, I should not take the initiative to tell the teacher my true identity. You said before that Kakashi had a mental breakdown because of the loss of Sharingan, so It's okay, they're just minor issues. Karasuba waved her hand, indicating that she didn't care. I originally planned to let you contact Kakashi, let him recover his mental state, and inform the 4th generation. It won't be too much trouble. After all, the current young daimei is no longer the young daimei of the past. Never, bring a girl with you? What are you talking about? Obito was confused. Ahem, slip of the tongue, it's Namikaze Minato. Karasuba coughed a few times and said earnestly, besides, you can't live with a mask forever, because you are no longer the Uchiha Madara you once were. Obito, Obito, tear off the mask, so that you can better welcome the sunshine of tomorrow. Welcome, the sunshine. Obito muttered, I see, thank you. You senpai. Karasuba laughed heartily at the last three words. This was the first time Obito called him senior in all these years. What does this mean? This shows that Obito has already recognized Karasuba as a person. Okay, thanks are very kind. Karasuba chuckled and said, let's go home and have a family meeting to discuss how to get Uchiha, the two talented boys, to join our big family. Yeah, you senpai. Obito nodded, and the Sharingan glowed red. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The space became Uzumaki, and the two disappeared from the spot. Rain Shinobi Village. The tallest spire on the building. A beautiful girl with paper flowers on her head stood alone on a high platform, looking at the dense and continuous rain in front of her. I don't know either. Conan looked a little worried, I don't know what's going on with Senior Yu. Although Senior is very powerful, he can't fully exert his full strength after all. If he underestimates the enemy. I haven't finished yet. The space before my eyes turned into Uzumaki. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Two figures in red and black robes appeared. Karasuba smiled and patted Conan's head, showing a warm smile, it's impossible to underestimate the enemy. I killed both Danzo and third generation. The third generation is dead too. Conan was slightly startled, I thought you were just going to kill Danzo. Third generation is buy one get one free, but that old guy insisted on blocking the way, so I killed him. Karasuba waved his hand and asked, how's Nagato doing? Is Orochimaru still behaving himself? Nagato has been preliminarily implanted with white Zetsu protocells. The rejection was not great and he adapted quickly. Orochimaru was also quite well behaved. Conan replied. That's good. Having said that, he withdrew his hand. Feeling the warmth above his head disappear, Conan felt a little lost. Karasuba didn't notice and looked at Obito beside him, let those two boys out. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The space rotates and Uchiha Itachi and Shisui appear. Seeing that he was surrounded by three enemies. Shisui immediately protected Itachi behind him, looking alert, where is this? What is your purpose in bringing us here? No purpose. Karasuba didn't bother to talk nonsense, he looked at them with burning eyes and said, tell me, what is your dream? Dream. Shisui and Itachi were stunned by this question. In confusion, they blurted out, our dream is that there will be no more disputes and wars in the ninja world. In other words. Hearing this, Karasuba asked again, your dream is peace in the ninja world. Itachi and Shisui looked at each other and nodded slightly, yes. Oh? That's perfect. The purpose of our organization is peace in the ninja world. We are determined to settle all disputes in the ninja world within the next 30 years. We are looking for like-minded partners. Karasuba stretched out his hand and said sincerely, I see that you two are both extremely talented and gifted. You are rare talents. Join us, Akatsuki, and witness the coming of peace with us. Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Shisui. Chapter 39. Karasuba's words were simple though. But there was firmness in his words and sincerity in his eyes without any falsehood. If you want to get the two teenagers to join Akatsuki, seduction, bribery, and financial inducement will not work. Because Itachi and Shisui are both very stubborn people. Therefore, we must start from their own ideals and make them understand that war cannot be stopped in Konoha. That might change their thinking. In the original book, he was 7 years old. Itachi is intelligent and rational, and gradually begins to think from the perspective of Hokage. Therefore, my thoughts since childhood have not been bound by the boundaries of a clan or a village. Such a weasel. You can look at the entire ninja world with a broader perspective. And now Itachi himself is only 5 years old. His thoughts are not too mature, but precisely because of their immaturity, his vision is limited to the concept of one village and one clan. As for Shisui, she is only 10 years old now. The idea is mature enough, but still slightly flawed. Because he is a descendant of Uchiha Kagami, a member of the 2nd Hokage's elite guard corps. After accepting the will of fire passed down by Uchiha Kagami, he has the same narrow-minded intrigue as Jing. Within the next 3 years, he won many military achievements and was appreciated by the 3rd Hokage. Thoughts have gradually changed, but they are still struggling with the concepts of one clan and one village. Later, the Uchiha clan attempted a coup, and Shisui, who had intended to use the distinguished heavenly gods to stop the rebellion, was taken away by the insidious Danzo. After sacrificing himself, he still felt before dying. Perhaps my death could change something for the Uchiha clan. But in the end, nothing changed. Although the news of his death dealt a severe blow to the Uchiha clan, the rebellion was still carried out by Uchiha Fugaku, although it was delayed for 2 years. Uchiha Shisui's sacrifice was almost meaningless. There are serious problems with the thinking of both people. The Itachi is still young. If you keep it with you all year round, it will naturally change under the subtle influence. But 10-year-old Shisui is not so easy to fool. So Karasuba can only choose to use his ultimate move, mouth to mouth. After hearing Karasuba's sincere words, Itaka looked slightly confused, and stretched out his small hand to place it on Karasuba's palm. Shisui came to his senses and tried to stop him. How do you prove that your Akatsuki organization can quell the rebellion of the entire ninja world? Just based on my strength. Karasuba laughed. You? We don't even know your name, who can't brag? Shisui shook his head. You don't even know me. Karasuba was stunned, looking at his appearance. Alright. Still in Shinigami status. The two kids were out and had no idea about the big things that happened in Konoha today. So, he decisively switched to the virtual state. Swish. Swish. The clothes turned white and the bone mask condensed. His skin was pale, and 2 tear marks ran across his cheeks. A faint cool aura emanated from his body. You. Shisui looked shocked. You are the leader of Rain Shinobi village who killed a demigod instantly. Yes, that's me. Karasuba stared at them with his dark green eyes, his tone slightly indifferent. Now? You still don't believe it? In terms of strength, we believe it. Shisui and Itaka nodded, the former pondering, but if we use force to quell the turmoil in the ninja world, won't hatred erupt? Is this really right? During the Sengoku period, wars were more frequent than they are today. Karasuba curled her lips and said calmly, later, Uchiha Madara and Senjo Hashirama worked together to quell the chaos and established the current situation of the 5 major nations. When the two were alive, they were a deterrent and no one dared to start a war. But as soon as the 2 of them died, the 5 great nations immediately started the First Ninja World War because of the uneven distribution of the benefits of the tailed beasts. Isn't this enough to prove that military force is enough to quell the chaos? But people will die and wars will break out. Shisui shook his head. Then just keep living, right? Karasuba chuckled. Alive forever? How can this be? Shisui was about to laugh, but then he remembered the bounty. Karasuba's previous profile showed that he was a survivor of the Sengoku period and was suspected to possess a powerful secret technique for immortality. So, Shisui looked suspicious. Are you really someone who survived the Sengoku era? And you have the secret technique of immortality? Yes. Karasuba nodded. This time, he didn't tell the truth. Tell the truth to Orochimaru because he is a man who believes in science. But the 2 young men in front of him were too stubborn. If they said something wrong, it would cause distrust between them. Moreover, he can live for thousands of years. For humans, it is basically equivalent to eternal life. Moreover, in the following decades, Orochimaru really developed the secret of immortality. How can it be said to be fake? It's actually true. Itaki was shocked. Shisui was also stunned for a moment, then immediately frowned and said, impossible. You must be lying to me, right? There is no secret technique of immortality in this ninja world. Why would I lie to you? Hearing this, Karasuba was speechless. Really? When you all die of old age, can't you just see if I have changed? Besides, even if there is no secret technique of immortality, we can still achieve peace in the ninja world. How to achieve this? Shisui and Itaki asked. Gather all the tailed beasts and use them as a deterrent. Karasuba's eyes flashed. The main reason for the First Ninja World War was actually the uneven distribution of the tailed beasts. Although the first Hokage was extremely powerful, he was too gentle, which allowed the other 4 nations to take advantage of him. No matter how the 9 tailed beasts are distributed, they can never be completely balanced in number. It would be better for the first Hokage to collect all the tailed beasts. Even if he and Uchiha Madara die in the future, they can still deter the other 4 nations. But Shisui scratched his head, wondering, to control the tailed beasts one needs the wood-style secret technique of the Senjo clan, or the Mangekyo Sharingan of the Uchiha, and right now neither of those 2 powers are available in Konoha, or even the entire ninja world. That can only mean that Konoha's talent is dwindling, and they deserve to lose their tailed beasts. Karasuba looked disdainful and pointed at Obito next to him. We don't have a powerful wood style that can control the tailed beasts yet, but doesn't the one in front of you have the Mangekyo Sharingan? How difficult is it to control the tailed beasts? Itaki and Shisui looked at Obito. The former had a slightly complicated expression. After all, it was others' credit that he opened his eyes, even though it caused him some psychological trauma. They recognized Karasuba's strength. And the other party also has Mangekyo Sharingan. But do you really want to join Akatsuki? They always felt that using force to quell the chaos was not in line with their original intention. Moreover, the events of the Sengoku period happened so long ago that even though there are relevant documents, it is not certain whether they are true. No matter how much I say, why don't you go and see it for yourself? Go and take a walk around the village. Karasuba seemed to see through their thoughts and said calmly, look at this Rain Shinobi village. Under my rule of absolute force, what kind of peaceful village is it? Chapter 40. Uchiha Itaki and Shisui looked at each other. The former looked at Karasuba. What if we finally disagree with the concept of creating peace in the ninja world by absolute force? What will you do? Kill us? Or? That's not the case. Karasuba shook his head, 7 years at most. If you still hold on to your own ideas, then I will not force you. How about sending you back to Konoha? Okay, it's a deal. Shisui's eyes lit up and he held out his hand. Karasuba smiled and shook his hand. It's a deal. The next time, the two Uchiha boys began their observation trip at Rain Shinobi village. Fortunately, they are mature in thinking. Otherwise, if it were an ordinary child, he would have cried and asked for his mother. As for why the agreed period was 7 years, it was because that time was close to the time when the Uchiha clan was exterminated. Since the system prompts, recruiting these two teenagers is related to the main task. Then the Uchiha's genocide night is considered a major event for the Hokage, right? Then it must be part of the main storyline. I don't know either. Shaking his head, Karasuba looked forward to it. What exactly is the reward for the first main mission? It shouldn't be too shabby. Wait until Shisui and Itaka leave. Only Konan and Obito were left. Obito looked at Karasuba, looking slightly worried. Are you sure they will change their minds and join the organization after seeing the peace in the village? Not sure, but I have to try. Karasuba shook his head and smiled calmly, but there is still a great chance of success. The more talented people in the Uchiha clan are, the more paranoid they are. Shisui and Itaki are even more so. As for you, Obito, you are even more stubborn. To be honest, the day we met, I was really surprised that my words could convince you. It seems like what Nagato said. I have the same strong affinity as Yahiko. Since I can even conquer you, there shouldn't be any big problems for the two of them. Ahem, conquer. Obito was a little embarrassed when he heard this word. Do we still need to execute the plan we made before to capture 4 tails in the land of Earth? Although Onoki still sent an infiltration team to the village, he reduced it by nearly 60% after knowing that you are the new leader of Rain Shinobi village. No hurry. Hearing this, Karasuba shook his head and said, let the White Zetsu keep an eye on it first. The most urgent task now, is to make the Akatsuki organization stronger, and at the same time, to increase the hard power of the village. How? Obito said. Wait a minute. The death of Konoha's third Hokage and Shimura Danzo will sooner or later spread to the entire ninja world, and then the name of Akatsuki will be known to all countries. Karasuba paused and said slowly, except for the 4 major countries in the Fire Country, they may be suspicious and dare not contact us for the time being, but other small countries will take the initiative to come to us, but small countries are still small countries after all. The A-rank missions for elite Jonin might be the upper limit. At that time, Obito, you will mainly be responsible for handling the A-rank mercenary missions. I will let Kakuzu and Sasori handle the remaining B-rank missions. Once our organization's credibility is established. By then, not only the 5 great nations, but the entire ninja world will take the initiative to send us money, and the prestige of our Akatsuki organization will be greatly enhanced. We can then use this opportunity to attract outstanding talents from all over the world, and counter-subsidizing organizations and villages will be a piece of cake. White Zetsu is responsible for contacting people from various countries. The code word for contact is eat shit. The code word is spread by White Zetsu to the top leaders of various countries. The code word must be shouted at any time and anywhere, and our White Zetsu will appear immediately. Obito thought for a moment and said, it's a good idea that you want White Zetsu anywhere in the ninja world to respond to this code, but, there aren't that many White Zetsu at the moment, so we can't do that for now. Well. Karasuba scratched his head, thinking of a forgotten tool man. When we invaded the root base, didn't I ask you to recover the member code named? That child has Hashirama cells. If he is fused with the Gadu statue, it can speed up the replication of White Zetsu. Yeah, I see. Obito nodded, but was a little confused. I have always been very confused. What does this code word eat shit on you mean? It doesn't sound like a good thing. I think you are making fun of the 5 major countries. Ahem, why isn't it a good thing? Karasuba coughed a few times and explained seriously, this code means you are great. It is a kind of encouragement and praise to people. And Yejushi la ni means you are very good. You can encourage others in this way in the future. Obito subconsciously said, oh, you senpai, you are also a big shit. Karasuba had a black line on his forehead. Seeing this scene. Without saying anything, Obito hurriedly asked Kamui to evacuate. Konan on the side covered his mouth and laughed, haha, look at you, senior, this is what happens when you lie. You noticed that too? Karasuba wondered. Of course. Although this code is difficult to pronounce, it doesn't sound like a good thing to say. Konan smiled and said with a little warmth, only those of us who know you well can hear that. It's really boring. It seems that I can only cheat the new members of the organization from now on. Karasuba complained. Then he sat on the stool on the rooftop. He rubbed his brows and frowned slightly. Seeing this, Konan immediately stepped forward, feeling a little distressed, and said, Senior, you, don't work too hard. You have hardly had a good rest in these years. How about taking a nap? With me here, nothing will go wrong. All right. Karasuba nodded silently. Although I am not human. But as a spiritual life form, no matter how strong your physique is, you still need rest. Konan walked forward and half knelt behind him, pressing his chest against Karasuba's back, massaging his shoulders gently with his hands. Feeling the strange sensation coming from behind, Karasuba showed an expression of enjoyment. Wow, so soft. What's so soft? Ahem, I mean the massage technique. Karasuba was embarrassed and quickly changed the subject. Konan, you are very good, and your skills are very experienced. Can I hire you as my lifelong masseur? Sure. Konan said softly from behind. Less than 5 minutes into the massage, Karasuba fell asleep on the stool. But little did they know. Konan's fair cheeks behind him had already turned red with embarrassment. Call. She took a deep breath and calmed her emotions a little. He formed seals with his hands quietly and large pieces of paper flew out. The papers floated up and gently lifted up Karasuba's body. Whoosh. Whoosh. A large amount of white paper spread out again and folded up quickly. Layer after layer, a thick paper bed was formed under Karasuba. With a click. With an imperceptible sound, she controlled the paper bed and gently placed him on the ground. Fortunately, I guess I didn't wake him up. Konan patted her heaving chest, but when she saw the size of the bed under Karasuba, she froze for a moment. Oh my! What a big paper bed! Why did I subconsciously make a double bed? Chapter 41. In the blink of an eye. 4 years passed in a flash. The 51st year of Konoha. A lot of big things happened in these 4 years. First year. Konoha, the first village in the ninja world, was invaded by Akatsuki. The third Hokage and Shimura Danzo were killed by the acting leader of Akatsuki, Kyohaku. The fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato completely took control of the Hokage. With this, Akatsuki became famous. Many small countries that originally wanted to give it a try found intelligence specialist White Zetsu and commissioned him to perform mercenary tasks. I was surprised to find afterwards that the task was actually completed. Although the fees charged are really expensive, using money to solve difficult problems. Which country wouldn't be happy? What the hell is expensive? As a result, the ninja world was in complete chaos. In addition to the 5 major countries, a large number of commissioned missions from small countries in the ninja world have come one after another. These are not just assassination missions, but also some fragmentary missions to find people. Although the salary is not much. But for White Zetsu who possesses the floating technique, isn't it easy to find someone? It can be done easily. With the completion of a large number of mercenary missions, the names of Angel Konan, Scorpion of the Red Sand, and Immortal Ninja Kakuzu gradually became known to the ninja world. The Akatsuki organization collected a huge amount of funds in a short period of time. This large-scale transnational mercenary organization finally made its mark throughout the ninja world. Second year. Karasuba used the reputation of Akatsuki to attract many talented ninjas in the ninja world. For example, Deidara, the explosion expert of the Land of Earth, Hoshigaki Kisame of Kirigakuer, and Haiden, the evil god fanboy of Yugakuer. Worth mentioning is, in the 47th year of Konoha, due to Obito's young age and insufficient pupil power, he had not had the time to control the 4th Mizukage Yagura. The current Kirikage, after Yagura Kyujira came to power. The reform of Blood Mist Village began, and Karasuba was too lazy to let Obito take control because it would take some time for Three Tails to be resurrected after his death. So Yagura Kyujira didn't have time to become a Jinchuriki, so he could just be captured when Three Tails was resurrected. As for the Shisui brothers, it was also in the 3rd year that he chose to join the Akatsuki organization. It's just that the process was a little bumpy. Although they saw the peace of Rain Shinobi village in the 1st year, they believed that such peace was ultimately illusory. Then, the next year, Karasuba personally took Shisui and Itaki with him. Travel to various small war-torn countries in the ninja world and let them experience the effects of war firsthand. The ninja world is huge. Some small countries are very small and there are only a few ninjas who know ninjutsu. Any Chunin from Konoha could destroy such a country. Without power, even the so-called illusory peace does not exist. The word peace was born out of war. Without war, how can there be peace? Then, Karasuba used the mouth-to-mouth technique several times. They finally understood that weakness is the original sin, and reluctantly allowed the two to return. 3rd year. Uchiha Itaki and Shisui officially choose to join the Akatsuki organization. And Karasuba's first main mission was finally completed. As for the reward, it was unexpectedly not of much value, just 10 surveillance bacteria and a full 5,000 Ryutsu experience. Rain Shinobi Village. On the rooftop of the tallest spire building. Karasuba opened the panel. Secondary villain system. Host Karasuba. Ryutsu, LV6, 3500/15000/medium. Spirit Core, Blackwing Demon, Part 1 Return to Blade. Zanpakuto, Senbonzakura, Bankai/10%. Swordsmanship, Penultimate. White Hits Penultimate. Shunpo Penultimate. Kido, Penultimate. Items, Black Cloak, Soul Enlightening Gauntlet, Different dimensional cube, surveillance bacteria *18. His Ryutsu level. As early as a year ago, he broke through to level 6. Although it is still a medium-level Ryutsu, there have been significant changes in the panel. For example, behind the spirit core representing Xian, there are 2 more words Yudan, which proves that the second stage of returning to the blade is not far away. And after the Shinigami Zanpakuto, Bankai has an additional percentage number, which means that Bankai's level of practice has reached the 10% level. Don't underestimate this 10%, which may not seem like much. But in fact, his Zanpakuto was elevated to more than 1 level. Originally, the Shikai state only had a few thousand blades, and the Bankai state had 500 million blades. In the current Shikai state, the Senbonzakura blade can release 50,000 blades, and the Bankai is as much as 5 billion. Now even in normal state, he is at the peak level of Super Shadow. As for how strong the combat power is in Bankai and returned blade state, he couldn't say for sure. Since there are no enemies of equal strength, Karasuba cannot predict how strong he is, but he is very strong anyway. At this moment, Karasuba stood on the rooftop, thinking about his next plan. But the image that suddenly appeared in his mind caused his expression to change slightly. In the picture, in the laboratory on the ground platform, Nagato stayed in the incubation chamber, his body trembling slightly. Tiny green sprouts grew out one by one. Orochimaru stood in front of the incubation chamber with a panicked look on his face. What should I do? What should I do? Nagato is doomed now. I'm so mad. It could have been successful. Why didn't Nagato listen to me? Will Karasuba blame me? Blame me for screwing up? If Nagato dies, I won't be able to escape. Otherwise, I can just take the Rinnegan and run away. The ninja world is so big, I don't believe he can find me. This was transmitted by the surveillance bacteria attached to Orochimaru's body. Seeing this, Karasuba frowned slightly. What happened to Nagato? He slashed violently with one hand. Chilla. A dark crack in space opened up. Karasuba walked in and appeared in front of Orochimaru the next second. What the hell is going on? The transplant of Hashirama's original cells failed. You came so fast. Orochimaru was immediately startled and said in a panic, it's not a failure. I originally divided it into 4 courses, and the first 3 were all successful. Nagato no longer needs to worry about the load brought by using the Rinnegan. I suggest that he give up the 4th course. In the end, Nagato refused to listen and was very determined to continue the transplant. The most perfect Hashirama native cells persisted for a few months but were attacked by the Hashirama cells. The power of the 2 sides was seriously unbalanced and was on the verge of collapse. That means he will be eaten away by Hashirama's cells and turned into a big tree. Karasuba frowned slightly. Yes. Orochimaru nodded nervously, this is none of my business. He made his own decision. Jun. Stop talking nonsense, how can we save Nagato? Karasuba shouted coldly. Nagato can't die. If I die, it will be difficult to explain to Konan. I promised Konan that there would be absolutely no problem with the transplant process. As a result, something unexpected happened. Orochimaru shook his head and said quickly, it's too late. Once the backlash begins, it will not stop. The huge imbalance between the 2 forces will not only destroy his body, but also cause his spiritual world to collapse. Unless what? Unless someone can pull out Nagato's soul. But the soul is under the control of the Sage of 6 Paths, right? I don't believe anyone can do it. I can. The next second, Karasuba said something. Then he decisively took out a black fingerless glove from the prop space. A faint breath of soul emanated from the gloves. Karasuba raised his hand, dug with his 5 fingers, and pulled it back. With a slurp. In an instant, a mass of translucent unknown substance was forcibly pulled out of the body. Karasuba held Nagato's soul in his hand and looked at Orochimaru and said, the soul has been taken out, what do we do now? Orochimaru. Chapter 42. Ever since Orochimaru was recruited by Karasuba, he stays in the laboratory doing scientific research all day long. I have never stepped out of the door and have become a real technology geek. As a technology geek, he really couldn't understand how a person could be so strong. It's fine if you know time and space ninjutsu. Why can you forcefully drag out other people's souls? Although he could see that Karasuba used special tools, it was still enough to shock him. What are you still standing there for? Karasuba frowned slightly and shouted in a deep voice, pull out the soul, what next? What should we do? Oh, there's no need to worry about this Jun. Orochimaru opened the hatch and began the operation. The next step is professional operation. Without a soul, Nagato's body's backlash is greatly reduced. I can use my own method to degenerate the Hashirama protocells in Nagato's body, so that the power of the Rinnegan and Senju can be balanced again. As he spoke, he began to touch Nagato's fair body all over. I was given several injections. Only then did the backlash of Nagato's body subside. Are you ready? What are these potions of yours? Karasuba asked curiously. About that. Nagato should wake up in 2 or 3 months. Orochimaru licked his chin with his long tongue and said in a hoarse voice, these drugs were carefully developed by me over the past 4 years. I named them Hashirama Cell Degeneration Combination Drug. As for the principle, you won't understand even if I tell you. Karasuba. He felt as if he were being looked down upon. But it seems normal for a scientist to say such things. Orochimaru looked at the translucent substance in Karasuba's hand and asked with curiosity, is this a soul? It doesn't look that good, but I really want to study it. Roll. Karasuba uttered a word. Ahem, Jun. Orochimaru knew it was hopeless, so he changed the subject and said, what on earth is that glove on your right hand? Why can it extract the soul? Besides, can the soul be stuffed back in? Otherwise, Nagato would be truly dead. Nonsense, how am I going to explain to Konan if I can't put it back? Karasuba rolled her eyes at him and said, you don't understand this glove even if I tell you. This is not your field. Don't try to figure it out. Orochimaru. This glove is called Soul Enlightenment Gloves. One of the special items in the Shinigami world. By wearing it, you can extract the soul from any human body, or insert it into the body at any time. The most important thing is, it has a very powerful feature. That is, after the soul is extracted, the body will remain active for a long time. Note, in the original Shinigami, the protagonist Kurosaki Ichigo is a human Shinigami, so he has a physical body. When he transforms into a Shinigami, he will break out of his body in a form similar to a soul, while leaving his physical body behind. His soul may be out for several years, and he can still enter the physical body when he comes back. I guess it is because the Shinigami's physical body has long-term activity, otherwise the physical body would have rotted long ago. This Soul Enlightenment Gauntlet also has a similar function / you can think of it as a system setting / I didn't find any relevant information when I searched for information. Only with a living body can Orochimaru operate. Otherwise, dead cells would definitely not work. After making sure it was alright, Karasuba stuffed Nagato's soul back in. Orochimaru also put Nagato back into the incubator. He turned to look at Karasuba, his eyes twinkling, Heiji-kun, Nagato's Rinnegan isn't his, right? Oh? How did you find out? Karasuba asked in surprise. It's simple. This is the legendary Eye of the Immortal. But even when it's so close, Hashirama's protocells can't suppress it. It's really unbelievable. Orochimaru licked it with his big tongue and said hoarsely, then there is only one possibility. This is not his own Rinnegan. It is not perfectly compatible with his body, so it will cause Hashirama cells to backfire. How clever. Karasuba waved his hand, but this is not your concern. Just do your job well. His tone suddenly changed, his voice slightly cold, also, don't think about the Nagato Rinnegan. If I see you have such thoughts next time, I will make you live a life worse than death. Remember, it's not just physical. As soon as these words came out, Karasuba didn't even disperse his ryutsu, he just glanced at Orochimaru. He immediately broke out in a cold sweat, and his heart skipped a beat, what I just said was discovered. Karasuba can monitor me at any time. How did he do it? He instinctively wanted to check his body. But when he heard this threat, he immediately bent his body, I know, please forgive my mistake, Jun. Take care of yourself. Karasuba said calmly. Then he opened a space crack and left. Orochimaru's back was already wet with sweat, and he was still frightened, that look is too scary. In just 4 years, Karasuba's strength has become much stronger than before. He suddenly felt depressed. It's already that strong, and it can get even stronger. Is this not enough to let people survive? Orochimaru looked calm, but he was gloomy inside, I definitely have some special surveillance equipment on me. Do you want to check it? But if I check it, it will definitely attract Karasuba's wrath. It's not worth it. After thinking for a long time, he chose to give up. Karasuba's strength is too strong, so strong that he can't even see where his upper limit is. He even suspected. If Uchiha Madara and Senjo Hashirama were resurrected, would they really be able to match Karasuba? Leave the underground laboratory. Rain Country. Inside the Akatsuki base. Karasuba tore through the crack and walked out, looking a little indifferent. His warning to Orochimaru was not just because of his final thought of taking the Rinnegan. But because he clearly had the Hashirama cell degeneration drug, but he did not give it to Nagato in time. He clearly intended to kill Nagato. Even though he had explained that the potion would no longer work once the backlash began. But I, Karasuba, don't believe his nonsense at all. He was more inclined to believe that this was a pre-planned conspiracy, but he miscalculated that Karasuba could actually extract souls. In just 4 years, this snake has become restless. If it weren't for the fact that he still had some effect. Otherwise, Karasuba might kill him directly. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Snap. Karasuba stamped his feet on the spot. Immediately, an Uzumaki white Zetsu came out. He is Afe. Karasuba looked at him suspiciously, why is it you? Where are the other white Zetsu? There are too many ninja villages in the ninja world who want to hire us, Akatsuki. Even if the number of white Zetsu increases significantly, there are no more near the base except for me. Usse explained. Karasuba was puzzled. Didn't I tell you? Prioritize A rank and above missions. Don't do B rank missions if you can avoid it. Oh my! Even if it's A rank, there are still a lot of them. There are so many small countries in the ninja world, and the number of villages is frightening. You, a hands-off boss, have no idea how exhausted the members of the organization are. Hearing this, Usse couldn't help but complain, perhaps only Kakuzu is so happy all day long, while others are exhausted after completing their hired tasks. Karasuba automatically ignored the fact that Usse compared the members to shit. After thinking for a while, he said, I understand. Come with me first. If there is a chance, I will recruit a few more members. Oh. Why are you going out? Where are you going? Usse was surprised. Go to the land of Earth. Karasuba's eyes flickered as he spoke calmly, capture Four Tails Jinchuriki. Chapter 43. This was his own negligence. Although the original team has been gathered together. But with the transformation of Akatsuki, the number of members is still relatively too small. If not Usse. The organization only has Konan, Obito, Haiden, Kakuzu, Scorpio, Deidara, Shisui, Uchiha Itachi, and Hoshigaki Kisame, a total of 9 people. This is still the case with Karasuba having already used Itachi and Deidara as child laborers. The 51st year of Konoha. Itachi was only 8 or 9 years old, and Deidara was a year younger than him. Although the two had been taught by cage-level masters, their current strength was only that of elite jonin. It will take at least 2 or 3 years to reach cage level. Obito is okay, sometimes he uses space ninjutsu. He traveled back and forth across the ninja world, handling the mercenary tasks at hand very quickly. But it is very troublesome for others, the journey alone takes up a large part of their time. We have to recruit some more organizers. As for the selection, Karasuba has gradually found a suitable goal. However, whether it can be found is another matter. Karasuba was about to leave. But Usse tugged at his sleeve and looked at him with sincerity. What's wrong? Karasuba wondered. I had a casual chat with Orochimaru when I was monitoring him earlier. Usse looked slightly excited, and said in a pleading tone, he said that he could use experiments to help me solve the problem of not being able to poop, and there is even a certain probability that I can become a real human. Jun, I want Orochimaru to experiment for me. Karasuba said sternly, do you really want to know what it feels like to poop? Yeah, I really want to know. Usse nodded heavily, this is Usse's lifelong dream. If you really became a human being and experienced what it feels like to defecate, then wouldn't your life have no goals to pursue? Karasuba wondered. No. Usse blinked his eyes, even if I experience the taste of defecation, I can still smell the smell of feces, and then I can eat feces. I don't know what feces taste like. Unfortunately. I don't even have a sense of taste. Karasuba took a deep breath and refused decisively, sorry, I can't agree to this. It's okay to smell it, but can you really stand eating feces? Good job. It seems that I really underestimated Usse's obsession with poop. Even eating feces. Such heavy-tasting words can be said. Usse expressed his innocence, I can bear it. I cannot eat shit in front of you. You can bear it, but I can't. Karasuba waved his hand and refused, I can't tolerate that there is a guy in our Akatsuki organization who has eaten shit. Usse felt wronged. You stay at the base. I'll go by myself. Karasuba said. Swish. Then he tore open a crack in space and left. Just talking about this topic. He felt as if there was a foul smell in the air. I was originally planning to take Usse with me, but after seeing this, I decided to give up. The land of Earth. In the southwest. A long space crack opened. In the pitch-black darkness, a young man in a red cloud and a black robe walked out. Black hair and slightly pursed lips. There was a hint of depression on his stunningly handsome face. Well. Frowning, Karasuba sighed quietly, I was made sick by Usse all of a sudden. I feel a little bad. I suddenly don't want to fight. What should I do? Otherwise, let other people from the organization come? Well, let's do it. Tread. He stomped his foot and summoned a white Zetsu. White Zetsu looked flattering, Jun, what can I do for you? Where's Kisame? Karasuba asked. He was handling an A-rank mercenary mission in the land of Earth. He just finished it not long ago and is planning to return to the base. White Zetsu replied respectfully. Oh? Also in the land of Earth. Karasuba raised his eyebrows and smiled inwardly, that's great, let him deal with Four Tails Jinchuriki. Hehe, it's a good opportunity to see if Kisame's current strength can handle this red-bearded old man. No need for White Zetsu to provide a location. Karasuba directly used release space to bring Kisame over. In order to prevent the organization members from falling into danger, each member, including Konan, is attached with a surveillance bacteria. Make sure they are rescued in time when they are in danger. Karasuba really took great pains to ensure the safety of the organization's members. Solemn statement. He definitely didn't mean to spy on my privacy. A bunch of grown men, what's there to see? That's Conan. Ahem, Conan doesn't think it's good either. As a senior with a correct outlook on life, Karasuba would never do such a tasteless thing, hehe. Leftward arrow _ leftward arrow. It took less than 10 seconds to go back and forth. A blue-haired young man stood in front of Karasuba with a confused look on his face, carrying a strange large sword on his back. The young man was also wearing a red cloud and black robe, and had a light blue complexion. There are also two things on both sides of the cheeks that look like shark gills. A row of sharp teeth and golden pupils. Tisk tisk. Karasuba looked at Kisame in front of him and couldn't help but wonder in his heart, is this still a face that a human can have? If it weren't for Karasuba, I would have specifically looked for Orochimaru to study. Otherwise, he actually thought Kisame was an alien. What's wrong, chief? Kisame looked suspicious. What do you want from me? Capture Four Tails Jinchuriki. I suddenly don't want to fight anymore. You take him out. Karasuba said very casually. Wrong, we need to capture them alive, please don't kill them. Kisame's mouth twitched. Okay, chief. He was a little speechless. As the leader of the organization, Karasuba's strength is unquestionable. All members respect him, but sometimes Karasuba can be very weird and always does things that make no sense. This time, I actually called him here because I didn't want to fight. What else can Kisame do? You can only pamper your own leader. They came to an ordinary forest. Glancing around, Ryotsu sensed it. The target was quickly locked onto, and the opponent seemed to have observed the existence of Karasuba and the others through the tailed beast. Tap tap tap. An old man with a red beard came over and said impatiently, Who are you? This is not a place for children to wander around, leave immediately. Hehe. Karasuba curled his lips with disdain, living in seclusion in the mountains, are you cut off from the news? It seems that he is really a stubborn old man. In the original book, Lao Ziyi is a ninja from Iwagakur, the land of earth. He is a very stubborn old man like Tsuchikage, and is at odds with Tsuchikage because of this. After leaving the village, he became a wandering monk, often living in seclusion in the mountains to practice hard to control the four tails, and gradually learned the ninjutsu that worked with the four tails. Too lazy to talk so much nonsense. Karasuba raised his hand and pointed, shouting, Kisame, FK him. Good. Kisame already had a little resentment in his heart. Without saying a word, he walked forward. Oink oink. Fingers flying, seals continuously, water style. The dam. Who's going to fix it? Big water explosion. Chapter 44. The words haven't finished yet. Kisame opened his mouth and spat out a large amount of water. Gulu. Gulu. Wave after wave, endless. It is so huge that it is as terrifying as a small ocean. Tisk, tisk, see. You're all water. Seeing this, Karasuba was lifted up into the air with a look of emotion. Kisame at this stage can perform this jutsu. It seems that he is a true genius, but he is really honest. He actually cast a seal. Different from the original. Kisame during this period was very young and was attracted by Akatsuki's fame. Now, he is probably only about 19 years old. It is the prime age of youth and vigor. Originally, Karasuba mistakenly thought that Kisame didn't have any powerful ninjutsu at this stage, but it seems his estimate was wrong. Gala. Gala. A large area of water spread out. It looked like Four Tails Jinchuriki was about to be submerged. In this ninja world, there are actually people who can use such a powerful water style. It seems that I have been living in seclusion for too long. Lao Ziyi was immediately shocked. But he had to deal with it quickly, so he formed seals with his hands, lava style. Chakra. Mode. In an instant, the chakra fluctuations on Lao Ziyi's body swept through. I saw that my whole body was wrapped in high-temperature lava. The shape is like lava-style armor, which makes people shudder. Oh? Lava-style chakra mode. Kisame showed his sharp teeth and grinned, something like the fourth Raikage. If that's the case, it's worth a nerf. Sizzle. He slowly pulled out the big knife from his back. This knife is slightly longer and has a semicircular notch at the front of the blade. It looks quite amazing. But it is not the same hata that can absorb chakra. But it is a beheading sword. This was when Mist Shinobi had previously commissioned a mercenary mission to their Akatsuki organization. Because the village doesn't have much money, so extra payment. This knife can absorb the iron in the enemy's blood. It can repair itself and absorb blood to restore its strength, so it is regarded as a sword that will never break. Sounds pretty cool. But in fact, this knife broke several times in the original book. There were hardly any highlights. Karasuba looked down upon this beheading sword that Suijutsu was obsessed with. But considering that Kisame had escaped from Kirigakura early and needed a handy weapon, he accepted it with reluctance. Kisame rushed forward with a beheading sword in hand. Pa pa pa. The two fought against each other. The beheading sword is completely unable to pierce the opponent's chakra skin. Using chakram mode, did you increase your defense? Kisame's eyes narrowed slightly, a little surprised, and the blade of my beheading sword seems to be a little deformed. Can even beheading swords be melted? If it happens a few more times, I'm afraid this sword won't be able to withstand it. Then, he put the sword back behind his back. There was a hint of disgust on his face. This knife is really rubbish, I will throw it away when I get home. He grumbled something and stamped his foot. Pa! A large amount of sea water was stirred up. Water style, rain and splat. Kisame quickly formed hand seals, and the water transformed into tiny little sharks. There are so many of them, there are thousands of them. They flew at a very fast speed, aiming directly at Four Tails Jinchuriki. Seeing this, Lao Ziyi opened his mouth, lava style. Scorching river. Flowing rock technique. Dozens of large magma balls were ejected. Puff. Puff. The collision of the two produced a large amount of water vapor. The white mist enveloped the two figures. The two started fighting again, and it was difficult to tell who was better for a while. Without the same Hada sword, Kisame's strength cannot reach its peak. It seems that it is time to send a member to Mist Shinobi to kill that watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost. Karasuba stood in the air, a little too lazy to continue watching, without same Hada, and because of age issues, and just experienced a battle, chakra is not enough, so it is impossible to take it down for the time being. Forget it. Let's end it early. As he said this, he took a step forward. Swish. A shunpo appeared behind Lao Ziyi. Oh no! A sneak attack. Lao Ziyi turned around quickly, raised his hand and slapped him, lava style. See. Bottom. Needle. Chakra quickly gathers in the palm of your hand. His palms lit up with a fiery red light. However, Karasuba pulled out the Zanpakuto and swung it lightly. Seeing this, Lao Ziyi mocked inwardly, this is my lava-style chakram mode, almost the strongest ninjutsu, this palm will penetrate your body. But the next second. Chilla. His right arm was cut off. Hiss. Lao Ziyi took a breath of cold air. The tremendous pain caused him to exit chakram mode directly. What is this needle in the sea? What rubbish? Karasuba glanced at him indifferently, isn't it just gathering lava-style chakra in the palm of your hand? Can this be called ninjutsu? Your 40 years of Jinchuriki are not as good as others' mere few years. Without waiting for Lao Ziyi to get angry, Karasuba raised his left hand and pointed, Hado 4. White. Thunder. Sizzle. All that was heard was a deafening sound. A long, thin bolt of lightning shot out from his fingertips. Pierced Lao Ziyi's shoulder instantly. A bloody hole was revealed, and the residual lightning caused him to faint. Kisame was stunned, that's it. You are really amazing, Chief. Old Ziyi is not dead, right? Otherwise, the tailed beast will take a long time to revive again. No, I specifically avoided fatal injuries when I attacked. Karasuba shook his head, Kisame, you are too weak. Hurry up and practice. I will have the members of the organization kill the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost. How about getting the same Hada sword for you? Well. Kisame was stunned for a moment, then nodded slightly, then kill him, I don't like that old guy anyway. Okay. Karasuba nodded. Is Four Tails Jinchuriki Lao Ziyi strong? Not strong at all. Compared to other Jinchuriki, it's even worse. Because he is not a perfect Jinchuriki, he cannot fully unleash the power of the tailed beast. His personality is too stubborn and he is simply unable to live in peace with the Four Tails in his body. Even though he knew that Four Tails' real name was Sun Wukong, he never called him that once until his death. He became a Jinchuriki for 40 years, practicing and studying the so-called lava-style chakram mode. It looks amazing on the outside, but the actual effect is terrible. Not as good as the new Three Tails Jinchuriki, also known as 4th Mizukage Yagura, after the Third Ninja World War. That year, after Lin died, Three Tails needs time to be resurrected. After being resurrected a few years later, he was retrieved by Mist Shinobi and made Yagura, the second Three Tails Jinchuriki, and Yagura Kojima in just a few years. After practicing diligently, he soon became a perfect Jinchuriki. Coupled with the position of Mizukage, his prestige has far surpassed that of all previous Mizukage, and he is determined to reform Kirigakure, which owns the Blood Mist Village. But after being strengthened, Obito forcibly controlled him. Kirigakure's reform was forced to stop, and the Blood Mist Village was reopened. This is also the main reason why Zabuza Momokai, who originally unconditionally supported Yagura, later attempted to assassinate the 4th Mizukage. Note, many people believe that Yagura was implanted with Three Tails Isobuki when he was young and became a Jinchuriki. He succeeded the position of Mizukage because of his ability to control the tailed beasts. But in fact, this is not the case, because Three Tails Isobuki was already dead at that time, so how could he have implanted Three Tails? So my personal opinion is that he became Three Tails Jinchuriki after the death of the third Mizukage, and during the window period when Obito was young and did not have enough pupil power, he became the fourth Mizukage. Yagura is not a child, he already has grandchildren. Perfect Jinchuriki is not something that can be said casually. Because he can use the power of all tailed beasts, including tailed beast bomb, and even directly transform into a tailed beast. 4 tails Jinchuriki, Lao Zi is just a half-assed one. He can't even perform the tailed beast bomb, and can't even transform into a half-tailed beast. No wonder he was easily captured alive by Hoshigaki Kisame alone. Uchiha Itachi next to him was in inactive spectator mode throughout the whole process. Compared to this level of combat, Kisame's strength is still far behind. Shaking his head, Karasuba looked at Kisame, take old Zi back. Be careful. This old guy is weak. Don't hurt him. Okay, chief. Kisame grinned. Then he picked it up and left. Suddenly, an old voice came from above. You want to take away the 4 tails Jinchuriki from my land of earth? Have you asked an old man like me for my opinion? A short old man said in a low voice, earth style. Technique of the day. The old man's right fist turned into rock. He approached quickly and smashed towards Hoshigaki Kisame. Swish. A figure appeared quietly. Karasuba raised his Zanpakuto, blocking the opponent's fist. Ding ding ding. Continuous tremor sounds were heard. Karasuba took several steps back, and Onaki flew backwards for a distance. The two looked at each other, Karasuba looking the other up and down. He is short and has a big nose. The person who postponed the deadline has a slightly funny look. Without a doubt, this person is the 3rd Tsuchikage of the land of Earth Onoki. And Onoki also recognized the other party's identity and immediately exclaimed, You are, the leader of the Akatsuki organization, Kyobaku. Agent, agent. Karasuba waved his hands and explained helplessly, I have told you many times that I am only the acting leader. This will make our boss Pain very sad. Snort. Onoki snorted coldly and questioned, What are you doing in my land of Earth? Your mercenary organization has finally revealed its true purpose. What do you want to do by capturing the tailed beasts? Ah? No. Karasuba shook her head innocently, it's not us, the Akatsuki organization, who asked us to do that. We accepted a commission from another country. They said they needed a tailed beast, to increase the hard power of their country. This task is too difficult, but they offered a lot, so our organization agreed to it with reluctance. Nonsense, do you think I will believe it? Onoki said. Believe it or not, it's none of my business. Karasuba rolled his eyes, Kisame, take the 4 tails Jinchuriki away. If Onoki dares to stop you, I will stop him. Thank you, chief. I will withdraw now. Kisame expressed his gratitude. Then he picked up Lao Zi and ran away. No way. The 3rd Tsuchikage's strength is still highly recognized by the ninja world. Even the warlike Cloud Shinobi village didn't want to provoke Onoki as much as possible. Seeing Kisame trying to run, Onoki yelled, Don't even think about running, you coward. Dust release. Original realm. Stripping technique. With a snap, Onoki clapped his hands and a translucent cube appeared. A dazzling white light flashed in the center. An extremely strong chakra wave swept through. The block quickly extended out, aiming directly at Hoshigaki Kisame. Kisame was horrified and shouted for help, Oh my god! This old man even used dust release. Chief, save me! I know, don't be afraid. Karasuba spoke in a light voice, and pointed at the dust escape with one hand, Hado 92. The Thunder Dragon descends. Boom! The huge Ryutsu shot up into the sky. I saw a huge thunder dragon condensed in the air. Fierce momentum, overwhelming pressure. Roar! Roar! The moment the thunder dragon appeared, it let out a terrifying dragon roar. The next second, he rushed towards dust escape. Boom! 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 The huge thunder dragon was quickly destroyed. The ground was blown open, creating a huge deep pit. Fortunately, the thunder dragon dissipated, the dust release turned into nothingness, and Kisame survived by chance. As expected of a bloodline elimination above the bloodline limit. This dust release can actually completely annihilate Hado of sequence 92. Karasuba looked at Onoki, his eyes burning with fighting spirit, in terms of dust release, no one who has fought me can match you. I, Kyohaku, would like to call you, Onoki, the strongest. Come and fight. Chapter 45. Come and fight. Hearing this, Onoki gnashed his teeth and said, What kind of war are we going to have? You said we should fight. If you want to fight, you must return my apprentice Deidara to me first. Otherwise, don't even think about it. Karasuba rolled his eyes and said angrily, Come back. I didn't steal your apprentice. He obviously came with me voluntarily. Don't think you can slander others just because you are old. Hearing this, a black line flashed across Onoki's forehead. Am I old? You are over 100 years old. Now in the ninja world. Apart from your fellow tribesmen, who else can beat you? Deidara is a child with extraordinary talent since childhood. Originally, Onoki had high expectations for him and even intended to pass the position of 4th Tsuchikage to him in the future. As a result, this little guy's personality is very restless. There are always some terrorist explosions in the village, causing complaints from the villagers. No way. He could only place Deidara in a location far away from the village. But who knew that one day, Karasuba, an unexpected guest, came and secretly abducted Deidara. Not even voluntarily. Onoki was immediately furious. Deidara is only a few years old, his thinking is not very mature, he has no opinions of his own, and it was you who lured him into joining your Akatsuki organization. Let him go quickly, or I will take action. I won't, come and hit me. Karasuba stood on the ground, chuckling provocatively, you don't know how to cherish talent, so you blame me for losing it. That child has a very strong artistic talent. How can a mere explosion be defined as a terrorist attack? As elders, we must be open-minded and support the artistic pursuits of the younger generation as much as possible. Look at me, I let Deidara take on mercenary tasks every day. That kid is so happy to blow up the enemies in various ways. Unable to win the argument, Onoki was so angry that his nose was crooked. Just wait for me. Kyohaku. Don't forget that you also kidnapped 2 Uchiha boys from Konoha, Mist Shinobi, Yugakure and several other aspiring young men. After I, Onoki, convene the 5-Cage conference to discuss strategy, you, the leader of the Akatsuki organization, will definitely receive the punishment you deserve. Hearing this, Karasuba sneered, all right. I'll wait for your 5-Cage conference to be held. You are just 5-Cage, a bunch of chickens and dogs. What can they do to me if they join forces? You said you don't want to fight? Haha. Even if I don't want to fight today, I have to fight. Before he finished speaking, Karasuba instantly rose into the air, level with Onoki. His right hand suddenly raised, and pointed lightly at Onoki, Bakudo 61. 6 rods. Light prison. In an instant, Ryutsu swept over him. Click. Click. The golden light condensed and transformed into 6 paths light, trapping it. A mere secret technique. Onoki was not at all flustered and raised his hand to smash it. But suddenly I saw. The Karasuba in front of him had a solemn expression, and chanted quickly, the crown of chaos is overflowing, the raging arrogant ship, boil. Refuse it. Numbness and flickering are resisting sleep. The trembling iron princess. The clay doll that keeps cracking. Combine. Resist. On this earth, you must know your natural abilities. Hola. Accompanied by chanting. The powerful Ryutsu swept across the sky, as if it was going to poke a hole in it. Onoki was immediately shocked, what is he saying? Why do I feel so uneasy? He hurriedly broke through the 6-rod light prison. Then he saw Karasuba's expression change, raised his hand and pointed at him again, Hado 90. Black. Coffin. Boom. In an instant, the sky and the earth changed color, and black Ryutsu filled the air. Pieces of pitch-black barriers were about to form in an instant. He could feel that if this black coffin-shaped thing closed, my life may be in danger. Keisu, damn it. Let's fight. Onoki gritted his teeth and clapped his hands, dust release. Original realm. Stripping technique. At the moment when black coffin was formed, he frantically mobilized the chakra in his body, and a translucent cube formed. With a push of both hands, dust escape swept out. Boom. 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 A deafening roar came from inside. Black coffin trembled violently and began to disappear bit by bit. Snap. Snap. Soon, black coffin completely disappeared. Can you even resolve this move? Onoki is really good. Karasuba narrowed his eyes, slightly surprised. No wonder in the original story when the 5-Cage fought Uchiha Madara, Madara praised Onoki so much. Onoki's strength. In his opinion, Super Shadow definitely exists. With the bloodline elimination dust release in hand, there are actually few rivals in this ninja world. So he just sang in a chanting way. I used the full power of Black Coffin, but it still didn't seem to work. As Black Coffin dissipated, Onoki revealed himself. His face was in a state of disarray, and there were several scars on his arms. Seeing this, Karasuba raised his eyebrows slightly. Oh. It seems that it is not completely useless. I said, Aikido of the 90th sequence would not be completely harmless. Luckily, Onoki reacted in time and released a sufficient amount of dust release immediately. Otherwise, if he was a little slower for even a second, he would be in danger of death. But I have to say, dust release is really powerful, and it is almost the most lethal among the bloodline elimination techniques. And now I am in the Shinigami fighting form. Golden skin and high-speed regeneration are both useless, if I rely on Shikai alone. Who knows, Onoki might be overturned. One of them was standing in the void, and the other was floating in the air. The two men were in a brief standoff. Onoki panted and looked at Karasuba with a serious expression. He is indeed a super strong man who invaded Konoha, killed Danzo and the third Hokage with great force, and was able to leave calmly. Unless my dust release can hit him, it is almost impossible to defeat him. Karasuba looked at Onoki and smiled calmly. Third Tsuchikage, Onoki. I recognize your strength. Now, the warm-up activities are officially over, and the next step is the real competition. Upon hearing this, Onaki was ready for battle. And accompanied by the last word out, Karasuba pulled out the Zanpakuto from his waist and murmured, Bankai. Senbonzakura. Cage hide. Ding ding ding. Thousands of huge blades emerged from the water. Then it shattered and turned into a sea of sakura flowers that swept across the sky. Hoala! Densely packed tiny blades were everywhere. There are as many as 5 billion. There are so many. I remember that the information given by Konoha was that Kyohaku's ninja sword named Senbonzakura could only release a maximum of 500 million tiny blades. Seeing this shocking scene, Onoki was stunned, but now it is estimated to have increased at least 10 times. Masaka, could it be? Dog Konoha is plotting against me. Chapter 46. The information Konoha passed on to other countries was false. Looking at the astonishing number of blades in front of him, Onoki shook his head, that's not right, they have no reason to do this. Then there is only one possibility. In the past 4 or 5 years, the strength of the leader of the Akatsuki organization has become stronger. After the battle in Konoha, everyone is wondering why Kyobaku and Karasuba have the strength to surpass the top of the ninja world. Finally, they came to a conclusion. That is because they have all lived from the Sengoku period to the present, a total of 120 years of training time. As long as you have good talent, you will be able to look down on the entire ninja world. However, Kyobaku and Karasuba were people of average talent, so it took them such a long time to accomplish a feat comparable to the strength of the ninja god. However, Onaki discovered that they were wrong. At least the Tsubai in front of him has a very strong talent. This speculation is terrifying. But he had to face this cruel fact. After Bankai, Karasuba didn't waste any time and just started to act. With a thought, a sky full of blades swept across. Whoosh! 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 The blade, like a sea of flowers, was half deployed. And the remaining half. Stay by Karasuba's side and be responsible for his close protection. Onaki's dust release has incredible destructive power, so he must prevent this old guy from suddenly appearing and shooting him in the face. Half of the Senbonzakura blade burst out of the air. Karasuba waved his hand, and the blade turned into 8 giant hands. He pinched Onaki hard. The latter kept dodging, but there were too many of them. Eventually, they were surrounded. Onoki sighed helplessly and clapped his hands again, dust release. Original realm. Stripping technique. Swish. Chen Dun broke through the air and flew out. The 3 Senbonzakura giant hands that were recently received were turned into dust. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he retreated. He stared at the opponent's dissipated blade, and Onoki was overjoyed. Everyone in Konoha said that these blades are indestructible. But my dust release can annihilate them. In this case, he thought of a brilliant winning strategy. If it works, then, Akatsuki leader Kyobaku will be killed by him. Swish! Swish! 5 giant hands with blades came out of nowhere. Onoki clapped his hands and shouted, Earth style. Rock shield. Crash! I saw a large number of rocks gathering out of thin air. They turned into shields and were inseparable. Bang! 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 The blade fell on the shield, constantly breaking off large amounts of dirt. But for a time, can't break this rock shield. Karasuba narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, you can only resist the attack of the blade by continuously creating a rock shield? How much chakra do you have to consume like this? What on earth is this old guy planning? But he soon discovered. Not only that, Onoki continued to create a rock shield. And it was rushing towards him at an extremely fast speed. Karasuba chuckled and retreated. He pointed with both hands, go. All the Senbonzakura blades burst out of the air. Onaki kept dodging, but was soon completely surrounded. Karasuba raised the corner of his mouth and clenched his 5 fingers on one hand, I got you. Onoki. Nishiyuke, die. Chilla. Sakura flower ocean, extremely fast compression. It was seen turning into a giant ball that was about to crush him to death. But suddenly, a smug old man laughed out loud, ha ha ha. Subai, you fell into the trap. This battle, I, Onoki, won. Dust release. Limit. Stripping technique. A dazzling white light shone from the compressed sea of sakura flowers. Immediately following, a translucent energy block spreads rapidly. Chi chi chi. Dust release destroys the blade at an extremely fast speed. This time, the range is hundreds of times greater than the previous dust releases. It actually covered as many as 5 billion blades. In less than a second, the blade turned to dust. Slowly drifting in the air. Your billions of blades were all turned into dust by me, even though I know you have other secret techniques. Although Onoki looked a little tired, he looked quite proud, but now you. I am no longer afraid of anything. And without the protection of the blade, my dust release has an infinite chance of killing you. The two looked at each other from a distance. Looking at the proud Onaki, Karasuba immediately smiled, come on, let's see how many times you need to use your dust release to completely kill me. Okay. Let's wait and see. Unaki took a deep breath. He clapped his hands again and shouted, Dust Escape. Original Realm. Stripping Technique. Translucent energy blocks are coming. This dust escape was far inferior to the previous one. But Karasuba still had to deal with it. He raised his hand and pointed, Hado 92. Thunder Dragon. Coming. It's still Kido from the same sequence as before. Thunder gathered and the Thunder Dragon crashed into it hard. Boom. Boom. A deafening roar was heard. The two's attacks cancelled out, but they started fighting again the next second. Again and again. Onoki's chakra was almost exhausted. Karasuba also showed signs of fatigue, his expression slightly changed, this won't work. This old guy is too cautious. Don't be fooled. What should I do? The brainstorming begins. Soon, he came up with a clever idea. Karasuba laughed dryly and suggested to Onoki, how about we end it in a draw? You can't kill me, and I can't kill you either, why don't we fight again another day? Another day. When Onoki heard this, he was moved, how is this possible? Unless you hand over my apprentice Deidara. Otherwise, wishful thinking. Haha, you're just dreaming. Karasuba said disdainfully. Onoki frowned and fired another dust release. The latter was resolved again with Kido. But the next second, Karasuba turned and left, his back looking a little embarrassed. As expected. You are no longer able to perform that secret technique. Onoki's eyes flashed with a look of brilliance, and he was immediately overjoyed, you pretentious fellow. Today I will make you die under my dust release. From a distance. He was planning to use a long-distance dust escape again. But the embarrassing thing is, his own chakra is severely insufficient, and he can only release it over a short distance. Seeing Karasuba about to flee, Onoki hesitated, what should we do? Should we chase him? His flying technique is not that stable anymore. He probably can't use his secret technique anymore. Yes, let's chase him. Swish. After making up your mind. His body flew past. When he got close to the opponent's back, he clapped his hands and said, Dust Escape. Original Realm. Stripping Technique. A dust release cube appeared on his palm, and Onoki smiled, remember, you died at the hands of the third Tsuchikage. Sayonara, goodbye. Chapter 47. The translucent dust escaped through the air. Just when he was about to be killed, he turned around quietly. You finally took the bait. Karasuba showed a faint smile of success. Seeing this expression, Onoki thought to himself, it's over. Run. He even immediately cancelled his dust escape and was about to run away. But at this moment, Karasuba's words came. Your analysis just now is correct. If all the blades are annihilated, then, my Senbonzakura will be completely destroyed, but you don't know. As long as there is a blade, my Senbonzakura only needs to be released again, and the 5 billion blades will be restored in an instant. The only problem is that the blades can only be restored around my body. As long as there is a piece of blade, it can be restored. Onoki showed a shocked expression. That's right. But you old fellow always distanced yourself from me, so it was hard for me to catch you. Fortunately, I pretended to run away and showed signs of fatigue, so you caught up with me. Karasuba said, extending his right hand. On the palm. A small, thin blade, lying quietly. Under the refraction of light, it looks like beautiful sakura flower petals. Looking at the blade in his hand, Karasuba spoke again, Bankai. Scenery. Senbonzakura, scenery. As soon as the words fell, the sakura flower blade began to split continuously. One piece after another. In the blink of an eye, 5 billion blades were restored. And the moment the blade appeared, it turned into a suspended Zanpakuto. An independent space is formed around it. This is. Onoki's pupils shrank. The secret technique that killed the third Hokage. This wave of ninja swords forms an independent space barrier. No one outside can break it. There is no way to rescue. That's right. But this time, my Bankai space, whether in terms of internal size, defense, or other aspects, is far superior to that of 4 years ago. Karasuba smiled slightly and said, you've almost exhausted all your chakra right now, Onoki. Even if a god came, it would be hard to save you right now. Bankai second form. Although, it is a bit shameless. It can forcibly create a space and pull enemies into a 1v1 fight, multiplayer is also possible. But it is a physical space after all. Onoki's dust release can actually be forcibly broken from the inside. So, Karasuba didn't choose the second form at the first time. Instead, he used the first form of Bankai, and attacked with 5 billion Senbonzakura blades, depleting his chakra to the point where he could no longer perform dust release. Without the dust release, Onoki. It's like an eagle that has lost its claws, its threat is greatly reduced. The big-nosed old man trapped in the space also figured this out. Kyuubi, you are not only the strongest in the ninja world. Onoki looked disappointed. And you have enough fighting spirit. We all underestimated you. You are not as arrogant as the rumors say. Of course. Karasuba chuckled and praised, after all, you are not as weak as Sarutobi Hiruzen. You still have to take dust release more seriously. Okay, enough nonsense, it's time to send you on your way. Finish the last sentence. Karasuba swung his right hand, and Zanpakuto attacked one after another. Whoosh! 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 There are thousands of them. Blades flew out of the air, creating a spectacular scene. To be on the safe side, he did not choose to finish off the enemy at close range. After all, this old guy still has one last dust escape technique, so we must be on guard against it. However, Oniki allowed the blade to attack. He didn't even make any seals, as if he had given up his last struggle. Thousands of blades fell. It seemed like it was about to pierce through Oniki's body. A sudden change occurred. Swish! I saw a flash of golden light. The next second, Oniki's figure disappeared on the spot. Thousands of blades, all missed. Hey! Where are the people? Karasuba frowned slightly and glanced around. Found that Onoki's figure had completely disappeared in the space. So, there is only one possibility. This old guy was rescued by someone. The defense of Bankai space is very strong, and there are only two ways to break it. First, he was as strong as a Zanpakuto holder, and he broke it open from the inside and outside. Second, use time-space ninjutsu to escape from this space. However, there are only a few people in the entire ninja world who are proficient in time and space ninjutsu. Besides him and Obito, there is only Konoha's yellow flash, Namikaze Minato. Forget it, let's just run away. Although this old guy's dust release is a bit threatening, he is too old after all. His potential can't be compared with that of young Mei. Unlock Bankai space. Seeing that there was no one outside, Mao Yu felt a little angry. Although angry, Karasuba was more emotional. In just 4 years, Minato's Flying Thunder God technique has become faster. Tisk tisk. I didn't even have a chance to use the Bakudo space. I hope the next battle will be more interesting. There are also differences in time and space ninjutsu. Compared to Flying Thunder God, Obito's Kamui is a bit slow in space jumps and can move without marking. But Minato's Flying Thunder God technique is good at speed. However, a unique technique needs to be marked in order to move to the target point instantly. There is no so-called Flying Thunder God technique in Karasuba's space, so it must be that Oniki already has the technique. It seems that these 4 years. Karasuba narrowed his eyes and murmured, it's not like the 5 great nations did nothing. Because I killed several cage-level masters in a row, even a cautious old man like Onoki had to compromise and let Minato rescue me in time. But it doesn't really matter. He is not a murderer, he cares more about the system rewards. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. At this moment, the mechanical prompt sound of the system came into my mind. Ding! Congratulations host, the side quest is completed. Side quest, defeat the 3rd Tsuchikage Oniki. Reward/unclaimed, Hado 93, Hado 94, Bakudo 79, Ryutsu experience plus 1500. Oh? You actually have 1500 Ryutsu experience points. Karasuba raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. It seems to be the highest reward among all the cage level masters, right? Tisk tisk, really good. After receiving the reward, he lifted his foot and stepped lightly. Clank. Ah-Fei emerged from the ground with a grin on his face. Yu-Jun, what can I do for you? Why you again? Karasuba wondered. What's wrong with me? Ah-Fei wondered. Karasuba was helpless. It's okay, don't think that if you follow me every day, I will allow you to eat shit. Ah-Fei was dissatisfied. I didn't eat your shit. Why can't I allow it? A dark line flashed across Karasuba's forehead. He is not human. As a special spiritual life form, do you still need to poop? Having said that. But he was still angered by Ah-Fei. Karasuba looked at the stubborn Obito, feeling helpless. Obito, how did you get through that? Chapter 48. Everyone is obviously white Zetsu. Why are you, Ah-Fei, so special? It's okay to be special, but can't you study other normal human interests? Why are you holding on to your shit? Karasuba couldn't understand it, so he looked at Ah-Fei and asked, why are you so obsessed with poop? What is so unique about it that attracts you? How do I put it? Ah-Fei fell into deep thought and said seriously, actually, I don't know either, but to use your human words, this is a quirk. Just like some people like to eat soil or tree bark. But you're so weird. Karasuba shook her head and gave a stern warning, this is no longer a quirk that humans can accept. Don't even think about it. Also, don't even think about secretly asking Orochimaru to experiment on you. Whether you can become a human or not is not the same for now. Even I can't figure out Orochimaru's mind. Do you really think he would be so kind to help you? I'm afraid he really wants to study your most unique white Zetsu. Don't regret it when you get sliced into pieces. Ah-Fei was shocked. Ah. Really? What else? If you don't believe it, just go ahead and try it. Don't blame me if you die. Karasuba said calmly. Then I'd better forget it. I know he has bad intentions. Ah-Fei said awkwardly, flattering him at the same time, Fortunately, you are wise and brave, and you saw through Orochimaru's conspiracy in advance, otherwise your most loyal usse would be gone. Alright, that's enough. This flattery is really awkward. Karasuba waved his hand and said impatiently, what's the current situation with Mist Shinobi that I asked you to pay attention to? Hasn't Yagura started to reform the Blood Mist village yet? Usse answered honestly, the reform has already begun. Just 5 days ago. What caused it? Karasuba asked. It's because a year ago, on the day of the graduation exam of the Kirigakure Ninja School, a kid slaughtered all the candidates by himself. Oh? What's that kid's name? Mamakai Zabuza. Known as the Demon Man. I see. Karasuba's eyes flashed, no wonder Yagura Kojima would reform. What is the Blood Mist policy? In fact, to put it bluntly, it is to let the ninjas kill each other continuously and select better talents through the survival of the fittest. But who knows? During the ninja exam a year ago, there was a ninja who massacred all the candidates who took the exam during the same period. This move. Kirigakure was immediately shocked. Although this policy is cruel, it is a default rule that requires retaining a certain number of ninja graduates. But Zabuza Mamakai forcibly broke the rules, leaving him alone. And the 4th Mizukage finally realized from that day that this village must be reformed no matter what. As for why, the reform was not carried out until 5 days ago. That's because in the Third Ninja World War, Mist Shinobi suffered a devastating blow. Among them, the most serious losses were suffered by the Mist Shinobi Elite Surprise Attack Unit, the first generation 7 ninja swordsmen. At that time, Konoha was in a melee with all 4 parties. There were almost no extra ninjas to deploy, so they could only send out a bunch of genin cannon fodder to meet the enemy. But who knows? Among this group of cannon fodder, there is a 10,000 years genin. His name is Might Dai. The forbidden technique 8 inner gates formation was activated on the spot. Almost all 7 people were wiped out by himself. Mist Shinobi suffered heavy losses. However, it was only a short time since the 4th Mizukage took office, even though Mamakai Zabuza slaughtered all the examins in one night. Of course, reform cannot just start. Waiting for a full year before reforming is actually quite fast. After Three Tails is resurrected, Yagura Kazutachi became a perfect Jinchuriki in a few years, and his prestige surpassed that of previous Mizukage. Reform is unconditionally supported. But Karasuba will not let Yagura become Three Tails Jinchuriki, because he will catch Three Tails alive on the day he is resurrected. There should be no news about Three Tails yet, right? Karasuba asked. Yes. Usse nodded, but I guess it will be soon. Karasuba slowly instructed, well, you just need to keep an eye on Yagura's movements. Three Tails is a tailed beast after all. Mist Shinobi and those ordinary jonin will definitely not be able to retrieve him. The 4th Mizukage will definitely go out in person. Okay, I understand, said Usse. 4th Mizukage Yagura, who are the loyal supporters now? Besides Zabuza Mamakai? Karasuba asked curiously. There are also Manjutsu Kizuna, by the Ice Release Ninja, and the Zigwashin Puffer Demon. Usse replied. Note, Haku was born in Konoha 45, so he should be 6 years old now. Also, Zabuza slaughtered the students of the same period in school, which was mentioned by Kakashi during the battle between Zabuza and Konoha 60, which happened 10 years ago, so it was roughly Konoha 50. Zabuza was born in Konoha 34, 2 years younger than Kisame. Also, Haku met Zabuza, so it should be after 51 years / I can't find the information / so just treat it as a new setting. Not bad. It's rare to have so many talented people. Hearing this, Karasuba's eyes lit up, it would be a shame not to go and get some wool, let's go. Let's go to Mist Shinobi. Kill the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost, give the big sword Same Hada to Kisame, and recruit everyone else into the organization. Usse asked, what if the other party doesn't want to? Don't want to? That's okay. Karasuba waved his hand nonchalantly and said coldly, doesn't that Manjutsu Kizuki have a younger brother? If he doesn't join, then kill his brother. Don't the ghosts care about that little boy bye? Then I'll kill him too, and see if they are willing. Huh? Is it so cruel? Usse scratched his head. Karasuba immediately rolled her eyes at him, are you stupid? Our Akatsuki organization is the villain. Isn't it natural to be cruel? Usse was stunned. Because he's a villain, shouldn't he be cruel? This makes so much sense. Usse, couldn't even refute it. Let's go. Karasuba said. Swish. With a single stroke of his hand, a crack in space appeared. He picked up Usse and walked in. The Fire Nation. In the forest on the southwest border. On an ordinary tree, there is a spell-marked ninja love sword. Swish. A flash of golden light. 2 slightly embarrassed figures appeared out of nowhere. One is Onoki, and the other is naturally the 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. The big-nosed old man's clothes were torn and he no longer looked like he did before. Looking at Namikaze Minato beside him, Onoki couldn't help but sigh, as expected of the yellow flash, he can fly from my land of earth to the land of fire in an instant. You are flattering me, but Flying Thunder God was invented by the second-generation master after all. Namikaze Minato waved his hand and said modestly, I just improved it a little bit. He couldn't help but be impressed by the fourth Hokage's modesty. To be honest, although both of them are shadows, they have never actually interacted with each other. I've only heard about Namikaze Minato's personality occasionally, but I didn't expect that. Now it seems, he seems to be a really nice person. Not long after the death of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, in order to prevent the Akatsuki organization's Kyohaku from launching a surprise attack and killing the Kages of various villages, the fourth Hokage of Konoha and the other Kages of the four countries held a secret meeting. Namikaze Minato proposed to mark the Kages with the Flying Thunder God technique. If you encounter danger like this, he can also arrive in time to provide rescue. All countries are hostile to each other, so of course they opposed it immediately. Mark our shadows with the Flying Thunder God spell? You are so bold, young man. What if one day, you, Namikaze Minato, while we were fast asleep, a Flying Thunder God flew over and assassinated us? Wouldn't that be terrible? Chapter 49. However, as the Tsuchikage who lived the longest and was the most capable of hiding, Onoki thought of Sarutobi Hiruzen's evaluation of Namikaze Minato before his death. Integrity, humility, respect for elders. It was for this reason that he was the first to step forward and agree to this proposal. Certainly. It is impossible to carve it on your body. After all, the Flying Thunder God's technique will never disappear. So they chose to engrave it on a personal item that filmmakers from various countries could choose to carry with them in times of crisis. This time, fortunately, Onoki brought it with him when he went out. Fortunately, the fourth Hokage acted in time and managed to escape. Thinking of Kyobaku's terrifying strength, Onoki immediately said in a hurry, we must convene the 5-Kage conference as soon as possible. The Four Tails Jinchuriki of our village, Lao Shi, was taken away by Kyobaku. I'm afraid the Akatsuki organization has some ulterior motives. I see. Namikaze Minato nodded heavily, so this time, it's your turn to start? After all, this time, as the third Tsuchikage, you are the victim. Okay, but what? Onoki thought for a moment and suggested, why not get the smaller nations involved? The other smaller nations are too weak to make a big difference, but at least the leader of Rain Shinobi village, Karasuba, is pretty strong. With him, our chances of defeating Tsubai have increased several times. A lot has happened over the years. The Akatsuki organization rose, and Kyobaku's reputation shocked the ninja world. And Kyohaku, who killed the third Hokage and Danzo, has also been put on a bounty list. But because Tsubai traveled around the countries in his later years, unscrupulously abducting talented young men, and Karasuba had been silent for too long, Kyobaku's reputation has surpassed Karasuba's. The reward money. It was as high as 180 million taels. Namikaze Minato fell into deep thought, a little hesitant, but they are of the same clan after all, are you sure you will choose to help us? He said this. However, I had some doubts about their identities. I always feel that these two people are a little too similar in some aspects. Although, the two people look very different. But it didn't stop Namikaze Minato from having that terrible guess in his mind. If that's the case, Namikaze Minato murmured in his heart, I'm afraid this ninja world is completely over. Just to be cautious. In the end, he still did not agree to this plan. The two chatted for a while and decided that in 3 days, as a victim of the third Tsuchikage Onoki, the 5-Kage conference is convened. I hastily ended this topic. Namikaze Minato looked at Onoki, smiled and said with concern, Third Tsuchikage, do you need me to send you back? No need, I will fly back by myself. Onoki shook his head slowly. Although Namikaze Minato is a good person, you still need to be vigilant. After all, we should always be on guard against others. He has very little chakra left now, and if Namikaze Minato attacks him, he will really be in danger of losing his life. After saying thank you, Onoki floated up and flew calmly towards the land of Earth. Only, the seemingly calm old figure seemed a little hurried. Namikaze Minato looked up at the sky and shook his head with a smile, old man Onoki is really vigilant. No wonder, he can live so long. The next day, the land of water. The entire country is surrounded by large areas of sea water. A large area of fog was covering the area. Strictly speaking, it is a serious island nation. Near Kirigakure, in a very inconspicuous village, there were piles of bloody corpses. A young boy with half-long white hair. There are 2 small red dots at both ends of the eyebrows. Although he had a very handsome appearance, the boy stood in front of the corpse with a blank look in his eyes, not moving at all. His name is Kimimaro. The full name is Kagaya Kimimaro. 5 days ago, after the 4th Mizukage announced changes to the blood mist policy, the Yoryuki clan, who are militant and bloodthirsty, are very dissatisfied. And he strongly protested to Yagura, saying that the war against Konoha should continue. After Yagura Kojima refused, they actually changed their target directly. choose to attack Kirigakure to kill the fourth Mizukage, and then be wiped out. Kimimaro himself was imprisoned in another place due to illness and luckily escaped the disaster. Dead, all dead. Kimimaro's eyes were dull, and he murmured, if I can't continue to be a weapon for my tribe, then what's the meaning of my life? Why not, just end it here? As he spoke, his sleeves trembled. A long and thin bone spur fell into his hand. Swish! Without saying a word, he stabbed himself in the neck. Suddenly, a figure dressed in a white divine robe suddenly appeared. Reached out and grasped his wrist. Young man. The green-eyed young man had a faint smile on his face. Perhaps, there is no such thing as living with meaning, but, if you keep living, you may find something interesting. What's interesting? Kimimaro asked blankly. For example, you met me here by chance, and I met you by chance. The green-eyed young man stretched out his right hand and gently placed his palm on Kimimaro's cheek. Don't seek death so easily, the genius boy of the Yoryuaki clan. Kimimaro blushed. Who are you? I am the current leader of Rain Shinobi village, Karasuba. The green-eyed young man introduced himself and said with a smile, as the man who killed the demigod of the ninja world 4 years ago, I am in urgent need of a little guy who can run errands. Kagaya Kimimaro, are you willing to be my little follower? Hearing this, the confusion in the boy's eyes disappeared. His eyes were different, as if he had found the meaning of life again. Kimimaro nodded repeatedly, I do. Hearing this, Karasuba nodded in satisfaction. To be honest, he was very surprised to meet Kimimaro here. Yagura Kajutsu, who is controlled by Obito, attempts to destroy the major bloodline limit families that occupy the upper echelons of Mist Shinobi. The Yoryuaki clan is naturally one of the targets. Later, the Yoryuaki tribe fought with the Kirigakure for several days, and the entire tribe was destroyed. He survived because Kimimaro was ill and therefore unable to fight. Note, this is the setting of the manga, the animation version has been slightly changed. Kimimaro participated in the battle and survived, and had a brief encounter with Zabuza and Haku. This is not the case here. Now the fourth Mizukage is not controlled. I want to concentrate on reforming Kirigakure, but the militants don't agree. You are still courting death and want to attack Kirigakure. If I don't destroy Yagura, who will I destroy? This Yoryuaki clan is really courting death. Hearing this, Karasuba couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, Kimimaro survived by chance, and can just serve as my little follower. Other shadows have 2 personal bodyguards. After all, as the leader of Rain Shinobi village, he should at least get one, right? As early as this morning, he received accurate information from White Zetsu. I know that the 5 major powers have decided to take action in 3 days. The 5-Cage conference was held in the Iron Country to discuss how to deal with the Akatsuki organization headed by Kyoshiro. You don't plan to take me to play? Karasuba raised the corner of his mouth, his expression teasing, haha. Don't even think about it, Rain Shinobi village will definitely participate in this 5-Cage tournament. I want to hear what brilliant countermeasures you can come up with. Chapter 50. Hey. How can I murder you in front of you? This feeling. Just thinking about it makes me feel great. As for how to participate in the 5-Cage summit, a little planning is needed. Onaki's proposal to have Oganai attend the 5-Cage summit. Karasuba narrowed her eyes and thought to herself, Namikaze Minato rejected it. He's really smart. Even though he was wearing a black cloak when they first met, Minato still figured it out. But it doesn't really matter. Namikaze Minato had no evidence at all, and most likely just had a gut feeling that something was wrong. So what if he really found out? Does he dare to reveal it? If you dare, then Karasuba will just flip the table. Kill the 5-Cage of each country, and then destroy the 5 great countries. If you don't dare, then I will just stay in this ninja world and have fun for a while. This is the confidence of having extraordinary strength. However, at this time, Afe appeared next to him and took out a bounty warrant from behind his butt. Reward. Name, Subai. Age, over 100 years old, approximately. Abilities, Senbonzakura Ninja Sword, Secret Technique, Space-Time Ninjutsu. Reward, 180 million taels. Introduction, he looks to be about 17 or 18 years old. He and the leader of Rain Shinobi village, Karasuba, are both from the Hollow clan of the Sengoku period. He possesses the secret technique of eternal youth and immortality. 4 years ago, he invaded Konoha village and killed the 3rd Hokage and Shimura Danzo, and left calmly. He is extremely dangerous. Yu-jun, the bounty on your Akatsuki leader, Subai, has far exceeded mine. Afe looked at the information and couldn't help but exclaimed, wow. A full 180 million taels. If this is converted into colorful feces. Afei. Shut up. Hearing this, Karasuba was speechless. Humans don't have colorful poop, what do you think this is a rainbow? When humans have diarrhea, the color of their stool is not. Afe blurted out. Chilla. Karasuba pulls out the Zanpakuto. The blade landed on Afei's neck, and a cold light flashed by. Gilu. Smimese, I'm sorry. Ah-Fei's throat moved, and he admitted his mistake decisively. I was accidentally possessed by feces just now, please show mercy, Yu Jun. Ah-Fei, your most loyal subordinate, doesn't want to die now. A dark line flashed across Karasuba's forehead. This guy Ah-Fei. It's simply lawless. Although other members of the organization were occasionally not serious, no one dared to offend him. But this stuff. I wish I could discuss poop with you every day. And each time the taste is stronger than the last. But once Karasuba gets angry, he will admit defeat very decisively. However, even though he admitted his mistake, he would still dare to do it next time, leftward arrow. Glancing at him, Karasuba took back Zanpakuto and ordered, take Kimimaro back to the village. I'm going to Kirigakure to kill the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon, and then abduct, recruit Zabuza, Hoshimi Mainjutsu and the others. Oh my! It's obviously kidnapping, right? Your level of kidnapping children has skyrocketed over the years. You can be called the ancestor of the ninja world. I, Ah-Fei, would like to call you. Ah-Fei couldn't help but complain. The next second, Karasuba's Zanpakuto fell. Boom! The ground suddenly cracked into 4 or 5 pieces. But Ah-Fei had already crawled underground at some point. He came out from beside Kimimaro again and flattered him, ah. You are worthy of being Yukun. This power, even Tsunade's super strength can't compare to it, right? Thank you Yukun for sparing my life. Then Kimimaro and I will be leaving first. See you later. Ah-Fei took Kimimaro and disappeared from the spot in a flash. Karasuba felt relieved when he saw the other person leave. He raised his foot and stamped it. He summoned another normal white Zetsu. The white Zetsu looked flattering. Yu Jun, we have found the location of Zigwashan Pufferfish Demon, Mamakai Zabuza, and others. Take me there. Karasuba said. Okay. White Zetsu nodded respectfully. Without further ado, the two headed straight for their destination. Kirigakure. Inside an ordinary building. In the conference hall, in the leading seat. A rather exaggeratedly fat man was sitting there, with long orange hair reaching down to his waist. It has sharp teeth and a fluffy bandage around its neck. Green stripes are painted on the cheeks. There is no doubt that this person is same Heida's former owner, Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon. There are 3 chairs around him. The ones above are Zabuza Mamakai, Mainjutsu Hojiki, and Ringo Auri. Reform is about to begin. The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost grinned and laughed heartily. Master 4th generation will definitely succeed. And we will be the heroes of Mist Shinobi. After we die in the future, we will definitely be recorded as heroes in the historical documents of Mist Shinobi. Yes, we in the Water Kingdom must make changes. Ghost Lantern Man Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. With a little excitement, the blood mist policy will definitely end, and those opponents will become the dregs of history. Fortunately, Zabuza killed all the candidates in the graduation examination, which made our 4th generation master wake up. Otherwise, our water country might have been eliminated from the ranks of the 5 great countries. Talking. They looked at Zabuza. He lowered his head slightly, looking grateful. Zabuza, thank you for your hard work. It should be. Zabuza didn't say much, just nodded dully. While they were talking excitedly. Sudden. A dark crack opened in space. A young man in a red cloud and black robe walked out and glanced around. What a coincidence. You're all here? Tisk tisk. I don't have to run back and forth. Karasuba smiled in response. You are the leader of Akatsuki, Kyobaku. What is your purpose here? Everyone's expression changed drastically. Everyone was sweating coldly, as if facing a powerful enemy. Oh? You all know me. Karasuba looked calm and satisfied. That's great. I don't need to waste time introducing myself. As for the purpose. Swish. Karasuba flashed. A shunpo came to the Zigwashan Puffer Ghost. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Fish Ghost was terrified, and the hair on his back stood up. Ninjutsu. However, Karasuba didn't give him a chance. Hold Zanpakuto in your hand and gently make a horizontal move. Chilla. A head flew up. Blood gushed out and the body fell to the ground. Can I still let you use ninjutsu? Karasuba curled his lips and muttered inwardly, a supporting role should have the awareness of a supporting role. Do you think you are 50-50? If I don't kill you in an instant, wouldn't I be unworthy of my reputation of nearly 200 million? Quiet. Seeing this scene, the venue suddenly fell into silence. Just one ordinary sword strike, and he killed the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Fish Ghost in an instant. Although everyone knows that the leader of Akatsuki is the strongest in the entire ninja world, no one expected him to be this strong. The first of the 7 ninja swordsmen. The owner of the big sword Samehada died just like that. After killing the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon, he bent down and picked up the big knife Samehada behind him. Then Karasuba showed a warm smile to the 3 people in front of him. Don't panic, everyone. Killing this big watermelon is just a side job. My real purpose of coming to Mist Shinobi is to invite you to join the Akatsuki organization. Friendly reminder. This is a solemn invitation from Akatsuki's acting leader, Kyobaku. Please don't be ungrateful. Chapter 51. Hearing these words, instead of feeling relaxed, Zabuza and the others became even more nervous. They were flattered to be invited personally by the leader of Akatsuki, but they were more terrified. To be honest, Kirigakure is facing reforms, and they are trying to contribute to it, and they don't want to leave the village. But if you don't join, will Subai kill them? That. Hojiki Manjutsu was a little nervous. May I ask, if I don't join the Akatsuki organization, will you kill us? Won't. Karasuba smiled and explained, but I will kill your brother. Guideng Manyu paused and said, but he is only 1 year old now. A big shot like you, can you really bear to kill a baby? He's only 1 year old. That's really difficult to deal with. To be honest. He also didn't expect that Kazuki had just been born. Karasuba quickly thought of a solution and said with a chuckle, then I'll wait until he's 10 years old before killing him. That should be fine, right? Ghost Lantern Full Moon, oh. Wait until he's 10 years old before killing him. Is it still possible to operate like this? Guideng Manyu looked like she was struggling. He thought of Mizuki who was crying for food at home, and finally compromised, I am willing to join the Akatsuki organization, as long as you don't hurt Mizuki. Don't worry. Karasuba responded verbally, muttering inwardly. Another Brahkan. He suddenly remembered Uchiha Itachi, who was also a fanatical Brahkan. Although because of my own solicitation, he joined the Akatsuki organization ahead of time and possessed a vision and mind that was not limited to one clan or one village. But he is still very doting on his younger brother. He even visited Konoha often and played with the silly Odo. But Itachi is still a little weak now, and the Mangekyo Sharinan has not awakened yet. If we rashly sneak into Konoha, we will definitely be discovered. So Itachi asked Obito to use time and space ninjutsu to travel back and forth between Konoha and Akatsuki. My brother Tuzi was very reluctant. But every time Itachi used the shadow of opening his eyes as an excuse. In desperation, Obito served as a means of transportation hundreds of times. Note, Suzuki was born in Konoha 48 and is now about 3 years old. I have almost completely disrupted the trajectory of the original work, and I don't know which direction Suzuki will develop in. Karasuba's eyes flickered as he thought to himself, follow the Uchiha clan in a collective rebellion against Konoha. And then get killed? The old man from Six Paths comes and intervenes. Destroys Konoha. Never mind. It doesn't matter which one it is. Improving your own hard power is the right way. When he reaches the top of the Jonin world, he will be fearless of any challenge. Shaking his head, Karasuba looked at Zabuza and the others, what about you? Have you thought about it? It's just a small matter, you don't need to think about it for so long, right? If I don't agree, will you kill Bai too? Asked Zabuza Mamakai. Yes. Karasuba smiled. Mamakai Zabuza looked determined, then go ahead and kill me. The village needs me. No matter what, I will not abandon my village. Hey. You're not afraid that I'll kill Bai? Karasuba raised her eyebrows slightly, thinking to herself, is it because I've only taken Shiro and not long ago? My position in her heart can't yet be compared to Kirigakure. Mamakai Zabuza. Just as he was about to say something, his brows furrowed slightly. Because he saw only one. Ringo Auri, who did not express any opinion, seemed to be quietly squeezing out a drop of blood with her hands behind her back. Swish. Karasuba flashed. A shunpo came behind her. He looked indifferent and pinched her wrist with one hand. Snap. Her wrist was crushed to pieces. Ah. It hurts. Ringo Yuri covered her wrist and screamed in pain. Because of the tremendous pain, she half knelt on the ground. You still want to play tricks in front of me, Subai? Karasuba looked down at the blood on her fingertips, her expression cold, seal the back. Are you planning to ask summoningman to ask for help from the 4th Mizukage? Although Yagura Kyuji is insignificant to me. But your actions are tantamount to insulting me. As soon as the words fell. Boom. Ryutsu swept up Karasuba. The massive amount of Ryutsu is like a gravity field. Ringo Yuri was directly pressed to the ground and crushed continuously. Crack. Crack. The huge Ryutsu crushed its bones until they cracked. Then Karasuba's eyes flashed coldly, and the Ryutsu on his body increased again. With a puff. Under the horrified eyes of the crowd. Ringo Yuri's body was crushed to pieces. Karasuba stood there from beginning to end without even moving a finger. Although she is the only female ninja among the 7 ninja swordsmen. Karasuba looked indifferent, but this does not mean you can challenge me. You are making hand seals behind my back in front of me. Do you think I am blind? He really couldn't see the seals being made behind his back. But with Ryutsu's perception, he can roughly feel whether the other party is mobilizing chakra. Isn't this just playing him as a fool? So Karasuba just crushed Ringo Auri to death with Ryutsu. Before him. A mere level 5 Ryutsu is enough to overwhelm all the Jonin of Konoha. Now it is a full 6th level Ryutsu. It's so easy to crush Ringo Auri to death. Mamakai Zabuza and Hojiki Manjutsu. looking at the bloody pieces of meat and large pieces of bones on the ground. Suddenly I was terrified. Even for people like them who kill without blinking an eye, it's still very scary, okay. But they also. For the first time, I witnessed the terror of the leader of Akatsuki. I am impatient now. Please answer within 3 seconds, Mr. Mamakai Zabuza. Agree or refuse? Karasuba narrowed his eyes slightly, and his eyes were cold and pointed at the other party. If you refuse, then your life with this little brat named Bai will end here. Karasuba's words. Every word hit his heart hard. Zabuza Mamakai had cold sweat on his forehead and was about to speak after 3 seconds. Suddenly, a clear shout came over. As the leader of the Akatsuki organization, you actually force a weak person? Isn't this too unbecoming of a strong man? Karasuba didn't even look at him, but sneered, the demeanor of a strong man is useless. I'm stronger than him, and he doesn't want to join. Then why should I keep him? But you, Yagura, you really dare to face me. I was too lazy to look for you, but you took the initiative to come to me. Do you really think you can do whatever you want in Kirigakure? Outside the house, Yagura's arrogant voice was heard, of course I know. After all, 4 years ago, you invaded Konoha and killed Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo. Your current strength may be different from the past. But as the Cage of Mist Shinobi, I will not abandon anyone in the village. Even if I know I'm going to die. Water style. Mist Shinobi technique. I saw. A large area of fog spread out. Karasuba's vision was instantly obscured, and Mamakai Zabuza and Hojiki Mainjutsu took the opportunity to escape. And surprisingly he didn't stop it. Very good. You have courage. In that case. Karasuba looked at the boy who was vaguely visible in the mist, his expression turned cold. Then, today is the day you, the 4th Mizukage, Yagura Kyuji, will be buried. Second update. I saw that readers were urging me to do this, so I posted it first. You should have noticed that, except for the beginning, character settings, and subsequent plots, they are almost all original. It really taxed my brain. Shin-chan was a bit stuck. Especially when it was almost the climax. After this wave, it was time for the 5-Cage summit, and I needed to think carefully. After all, it was a big climax. It was too hard for me, my brain cells exploded. I'll have lunch first, and then I'll write. Don't say I'm short, hehe. Chapter 52. As soon as the words fell, Karasuba took a step forward. Swish. A shunpo approached, waving the zanpakuto in his hand gently. With a chi sound, Yagura Kotoki's body was cut in half. But the next second, it turned into a puddle of water and fell on the ground. Water clone. Karasuba's eyes flickered, and he thought to himself, not in Kirigakure. No. There are many people in Kirigakure here, isn't he afraid that I will massacre the whole village? So he must be nearby, then. Hola. Ryutsu's perception spread. Yagura, I found you. 3 seconds later, Karasuba was galloping off in a direction northwest of Kirigakure. Not long after, we arrived at a small sea area. Karasuba finally saw his target, who looked very young. Green hair and purple eyes. There is a scar under the left eye that looks like a suture mark. In his hand he holds a club-like weapon with a hook at the front and decorated with green flowers. He is the 4th Mizukage Yagura Kyujira. Karasuba glanced at the surrounding sea and said calmly, are you planning to use the geographical advantage to deal with me? Yagura blinked and said, after all, you are the leader of Akatsuki, so this is not too shameless, right? It doesn't matter. You can't beat me, even if you're a scoundrel. Karasuba didn't bother to talk nonsense with him. He raised his right hand and pointed at the other person, Heido 4. By. Lay. Sizzle. I saw a long and thin bolt of lightning spurting out. I've heard about your secret technique for a long time. After seeing it today, I find it's really extraordinary. Yagura Kojima laughed softly, but, water style. Water mirror technique. He quickly formed a seal and slammed the stick in his hand onto the ground. Hola. A mirror that looked like the surface of water suddenly appeared. The reflection inside is exactly the same as Karasuba's. He stepped out of the water and stuck his fingers out. But the next second, an embarrassing thing happened. No matter how hard the fake Karasuba tried, he couldn't release that thunderbolt. How is that possible? Yagura's eyes narrowed, and he was shocked. Why can't it be copied? Is my water mirror technique broken? Despite the shock. But he had to hurry. Because the white thunder is approaching. The water mirror was shattered. Then, it hit Yagura Kyujira's body. Puff. Yagura turned into a pool of water. And the next second, it appeared in another location. Karasuba frowned slightly, and thought to himself, water stand. This ninjutsu is obviously not of high level, but it can definitely save lives in certain situations. As for the water mirror technique, it creates a mirror made of water. A person who looks exactly like the enemy will appear in the mirror and can use the same ninjutsu as the opponent. Although I don't quite understand the principle. But the reason why this ninjutsu is copied is probably related to the enemy's chakra flow, etc. However, what Karasuba used was not chakra at all, so there was naturally no such thing as copying. It was a close call. Fortunately, I used the water substitute to dodge in time. Yagura patted his chest and abdomen, feeling very surprised. It's a pity that the water mirror technique was not successfully copied. It seems that there is no way to use this trick to deal with the opponent's sealless secret technique. We must find another way. His expression changed slightly and he quickly formed seals with his hands. Water-style water combo. Yagura raised his hands and water bombs fell over. Karasuba looked calm and waved the Zanpakuto in his hand a few times. Puff. 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 The water bomb was easily shattered. Yagura Kojima seemed to have anticipated this and injected chakra into the large iron rod in his hand. Swish. The instant body technique approaches quickly. He raised the large iron rod in his hand and smashed it hard on Karasuba's head. Water style, water blade slash. Karasuba raised his blade and blocked it easily. Clang. There was a sound of metal colliding. Karasuba frowned slightly, a little puzzled. Is this the limit of your ability? Do you have any other decent water style ninjutsu? If not, you probably can't even use my Bankai. Also, your ninjutsu is called water blade slash. It should be water stick, right? Although it was expected that Yagura was weak. Especially without the tailed beasts, the combat power is greatly reduced. But I didn't expect. Is it so weak? The fourth Mizukage doesn't even have a powerful ninjutsu. Isn't this really inappropriate? What water stick? It's the water blade slash. Yagura's face flushed immediately. Who said there are no powerful ninjutsu? Watch me. Water style. Water. Tib. Blade. Yagura opened her little mouth and spit out a long thin line of water. The speed is so fast. In an instant, it was directly at Karasuba's face. Oh. It's a bit like second generation's water severing wave. But it's still not enough. This immediately made Karasuba look sideways, and he whispered, scattered, Senbonzakura. With a puff. The Zanpakuto in his hand spread, and 50,000 blades swept through. It turned into a thick wall, blocking the way. Boom. 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 The water flow continuously repelled a large number of sakura flower blades. Finally, when only thousands of blades were left, the water blade stopped. The water blade didn't work. Yagura Kojima was frightened when he saw this. He hastily quickened his pace, keeping a safe distance from Karasuba. Karasuba narrowed his eyes with disdain. Even though you are both Kage, your strength is limited to this. You can't beat Sarutobi Hiruzen or Onaki. It's almost time to end it. Before he finished speaking, Karasuba pointed with both hands and the blade swept out. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The Senbonzakura blade approaches quickly. But Yagura was calm and composed, with a smile on his face. I know I can't compare to those two. You are indeed as powerful as the rumors say. But what if it's two Kages? Even if we can't defeat you, we can retreat calmly. As he spoke, he then raised his hand towards the big iron bar. But he searched for a long time and found nothing. Well. Yagura looked up and was completely stunned. Where is my little flower? Who took my little flower away? Original. The green flower decoration on the big iron rod was gone. This little flower is originally a very ordinary decoration and there is nothing magical about it. But the key point is. There, the fourth Hokage's flying thunder god ritual is engraved. At this time, a faint chuckle came from the other side. Are you looking for this? Karasuba raised her hand. On the palm of the hand, a small green flower lies. In the gap between the green flower petals, there is a spell engraved, Sword of Ninja Love. You. Yagura was stunned. How did you find out? I mistakenly thought that Namikaze Minato had marked you with the Flying Thunder God technique, but then I thought that wasn't right. After all, that mark can never be erased. Even if my appearance has caused you to unite against the same enemy, the 5 originally hostile nations will never allow the Cage of Konoha to do anything to them. Then there is only one possibility. You are carrying an item marked with the Flying Thunder God spell. Karasuba spoke indifferently, his expression cold. Do you think I spent so much time playing with you just to test your strength, Yagura? You are totally wrong. I am trying to deprive you of your hope of escape. I said I would kill you today, and I will kill you. Even if the Sage of 6 Paths descends, it can't save you. Chapter 53. As soon as he finished speaking, Karasuba waved his hand. Whoosh. 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 More than 50,000 blades burst out of the air. In an instant. It is about to submerge the Yagura. Yagura was horrified. We are done for now. Water style. He was just about to perform water style. Suddenly. A sudden change occurred. The endless natural energy in the air all poured into the seabed. Underwater. The majestic chakra wave rises to the sky. Hoala. Hoala. This chakra fluctuation is extremely powerful. With ease, he blew back 50,000 blades. The next second. An extremely huge monster emerged from the water. Its body is almost covered with thorns. Even the head is protected by many hook-shaped thorns. It has 3 tails at the end, and its overall appearance is a bit like an upgraded giant turtle. But Karasuba and Yagura knew it very well. This is one of the 9-tailed beasts. 3 tails Isabu. Wow, what a big turtle. Karasuba looked calm and said with a smile in amazement, I didn't expect that 3 tails would be resurrected at this time. It's a good opportunity to kill Yagura and capture 3 tails at the same time. We don't have to waste time running again. Take a step forward. Swish. Karasuba rushed towards the other party. When Yagura saw 3 tails, he was overjoyed. Quick. The sealing squad, cooperate with me, seal 3 tails into my body. With the tailed beast, it should be enough to rival Kyohaku. Tisk, tisk. Tisk, tisk. Suddenly, more than a dozen jonin emerged from beneath the water. Each of them wears a mist shinobi forehead protector and holds a large number of sealing scrolls. But how could Karasuba give him this chance? He raised his hand and pointed suddenly. All I saw were 50,000 blades transformed into Zanpakuto. Whoosh. 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 The blade broke through the air at an extremely fast speed. Those mist shinobi jonin were not good at attacking and had no time to react. Chop them into pieces without any effort. And Karasuba at this moment also appeared in front of Yagura Kojima. Yagura's expression changed drastically, and he formed seals with his hands, water style. Water. Formation. Pillar. He opened his little mouth and a large amount of water spurted out. Crash. The amount of water was huge and it surged with seawater. They combined into a water column like a vast ocean, and slammed into Karasuba fiercely. Karasuba took his time. He clasped his hands together and shouted, Hado 93. Windstorm. Tiger roar. Accompanied by. As soon as the last word was uttered, the amazing Ryutsu on his body burst out mightily. Boom. I saw countless strong winds gathering in the sky. It transformed into a huge hurricane white tiger, with fierce winds all around it. Roar. Roar. The moment Hurricane White Tiger appeared, he roared 3 times towards the sky, and the strong wind from his mouth gathered. The strong wind formed into hurricane force winds that gushed out and collided with the water columns. Puff. Puff. The moment it made contact, half of the water column was blown away. In less than 2 seconds, the mighty water columns were all blown away. But it's not over yet. The Hurricane White Tiger roared again and pounced towards Yagura. The momentum is so strong, Ryutsu is deafening. The strong gale had already forced the sea surface into an arc before it even approached. This secret technique is actually the wind-style secret technique. And it's so powerful. Not only did it blow away my water pillar, but it also had enough energy to attack me. Is this a ninjutsu that a human can perform? Yagura Kojima looked horrified, his heart in turmoil. He wanted to resist, but that move was almost his strongest water-style secret technique. So, it seems that the only way out is to face death. Just when he almost wanted to give up, suddenly, there was movement nearby. 3 tails Isabu rolled up his own. Like a human bomb chariot, it crashed into the Hurricane White Tiger. Boom. A deafening sound rang out. The collision of the strong wind and 3 tails caused a huge tsunami. But Hado, number 93. The power is even stronger than the Thunder Dragon's arrival. Yagura, the one closest to the area, was eventually affected. On his body, leaving behind deep scars. Blood oozed out and the injury had caused him to fall into a coma. Seeing this scene, Karasuba showed a surprised expression. 3 tails actually took action. This doesn't make sense. You big BD, you don't even know Yagura, why did you save him? Could it be, similar to Same Hada, he took a fancy to the other party's chakra? That's why in the original story, Yagura was able to master the power of the tailed beast so quickly. After saving Yagura, the 3 tails seemed to be afraid of Karasuba's strength and did not want to fight. It opened its mouth wide, took the Yagura in it, and ran away. They ran away. It seems that not all tailed beasts are stupid. They were smart enough not to confront me. Karasuba was surprised by 3 tails' choice, but she was still surprised. How could he let them escape like this? After all, we fought for a long time. Karasuba rose into the air and took a step. Oink oink. Several consecutive shunpo shortened the distance. Want to run? No way. Come in. Karasuba pulled out the Zanpakuto in his hand and shouted solemnly, Bankai. Scenery. Senbonzakura Kage Yoshi. Zanpakuto shattered. Crash. 5 billion blades swept out like an overwhelming force. The tiny blades transformed into Zanpakuto, floating in the air, and formed an independent enclosed space. He forcefully pulled 3 tails and Yagura Kyuji into the Bankai space. Karasuba looked calm and said with emotion, as expected of Bankai's second form, he is really good at pulling and fighting. Suitable for single combat and group fights. 3 tails is huge. It occupies almost 60% of Bankai space. And the moment 3 tails was trapped, his body rolled up again. Hulala. Crashed towards the barrier of Bankai space. After several collisions, there was no sign of cracks. Aisabu, stop bumping. Karasuba's expression changed slightly, and he warned sternly, unless you are as strong as me, no one can forcibly break through this Bankai space. I know you can understand what I'm saying, so hand over Yagura and surrender. Although I won't kill you, you will inevitably suffer physical pain. Please don't waste my patience. Woo woo. Hearing this, Three Tails Aisabu let out a strange cry. His eyes burst into intense anger and his mouth opened wide. A lot of chakra is spreading. A small black ball condensed and continued to grow larger. Without a doubt, this is the signature move of the Tailed Beast Bomb. Very good. If you don't accept my toast, I'll drink a forfeit. Karasuba's expression turned cold, and murderous intent burst out of his eyes. In this case, I have no choice but to teach you a lesson. Let you understand one thing, in this ninja world. After all, there are only a few people that you tailed beasts cannot afford to offend. The author has something to say. The fan list is open. Everyone should have a title, right? I will post it first and then correct it. If there are any typos, please cue Xioxin. The editor said that after May Day, the book data will definitely drop a lot. Alas. I hope it will drop less. Chapter 54. Tisk tisk. Three Tails Aisabu Chakra Wave Sweeps. The pitch-black tailed beast bomb expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. Tailed beast bomb. Hee. Seeing this, Karasuba's expression changed slightly. Although this move has no effect on me, I can't watch you accumulate momentum and complete it. Swish. He took a step forward. A shunpo came to the top of Three Tails' head. Suddenly he raised his right foot and dropped it. Snap. Three Tails Aisabu's head fell heavily. The big mouth closed involuntarily, and the tailed beast bomb collapsed. The tailed beast bomb is indeed very lethal to the average person. Karasuba sneered, but the release speed is too slow. Compared to my Zero, it's even more rubbish. Even ordinary Zero. Its power is in no way inferior to tailed beast bomb, and its release speed is extremely fast. Black Zero even has the power to distort space. With one Black Zero, destroying an entire village is no problem. Note, the protagonist has the following abilities / no more general knowledge in the future. Ryutsu, Shinigami original setting / Ryutsu tearing space in a way that allows Arrancar to move freely between the real world and Hueco Mundo, new system setting / can tear space at will and travel between any two different spaces at will. Steel skin, a special skin with high Ryutsu hardness. Ordinary attacks cannot do anything to it. The higher the Ryutsu, the higher the defense of the steel skin on the body. High-speed regeneration, original Shinigami setting / a skill possessed by some hollows. Generally, after transforming into Arrancar, hollows will abandon this ability in order to gain more powerful attack power, but Kuriko has retained it. Except for the internal organs and brain, the rest of the body can be regenerated in a very short time after being destroyed. New system setting / except for the head, the rest of the body can be regenerated in a very short time. Shared vision, a skill that allows you to take the eyeball out of the eye socket, crush it, and then share the image with your companions. I personally think that since only Xiao has retained high-speed regeneration, he is the only one who can use this skill. I have learned it. I have never used it. Virtual Bullet, condenses one's own Ryutsu and shoots it at the enemy. It is less powerful than Zero, but 20 times faster than Zero / learned / not used. Zero, a killing technique used by Minos Grande and above, which highly concentrates their Ryutsu and releases it instantly, creating a flash of light with great destructive power. Ring Turn, Arrancar's advanced movement footwork, faster than Shinigami's Shunpo, and can avoid detection by others. Even among Espada, few people have mastered it. In the original Shinigami work, Ichigo, the bull head, has used it / has not yet learned it / will appear later. Moonlight Gun, a special skill of the first stage of the Return Blade. It is a gun-like weapon made of spirit particles in the hand. It can be used for close combat and throwing. It is extremely fast and can instantly kill Hanzo at the beginning. Black Zero, Shinigami original setting / Espada can only use Wang Su's flash in the released state, also known as Black Zero, with great power and range. New system setting / added the power of distorting space. Thunder Spear, the exclusive skill of the second stage of returning to the blade. The Thunder Spear generates a spear-shaped spirit body in the hand, which can be used for close combat or throwing. The power and range are amazing. It is no problem to destroy a country with one shot. / not learned yet / it will appear later. Seeing Tailed Beast Bomb being interrupted. Three Tails' eyes were filled with anger as he stared at Karasuba. Karasuba looked indifferent, disdainful of provocation. What are you looking at? Are you angry that Tailed Beast Bomb interrupted you? Come on, hit me. Woo. Hearing this, Three Tails Aisabu immediately roared towards the sky. The foot moved, and the huge body slammed into Karasuba. However, Karasuba doesn't even use Zanpakuto. He punched back. Bang! Three Tails Aisabu suffered a heavy blow. Its entire body rolled back and then slammed heavily into the space barrier. Three Tails Aisabu felt dizzy and doubted his life. This human is stronger than me. How can there be such a powerful ninja in the ninja world? What the hell? However, for Karasuba, it's as simple as sprinkling water. As his Ryutsu level increased, his physical fitness almost skyrocketed. In terms of strength alone, no one in the ninja world can surpass him now. Even Tsunade, who is famous for her extraordinary strength, can't do it. However, the Raikage is slightly less powerful than Tsunade, but is able to easily suppress 8 tails. And I just beat up 3 tails. Isn't it just like beating up a kid? 3 tails didn't believe it and rushed forward again. The 3 tails behind it swept over and pressed down hard on Karasuba. Bang! 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 Karasuba didn't dodge or evade, but raised his hand and threw 3 punches. 3 tails' tail was hit by the fist and flew away, and the tail was trembling continuously. 3 tails has tears in his eyes. It hurts. It hurts. I'm so pd off. If the old man Six Paths is still alive, I will definitely complain to him. He opened his mouth and chakras swept through him. Tisk tisk. A black ball quickly condensed. It began to spread continuously, and powerful power fluctuations spread out. You are really stubborn. Why don't you believe in evil? Karasuba shook his head in disappointment. Swish. A shunpo came under the head of 3 tails. He raised his right foot and kicked again. Tailed Beast Bomb was forcibly interrupted again. Karasuba took the opportunity to jump on top of 3 tails Isofu and kicked him down. Snap. 3 tails armor was shattered. He was kicked again and again, until his head became a bloody mess. It tried to resist several times, but was knocked unconscious by a slap every time. Wouldn't it be better for you to just stand by and be a spectator? Why save Yagura? Just because he looks like a little boy? Are you free and have nothing to do? Are you? Hi. Karasuba kicked every time he said something. Several times. 3 tails Isabu actually had no intention of giving up. Keep your mouth shut at all times. It seemed like he wanted to express a meaning. Even if you beat me to death, I will not let you hand over Yagura. Yahoo! Are you so tough? Karasuba looked slightly surprised. You don't want to hand it over. You think I can't do anything to you? I'm going to kill Yagura right now. No one can stop me. He flashed. He stood in the void, spread his hands and shouted, Senbonzakura, come to me. In an instant, tens of thousands of Zanpakuto shattered. 5 billion blades transformed into 2 giant hands that covered the sky. One hand held 3 tails upper jaw, and the other hand held its chin. Open it for me. Karasuba suddenly exerted force with both hands. Senbonzakura's big hand banged and forcibly pried the big mouth open. Control Senbonzakura to continue this action. Swish. Under one shunpo. He walked into 3 tails' mouth. As soon as it enters the mouth, it starts to scan the surroundings. Where are the people? Karasuba frowned slightly. I remember it was in his mouth, right? Could it be swallowed? Before he could say anything, suddenly, a weak voice came from not far away. Water style. Water. Wisdom. Blade. Call out. A sharp, slender line of water fell over. Karasuba looked calm, clasped his hands together and said, Hado 54. Waste. Yan. Ryutsu converges. A huge red flame blasted out. The two collided violently, but had not yet completely cancelled each other out. Karasuba won shunpo. Then I came to Yagura. You. Yagura Koji's expression changed drastically, and the chakra fluctuations on his body spread. It seemed that he was about to seal the seal again. But Karasuba was faster than him and stretched out his right hand. Grab the other person's neck and exert force with 5 fingers. Snap. The neck was suddenly crushed. There was still a trace of fear on Yagura Kojima's face. The pupils dilated and the eyes gradually lost their color. If I were to continue to tangle with you for a while. Karasuba stared at Yagura's body with a cold expression. It makes me look like a villain. I told you to die now, not even a second later. Chapter 55. A Hado 54 at random. After Karasuba disposed of Yagura's body. In my mind. The familiar mechanical prompt sound of the system was heard. Ding, congratulations host, the side quest is completed. Side quest, defeat the 4th Mizukage Yagura. Reward / unclaimed, Ryutsu experience plus 1000. Side quest, defeat 3 tails Isabu. Reward / unclaimed, Ryutsu experience plus 1200, Shinigami artificial body. Yagura is only worth 1000 points? And no extra bonus. Karasuba looked at the mission reward and immediately complained in a low voice, sure enough, he is a newbie. Huh? Has 3 tails been defeated? Wasn't it just fighting hard? With doubtful eyes. He walked out of his mouth. Seeing 3 tails, Isabu still had his jaw open. But he had already fainted because he had been hit on the head too many times. Tisk tisk, you can't bear it. Karasuba raised his eyebrows slightly, and said teasingly with a smile, I only hit you a few times, right? You two are really a perfect match, one is a weakling among the cage, and the other is a rookie among the tailed beasts. Looking at the three tails in front of him, he was a little troubled. How to bring it back? Such a big guy, just lift it up and fly it back. No, that's too inelegant. Haha. Got it. Karasuba's eyes suddenly lit up. Let me come over, brother Tuzi, with such a huge Kamui space, it would be a shame not to transport the goods. Utilize monitoring of bacterial localization. Karasuba raised his hand and gently scratched it, and a dark space crack appeared. Obito came out confused, looking a little tired. Senior, what are you doing? I'm busy dealing with mercenary missions. I just completed 9 B rank missions, and I still have 3 A rank missions to go. Well. Hearing this, Karasuba was puzzled. Your Kamui is so convenient, will it be so tiring? Can't you just jump back and forth in space to kill people? That's going to cost a lot of chakra, okay? Obito was very annoyed and said, do you think it's as easy as you are? You can jump through space with just a swipe of your hand. Karasuba was immediately touched and smiled to comfort him. Tisk tisk. No wonder Afei said that you were almost exhausted. It's okay. The organization will have new people coming in soon, and then the mission will be easier. Obito's eyes lit up. How many people? Which ones? Not sure. Karasuba shook his head and said slowly, for now, it's Manjutsu Kizuki and his 2-year-old brother. If we were lucky, there might also be the demon Mamakai Zabuza and the ice ninja Haku. 2-year-olds are included. Obito was slightly stunned and coughed a few times. Senior, if this continues, our Akatsuki organization will soon become a nursery. Karasuba waved his hands and said with a smile, what's wrong with the nursery? We should start from the children. In this ninja world, since they have talents, why not let them work hard for a bigger goal? When they grow up, they will be grateful to me. When they get old and recall their past memories, they will definitely brag to their grandchildren. Haha. Your grandfather was spotted by the Ninja World Watchers when he was 2 years old. He joined the Akatsuki organization that quelled the war. Isn't that awesome? Just imagine how proud his grandson would be. Well. Obito was slightly startled, it seems so. He thought about the future peace in the ninja world. I thought of the resurrected Lin, and of myself and her descendants. Ahem. Instantly, his face flushed. Karasuba looked at Obito's red neck and shook his head with a smile. The boys have grown up. Her thoughts have matured and she is no longer as naive and shy as before. Karasuba pointed at Three Tails and reminded him, okay, let's think about those things when we get back. Let's finish our business. Put it into the Kamui space and take it back to the village later. Okay. Obito nodded. Tisk tisk. The space rotated and sucked Three Tails in. Karasuba narrowed his eyes. It's time to go out and see what choice our mist shinobi will make. He removed the Bankai space. Senbonzakura transformed into a Zanpakuto and slowly inserted it into his waist. Karasuba glanced around. Then they saw 5 mist shinobi ninjas surrounding them, but each of them looked fearful. Among them are Zabuza Mamakai and Manjutsu Hojiki. The remaining 3 are all new faces. One of them has one eye and is covered with a black eye patch. He was wearing a navy blue robe and his hair was light blue. The second one was not very old, only about 6 years old. She has a very pretty face and black hair. She has a pair of bright eyes and looks like a girl. Karasuba quickly glanced at the 2 people, his expression slightly changed. Ching? And the young white. Wow. So beautiful. It's hard to imagine that this child is actually a boy. Tisk tisk. No wonder Zabuza fell for him. He set his sights on the last person. She is a female ninja. A pair of beautiful emerald green eyes and slightly long brown curly hair. Wearing a blue off-shoulder dress. He is not very old, between Zabuza and Haku. The overall figure is very graceful. Especially the pair on the chest, which are quite large. Wow, it's the future 5th Mizukage. Karasuba's gaze lingered for a few seconds, slightly shocked. From the looks of it, she looks like she's only 14 or 15 years old, but can her development be so exaggerated at this age? This isn't scientific. But think about it. When Hinata was this age, it seemed even more exaggerated than this. If you soak in the bathhouse, you will float. Ahem. To be honest, he had never seen a ball that could float. Note, Terumi Mei is currently 15 years old, estimated, / there is no information on her birth year, but according to the official age setting of the original work, it can be deduced that Terumi Mei was 31 years old during the Fourth World War, and the Fourth World War started immediately after Nagato's death. At that time, Nagato was 35 years old, a difference of 4 years. In Konoha 51, Nagato was 19 years old, so Terumi Mei is now 15 years old / amazing, right leftward arrow _ leftward arrow. Note, this is definitely not a waste of words / I didn't want to write Bai's age before / but many people questioned that Bai was never born / so I had to produce evidence / it's very hard to look up this information / I might as well write the plot / this is definitely not a waste of words / I feel very sad when people say I'm wasting words. Watching Karasuba's thoughts drifting away. The people of Mist Shinobi knew that they couldn't delay any longer, so Ching stood up and questioned Karasuba, Sir Kyobaku, what did you do to our Mizukage? Are you stupid? Of course I killed him. Karasuba rolled her eyes at him, why are there always idiots like this asking such idiotic questions? You. When Ching heard this answer, he was immediately furious. But he didn't dare to do it. After all, they had felt it before. An extremely huge chakra suddenly appeared here. If nothing unexpected happens, Three Tails should be resurrected. However, this powerful chakra disappeared in a very short time. No need to think about it, it must have been snatched away by Subai. Looking at Subai in front of them and the masked members of Akatsuki beside them, they all felt a lot of pressure. The other party clearly killed his own shadow. But even if the whole village were combined, they couldn't beat them. This frustrating feeling. It's really maddening. Karasuba looked at the hesitant people and stepped forward with a smile, since you are all hesitant, how about I give you a suggestion? Sir Subai, please speak. Ching said cautiously. After Karasuba glanced around, his finger fell on Terumi Mei, give her to me, and I will show mercy, let you Mist Shinobi go. White. Green. Zabuza. Good job. It was you who killed our Mizukage-sama. Why are you turning the tables and trying to snatch away the outstanding female ninja from our village? In a nice name, let us go. Is this him? What the hell is this logic? Chapter 56. Looking at the vigilant people in front of him. Karasuba's eyes narrowed slightly, what? You don't agree? I wonder what Lord Subai wants Terumi Mei to do. Ching asked. What are you doing? Nonsense. Of course I'm doing AI. Ugh. Karasuba blurted out without thinking, but immediately said seriously, I think this girl is amazing and gifted. She is a rare talent. Here, I solemnly invite her to join our Akatsuki organization. Obito, standing aside, had a strange look on his face. These words. Why does it sound so familiar? When Ching heard this, he refused sternly, this is impossible. Terumi Mei is an outstanding talent in my village and there is no way she will join the Akatsuki organization. Even if. Karasuba's tone turned slightly cold, you, Kirigakuer, are destroyed because of this, and it doesn't matter to you. I will never regret it even if I die. Ching was determined. Very good. As expected of the 5 great nations. Karasuba clapped his hands in encouragement, but the coldness in his eyes grew even colder, you are so courageous. Then today, I, Kyushiro, will destroy Kirigakuer. Saying. Then he suddenly took a step forward. The energy in his body was about to explode. Obito beside him whispered, wait a moment, senior. I have a suggestion. Oh. Karasuba took back the ryotsu and raised his brows slightly, what suggestions? There is absolutely no need to destroy Kirigakuer. This ninja village has been ravaged by the blood mist policy for many years, and only 1 in 10 outstanding ninjas are left. Obito's eyes flashed red, and he said slowly, the top ninjas are only the few in front of us. Senior, you can indeed destroy Kirigakuer by force, but you will actually face a lot of trouble afterwards, such as the siege of the alliance of the 4 major countries. Karasuba looked disdainful, a siege is nothing. It's just a piece of sand, not even half as good as me. Obito said softly, Senior, your strength is unrivaled in the entire ninja world, but not everyone in the Akatsuki organization is like you. Many of them don't even have cage-level combat power. If the 4 nations alliance army attacks, they will be in trouble. It seems to make sense. Karasuba pondered for a moment, and then complained, but in the final analysis, you guys are no match for me. If all the members of the organization were like you, with super cage-level combat power, why would I have to be restrained? Obito coughed dryly a few times, ahem. There's nothing we can do. They all have great potential. All they lack is time. Well, you have a point. Karasuba nodded slightly and glanced at Mist Shinobi casually, then how do we deal with them? We can't just let it go like this, right? Ching offended me, I have to teach him a lesson. Don't worry. Obito said slowly, Madara asked me to control Mist Shinobi before. I have a good understanding of this village. 4th Mizukage Yagura has only started the reform a few days ago. His prestige is not as high as expected, so I don't mind Yagura's death that much. Young ninjas like Zabuza are more interested in the village's reform, but Ao, a diehard, is different. But if I kill him, it will most likely attract the hatred of Terumi Mei and others, so I can use the Sharingan to quietly control him. Ayako is a veteran jonin, is that okay? Karasuba was a little worried. No problem. In these 4 years, I have almost mastered all the capabilities of the Sharingan. Obito looked confident, the power of my eyes is unmatched. Except for you and a few others, basically no one in the ninja world can resist the control of my Sharingan illusion. With the death of the 4th Mizukage, it is inevitable that a veteran ninja like Ao will take over the power. As long as we control him and let Mamakai Zabuza, Haku, Hojiki Mainjutsu, Terumi Mei and others join us, then Kirigakuer will become our Akatsuki's possession. And controlling Kirigakure is equivalent to controlling the land of water to a certain extent. Karasuba smiled and said, control a country. That sounds good, go on. Note, in the original work, after the fourth Mizukage died, an unknown elder marshal took control of the power. As the elder master was getting old, and Terumi Mei, Ao, and Kojuro's lineage rose, the marshal awarded the fifth Mizukage position to Terumi Mei. Note, because this martial character is a typical minor role, he was replaced by the veteran ninja Ao, so that it is easier for everyone to understand. As for why Ao was not killed directly, because Ao and Terumi Mei are both assistants and mentors, killing him will definitely cause dissatisfaction in Terumi Mei *O*. Afterwards, we can definitely push the first person among Zabuza and his group to become the fifth Mizukage. Besides, the 5-Kage summit is about to be held, and Onoki and the others are going to discuss their plans for our Akatsuki organization. Obito's words came again, Senior, although you are the leader of Rain Shinobi Village, you still have to take care of the organization. Even if you force yourself to participate in the 5-Kage talks, you will not be able to do it. But with Mizukage as an insider, it will be much easier. When the war breaks out, with the large number of ninjas from the Land of Water as backup, plus the power of our Akatsuki organization and Rain Shinobi Village, it will be more than enough to deal with the 4 major countries. The benefits are still not small. Note, many Hokage novels describe killing the daimyo and taking control of the power to grant the Kage position, but the daimyo and these people are just minor characters in my opinion. I personally think that describing these things is very watered down, so here we directly adopt the one village, one country system, and everyone just assumes that the daimyo is dead leftward arrow. Hearing this, Karasuba looked at him with admiration, that makes sense. Then take control of Kirigakure. Obito is great. How did you get smarter in the past few years? Obito was helpless, I am smart, okay. Seeing Karasuba's anger subside, Zabuza and the others felt relieved. Karasuba ignored the others and looked at Terumi Mei softly and said, Girl, are you willing to join the Akatsuki organization? But Terumi Mei blinked her beautiful eyes, joining the Akatsuki organization, doesn't that mean I'm a traitor? Who said that joining Akatsuki is equivalent to betraying the village? What kind of perverted logic is this? Karasuba chuckled a few times and said with a smile, look at our organization's Deidara and Uchiha brothers, have their villages issued a warrant to hunt down traitorous ninjas? There is no warrant at all. From the perspective of Konoha and Iwagakure, it was me, Kyohaku, who secretly abducted their village's outstanding talents when they were young using very improper means. They only think it was my fault. So. Hearing this, Terumi Mei's heart was slightly moved, joining the Akatsuki organization has nothing to do with betraying the village. Of course. Karasuba smiled and said, you can always blame me later and say that I lured you into the organization. Then what benefits will I get from joining Akatsuki? Terumi Mei asked. Benefit? Karasuba was slightly stunned. Subconsciously, he was about to talk about the benefits of the Akatsuki organization. But there seemed to be some kind of ambiguous charm in the other person's eyes. There was a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Oh my god! Could this be love at first sight? So, Karasuba asked tentatively, like, you can see me every day. Hearing this, Terumi Mei nodded immediately, okay, then I am willing to join the Akatsuki organization. Karasuba was confused, Chapter 57. You agree now? He originally thought that it would be very difficult to win over Terumi Mei. It turns out that it works just by scanning your face. Really? Beauty is justice. Tisk tisk, worthy of me. Karasuba touched his face and sighed to himself, even if I change the world, my extraordinary handsomeness can still make beautiful girls fascinated by me. In fact, he was thinking too complicatedly. The fourth Mizukage had only been in office for a short time, and had only started the reforms 5 days ago. My own reputation has just begun to accumulate. The first batch of supporters of fourth Mizukage were actually Zabuza Momokai, Mainjutsu Hoshimi, and others. The second batch was Terumi Mei and Qing's turn. As for why Qing was not in the first batch? In his opinion, it was also because of his personal seniority. Such a ninja was almost the highest-ranking ninja in Kirigakure except for the Kage. In fact, Yagura was also worried that such a veteran ninja would influence his subsequent reforms and even affect his status as Mizukage. That's why we had to settle for the second best option and let him become the second group of supporters. He also confidently allowed Qing to teach outstanding young ninjas like Terumi Mei. This would not only show that he trusted Qing, the veteran ninja, but also prevent the villagers from thinking that he was excluding him. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. And Terumi Mei is the second group of supporters. Even the number of times I have met the fourth Mizukage can be counted on one hand. Joining Akatsuki would not affect her actions in the village, and with a handsome guy like Karasuba, why wouldn't she join? Terumi Mei stretched out her white and tender little hand and was about to step forward to shake hands with Karasuba. Shake hands first. Chief Kyohaku. But the next second, Qing was about to take a step forward to stop him. But Karasuba narrowed his eyes and whispered, Bakudo 10. Dark. Curtain. In an instant, the sky seemed to have turned dark. Except for Ching, Zabuza Mamakai, Manjutsu Hojiki, and others were all stunned in front of him. Ching's expression changed slightly and he was about to speak. But taking this opportunity, Karasuba glanced behind him. Obito understood. He took a sudden step forward, and the scarlet Sharingan Megatama spun. Genjutsu, Sharingan. Clank. In an instant, Ching felt his head spinning. Then the whole person was stunned for 0.1 second, and then returned to normal. And Karasuba's mind moved, and the dark curtain disappeared. The entire control process is so fast that it is almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Zabuza, Manjutsu Hojiki, and others looked normal. He seemed to be completely unaware of the abnormality. Karasuba narrowed his eyes slightly. How can you control Ching right in front of you? Because Aikido whose practicality fluctuates. Its function is not to make the vision darker. Instead, he used his own Ryutsu to create an illusion in the opponent's sight. The illusion was the same as the scene at the previous second, but it only lasted for 0.5 seconds. In other words, they didn't see Karasuba using Bakudo at all, as well as Obito's Sharingan. You will only mistakenly think that you are in the scene of the previous second. Note, Kido is an advanced Ryutsu spell that can only be used by people with Shinigami power. Kido is divided into Heido, Bakudo, and Kaido. Heido is mainly for attack, Bakudo is for auxiliary control, and Kaido is for restoring health, etc. This is a general understanding. Note, Bakudo number 10 is the author's innovation, please do not argue. Looking at Terumi Mei approaching, Karasuba held her delicate little hand and said, Hello, let me introduce myself again. I am the acting leader of the Akatsuki organization, Kyobaku. Mist Shinobi Terumi Mei, Jonin. Terumi Mei is a sweet spirit. Karasuba smiled and nodded, welcome to join the Akatsuki organization. Will the organization hold a welcome party for new members? Yes. Karasuba nodded. Chief, will you show up? Meeting. Then I'd be happy to attend this welcome party. Ahem, that's good. Karasuba coughed a few times and explained, however, the welcome party we organized is rather unusual. I hope you won't be too surprised then. It doesn't matter. Terumi Mei didn't pay attention to the following words, staring straight at Karasuba, the form is not important, what matters is that I have you. Karasuba was embarrassed. What's going on with this strong atmosphere of ambiguity? Even with his thick skin, he couldn't bear it. I couldn't help but pull my hand away. But who knows? Terumi Mei clenched her 5 fingers and moved her hands up and down. Touch left, touch right. Karasuba was confused. Dirty hands. I exclaimed, wow. I didn't expect that you, at only 15 years old, could be so unrestrained. But want to eat white tofu? Hehe. Did you get my consent, Karasuba? So he forcibly pulled his hand out. Karasuba walked around Terumi Mei and looked at Zabuza and the others seriously. Zabuza, Haku, don't you want to contribute to Kirigakuer? You can totally do that. I, Haku, never said that if you join Akatsuki, you are not allowed to work for the village. You have a shortage of talent in Kirigakuer. After you join our Akatsuki organization, you can even use the reputation of our Akatsuki organization to attract talented young men from all over the ninja world and replenish outstanding talents for the village. Isn't that killing 2 birds with 1 stone? Besides, our organization also has talented young men from Konoha, Rock Shinobi, and Yugakuer. As talented young men, don't you want to have a passionate competition with them? What are you still hesitating about? Mamakai Zabuza took a deep breath and said, okay, I'll join. Bai on the side whispered, then I will join too. Wherever Mr. Zabuza is, I will be there. Yes, a man who knows the times is a hero. Karasuba clapped his hands and said with great appreciation, in the future, you will definitely not regret making this decision, but will be proud to join the Akatsuki organization. Believe me, in the near future, you will definitely become witnesses of peace in the ninja world. Do you really want peace in the ninja world? Terumi Mei was surprised. Certainly. Karasuba's eyes were wide open, and his expression was sincere. I, Kyobaku, never lie. Onoki believes that the purpose of our Akatsuki organization is to disrupt the ninja world and keep it in a protracted war. Haha, they are too short-sighted. Peace has always been born out of war. I, Sub-I, don't care about just a mere insult. For the sake of peace in the ninja world, I, Sub-I, will never regret it even if I die. Terumi Mei, Zabuza Mamakai and others felt their hearts tremble. Although this is a simple statement, but the tone is sincere and extremely convincing. They believed it. And Karasuba looked at the people in front of him and was amazed. The power of words is truly heaven-defying. This moment, he even felt that. I have been promoted to Naruto's incarnation. Once the mouth trick comes out, it is invincible. I will tell you that black is white, and white is black. I can kill the shadow of your village and still make you worship me. Just asking, is it awesome? Looking at the excited crowd, Karasuba quietly glanced at Obito. Obito understood. 4th Mizukage Yagura is dead, and all matters of Kirigakure should be handled by me. The controlled Ching stood up and announced loudly, "Here, we need the 5th Mizukage to preside over the village, and the candidate is our genius female ninja, Terumi Mei." Chapter 58. Hearing this, everyone was slightly stunned. Is it so careless? Although everyone was a little surprised. The candidate for the 5th Mizukage is Terumi Mei, who is less than 16 years old? But I don't feel particularly resistant. Although Terumi Mei is still young, she possesses the 3 chakra attributes of water, earth, and fire. He even has 2 powerful bloodline limits. One is lava style, and the other is boil style. Note, many people mistakenly believe that Terumi Mei has 3 bloodline limits, and there is an extra lava style, but in fact there are only 2. The lava style that appears in the anime's battle with Sasuke was actually filled in with the wrong color by the anime team in the later stage. The original drawing of it was lava style, and the lava style was never used in the later duel between the 5 Kage and Madara. The official book of formations strictly states that Terumi Mei only has 2 bloodline limits. Please be aware. Her potential is absolutely huge, and Terumi Mei is beautiful. As the 5th Mizukage, he can definitely hold up well, and they have no objections. Only, what makes them a little awkward is, Yagura died not long ago. Just announce the new Mizukage right away? Isn't this a bit disrespectful to the dead? Karasuba glanced around and found that he was covered by a special defensive barrier. Apart from the few people in front of him, there were no other ninjas. Karasuba's eyes flickered as he thought to himself, "You were planning to use the barrier to fight me to the death? Fortunately, the barrier is here and they didn't gather all the mist shinobi ninjas. Otherwise, in order to keep the secret of recruiting Terumi Mei as a member of Akatsuki, it is inevitable that other unimportant people will be killed. It is impossible to let Obito control them one by one. That would be too troublesome, and he might not even have enough chakra. In addition, Terumi Mei is the 5th Mizukage. It is definitely impossible for him to show his face in public. At most, he can reveal some information about the other 4 countries to the organization. It's impossible to blow people up everywhere like Deidara did. And you need to be careful when contacting secretly. Except for yourself, Obito, and White Zetsu, who are good at fast movement, no one else is suitable to connect with Terumi Mei." Terumi Mei stared at Karasuba with her beautiful eyes, and couldn't wait to ask, "Chief, when will the organization's new member welcome party start? Can I go to the base now? Can I visit the room where you usually sleep?" Karasuba. "Visit the room where I sleep. Good job. What do you want to do, little girl?" Karasuba rolled his eyes at her and instructed, "You should deal with the mist shinobi issue first. After all, I killed your 4th Mizukage, and this is a big deal. I'm just the 4th Mizukage. How can I compare to you?" Terumi Mei was about to blurt out without thinking. But thinking of Zabuza and the others who had supported Yagura, she changed her mind and said, "The 4th Mizukage's death was so tragic. I will definitely hold a grand funeral for him, but I still can't help but ask out of curiosity, when will the welcome party for new members start?" Karasuba waved his hand and said, "We need to prepare for the newcomer welcome party tomorrow. Zabuza and the others will stay in Kirigakure to help you with the 4th generation's affairs. When the time comes, I will send the person next to me to pick you up." "Okay, Chief." Terumi Mei winked at Karasuba. "It's the acting leader. I've said it so many times." Karasuba was helpless and emphasized again, "Our organization has a legitimate leader. His strength is also enough to make the ninja world tremble. When he returns, I will become an ordinary member. Do you understand?" "Okay, Chief." Terumi Mei smiled. "Okay, leader." Zabuza said. "Okay, leader," said Man Yu. "An acting leader is so powerful. The real leader of the Akatsuki organization must be at least stronger than Kyobaku, right? An existence that is stronger than the god of ninja world Senjo Hashirama. Hehe. They simply don't believe that such a person exists." Everyone agreed that Tsubai was just being modest. Karasuba was speechless. Seeing this scene, he was too lazy to say anything more. He tore open a space crack and pulled Obito in without saying a word. Certainly. Even though they were influenced by their own words. But after all, they are new members, so the possibility of betrayal is inevitable. So Karasuba placed surveillance bacteria on each of them. There's also Terumi Mei. Rain Shinobi Village. The tallest spire on the building. Swish. A dark crack in space opened up. Karasuba and Obito walked out, each with a different look on their face. As soon as my brother Tsuchiko came out, he whispered, "Senior, is it really okay for you to do this to Nagato?" "What's wrong with me?" Karasuba said seriously, "Our organization does have a real leader. I am just an acting leader. I am not lying." "Senior, you really didn't lie." Hearing this, Obito held his forehead helplessly, "But they will mistakenly think that even if there is a leader, his strength must be stronger than yours." Karasuba was so annoyed, "They just let themselves think about it. What the hell does it have to do with me? Nagato is a fusion of a high-end version of Hashirama's cells. Add to that the Rinnegan that has no burden, and she can be called 0.5 Hashirama, right? Such strength. It is definitely enough to make the ninja world tremble. But if these people insisted on imagining things, he had no idea what to do. For Nagato, the 4 words leader of the organization are more of a symbolic meaning. Even now. In fact, Karasuba can be regarded as the true leader of Rain Shinobi Village and Akatsuki organization. But Nagato himself doesn't care much about this. He hoped that the nominal leader of Akatsuki would always be the dead Yahiko. Yahiko's death. For Nagato, it was a pain he would never forget. Karasuba has always adhered to Nagato's intention, and always emphasized that he is only the acting leader. Unfortunately they don't believe it. He is not very interested in these titles. The original plan was to push Nagato to the top. In the later stage, it is planned to let Nagato himself claim to have killed Hanzo in order to further accumulate reputation. As a result, he was beaten by Black Zetsu. Karasuba didn't recognize him as the leader of Rain Shinobi Village, and there was nothing that could be done. He later became the acting leader of Akatsuki, a tough job he had to take on simply to heal Nagato's body. Well. Thinking of this, Karasuba sighed, I hope Nagato wakes up soon, then I can leave all these messes to him and I can just sit there and do nothing. Obito reminded from the side, Senior you, Nagato does share the pressure for you, but it is impossible for him to be an idle fish. Huh? You're still planning on forcing me to work? Karasuba raised his eyebrows and clenched his fists. Obito, just because we are familiar with each other, do you think I won't beat you up? Ahem, how is that possible? Obito immediately begged for mercy, and explained with a smile, the organization must recruit new members. I just think that you, Senior, are abducting, ahem, recruiting new techniques is unique in the ninja world. No one in the organization can beat you. Don't you think you can let other members recruit new members? For example, Kakuzu? He might kill the target and collect the bounty. For example, Scorpion. He directly makes the target into a human puppet. For example, Deidara, he blows the target into pieces. Karasuba was embarrassed, it seems that he is really worried. And considering Nagato's personality, if it was the members he recruited, it would be fine if the target was adults. But if you meet a little brat, the dialogue scene is probably like this. Nagato said solemnly, I am Kami, God, walking in the world. I come to recruit you in the name of God, join our supreme Akatsuki organization. The child looked disdainful, psycho. Chapter 59. Think of the scene just now. Karasuba held his forehead helplessly, muttering in his heart, it seems that there are no normal people in the organization, only me, I don't even seem to be a human. Ahem. How embarrassing. So. Obito snickered under his mask, Senior, you can't be a salted fish. You laughed. Karasuba raised his eyebrows. I don't. You just smiled. Okay, I laughed, Smith, sorry. Karasuba curled her lips and said calmly, you're sorry, you will be in charge of the 3rd program at tomorrow's welcome party. Hearing this, Obito was immediately horrified, no. Senior you, I was wrong. How about I take charge of the 2nd one? No way. It's settled. Karasuba snorted and ordered again, now go and inform all members of the organization to suspend tomorrow's employment mission and prepare to attend the newcomer welcome party. No one is allowed to take leave. Okay, what about Three Tails? Obito nodded helplessly, Nagato hasn't awakened yet. Without the Rinnegan, we can't use the Phantom Dragon 9 sealings for now. Seal him in the Gadu statue. Karasuba thought for a moment and responded, put it in the dimensional cube for now. Throw the old purple we captured earlier in as well. The outside of the dimensional cube cannot be broken, and the inside can only be broken if the power exceeds the upper limit. That's a good idea. Obito nodded. Another dimensional cube. One of the special items in the Shinigami world. The upper limit of the power inside is very large. When Karasuba came to the Hokage world with the help of the extra-dimensional cube, it was with the help of this thing. At that time, even with his LV4 Ryutsu level, he couldn't break through from the inside. It can only be automatically released after descending into the Hokage world. Three Tails and the half-baked Four Tails Jinchuriki want to break through the extra-dimensional cube space from the inside? Hehe. It's just wishful thinking. Senior you. At this time, Obito seemed to be hesitant to speak. Karasuba frowned slightly, what's wrong? Obito, just speak up. Do we still need to be so shy with each other? Obito whispered, you know, 4 years ago I told you that Nagato's Rinnegan is actually. Karasuba wondered, I know it's not Nagato's, what's wrong? Senior, you said that after killing Danzo, Black Zetsu caused trouble and was almost sealed, but was stopped by someone using an amazing fire style. You said that person might be Uchiha Madara. Obito looked solemn. I think it's possible. Karasuba said seriously, but I'm not sure. Why do you say that? Because one of the necessary conditions for performing the Resurrection Ninjutsu Geido Rine Tensei technique is the Rinnegan. However, the Rinnegan is on Nagato. So there is no possibility of resurrection. There is only one other way, reanimation jutsu. But this forbidden technique. It's not something that just anyone can learn. The entire ninja world, except for the dead second Hokage Senju Tobirama. And the tech geek Orochimaru, it seems that no one else can do it. Etc. There is also a later master of dreams, Do. But these two people. Aren't they all under his surveillance? No. It seems that only Orochimaru has been infected with surveillance bacteria by me. Karasuba thought about it and was stunned, and I completely forgot about this guy named Kabuto who had no sense of existence. And in the next 4 years, I didn't seem to see any signs of Kabuto's appearance at all. How could I do such a stupid thing? Obito, follow me. Karasuba raised his hand and slashed. With a chi sound. A long and narrow space crack opened. Karasuba and Obito walked in and appeared in front of Orochimaru the next second. Orochimaru was slightly startled, but still smiled hoarsely. Yukon, what's the matter? Where's Kabuto? Karasuba went straight to the point. Kabuto? Didn't that kid disappear 4 years ago? Orochimaru wondered. Karasuba was immediately furious. People are missing, and you didn't even bother to report it to me. I thought you knew. Orochimaru expressed grievance. Karasuba asked, when did you find out that the person was gone? Probably just after you healed Nagato's legs and left for a while. Orochimaru thought for a moment and replied, I was planning to ask Kabuto to be my lab assistant, but when I went to his room, I found that he was gone. Karasuba's face darkened. The person died not long after his legs were treated? Wouldn't that be the perfect time for him to go to the Akatsuki base and teach Kakuzu a lesson? In Rain Shinobi village, except for Orochimaru, several top masters such as Konan and Obito went. But it is a village after all, and the defense force is still strong. How did you get out with a kid like that? Is it Black Zetsu? Karasuba's eyes flickered as he thought to himself, he took advantage of the lack of defense in the Rain Shinobi village and sneaked into the village. His main goal should be Nagato's Rinnegan, but he won't be able to do it with Orochimaru guarding him. So he chose Kabuto as his secondary target? But how does Black Zetsu know for sure that Kabuto has the talent to learn impure world reincarnation? Looking at the gloomy face of Karasuba in front of him, Orochimaru and Obito, knowing what to do, fell silent. Orochimaru was a little confused and looked suspicious. Yukon, although the child Kabuto has some talent, it doesn't need to be taken so seriously, right? You know nothing. Karasuba rolled her eyes and changed the subject. How long will it take for Nagato to wake up? Well, at least 3 months. Orochimaru replied. That's good, just do your part. Karasuba said, making a slight stroke with his right hand. Swish. A crack opened in the dark space. Karasuba led Obito back to the rooftop. Without outsiders around, Obito immediately asked, is Madara related to Kabuto? Hearing this, Karasuba replied in a deep voice, yes, if nothing unexpected happens, it was this kid Kabuto who resurrected Madara with impure world reincarnation. But he was young after all. Madara was definitely not at his peak 4 years ago, so he didn't fight me. But as Kabuto grows older and continues to learn, it is very likely that Madara will reach his peak in a very short time, and may even far exceed his strength in life. This. Obito's expression changed slightly. If that's the case, then it's troublesome. It doesn't matter. Karasuba raised his lips and looked proud. Even if Uchiha Madara's strength is far beyond his peak, I, Karasuba, will not fear any challenge. Why? Because he had a hunch. The level of Ryutsu at LV7 will increase dramatically. The 7th level of Ryutsu represents the transition from medium to high level. And it is very possible to master the 2nd stage of Hollow. Waiting for the next 5-Kage summit. As long as he makes a big fuss, he can take advantage of the system. His own Ryutsu level can break through to LV7. When that time comes. Karasuba's eyes flickered, and his fighting spirit surged. Let's see which one is better, Madara's Susanoo. Or is my Thunder Spear better? Chapter 60. Do's disappearance was his mistake. But Karasuba didn't care too much. After all, the ninja world was too boring. The shadows of the 5 major countries are weaker than each other. Not even one could dance. Uchiha Madara's resurrection just happened to make Karasuba a little more excited. Karasuba secretly hoped, it would be even better if Senju Hashirama was resurrected. Only then can I take the ninja world a little more seriously. Kabuto, you better do your best. After hearing Karasuba's solemn words, Obito didn't know what to say. Then I will go and notify the members of the organization and ask them to make adequate preparations to attend tomorrow's new member welcome party. Obito said. Go ahead. Karasuba nodded slightly and said calmly, let them bring all the equipment they need. Newbies are bound to be a bit troublesome. We should teach them a lesson when the time comes. Just don't kill them. I know. Obito chuckled. Hiss. The Sharingan flashed red. The space rotated and disappeared on the spot. Karasuba was left alone, and he opened his own panel. Secondary villain system. Host Karasuba. Ryutsu, LV6, 7200/15000/medium. Spirit Core, Blackwing Demon, Part 1 Return to Blade. Zanpakuto, Senbonzakura, Bankai/10%. Swordsmanship, Penultimate. White Hits Penultimate. Shunpo Penultimate. Keto, Penultimate. Items, Black Cape, Soul Enlightening Gauntlet, Dimension Cube, Surveillance Bacteria *15, Shinigami Prosthetic Body. 7,200 experience points, more than half of that. Looking at the information on the panel, Karasuba thought to himself, according to the system's classification, levels 1 to 3 are low-level Ryutsu, then levels 3 to 6 should be medium-level Ryutsu, and levels 7 to 9 are high-level Ryutsu. If an average cage-level warrior has 1,200 Ryutsu experience points, then you only need to defeat 6 or 7 to reach LV7. 4th Reikage AI, Rapper Killer B, Katsuya Princess Tsunade, 4th Kaze Cage Raza, Granny Cho, only 5? Huh? Not enough. Karasuba was stunned. Are there so few cage levels in the ninja world now? But if you think about it carefully, it is normal. After all, it is only the 51st year of Konoha. Many people are still young and have not grown up, especially Heitake, who was hit so hard. After 4 years, I don't know if I have recovered. And Might Guy, will there be Night Guy during this period? It is not certain that even Day Tiger can be used, and it is also uncertain whether it can reach cage level. There are also many people in the Akatsuki organization who have not reached the cage level standard, such as Itaki who is only 9 years old, Deidara who is 8 years old, and so on. Well. After all, you are still too young. Never mind, I can just kill some more jonin later. Karasuba pondered to himself and chuckled. After all, a jonin has hundreds of experience points, so if quality isn't enough, we can make up for it with quantity. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Just then, there were bursts of breaking air sounds coming from outside. A beautiful figure flew over with a pair of large paper wings on its back. She was wearing a black robe with red clouds. Wearing lavender paper flowers on her head, her overall temperament is cool and attractive. Snap. Konan landed lightly on the rooftop, a smile on his cold face. You senpai, you're back. Wasn't it going well to capture Four Tails Jinchuriki? Why did it take so long? It went pretty smoothly. Lao Zi was a half-baked Jinchuriki. He killed her in one move. Karasuba explained softly, but I also went to Mist Shinobi, captured 3 tails alive, and killed the 4th Mizukage, so it took a little time. Mist Shinobi? Did they provoke you? Konan asked suspiciously. No, I just saw some talented people in their village. Yagura insisted on coming here to die, so I had no choice but to help him. Karasuba said. Oh, who are the talents? Konan asked curiously. Karasuba thought for a moment, and answered one by one. Demon Mamakai Zabuza, Ice Release Ninja Haku, Hojiki Mainjutsu, Hojiki Suijutsu, and Terumi Mei. Terumi Mei? Female. Konan's voice changed slightly. Yes. Karasuba smiled and said, that kid became a jonin at only 15. He has a very good talent and is now the 5th Mizukage of Mist Shinobi. 15 years old, that's a very mature mind. Konan's eyes narrowed slightly, his expression slightly agitated. At this age, Yahiko Nagato and I have already made a name for ourselves in Rain Shinobi, and as a full-fledged jonin, why would she want to join the organization? This. Karasuba's tone was a little weak. Maybe it's because I'm too handsome. Ahem, that kid is a little abnormal. Oh, I see. Konan's eyes flashed coldly, and he said with a smile, in other words, the first female ninja of the organization was recruited by the beauty of the senior. It seems so. Karasuba asked nervously. Will Terumi Mei come to the new employee welcome party tomorrow? Yes. Oh, I see. Konan turned and left, but his back was extremely terrifying. Looking at the back, Karasuba said cautiously, Konan, you are not going back to your room to get the detonating talismans you have accumulated over the past 4 years, are you? How is that possible? As Konan walked, he heard a cold voice, 4 years is too much, let's take 1 year first, 100 billion detonating talismans, let's test the waters first. Karasuba. Good job. 100 billion detonating talismans, that's a lot. Because of the commissions from various countries, the organization's working capital increased rapidly. In these 4 years, Konan has accumulated 400 billion exploding talismans. Although it has not reached 600 billion, you have to remember that it has only been 4 years. In the original work, it took Akatsuki almost more than 10 years to accumulate that amount. Ahem, those are Kakuzu's tears. Using 100 billion exploding talismans to deal with Terumi Mei. Oh my god. This scene is simply unimaginable. Swish. So, a shunpo. Karasuba came to Konan's side, took her arm and said worriedly, don't be like this, Konan. Terumi Mei is just attracted by my appearance. She will stop being so agitated after a while. There's no need to bring so many detonating tags, right? Although he didn't understand why he should explain. But psychologically. I always feel guilty. It seems that if I don't explain, it's like I've done something wrong. When he was upset, Konan took a deep breath and turned around, pressing his impressive figure against Karasuba. Her face flushed with shame, but she asked seriously, "Senior, do you like Konan?" Hearing this, for a moment, Karasuba was stunned. He subconsciously wanted to answer, "I like it." But suddenly, Karasuba thought of a very serious question. That is, he is not human at all. But it is a completely empty one. If that happens, will there be reproductive isolation? Chapter 61. What is reproductive isolation? In short, in fact, it means that they cannot produce fertile offspring with each other. Karasuba was originally a hollow. Now he has merged with the Shinigami soul and gained the power of Shinigami. Strictly speaking, he is a life form that is a combination of Shinigami and hollow. However, both hollows and Shinigami are similar to souls. Logically speaking, these humans in the ninja world should not be able to see or touch themselves. But the day I came to the Hokage world, his body seemed to have been specially modified by the system, causing it to become materialized. If you really want to enter, you can definitely do it. But the problem is, can the combination of a spirit life form and a human produce offspring? Taking a step back. Even if I can, what on earth could it produce? Half human, half spirit. However, the more likely possibility is, no. Because as a spiritual life form, Karasuba is unable to produce anything that can be fertilized. Moreover, after entering the body, it is also a big question whether the lepton life form and the human body can produce the feeling of towering into the clouds. However, as the saying goes, experiment is the only criterion for testing truth. Why don't you try it and you will know? No. This is irresponsible to Konan, he would not do that. Tisk tisk, what should I do? Karasuba scratched his head, deeply troubled. Seeing Karasuba not speaking for a long time, Konan's eyes were red. "Senior, do you dislike Konan?" The moment I said this, tears couldn't help but flow from Konan's eyes. Her delicate body trembled as she stepped back step by step. "No, Konan." Karasuba walked forward and sighed, "I have a secret that I cannot explain to you. It's not that I don't like you." Konan had tears in his eyes. "What's the secret?" "This." Karasuba stammered, but finally confided, "I'm not a human." "Senior, why are you scolding yourself?" Konan wondered. Karasuba coughed a few times and patiently explained, "Ahem, don't get me wrong, I meant it literally. I am different from you. I am a special kind of spiritual life form and do not belong to the category of human beings." Konan touched his face, pouted and looked a little angry, "But you are a human now, even if you don't like me, you wouldn't find such a lame reason to refuse me, right?" "Well." Karasuba sighed helplessly, "So, how about this?" His mind was moved. Switched the form to void. His complexion suddenly turned pale. The black royal robe turned white, and half a bone mask appeared above his head. The tear marks under the eyes slowly slid across the cheeks, and the pair of green eyes revealed a sense of indifference. Even if that's the case, that doesn't prove. Konan gritted his teeth and was about to say something. But the next second, she immediately fell into a daze. Because Karasuba slowly unbuttoned the buttons of the royal robe on his chest. The center of the two clavicles was exposed. That hollow hole that has never been revealed. Through that hole, you can even see the raindrops falling outside the rooftop. Konan covered his mouth with his hands, his expression dull. She didn't know what to say. Karasuba stared at Konan with her dark green eyes, and said indifferently, "Now Konan, do you still like me?" After switching to virtual form, he looked completely different from his previous image. Although he had no intention of being so cold. But his virtual form made every word he said seem to be free of emotion. Looking at Konan who was in a daze in front of him, Karasuba felt a little disappointed, but still said calmly, "It's okay, I can treat your confession just now as hallucination. But who knows?" Before he could finish, Konan suddenly threw himself into his arms. Touching the hollow hole, her hand trembled slightly. "Senior, does it hurt? Such a big hole must be very painful, right? Konan will blow it for you, and it won't hurt after blowing." Hearing this, Karasuba's heart trembled violently. The dark green eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of mist. "Konan, you..." Karasuba's voice was difficult and slightly hoarse. Konan put her finger on his lips and said sincerely, "Konan is not afraid of any difficulties or obstacles. Even if the senior is not a human, so what? Just let Konan stay by your side forever." "Konan, are you sure? We may not have children, and we may not even feel anything when doing exercise. Are you willing to do this?" Karasuba asked. "That?" Konan blushed and blinked. "No one feels anything? Or is it just one party that doesn't feel anything?" Karasuba thought for a moment and said uncertainly, "Well, I guess I'm the only one who doesn't feel it. After all, it's the same big stick. The materialized spirit stick should have the same effect, right? That's good, isn't it?" I'll inconvenience you a little, senior. Konan blushed. Ahem, you want it now? Well, now. Isn't that too fast? Hurry up, if you don't do it, Terumi-mei will snatch it away. Konan said as he was about to take off Karasuba's clothes. Konan, wait, please, beg for a beanbag, wait. Karasuba immediately begged for mercy, her eyes twinkling as she said, maybe I've found a way that will allow us to have feelings for each other, and even have a child. What method? Konan looked expectant. Wait, let me look for it. Karasuba began searching in the prop space and soon found a prop. Its name is, Shinigami. Item information. Name, Shinigami Prosthetic Corpse. Introduction, Shinigami Exclusive Human Skeleton / System Customized Model. Function, this is a special artificial body made from a human body that can accommodate a matching Shinigami soul to form a unique human Shinigami, and can use the power of the Shinigami without restriction and without any constraints. Note, Shinigami Prosthetic Body is a new system setting. You can understand it as the protagonist has an extra human body and can merge with his own Shinigami soul, but he does not need to fight with his soul like in the original work. It is different from the human Shinigami like Ichigo in the original work. The prop information will be written like this in the future. It is clear at a glance. Karasuba's eyes sparkled, and he was excited. With this, can't I completely separate Shinigami and hollows and form independent entities? Hollows are still hollows, but Shinigami become human Shinigami. The most important thing is, with it I can do whatever I want with Konan. And there will be no reproductive isolation. He. I'm so happy. Excited, Karasuba took out the props. With a snap, a living body fell to the ground. There is no difference in his facial features from the Shinigami form of Karasuba, and he is still very handsome. But Karasuba frowned, his expression became strange. Isn't this the human body of my Earth? The system has made my human body into a Shinigami special model. So, the Shinigami soul I was rewarded with is actually my own human soul? It was just transformed into a Shinigami by the system. The combination of these two forms the perfect human Shinigami. Chapter 62. Karasuba looked at the naked body on the ground and complained to himself, the system is rewarding me with my accessories. This operation is really cool. Shaking his head, he squatted down. He gently placed his right hand on the artificial corpse's chest, and suddenly a ball of black light surged into the body. Tisk tisk. The Shinigami souls merged, and the ryotsu of the artificial bodies gathered. A large amount of black light filled the air, and a pitch-black divine robe quickly appeared on his body. Shinigami Yukai stood up, his eyes very bright. Hello, my lord. Karasuba shook his head and said calmly, no, you and I are actually both the original body. Our memories and thoughts are completely shared, but in order to distinguish them, from now on you will be Subai and I will be Karasuba. Okay. Subai smiled and nodded. The two of them. In fact, there is no such thing as who is the clone. Although they are all independent individuals, their thinking is common. And because of the system, the memories between them are shared in real time. In short, that is, anything the two people see will be synchronized with each other at the first moment. It's not like shadow clone. The clone needs to be released so that the memories can gather in the original body's mind. Therefore, there is no possibility of mutual betrayal between Karasuba and Kyobaku. Or in the future, in order to seize the main and secondary positions, they will kill each other. Because they are a person in themselves. It is like an independent network, managing two routers. Same thinking consciousness, same memory. Fighting with yourself? Is there something wrong? After several experiments, Karasuba found that they could all use the system's functions. But as a Shinigami, Subai can only use Shinigami-related skills. As a virtual being, you can only use virtual skills. The only good thing is, the Jiikan acquired in the later stage was recognized as a general skill by the system. You can use both. Karasuba looked at Subai and said calmly, from now on, everyone should just do their own job. As the acting leader of Akatsuki, you just need to do your job well, especially the new member welcome party tomorrow. And in the next period of time, I will manage the Rain Shinobi village and force my way into the 5-cage talks to hear how Oniki and his men are going to murder you, the leader of the Akatsuki organization. Subai nodded, but after thinking for a moment, he said, okay, but there's no need to say it out loud, right? Isn't it enough to just think about it in your mind? This feels a bit like talking to yourself. I like it, hehe. Karasuba smiled faintly, this makes it feel like cosplay. Don't you know that Nagato controls Pain 6 paths by himself, but the 6 puppets often talk to each other? That's the feeling I want, understand? Karasuba had no choice but to wave his hands and said, alright, let's each do our own thing. Kin. Subai nodded and left. Regarding Konan's original idea of doing exercise, Karasuba didn't bring it up again because he felt it was taking advantage of someone's misfortune. Konan is actually more afraid that Karasuba will be taken away by Terumi-mei. Psychologically, I was not prepared at all. There was no reason for Karasuba to do this. This kind of thing still requires mutual consent, otherwise there is no way to reach the sky. The next day. Around 8 o'clock in the morning. Rain Country, the underground base of Akatsuki. It's a deserted place here, and looks rather shabby. Obito, Afei, Karasuba, Hyaku, and Konan, the four of them stood in a row. Karasuba glanced at Afei and said softly, Afei, I leave it to you. All right, chief, just look at me. Afei patted his chest and abdomen and walked forward. He clapped his hands and pressed them to the ground, wood style. Lianzu family technique. Hola! Hola! In an instant. On the ground, pieces of wood were poking out from the ground. They did not turn into houses, but into a wooden palace. The whole body is white and very large. It is no problem to accommodate thousands of people. Karasuba looked at Obito and smiled, all right, Obito, go to Kirigakura and bring Terumi Mei and the others to the base. Obi, you go outside the base and let the members in, and prepare to give the newcomers a warm welcome. Afei, okay. Obito, understood. The author has something to say. As expected. I am not suitable for writing romance. I will skip it. Chapter 63. Akatsuki Organization Base. Quite a few people have gathered outside the barrier. They were all dressed in red and black robes. We sat on the rocks and chatted with each other. One of the blonde boys complained to Scorpion, Brother Scorpion, don't you think there are more and more missions recently? We can't help it. The organization wants to collect funds as quickly as possible. Scorpion said hoarsely. Deidara pouted and said, it's all about killing people or destroying small countries. There's no artistry at all, I agree with you, but we have to abide by the organization's guidelines. Scorpion said in a low voice, although the leader specifically mentioned that if the B-level mission's hiring fee is too low, try to swallow 20% of the advance payment and then give up, but this kind of thing can't be done too often, otherwise it will affect the reputation. That's true, but there are too many tasks. Deidara muttered quietly, it seems that our Akatsuki organization still has a long way to go before it can conquer the ninja world. Kakuzu on the side raised his lips slightly with an expectant look, in my opinion, the longer the better. This salary is not enough to fill my teeth. Kakuzu, are you crazy? Haiden was speechless and said, don't we have enough tasks in this group? You've made me not even have time to promote the evil god. Damn it. I must kill you, UBD. Come on, let's see who takes out your heart first, or you kill me first. Kakuzu responded directly. Come on, let's see who dies first. The evil god will definitely love your blood. Haiden drew out the blood sickle behind him and licked the blade with his tongue. At this time, suddenly, a gentle voice came from the side. That Kakuzu-senpai, Haiden-senpai, please stop arguing. A young man with big eyes from Karslan said with a sunny smile, our group has a B-level mission, the mercenary fee is 30 million taels, the target is not strong but there are a lot of people, do you want it? 30 million ryo? That's a lot Haiden and I will take it then. Kakuzu's eyes sparkled, this number is worthy of the undead duo to attack together. Hearing this, Haiden immediately got furious, hey, why are you making such a decision without permission? Don't you think our group has too many tasks accumulated? You old men are taking up my time for preaching. Money is the eternal truth in the world. Kakuzu said persistently. Bullshit truth. My evil god is the supreme truth. Give up this mission quickly. Haiden said fanatically. Kakuzu glanced at him and said calmly, but there are so many missions, someone has to complete them, right? I, Kakuzu, am willing to devote myself to the organization. Bullshit. You're just doing it for the money, why are you pretending to be so noble? Haiden exposed him mercilessly. There are many tasks, but I think it will be easy soon. Scorpion in the Hiryu Amber showed interest, with a cold light flashing in his eyes, didn't they say that there are new people joining the group? It seems that there are quite a few people, but I don't know which ninja village they are from. I hope the newbies this time won't be so cowardly, otherwise as a senior I will have to find another excuse to teach them a lesson. My third Kazekage hasn't seen blood in a long time. Deidara licked the corner of his mouth and said excitedly, Brother Scorpion is right, it's time to let them see the art of explosion. The beauty of fleeting moments is the highest art yet. No, the eternal beauty of puppets is the highest art, Scorpion corrected. Explosions are art. It's a puppet. Explode. Puppet. The two of them were bickering tirelessly. Afei suddenly emerged from the ground and said sternly, you are all wrong. Shit is the highest art. Scorpion. Deidara. They were disgusted for a moment. But there was nothing he could say, because the Afei in front of him was not a good person either. The most important thing is, although the crowd occasionally quarreled in front of the leader, but as soon as the leader's expression changed, they immediately stopped obediently. As for Afei, whenever he gets the chance, he will talk about all kinds of shit in front of the leader. After the leader got angry, he immediately admitted defeat. He always shivers on the brink of death, and yet he's still doing fine. At this point, They are very admirable. Kisame chose to decisively skip this topic. Tell me, what did the leader ask you to notify? Hearing this, Usse said seriously, the venue for the newcomer welcome party is ready. Everyone can enter the base one after another. The leader is already waiting for everyone. Okay. Kisame and others nodded. After opening the barrier, everyone walked into the base. Seeing the huge wooden palace, their expressions became normal. Because the previous welcome parties for new employees were all organized by Usse. Different from Yamato, who is half-baked. Usse temporarily wrapped Yamato and enhanced the power of his own wood style. The hardness of the palace is absolutely top-notch, and it is more than enough to be used as a fighting location. Enter the palace. The huge main hall, dining room, kitchen, and other facilities are all available. Right behind the palace. It is a very large venue, seemingly used for sparring and fighting. Karasuba and Konan were already sitting at the dining table. The dining table is a long table, large enough to seat more than 20 people. Karasuba sat in the front seat, and Konan sat on his right. The table was filled with all kinds of delicious food. Kisame, Kakuzu, Shisui, and the others came in and nodded respectfully to the chieftain. Chief, we are here. Karasuba waved his hand and smiled. Well, everyone, please take a seat. Okay, leader. Everyone responded. Although everyone knows that our leader doesn't pay much attention to these etiquettes. But you can't really sit anywhere you want, at least not on the left side of the leader. Because it was reserved for the elder of Akatsuki organization, Tsuchiko. Since Obito recognized Karasuba, except for keeping his true identity secret from the outside world, he has basically revealed it to every old member of the organization. Although everyone seemed to be sitting randomly, they were actually sitting according to their mutual favorability. For example, besides Obito's position on the left, the next ones are Shisui, Itake, and Kisame. Next to Konan on the right are Sasori, Deidara, Haiden, and Kakuzu. Everyone was silent, waiting for Karasuba to speak. We have recruited 5 people this time, all of whom are top-notch young talents. Karasuba looked around at everyone and asked with a smile, and they are all from the great ninja village Mist Shinobi. Are you looking forward to the new members joining this time? Of course I'm looking forward to it, boss. Deidara looked excited. I want them to have a taste of my C3 explosion art yet. A cold light flashed in the scorpion's eyes. My third Kaze cage is already thirsty. Haiden licked his lips. I will sacrifice their blood to the evil god. I wish I could take their hearts out. Kakuzu's green eyes sparkled, and he said excitedly, I don't know when they will come. I hope their bounty will exceed my expectations. Chapter 64. As an old member of Akatsuki organization. They can't wait to pamper their new member. Why do this? Haha, because that's how they went through that back then. The so-called welcome party for new members sounded and looked very harmonious. But in reality, it is just a warning to those troublesome members, and it is more to establish the rules of the organization. The last new member welcome party was for Itaki and Shisui. But these two people were highly appreciated by the leader, who tried to win them over to join the organization. The leader even personally accompanied them throughout the ninja world and taught them by example for several years. So, they simply don't have the courage. This time, no matter what, we have to do it well. Almost there. Obito is going to pick them up. Karasuba just said when he heard Kakuzu ask. Something strange happened in the space before my eyes. Tisk tisk. The space rotated, and several figures fell to the ground. 1 female ninja and 4 male ninjas. The females were only 15 years old, and the oldest male ninja was only about 17 years old. Among them, the full moon of Ghost Lantern seemed to be only about 16. Because the setting book does not specify his age, no one knows the cause of his death. But Karasuba analyzed the anime aside, and the information in the original manga showed that Suijutsu claimed that, my brother died on the way to realize his dream. What dream? It is undoubtedly the blood mist reform. However, the 4th Mizukage Yagura was controlled by Obito, causing the blood mist reform to be forcibly interrupted. And Yagura is a cage-level warrior, so how could it be possible that Zabuza was the only one in the assassination operation? So he guessed that there was another comrade in arms, Kitano Mainjutsu, but Kitano Mainjutsu unfortunately died in the assassination. Zabuza managed to escape and became a rebel ninja, and he must have taken the young Hojiki Suijutsu with him. Why? Because Suijutsu later claimed, I must get Mr. Zabuza's beheading sword. This proves that the two of them definitely spent quite some time together, and Suijutsu also regarded Zabuza as Mist Shinobi's hero. Although Mainjutsu Hojiki and Zabuza are not from the same period, their ages should be similar, the error will not be too big. Now, Mainjutsu Hojiki carries the double swords, Hirame Aoi, on his back. What's even funnier is that he's holding 2-year-old baby Shuyu in his arms. Zabuza was unarmed and had no ninja sword behind him. After Obito brought them to the base, he just sat down in his seat, silent. Karasuba stretched out his palm and introduced them with a smile. These 5 are the talented ninjas of Mist Shinobi, including the demon man Mamakai Zabuza, the ice ninja Bai, and the brothers Mainjutsu Kizuki. The last one is Mist Shinobi Jonin Terumi Mei, everyone give her a warm welcome. Bang bang bang. Ah Fei looked up and applauded. The rest of the people also responded. After the applause died down, Karasuba smiled and said, the welcome party for new members of our Akatsuki organization is very simple. The first program is eating and drinking. Everyone can sit anywhere. Eat and drink enough first before talking about other things. Thank you, Chief. Zabuza and the others nodded slightly stiffly. I randomly found a seat near the back and sat down, but Terumi Mei was different. After she glanced around, she came to Obito's side, her beautiful eyes pleading, this masked brother, can you let me sit in your seat? I want to be closer to my dear leader, please. Hearing this, Obito looked unhappy. But he noticed Conan's expression on the other side and a vein on his forehead jumped. Brother Tuza felt something was wrong and coughed dryly, sure, as a senior member of the organization, it's no problem for me to give up my seat to the newcomer. Since it is the leader's emotional dispute. As an outsider, it would be difficult for him to participate. Terumi Mei happily took her seat, and Obito moved to the seat next to Kakuzu. Karasuba saw this and thought to himself, oh shit. Obito, you're trying to trick me. Next meal time. Terumi Mei would pick up food for him from time to time, and Conan was naturally not to be outdone. The two women competed secretly, making Karasuba in the middle miserable. Not long after, the food in front of him had piled up into a small mountain. Karasuba tried to find a random member to help him out, but no one paid any attention to him. They all buried their heads in their food or whispered to each other. Mamakai Zabuza sat next to Kisame and whispered with a curious look, Kisame-senpai, I heard from the leader that there is nothing else to do after dinner. Kisame grinned and reminded, of course. Do you think the so-called welcome party for new members will be so harmonious? No, the next part is the highlight. The second part is that you new members will have a one-on-one actual combat competition with our old members. One-on-one? There should be rules, right? Asked Zabuza Mamakai. Kisame smiled and said, yes, the rules are very simple. All of us old members can challenge you. You have the right to refuse 3 times, but the 4th time, no matter who the opponent is, you must fight. Can I only be chosen? Mamakai Zabuza was suspicious. You can also actively choose, but this requires a little bit of luck, because once you take the initiative to challenge, it means provocation, and the price of doing so is usually very heavy. Kisame raised his lips, revealing his sharp teeth. Since the strengths of the members of the organization vary, if the target you choose happens to be strong enough to crush you, then, it's easy to die. Will I die? Mamakai Zabuza was slightly surprised. I heard that Akatsuki prohibits its members from killing each other. That's just for us old members. Zabuza-san, our Akatsuki has never been a kind organization. Do you think this seemingly simple one-on-one combat is just a show to entertain you? You are totally wrong. This is the leader testing the strength of you newcomers. Kisame glanced at him and reminded him with a smile, you need to show your strength in the next battle and let the leader see it. Only in this way can you win a chance of survival. If you perform too poorly, then, you may be abandoned. Mamakai Zabuza suddenly realized and murmured in a low voice, in this case, the target you choose becomes very important. It is best if the strength is not much different from your own. If you are familiar with each other, it will be even better. Is that what you mean, Kisame-senpai? Yes, Zabuza. Kisame said. Then I will challenge you later, Kisame-senpai. Mamakai Zabuza's eyes flickered, and he said in a low voice, as a former colleague of Mist Shinobi, I know you relatively well. In addition, thank you very much for the reminder, Senior Kisame. You're welcome. I just wanted to see if you've made any progress in the past few years. A cold light flashed in Kisame's shark eyes, don't think I will show mercy. If your strength does not meet my expectations, then, my big sword Samehada will not mind chopping off your head. Chapter 65. It doesn't matter. Mamakai Zabuza said in a low voice, Senior, if you really have that strength, I will not complain even if I die, but I will also try my best. Senior Kisame, don't underestimate me, or I will chop your head off. Hearing this, Kisame looked disdainful, you even had your beheading sword sold cheaply by Kirigakuer, what weapon can you use to cut? Mamakai Zabuza. This made sense and he couldn't refute it. Tisk, that knife is rubbish. Seeing Zabuza was pitiful, Kisame said calmly, I will lend it to you for use in the battle later. If you win, I will return the beheading sword to you. Thank you, Senior. Mamakai Zabuza said in a muffled voice, but the beheading sword is very powerful. Puff. Strong shark head. Kisame was immediately amused, even our leader said that Lao Zi is almost at the bottom of the Jinchuriki, and yet I can't even cut through his chakra skin. Instead, the blade was almost melted. Whoever wants to use this rubbish knife can use it. Fortunately, you joined the organization, otherwise I would have thrown it away in a few days. Zabuza repeated in a deep voice, the beheading sword is very strong. It must be that you, Senior, are not compatible with it. It does not mean that it is rubbish. Oh, really? Kisame grinned provocatively, then I'll see what difference you can make when you use the beheading sword. Don't let me down. I will, Kisame-senpai. Momokai Zabuza clenched his fists. The beheading sword is one of his favorites, and he will never allow anyone to insult it. Everyone chatted while eating and drinking. An hour passed. Karasuba finally escaped from the suffering and walked out immediately. He glanced at the whole audience and announced the second program of the welcome party for new members, which was a one-on-one actual sparring. Almost at the moment of announcement, Momokai Zabuza immediately raised his hand and said, "Chief, I want to challenge Kisame-senpai." Karasuba smiled slightly, his eyes narrowed slightly. Of course, according to the rules, if a newcomer takes the initiative to challenge, the old members have no right to refuse. I hope that you two can bring everyone a pleasing battle. Remember not to let them win, otherwise the members won't be able to see the intense battle scenes, and then everyone and I will be very sad. As soon as these words came out, the members of the organization in the field all had strange expressions. Good job. Listening to the leader's tone, I feel very unhappy. It seems like you want to find an ignorant guy to beat up to vent your anger? Diodaro looked innocent, looked at Scorpion beside him and whispered, "Brother Scorpion, what happened to the leader? Why does he seem so angry all of a sudden?" Scorpion said in a hoarse voice, "The leader is in the torment of love." Love? What is this thing? Upon hearing this, Diodaro was even more surprised. Can women also possess high-end artistry? And can their explosions be more alluring than mine? Scorpion said in a low voice with disdain, "What kind of artistry is this? They are all pink skeletons. Sooner or later, they will all turn into dust. How can they be as interesting as puppets of eternal beauty? Pink skull? I approve of this term yet." Diodaro nodded repeatedly, but his tone suddenly stiffened. "Brother Scorpion, the leader is looking at us, what should we do?" "I'm a little panicked." Scorpion's voice became urgent, "Idiot. Why don't you shut up? If you don't want to become the victim of the third show, just pretend to be mute." The last word was said. Scorpion and Diodaro fell silent at the same time. In addition to the one-on-one actual combat competition in the second program, there is also a third program in the new member welcome party, which is a battle between the leader and the members in person. But this often means they were all the victims of brutal torture, and each time was extremely tragic. If the leader happens to be unhappy, things will only get worse. However, what they didn't know was that the person to be abused in the third show had already been selected. It's Artuza brother. Because of the competition between Kisame and Zabuza, everyone moved to the back of the palace, to the open space. Karasuba walked to the front and clasped his hands together. Bakudo 65. 6-pointed. Light array. In an instant, the huge Ryutsu swept out. Strands of Ryutsu light transformed into a golden light curtain and stood up. The next second in the venue, it formed an extremely huge barrier with a hexagonal base. Karasuba said calmly to Zabuza and Kisame, "You can develop as much as you want in there, and don't worry about the battle spreading outside." "Thank you, Chief." Kisame grinned. "Thank you, Chief." Zabuza thanked stiffly. Note, Bakudo number 65 is a new Bakudo, please do not argue. After confirming that there is no problem, Karasuba walked towards the viewing area, and Afe came up to him and flattered him, "Chief, come here, take a seat." The latter casually created a wooden chair. Karasuba sat on it, looking surprised. "What happened to you today? The sun is rising from the west. Is this chair made of shit?" Afe looked embarrassed. "Ah. How is it possible? How can I, Afe, have the guts to do that? Besides, it's not like you can't tell whether this chair is real or fake. I just saw that the leader was in a bad mood, so I wanted to cheer you up. Since you know this, why don't you help me out?" Karasuba snorted. "Good job. A full hour. Being fed vegetables constantly was almost torturing him to death. I dare not. Terumi Mei is a newcomer, but Konan will definitely blow me to death." Afe said with a sad face. Okay, let's watch this battle." Karasuba waved his hand, looking slightly serious. "I don't know who will be the winner between Zabuza and Kisame in the end." Inside the golden barrier, the two people stood face to face, hundreds of meters apart. Kisame carried two ninja swords on his back, and then gave the beheading sword behind him to Zabuza. Kisame held same hata, his fangs bared. "No more idle talk, let's have a fierce clash first." "Okay, Kisame-senpai." Zabuza Momokai looked solemn, holding a big sword. Swish! The two men stepped on the ground and disappeared. Ding ding ding! Ding 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 ding! The two ninja swords continued to chop against each other. From time to time, there were bursts of metal collision sounds. The two separated and confronted each other, but Kisame suddenly shouted, "Watch me, same hata! Fly! Chain! Slash! Swish!" He just raised his hand and threw same hata out. The handle of the knife in his hand suddenly stretched out, and the blade approached at a rapid speed. But the enemy reacted quickly. With a twist of his wrist, he used the beheading sword and forced same hata back. The handle of the knife actually stretched out. Momokai Zabuza's eyes narrowed, and he exclaimed inwardly, Senior Kisame is really amazing, it seems like he just got this ninja sword a few days ago. It seems. Same Hada and him are very compatible. Kisame's hands flickered, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. It seems that what you said just now was not a lie. You are indeed much more skilled than me in using this beheading sword. It seems that your so-called demon man is not in vain. Thank you for your praise, Senior. Momokai Zabuza said. You're doing great, warm-up is over. The next part is the highlight. If you don't kill Sang, don't die. Kisame took back Same Hada and formed seals with his hands, water style. Damn. Who's going to fix it? Big water burst. Chapter 66. Outside the barrier. In the corner of the audience, each member was extremely excited. Here they come. The fight has begun. Mist Shinobi Senior teaches the junior, wow, so exciting. I don't know who will win. Everyone gathered together and had an enthusiastic discussion. At this time, Kakuzu poked his head out and quietly suggested, since everyone is so interested, why not open a betting game? Who will win? Diodaro looked frustrated. Do you still dare to gamble? Last time, I was scolded by the leader and asked to pay for the gambling. Although I don't care much about money, it's 3 million taels. It will take several days of missions to make it back. Scorpion said hoarsely, what's your little money? I bet a full 10 million taels. I was going to use this money to repair my Fei Luhu, but the leader cheated me, ahem, I'm giving it to the leader now. Haydn chuckled and mocked, Lord Evil God doesn't like gamblers. Luckily I only bet 100 taels. Tisk tisk. You guys are really miserable. Kakuzu, Diodara and Scorpion said in unison, get lost. As a member of the organization. Of course, everyone has their own living funds. For every task completed, they would receive a 5% commission on the higher money. 5% is a lot. Most of the most common B-level tasks have a hiring fee of hundreds of thousands or even millions of taels. After completing more than a dozen tasks a day, it is more than enough to earn over 1 million. If you encounter an A-level task, there will be even more. Over the past 4 years, the average person in Akatsuki organization is a billionaire. Kakuzu looked unwilling, what should we do? Should we still gamble? At this time, Itaka stepped forward and said innocently, Seniors, can you take me with you? I also want to place a bet and earn some living expenses for Suzuki. Hearing this, Scorpion got a little angry, no. Go play by yourself. Last time the leader reprimanded us for confiscating our gambling money, wasn't it because he thought we were corrupting the children? This time, I won't take you with me no matter what. That's it, no. Haydn interrupted at this time, although I only bet 100 taels last time, it was confiscated by the leader, and I was very painful. 100 taels, why would you feel any pain at all? Kakuzu was speechless. Diodara muttered quietly, am I not a child too? It doesn't matter if I bet with them. The leader got mad when Itaka joined. As expected, those who are favored are fearless. The leader is partial. You still dare to say that? Hearing this, Scorpion sneered, every time we hold a welcome party for new employees, the wooden palace is blown to pieces by you. Don't you have any idea? Diodara expressed her dissatisfaction with her arrogant attitude, since they are all used up, why can't I explode them? Scorpion said speechlessly, I don't want to waste my time talking to you. Note, Itaki is now 9 years old and Diodara is 8 years old. Alright, Itaki, play by yourself. Kakuzu didn't want to waste any more time, we're opening now. Last time he bet the most, a total of 30 million taels. But he was completely deceived by the leader. This time, no matter what, he has to get it back, otherwise Kakuzu will be unhappy for the whole year. Itaka felt a little aggrieved. Shisui pulled Itaki and comforted him gently, 1 against 7, it's okay, you can play when you grow up. Well, Shisui brother, don't you want to play? Itaki asked. Shisui smiled and shook her head, no, I'm not interested in these. Let's just watch from the side. Come on. Place your bets. Kakuzu's eyes sparkled, I bet on Kisame to win. Diodara said, I bet on Kisame to win too. Scorpion said, me too. Haydn. What's the point of you all betting on one person to win? Afe came out from the side and said with a grin, why don't we just bet on how many ninjutsu Kisame can win against Zabuza? The one whose numbers are closer wins, how about that? Good idea. Kakuzu's eyes lit up, then I'll bet 2 ninjutsu, and bet 50 million ryo. Diodara said, I'll bet 5 million taels. Scorpion said, I'll bet 5 and bet 20 million taels. Haydn, I'll bet 50 taels. The other 3 glanced at Haydn with disdain and didn't bother to say anything. This guy is a shit stirrer. They took out their own banknotes and gathered together. Then, one by one, they watched the battle within the barrier with great anticipation. Inside the barrier, accompanied by Kisame's voice, he opened his mouth wide and spat out a large amount of water. Gilu. Gulu. Wave after wave, endless. The scale is so huge that it is as shocking as a small ocean. In less than a few seconds, it filled 1/3 of the entire hexagram barrier. Mamakai Zabuza stood on the water, his expression solemn, as expected of Kisame senpai. You can perform a water style of this scale. It seems we must be careful. Pay attention, Zabuza. Kisame warned hoarsely. Swish. The handle of the knife extended, and Same Hata behind him was thrown out again. Mamakai Zabuza made a seal with one hand and pointed to the sky with his right hand, water style. Mist shinobi technique. In an instant, a large area of fog was shrouded. Completely hide your figure. Same Hata's attack missed, and Kisame's lips curled up slightly, using the mist shinobi technique to hide your body? Don't you plan to face my Same Hata head on to avoid having your chakra devoured? Interesting, but this is my home turf. Water style. I'll cook ramen. Gasioka shark. Snap. Kisame quickly formed seals with both hands and slapped the water with one hand. In an instant, chakra surges, and 5 sharks gather, and tracked the target at a very fast speed. Seeing this, Mamakai Zabuza was surprised. Huh? Mist shinobi technique has no effect on him. These 5 chakra sharks can actually track my location. Chapter 67. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 5 sharks leaped. He bit Mamakai Zabuza fiercely. Mamakai Zabuza clasped his fingers together, water style. Water prison technique. Hulala. A large amount of water came out of his mouth. It turned into a water ball and wrapped up the body. But the 5 sharks were blocked outside and could not move forward for a while. Note, water prison technique can create a water ball to wrap around the enemy to suffocate it, and can also be used to wrap yourself to defend against attacks. It was used in the final duel between Guy and Kisame in the original book, so don't argue. But water style 5 eating shark. But it is not as simple as imagined. It is controlled by Kisame from a distance, as long as his palms do not leave the water. The 5 sharks can continuously replenish chakra and perform repeated regeneration attacks until they bite the enemy to death. Crack. Crack. Not long after, the 5 sharks finally broke through the water prison defenses. They all pounced on him and kept biting Zabuza Mamakai. But the next second, with a puff, Zabuza turned into a puddle of water. Kisame raised his eyebrows and thought to himself, it's not good. It's actually a water clone. It was created when the fog was thick. Then I won't kill him. I haven't finished yet. A deep voice was heard. Water style water bullet. Gulu. Gulu. As soon as the words fell, the water on both sides of me surged up rapidly. It transformed into 2 water columns and slammed towards the target. Kisame looked calm, with a smile on his face. You have a good grasp of the timing, but Zabuza sang, you are too naive. Water style. 100. Food. Sharks. Kisame clapped his hands. The chakra surged and a large number of sharks gathered under the water. One by one, it's extremely spectacular. Puff. Puff. Hundreds of sharks swarmed out and defeated the 2 water columns. And with amazing power, he flew towards Zabuza, who was not far away. Mamakai Zabuza was horrified. It's 20 times the scale of the previous ninjutsu. What should I do? The water clone has consumed too much chakra, and the ultimate move can't be used many times. But even if I lose, I have to prove myself. Looking at hundreds of sharks rushing towards him, Zabuza gritted his teeth and formed seals with his hands. Water style. Great waterfall technique. Hoala. Hoala. Chakra mobilized frantically and a large amount of water gushed out. It is as spectacular as a waterfall. The shark collided violently with it and was torn into pieces. Sweat dripped down Mamakai Zabuza's forehead, and Kisame applauded and praised, not bad, Zabuza, you have learned advanced water-style ninjutsu like the Great Waterfall. It seems that you are also a rare talent. Joining the Akatsuki organization is a wise choice. You will definitely have a seat to witness the peace of the ninja world in the future. Mamakai Zabuza said in a low voice, my goal has always been Kirigakuer, never the ninja world. Even if I have to fight for my whole life, I want my hometown to get rid of the title of Blood Mist. This ninja village does not need such a cruel policy. So, you were forced to join the organization? Kisame said with a smile. Mamakai Zabuza was stunned. Yes, the leader of the Akatsuki organization is so powerful that we cannot refuse such an invitation. Senior Kisame, aren't you forced? Who said I was forced? I did it voluntarily. Kisame looked calm and nostalgic. I used to be like you, hoping to contribute to the village, but, since the day I met the chief, my values have changed. Mamakai Zabuza was surprised. What do you mean? One night 3 years ago, I was going to kill the ninjas lurking in the enemy village as usual and was going to return to the village to report. The leader appeared in front of me and made an invitation bluntly, but I refused. Kisame said slowly. He asked me what my goal was in killing the enemy. I said I wanted the village to be at peace without any blood mist strife, but he thought that even without the blood mist policy, mist shinobi would still not be at peace. The leader said that the world is already terminally ill. As long as the 5 major countries continue to have conflicts of interest, the war will not stop. Therefore, someone is needed to deter all countries with absolute force in order to bring peace to the ninja world. And that person is him. By then, the ninja world will not have frequent wars and chaos, and all countries will live in peace. Children will not need to go to the battlefield and can grow up without worries. Mamakai Zabuza murmured, "Do you believe what he said? I think this kind of world only exists in stories." I had my doubts, but the leader said. Kisame changed his tone and chuckled, "He has seen such a beautiful world. Children there don't have to worry about war, they just worry about school homework every day and sleep peacefully at night." "Do you believe it?" Zabuza asked. "I believe it." The leader's eyes are not false. Kisame's shark eyes moved slightly, "I don't think that's a lie." At that moment, my life goal was elevated. I chose to join the Akatsuki organization. I, Kisame, have decided to follow behind the leader to witness the arrival of such a beautiful world. Although what you said makes sense, but... Mamakai Zabuza took a deep breath, "My goal is still Kirigakuer. My vision cannot be elevated from the village to the entire ninja world like my predecessors. For me, protecting a small family is enough. It doesn't matter." Kisame shook his head and grinned, "The leader told me that a person's vision can be broad or narrow, and there is nothing wrong with either. Just like Kakuzu in our organization, he only likes money, Deidara loves explosions, and Scorpion is keen on puppets. The reason they joined the organization is more because of the powerful existence of the leader, who allows them to express their unique personalities in the ninja world without any restraint. As long as they do not betray the organization, everything will be fine." Hearing this, Mamakai Zabuza breathed a sigh of relief. "I see, it seems that, the leader never had any intention of targeting Mist Shinobi, but I was judging him by my own standards. Thank you, Kisame-senpai, for clearing up my confusion." "You're welcome, Zabuza." Kisame's expression turned solemn, "After all this talk, your chakra has recovered a lot, right? Next, let's decide the outcome with one move. The leader must be getting impatient waiting." "Okay, Kisame-senpai." Zabuza was ready for battle. "I haven't mastered this ninjutsu yet, but it's definitely more powerful than the 100-foot shark just now." Kisame stared at him and said slowly, "Use all your strength. If you can't stop it, your life will end here." Tisk tisk. A large amount of chakra gathered together. The momentum was so overwhelming that the water surface beneath the feet sank into a large pit. Kisame put his hands together and shouted, "Water style. A big mouthful of spit. Eat it." Big Samedan technique. Chapter 68. Hulala. I saw an enormous chakra shark condense. He opened his bloody mouth and swallowed Zabuza. The momentum is deafening, like thunder. This. Mamakai Zabuza's eyes narrowed, such a powerful chakra. Senior Kisame actually has such a powerful trump card. A huge chakra shark looms. He had to deal with it. Zabuza gritted his teeth and formed seals with his hands, water style. Water attack. Heavy rain just started. I saw a large amount of water gathering at the soles of my feet. It transformed into a huge water wolf and bit the shark. But once in contact, the wolf's head was swallowed up. Before long, the entire huge water wolf was swallowed up. This shark can actually devour my chakra. And it becomes even more powerful. I'm doomed. Mamakai Zabuza was horrified. Hulala. A huge shark that has expanded by twice its size. In an instant, Zabuza was approaching. A strong sense of death crisis loomed over my head instantly. As expected of Kisame-senpai. Zabuza closed his eyes and sighed inwardly, "I can actually master such a powerful water-style ninjutsu, am I going to die like this? It's a pity. I, the ghost man, have not made any contribution to the village yet." Seeing that Zabuza was about to die, a faint voice came out, "Bakudo 99. Tisk tisk." Before he finished speaking, I saw 4 faint white flames burning. The translucent space instantly enveloped the giant shark bomb. With a puff, the chakra shark shattered. Karasuba had appeared in the barrier at some point in time. He stood in the air and commented calmly, "Well, the winner is decided, Kisame is the winner. Zabuza's strength is not bad, and he has excellent talent. He deserves encouragement." As his comments came out, Zabuza and Kisame both breathed a sigh of relief. One was glad that he was not dead, and the other was glad that the leader came to the rescue. The leader came to the rescue. That means that Zabuza's strength has been recognized. Kisame himself fought with all his might, so there was no need to question whether he was letting the opponent win. Karasuba glanced at Zabuza and was a little surprised. "I didn't expect that Zabuza's strength is much stronger than I thought. The ninjutsu just now didn't even appear in the original book. Water style, water attack, heavy rain. The chakra giant wolf is definitely powerful and large in scale. It should be possible to enter the ranks of S-level ninjutsu. Note, the effect of this ninjutsu is to gather water and turn it into a huge chakra entity to attack the target. I haven't found out what level this ninjutsu is, so it is temporarily classified as an ordinary water-style ninjutsu. Just treat it as a system setting. As for Kisame's last jutsu, it is quite famous. Water-style Big Same Dan technique. A genuine S-rank water-style ninjutsu. Even in the S-class, it is considered top-notch. Because its own characteristics are that it can condense chakra sharks and devour any physical chakra ninjutsu attacks performed by the opponent. It is an S-level ninjutsu that becomes stronger when facing a stronger opponent. In the original story, Kisame and Might Guy fought and played this trump card. But unfortunately, Guy opened the 7th gate and released the Daytime Tiger, which was not a chakra ninjutsu at all. It is an advanced physical skill, and the attack it releases is pure air cannonballs, which the big shark bullets cannot absorb at all. I have to say, Guy is naturally good at restraining Kisame. Otherwise, if it were an ordinary person, he would have died long ago. Although he could see that the scale of the big shark bomb was not as big as the one with Guy. But after all, Kisame is only 19 years old now. Karasuba was really shocked that he could even perform it. After Kisame has completely mastered Samehada and learned Samehada human body fusion, his strength will rise to more than one level. After the barrier is lifted, Zabuza's chakra was exhausted and he staggered, being helped by Bai to sit aside. His face was slightly pale, and he looked at Kisame and said in a low voice, I lost, Senior Kisame, this beheading sword. Forget it, you can use it. Kisame curled his lips, this sword is too rubbish, not worthy of me. Thank you for your kindness, Senior. Mamakai Zabuza was slightly startled, and repeated in a muffled voice, but the beheading sword is very powerful, it just doesn't match with the Senior, please don't insult it. Hehe. Kisame smiled and said calmly, say this again when you can beat me. After saying that, he turned and left. Walked towards where the old members gathered. Corner of the auditorium. At this moment, he has become agitated. Haha. I won. After seeing Kisame win, Haiden was extremely excited. Zabuza was really defeated by Kisame's 4 ninjutsu. He won more than 70 million ryo with 50 ryo. I am indeed a lucky person blessed by the evil god. Ahem, I need to keep a low profile. Lord Evil God doesn't like gamblers. Kakuzu, Deidara, and Scorpion Man were dumbfounded. They didn't expect that Haiden would take advantage of them this time. Kakuzu looked at Kisame who was coming over, his eyes full of resentment, why not just kill Zabuza? Wouldn't it be better to end it quickly? Deidara felt uncomfortable, that's it, 3 moves to deal with him, can't it be possible? Scorpion was speechless, since you have wasted so much time, why don't you use one more ninjutsu? Kisame was about to say something. At this time, a faint voice reached everyone's ears. What are you doing? Ouch! They're gambling again. Karasuba walked into the crowd, smiling, you are all very brave. All gambling money will be confiscated. For the next month's missions, all your commissions will be handed over. Scorpion. Haiden. Deidara. Kakuzu. Chapter 69. Kakuzu was dumbfounded. All gambling money will be confiscated? And all commissions from a month's employment fee must be handed over. Isn't this going to kill the old man? And last time he bet 30 million taels. This time it's 50 million taels, for a total of 80 million taels. Rounding it off, that's 100 million. For Kakuzu, this is not a small amount of money. So anyway, we can't let the leader take away our money anymore. So, Kakuzu muttered quietly, Master Chief, we didn't bring Itake to gamble this time, you shouldn't punish us. That's right, leader. Itake was originally planning to participate, but we sternly rejected him. There's no reason to do this, right? Scorpion also protested. As he spoke, he turned his neck several times. Snap. Snap. Karasuba was speechless when he saw this scene. Where is your Hiryu Amber? Why is it the real one this time? Stop turning your head around, it's scary. Scorpion said expressionlessly with his baby face, some gears inside the Filiahu are worn out and not very lubricated. I want to earn money to repair them. Karasuba nodded slightly, looked at Deidara and asked, oh, what about you? Did you make C4 Garuda? Not yet, boss. Deidara looked down in frustration, it's not that easy to miniaturize the molding clay. It will take some time to complete. Clay art is not something that can be achieved overnight. Why are you gambling when you haven't even done art yet? Karasuba scolded calmly, no gambling before the age of 10. Okay. Deidara pouted. How much was the bet? 5 million taels. Take it back. Thanks, boss. Deidara was overjoyed and took back his banknote. Kakuzu and Sasori looked at Karasuba and said uncertainly, then can we also? No. The gambling money will be confiscated. Karasuba gave in a little, but you don't have to hand over the commission of the hiring fee. Chief, we didn't bring the kids to play this time. Kakuzu felt very aggrieved. Karasuba raised an eyebrow, isn't Deidara a child? Why didn't you tell me last time? Kakuzu said angrily. Karasuba blinked and said, why should I tell you? I'm just waiting for you to do it again. Otherwise, what excuse can I use to confiscate the gambling money? Scorpion. Deidara. Good job. So Deidara was kept specifically for today's move. Chief. Please be a human being. Kakuzu was about to cry, my 100 million. I trademark. Xie also looked a little frustrated, alas, it seems that my Fei Luhu can only wait until next month for maintenance. Seeing how aggrieved they were, Karasuba coughed a few times and said, ahem, since you have done a great deed by stopping Ataka from gambling, I will confiscate 1/3 of your gambling money. Is that all right? Kakuzu and Scorpion were overjoyed, haha. Thank you for your tolerance, Chief. They hurried to get their banknotes back. Scorpion took back 20 million and Kakuzu took back more than 30 million. Haiden also reached out and was about to take the banknote. With a snap. Karasuba raised his hand and patted his head, saying helplessly, how can you have the nerve to take the 50-tael bet? Haiden, please have some shame, okay? Haiden chuckled. He withdrew his hand, but saw a large amount of silver bills on the table. Gradually fell into resentment. Originally, he made 80 million taels of blood with 50 taels. Now, Haiden, paid 50 taels. Just thinking about it makes me feel so angry. But he had no choice, because he couldn't beat the leader. Kakuzu looked at Karasuba with a cautious look and asked, that leader, may I ask, can we gamble without Deidara and Atake? Okay. Karasuba nodded. Scorpion and Kakuzu were happy, great. Haiden on the side said disdainfully, just the three of us playing like this? Isn't that too few people? Kakuzu rolled his eyes. I won't take you with me. The bets are so small each time. You're just a troublemaker. Haiden didn't care and said in a surprised tone, but didn't you realize that without a dealer, no matter how much you bet, you're just giving away money? Why did you send money? Kakuzu chuckled, I took the lead in betting 10 million taels. Who with a bit of dignity would dare to bet less than 1 million? Only a shameless follower of the evil god like you would be so stingy every time. Ahem. I'm not picking at you, okay. Haiden coughed a few times and explained, the evil god doesn't like gamblers. Small gambling is fun, but big gambling is harmful to the body. If you bet too much, you will break the rules. Scorpion raised his eyebrows slightly, It has something to do with your immortality. Yes. Haiden said with a smile. Kakuzu on the side looked disdainful, bullshit. I don't believe even a single punctuation mark in what you said, Haiden. Just pick on it and make up some lame excuses. Believe it or not. Haiden shrugged. A farce ended. The second one-on-one actual combat competition is coming soon. Karasuba looked at the remaining new members and asked, who among you wants to take the initiative to challenge? As his words fell, Gui Deng Man Yu immediately jumped out and pointed at Ah Fei with an excited look, Chief, I want to challenge this curly head, is that okay? Chapter 70. As soon as these words came out, everyone's expressions became strange. Kisame's reminder to Zabuza just now was heard by everyone else. Why did Zabuza say before that when challenging someone actively, one should choose someone of similar strength, rather than someone who is weaker? Because in his opinion, choosing a weak person is itself an act of belittling yourself. When the leader sees this choice, he will definitely not think highly of the challenger. But the young man, Manyu Kazuna, obviously did not understand the hidden meaning and wanted to defeat his opponent with absolute victory. So, choosing the frivolous-looking punk, mistakenly thought he was a weak person. Karasuba's expression changed slightly, and he said in a suspicious tone, yes, you can, but are you sure you want to challenge him? Seeing everyone's expressions, Manyu Kazuna suddenly thought that something was wrong. Just planning to choose again. Once you say something, you can't change it anymore. Ah Fei stood up and said in a very exaggerated manner, you are so lucky. You are the first person to challenge me since the welcome parties for newcomers in previous years. I, Ah Fei, have decided to defeat you with the ultimate secret technique that I have been studying for 4 years. As soon as these words came out, not only Karasuba, but also the old members had a changed expression. Everyone looked serious. Ah Fei is very strong. Even if he doesn't possess anyone, his strength is enough to rank in the top 3. Just kidding. But no one underestimates this tough-minded white Zetsu. And now with Yamato's wood style enhancement, Ah Fei's strength is probably enough to enter the ranks of Super Shadow. Within the organization, except for Karasuba and Obito, no one can defeat him. Karasuba looked solemn, thinking to himself, I have been studying the secret technique for 4 years? Could it be the unknown wood-style Buddha statue in the original story? Although it is far from the level of the first generation, it held back the 5 kage by itself. If this guy really wants to use this trick, I have to keep a closer eye on him. Otherwise, Mainjutsu Kizuna will be killed without my noticing. That would be troublesome. And Ah Fei can also use powerful ninjutsu of 5 attributes. The power is also very strong, enough to fight against the strongest Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. As the two of them walked into the venue, Karasuba once again cast the six-pointed barrier to cover the two of them. The battle is about to begin. Kakuzu, who was watching the game, had bright eyes and shouted, "Come on, the market is open. Kids are not allowed to participate, rich friends come quickly." Karasuba. Good job. Kakuzu must be going crazy after losing. But he didn't stop it, as such activities would help enhance relationships. The former Akatsuki organization was interesting. But except for a few individuals, the relationship between them is not close after all. At this time, Kisame looked at Zabuza, "Do you have money?" Zabuza nodded in a daze, "Well, I have some savings." "Then let's play a few games. Newcomers to the organization need to get familiar with each other." "Okay, I'll listen to you, senior." Kisame led the confused Zabuza to join the gambling game. Haydn squeezed into the crowd and said with a grin, "Can you add me in?" "Get lost. Troublemaker." Kakuzu snorted coldly. "Can't I bet more? At least 1 million taels or more. Is that okay?" Haydn said. Scorpion's eyes were dull. Aren't you afraid that your immortality will be broken?" Hearing this, Haydn was shocked. "You really believed it?" "I just said it casually, you are such a naive guy, the evil god must like your blood very much." Scorpion. "Haha, you liar." Kakuzu taunted. Although he had always disliked Haydn, he had long known what kind of person he was. "If you place more bets, your immortality will be broken." "Are you kidding me?" Alright, it's almost time to open." Kakuzu waved his hand, not wanting to bother with all this. "It's the same as before, bet on how many ninjutsu a Fei can use to defeat Mainjutsu Kizuna. The one with the closer number of words wins. I bet 1 ninjutsu can kill instantly, bet 60 million ryo." Scorpion said, 5 ninjutsu, bet 40 million ryo. Kisame, 2, 10 million ryo. Zabuza, 4, 3 million taels. Haydn, 3, 1 million ryo. Everyone decided on the bet amount. Then he took out a handful of silver bills and placed them on the gambling table. Everyone stared at the barrier intently, looking forward to the outcome of the battle. Inside the barrier, Ah-Fei and Guideng Manyu looked at each other. The former carries a large scroll on his back, while the latter carries the twin swords Hirame on his back. Guideng Manyu stared at him, his expression slightly heavy, looking at their previous reactions. "You are very strong." "Huh? Not strong." Ah-Fei shook his head vigorously and denied decisively, "I am the weakest in our organization, a nobody that no one can mess with. I don't trust you." Guideng Manyu was immediately helpless, even the leader's face changed just now, and he still said, "You are not strong." "It's true. There is no normal person in this organization." He thought that this crazy curly-haired guy was a weakling. But now it seems that the luck is very bad. Hearing this, Ah-Fei changed his tone and said seriously, "If you really choose to fight a weakling, the leader will most likely abandon you. And your fate will only be 2 words, death." "Really?" Manyu Kizuna was slightly shocked. "What else?" Ah-Fei said calmly, "This is the only chance for you newcomers to prove yourselves. Choosing to fight against the weak will only make the leader look down on you, so, be glad that you made this choice by mistake. Enough of the small talk, I'm going to attack." Swish. Ah-Fei stepped on the ground and disappeared on the spot. Next second, appeared in front of the other party. Hojiki Mainjutsu was shocked. "Ha!" He quickly drew out his 2 swords. They had to deal with the opponent's attack, but who knew? The name of the ninjutsu that the curly-haired guy said next left him completely stunned. Ah-Fei put his hands together and said in a low voice, "Wood style. 4. Pillar. Prison." In an instant, 4 wooden stakes protruded from the ground. Tisk tisk. It is so thick and big, as if it were alive. The attack speed was so fast that it bound the opponent. Impossible. Is this an illusion? Seeing this, Mainjutsu Kizuki was horrified. "You, a curly-haired guy, can actually perform the first Hokage's wood-style secret technique." The author has something to say. 2 updates. Originally I was going to update 3 times. I can't do it anymore. I'm in a bad mood at night. I can only update you tomorrow. I'm so sleepy that even coffee doesn't work. Omega Q. I guess I have antibodies because of the May Day show and staying up late to drink coffee. I'm crying and laughing. 100,000 words in 7 or 8 days, I'm so tired. Old readers should know this, but hard work pays off, and this book didn't flop. If I update 3 times, it will be a bit difficult to save the manuscript. But 2 updates are too few, I still hope to give you at least 3 updates every day. Xioxin, do your best. As for the reader group, there is no rush now. The performance of the book is not bad now. The editor said it is quite stable. Let's see how the data of the 200,000 word book is. If the fluctuation is not too large, we can create a reader group. It's almost 2 o'clock. It's time to go to bed, everyone should go to bed early too. Mwah. Chapter 71. Looking at the horrified ghost lantern Manyu, Ah-Fei laughed and said, Isn't this a basic operation? You are so shocked. Whoosh. Whoosh! Whoosh! 4 wooden stakes were entangled. Kizuna Manjutsu held 2 swords and kept slashing. But it was of no avail, as the 4 wooden stakes locked it firmly in place. What an amazing wood style! Manjutsu Kizuna praised sincerely. Oh my! You are so weak. Ah-Fei said in an exaggerated tone, and the next second he said seriously, let me ask you a question. What? Can you poop? Ghost Lantern Full Moon. Before he could say anything, Ah-Fei chuckled again and said, if you can poop, can you give me some? I want to study it. Ghost Lantern Full Moon, _ What kind of divine question is this? What a weird train of thought. Aren't you fighting? Why can you bring up such a heavy topic in such a serious occasion? Gui Deng Manyu did not respond. Tisk tisk. My body began to melt quickly. It turned into a puddle of water and gathered behind Ah-Fei. Chakra gathered, and Manjutsu Kizuki said in a low voice, here may flounder. Liberation. Crash. I saw a large amount of chakra surging from the 2 swords, here may. It turned into a huge hammer and smashed towards Ah-Fei. Ah-Fei didn't even turn his head and clapped his hands, wood style. Wood. Ingot. Wall. In an instant, pieces of wood emerged from the ground. It forms an arch to protect it. Boom. Here may flounder smashed on it. There was a loud roar and wood chips flew everywhere. Although there are many cracks, the wooden wall is still strong. Kitten Manjutsu frowned slightly, this wood is so hard. Let's move away and observe it first. He moved his feet and quickly retreated hundreds of meters, watching Ah-Fei's every move from a distance. Ah-Fei also lifted the wood-style defense and asked with great curiosity, was that the water transformation technique of the Ghost Lantern clan just now? It's really convenient. But I really want to know, do you poop when you turn into water? Kizuna Manjutsu was helpless, why do you always pay attention to these disgusting topics? Normal people would not have such thoughts. Ah-Fei scratched his head, I am not a human being, so will it be possible? You can't poop after being transformed into water. You can only do that after returning to human form. Manyu Kizuna said speechlessly. Oh, then you. Shut up. It's time to fight, okay. Gui Deng Manyu interrupted forcefully, not wanting to hear these disgusting words anymore. Swish. The figure rushed forward again. The flat fish in his hand was released again, and he whispered, water style. Gusui arm technique. I saw him bulge his right arm. A large amount of water poured into the right arm, making it extremely thick. The power of the flathead flounder has also increased significantly. The fierce momentum made Ah-Fei look sideways, not bad, then try my move, wood style. Big forest technique. As soon as the words fell, large vines of wood sprouted from the ground. Chilla. Chilla. Thick vines covered nearly half of the barrier. The scope is too large. It is impossible to destroy all the flathead flounders in the full moon of the Ghost Lantern. He could only turn into a puddle of water again to escape. However, this hydration technique consumes a huge amount of chakra. As the vines continued to cover the sky, it was finally forced to break free from the hydration state. Crack. Crack. Vines surged up and tied it up. Ah-Fei walked forward and said with a hint of disappointment, oh my, you are so weak that you can't even block this move? I wanted to use the ultimate secret technique that I have devoted myself to researching for 4 years to deal with you. Really? Not finished yet? Ghost Lantern Manyu showed a triumphant smile, hey, curly head, you've been fooled. Ah-Fei has a silly and cute look on his face. Whoosh. Whoosh. I saw Gui Deng Manyu forming a seal with one hand and whispered, water style. Water giant technique. In an instant, a large amount of water gushed out of his body. And they quickly gathered together and stood up continuously. In less than an instant, it transformed into a giant water monster that was 10 meters tall. Ah-Fei looked at the tall giant and clapped his hands in amazement, wow, what a big water giant. I didn't expect you to have such a hidden card. Gui Deng Manyu doesn't speak. With a thought, the water giant stretched out a big hand. Puff. Just a gentle wave. The giant hand slapped him away. Ah-Fei crashed into the barrier like a parabola, falling to the ground. There were several tiny cracks on his body. Ah-Fei was not panicked, but very happy, what a powerful force. It is comparable to the level of the tailed beasts. And I haven't finished yet. Someone outside was getting impatient. Karasuba said calmly, stop talking nonsense, and make it quick and decisive. All right. Chief. Ah-Fei looked solemn, you, Manyu, are worthy of being the genius of the Ghost Lantern clan. I, Ah-Fei, will use the ultimate secret technique that I have been researching for 4 years to impress you. As soon as these words came out, the people outside the barrier became serious. They all stared into the barrier, waiting for the next ninjutsu. Karasuba also became a little more serious and prepared to go in and rescue people immediately. In full view of the public, Ah-Fei stepped on the ground and jumped high, rushed towards the huge water monster. Swish! Speeding in the air, Ah-Fei took out the huge scroll from behind. Unfold it completely and make seals with both hands. Then he slapped it hard and shouted, shit escape. Mantian. Flying technique. Chapter 72. What the hell? Shit escape. Guideng Man Yu on the ground was suspicious and thought he had heard it wrong. In the next few seconds, his expression changed from suspicion to shock, and then from shock to horror. I saw in the big scroll in the sky. A large amount of feces gushed out like a torrential rain. The scale is huge. It makes one's soul tremble. I trademark. Seeing this, Man Yu was stunned. This is all shit. Is this your ultimate secret technique? Feces fell all over the sky. Hoala. Hoala. The sky within the barrier was like it was raining shit. Originally, these things had almost no killing power on Guideng Man Yu. But unfortunately, there is too much shit. The water giant, which was only 10 meters tall, seemed very insignificant. The countless feces that continuously gushed out of the scroll buried Man Yu Kizuna alive in an instant. The stench that fills the sky. It caused great trauma to his mind. The water giant automatically released himself, and he fell unconscious. The range of the hexagram light array's barrier is very large. Kisame's water-style jutsu, Da Dam Shui Shiu Ha, big exploding water wave, is as large as a small ocean. It only occupies 1/3 of the barrier. But this time, this huge barrier was filled up in an instant. Can you believe it? Moreover, the big scroll was still spewing out feces at this moment. This scene is so shocking. But it's disgusting, and really disgusting. Haha. As expected of me. Seeing his opponent defeated in an instant, Ah Fei jumped for joy. This ultimate secret technique is indeed very powerful. It took me 4 years to collect it. It seems, it is necessary to continue studying it. This time I collected human feces. Next time I will collect feces from other animals, and I must choose the ones with the stinkiest smell. I also need to change the way I perform the spell. What should the next shit escape be called? Outside the barrier. Everyone in the audience was stunned. This is the ultimate secret technique that Ah Fei has been researching for 4 years. They were a little surprised just now. The wood-style secret technique actually needs to be used with a scroll? Good job. Now I finally understand. It turned out that the big scroll was filled with shit. Haiden teased heartlessly, tisk tisk. That kid Manjutsu Kizuki will be traumatized for the rest of his life, right? Scorpion said, I don't know if there is a shadow, but I strongly suspect that Man Yu Guideng was buried by so much shit. Could he have suffocated to death? Deodara chuckled, I think it's possible. If this much shit explodes, it will definitely be an artistic creation. Kisame complained, Ah Fei is such an awesome guy. He must have been collecting shit for 4 years, right? He has perseverance and patience. Obito held his forehead helplessly, absolutely. I'm already a little nauseous. And because of the barrier, I can't smell anything. It's hard to imagine how much trauma Manjutsu must have suffered mentally and physically. Sympathize with Manjutsu Kizuna. Sympathy +1. Sympathy +1. Although they were shocked, they were very clear about one thing. The leader will definitely be angry. Because in the past, Ah Fei only flirted verbally. Even if the leader was angry, at most he would just give a verbal reprimand. But this time, it's different. This guy Ah Fei. They actually took actual action. Moreover, the scale of the first shit escape was unprecedented. Enough to make everyone unforgettable for a lifetime. It would be strange if the leader wasn't angry. Sure enough. Almost at the moment of entering the barrier, it was filled with feces. Karasuba's forehead veins jumped, and a frost gradually appeared on his face. Ah Fei, you are looking for death. Swish. With a step of the foot, the figure disappeared. The next second, the remaining space above appeared. He stepped into the void and pointed downward with one hand. Heido no 94. Fen. Tian. In an instant, Ryutsu swept through, and fire filled the sky. Hulala. It turned into an astonishing sea of red fire, burning all the feces in an instant. In order to avoid accidentally hurting Guideng Man Yu, he specifically left the feces at the lower level of the barrier, covering the full moon of the ghost lantern. Karasuba shouted, Obito you, save people first. Okay, chief. Although Obito was reluctant, he had no choice but to do it. Tisk tisk. The right eye flashed red and the space spun. He stepped into the barrier and sucked in the feces. All the shit was sucked into the Kamui space. Leaving behind was the filthy Kitano Manjutsu, with a look of fear on his face. Obito stepped forward to investigate, then looked at Karasuba and responded, in the end, he subconsciously used the hydration technique, and we rescued him in time, so he just fainted due to chakra depletion, and his body is not seriously injured. Well, take him out. Karasuba said calmly, removing the barrier. Okay, chief. Obito held the ghost lantern Manjutsu in one hand. With a look of disgust on his face, he left this dangerous place as soon as possible. Fortunately, he was wearing black gloves, otherwise it would have been difficult to do it. At this moment, looking at the gloomy Karasuba in front of him, Ah Fei was nervous. Chief, Didn't you ask me to make a quick decision? This is not my fault. I told you to finish the fight quickly and escape with shit. Karasuba's expression turned cold. I thought you were just talking, but I didn't expect you to actually do it. Are you really that brave? Chapter 73. Afe was speechless. Chief, He hadn't finished yet. Karasuba moved, and a shunpo disappeared. Swish. The next second, he appeared in front of Afe. He kicked him. Ah! Afe screamed and flew backwards. He fell heavily to the ground, and cracks appeared on his white chest. Karasuba approached again. He just rode on it and punched him again and again. Pa pa pa! The guy was hit so hard that he started wailing. Ah! It hurts. Ah! My old waist. Master Chief, Afe was wrong. Afe will never dare to do it again. Afe kept begging for mercy. It took half an hour to finally end. Afe had been beaten to pieces and looked seriously injured. But in reality, that's it. The scream just now was just an act to gain the leader's sympathy. Certainly. It was also because of Karasuba that he didn't kill him. Otherwise, even if you give him 100 lives, it would not be enough. Ahem. Afe looked flattering and said cautiously, Chief, you are not angry anymore? How about you give me a couple more punches? Afe, I am still very resistant to punches. Get lost, do you think I can't tell you're acting? Karasuba rolled his eyes at him and said, I'll let you off this time, but if it happens again, you'll be dead. Do you understand? Oh? Then I can't use the poop escape anymore. Afe was heartbroken. Karasuba raised his eyebrows, still want to use it? Are you really not afraid of death? Afe was speechless and was about to explain. Scorpion stood up and suggested cautiously, Chief, although Afe's trick is indeed disgusting, it may be effective in dealing with enemies in the future. I personally think it is okay to hold back a little. Kakuzu also whispered, I second that. If there's a chance in the future, maybe it can be used as a winning weapon. Deidara also spoke up, yeah, boss. Although this shit escape is far inferior to my explosion art, it still has some effect yet. Seeing so many people stand up. This had to surprise him a bit. Oh, hi? Are you so popular all of a sudden? Karasuba turned his gaze to Afi with a teasing expression, so many people are begging for you. Now I'm curious, what on earth did you do? Afe scratched his head shyly, oh, it's nothing, not worth mentioning. Tell me or not. Chief, I really didn't do anything. Karasuba looked at them with his eyes narrowed. You're not going to tell me, are you? Tell me, what did he do to make you beg for him like this? Ahem, it's nothing actually. Kakuzu looked embarrassed. Afe is not interested in money, so he gave us his share and asked us not to challenge the newcomers at the next newcomer welcome party, leaving him a chance to test new ninjutsu. Karasuba glanced at the older members, you guys are like this too? Yes. Everyone answered. Oh, I understand then. Karasuba looked at Faye and said with a smile, old members don't take the initiative to challenge newcomers, so your chances of being chosen are greatly increased. The information about the rules that Kisame and Zabuza secretly revealed seems to be very comprehensive. But there are always new and ignorant people who may not be able to comprehend the deeper meaning, and they choose you who seem to be a weakling. It just so happens that Manjutsu Kizuna is just what he wants, which creates a perfect opportunity to perform shit escape. But why did you have to use the shit escape in front of me? Karasuba has deep eyes and a striking look. This made Afe feel a little scared. Chief, But he didn't finish. Karasuba said calmly, the reason you wanted to perform this ninjutsu at the newcomer welcome party is to prove yourself in front of me? To prove that your shit escape is not useless. If I get angry and want to kill you to vent my anger, the old members who have received your kindness will definitely stand up to stop me as the leader, which will ensure your life to the greatest extent possible. If I didn't intend to kill you, and just banned you from using shit escape, then the old members would come out and give you advice so that your shit escape can have a place. Afe, you have a good plan. Karasuba's words. This made Afe fall into silence. It made everyone present silent. They have no idea, but if you think about it. It's really terrifying when you think about it. If these members are a little selfish, the leader's anger will explode and he may even be in danger of death. But it's basically impossible. Why? Because almost all of the wealth that Afe had accumulated over the past 4 years was shared with the members. The largest group of them is Kakuzu. Even if the other members won't stand up for him. But Kakuzu has been taking money from them for 4 years, and the accumulated amount is at least hundreds of millions. As a person who regards money as faith, Kakuzu will definitely show up. This guy Afe is not simple. To achieve his goal, he could actually go this far. Pa pa pa. Karasuba clapped his hands and praised, everyone thinks you are stupid and only know how to study heavy topics, but that's not the case at all. Your wisdom makes even me look at you with awe. Afe, I underestimated you. As soon as these words came out, Afe was not happy at all. Instead, his heart skipped a beat and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Master Chief, I was wrong, I don't have that. I don't mean to blame you. Karasuba waved his hand and said calmly, but I hope you know that as the acting leader of Akatsuki, my mind is not as narrow as you think. You can use shit escape from now on, but the target of the spell cannot be members of the organization. Ah-Fei was surprised, huh? Really? Really? Karasuba nodded. Ha ha ha. Long live the leader. Ah-Fei was overjoyed and started dancing with joy. Alright, don't beat around the bush next time, just tell me directly. Karasuba said calmly. Okay, chief. Ah-Fei nodded heavily. He was very happy. The rest of the members looked at him and fell into deep thought. They already take Ah-Fei seriously enough. Because the opponent possesses extremely powerful wood-style secret technique. But I never expected that. This guy is not only capable, but also smart. Are you angry about this? Chapter 74. Thinking of this, they felt even more sympathetic towards Manu Kazuna. What an unlucky child. The second battle is over. The people who participated in the betting gathered together again. Zabuza showed a little excitement on his face. I used 4 ninjutsu to defeat Mainjutsu Kazuna, so I won. Although he is not very interested in money. But the stakes this time are too high, more than 100 million taels. Who would complain about having too much money? He stretched out his hand to take it, but Haiden stopped him. No. That last shit release didn't even use chakra, it can't be considered a ninjutsu at all. So if I was defeated by 3 ninjutsu, I should be the winner. Kakuzu was so angry and said, do you still have any shame? Even the leader admitted that a phase shit escape technique, you think this is not a ninjutsu? It's not like that in the first place. Sealing shit in a scroll and then releasing it in the air makes it a ninjutsu. Haiden snorted a few times, expressing his dissatisfaction. Then if I cut down a few big trees and seal them in a scroll, and then throw it out, wouldn't it be wood style? Anyway, Haiden, don't approve. Scorpion. Kakuzu. Kisame. There seems to be some truth in what he said. But they really didn't want Haiden to win. This guy. I've missed it many times. In the past, the amount was always small, but this time it is more than 100 million taels. Just when they were looking for an excuse. Suddenly a defiant voice was heard. Hey. Who doesn't approve of my phase shit escape? Then I'll let him see it. If he can handle my ultimate secret technique, then I, Ah-Fei, will admit that this is not a ninjutsu. Ah-Fei walked over with big strides. The words were filled with arrogance and a very annoying tone. Haiden looked grim. Ah-Fei, do you still have stock in your scroll? Oh, there's 1/10 left. Ah-Fei smiled and said, it won't be a problem to bury you alive. Hearing this, Haiden's expression changed. It's really not his fault that he is timid. The key is that Ah-Fei is not a real human being. The body structure is so special that there is not a drop of blood in the body. This made his death by blood completely ineffective against this guy. And this guy has wood style, although you can't kill him. But just tie yourself up with a wood style 4-pillar prison and then pour a wave of shit on your head. Good job. Just thinking about this scene, his heart was about to break. But thinking about the large amount of banknotes on the gambling table, he was very unwilling. Haiden gritted his teeth and struggled. Ah-Fei, don't forget that the leader doesn't allow you to use shit escape on members. Are you planning to disobey orders? This. Ah-Fei's arrogance suddenly faded. Ha ha ha. There's nothing we can do, right? Haiden put his hands on his hips and laughed. This time I, Haiden, win, the banknotes are mine. He stretched out his hand and was about to take the banknote. Kakuzu, Scorpion, and Kakuzu looked unwilling, but helpless. But who knows? A faint voice came from not far away. In that case, let's just add one more rule temporarily. Ah-Fei cannot use shit escape on any member of the organization, except Haiden. Karasuba walked over with a half-smile on his face. Haiden. Haha. Hearing this, Ah-Fei was immediately surprised. Come on, little Haiden. Let my Shaitan love you. I give up. This is a ninjutsu. Haiden decisively admitted his mistake. I don't want the banknotes anymore. Ah-Fei, don't mess with me. Ah-Fei laughed and challenged. Are you scared already? Won't your Lord Evil God dislike you if you act like this? Although the leader doesn't allow us to kill each other, it's still okay for us to spar, right? Come on, don't be afraid. Ah-Fei, that's enough. Karasuba stepped forward and chuckled. This time it is indeed 4 jutsu, Zabuza wins. Haiden, you have been lucky enough to get away with it so many times, it's time to let others get away with it. All right. Haiden said in a muffled voice. Although I still feel very depressed. Although he only invested 1 million taels. But he felt that this time, he had lost 100 million. In the following time, the one-on-one actual combat has basically come to an end. Originally, Konan was going to spar with Terumi Mei, but was severely stopped by Karasuba. He didn't want the Akatsuki base to become a ruin. However, Bai is too young and his strength is not enough. Therefore, he was not allowed to conduct one-on-one actual combat and was temporarily allowed to serve as an intern in the organization. Then, the third program started. In full view of everyone, Karasuba brutally beat Obito. The welcome for new members of Akatsuki organization is also about to come to an end. At this time, Guideng Manyu also woke up slowly. With a look of doubt on his face, he sat on the ground in a daze. This can't be true. It can't be true. How can there be so much shit? I don't believe it. It must be an illusion. Ugh. Although Zabuza washed his body with water style. But Guideng Manyu still felt that the stench on his body was very strong, as if it had penetrated deep into his bones. He kept vomiting. I vomited out all the food I had eaten at that time. Even though there was no food in his stomach, he was still retching. Tisk, tisk, poor kid. Kisame couldn't help but sigh. Why are you so desperate that you have to challenge Afe? Challenging the leader is better than this. Scorpion nodded. I agree. Kakuzu, I agree. Afe walked up to him and asked with concern, Brother Menu, are you okay? When Manu saw the man in front of him, he was horrified. Guy. Why are you doing this to me? Did I do something wrong? Will you? As he spoke, his tears were streaming down. The whole person was crying and crying, as if he had been RD. What to do? Seeing this, Karasuba felt a little sorry. Is he going crazy? He is a mist shinobi genius after all. How about making up for it a little? Chapter 75. Even though I know that shocking escape will definitely cause psychological trauma to Manu Guideng. But I didn't expect it to be so serious. But what should I compensate for? Money? No, that's too vulgar. Not everyone is Kakuzu. After thinking for a long time, Karasuba stepped forward with a little apology. Manu, little brother, I know this feeling is very uncomfortable. At that time, I just asked Afe to perform wood style to quickly end the battle. But I never expected that he would perform such a disgusting ninjutsu. By the time I reacted, it was too late to stop him. I'm really sorry. Guideng Manu cried and said, it has nothing to do with you, leader. I just feel that my body is not clean. No. Not only my body. My soul is also polluted. I don't want to live anymore. Will you? Karasuba glanced at Afe and shouted, Afe, apologize. Huh? No problem. Afe bowed deeply to Guideng Manu, Smith Masai, I'm sorry. Brother Manu, I really didn't mean it. I still have a little savings left, almost 100 million taels, if you don't mind. Well. Guideng Manu was slightly startled. Before he could say anything, Karasuba frowned slightly. How vulgar. Do you think everyone is like Kakuzu? Afe, I want a sincere apology. Do you know what sincerity means? Hearing this, Afe suddenly realized, then I understand. Without further ado. Snap. He knelt on the ground, facing the ghost lantern full moon. Bang. 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 He kowtowed continuously and with great force. Even cracks appeared on his face. While knocking his head, Afe cried miserably, Brother Menu, I am wrong. I sincerely ask for your forgiveness. If you don't forgive me, I will die here. Bang bang bang. Again and again. The forehead exploded and the scene was horrifying. Karasuba glanced at him, slightly worried. Afei's body structure is special, he doesn't know the concept of pain, but the Yamato inside may not be able to bear it. It would be troublesome if he was knocked to death. He is still needed in the manufacture of white zetsu. Fortunately, Manu was kind-hearted. Okay, stop knocking, I forgive you. Great. You are such a nice person. Afe stood up, looking relaxed. But I felt relieved inside. I was just beaten up by the leader and my body is all rotten. If he knocks a few more times, he may be fine, but the Yamato inside may die. Guideng Manu looked at Afe and said hesitantly, the 100 million you just mentioned. Oh, it's for you. Afe patted his shoulder and said carelessly, Afe, love making friends the most. How can a mere 100 million taels compare to friendship? After that, he came from behind. He took out a thick stack of silver bills and handed it to Guideng Manu. Guideng Manu's eyes were filled with tears. Brother, Guideng Manu, have made up my mind. Ha ha ha. Brother Manu, you're not bad either. Afe said with a smile. As they talked, the two of them put their arms around each other's shoulders. It felt like we were brothers meeting again after not seeing each other for over 10 years. This scene. Karasuba was slightly stunned by what he saw, and muttered to himself, how come everyone is becoming Kakuzu-like now? Just a mere 100 million ryo and they're letting bygones be bygones? Good fellow. They still haven't seen the world. But that's good too. Anything that can be solved with money is not a problem. He shook his head. Karasuba gathered everyone in front of him and announced loudly, the welcome party for new members is over. Because there are new members joining, we need to arrange the members into groups, and some individual groups need to be readjusted. Everyone looked serious, waiting for the leader to speak. Karasuba glanced around and said calmly, among the old members, the art team, Deidara and Scorpion remain unchanged, the immortal duo, Haiden and Kakuzu remain unchanged, and the water and fire team, Kisame and Itake remain unchanged. Konan is still the same, acting alone. Terumi Mei is a secret member of Mist Shinobi. Afei and Obito are teaming up again. Obito, you need to supervise Afei at all times and you are not allowed to use the shit escape on members of the organization. Obito looked embarrassed and nodded helplessly, okay, chief. Karasuba continued to instruct, and you and Afei complete the mission quickly. When white zetsu is not enough, you can be responsible for the communication between the team members and pass on information to each other. Do you understand? Understood, chief. Obito nodded. Karasuba nodded and looked at Zabuza and the others. Among the newcomers, the men's challenge team, Zabuza and Shiro are teaming up. Bai looked confused, Master Chief, why are we called the challenge-oriented group? Ahem, because your group has an intern like you, which lowers the overall strength. Karasuba coughed a few times and said seriously, so when you encounter difficulties, it will be more difficult for you to solve than other groups. Facing difficulties head-on means that we hope that you will not back down even if you encounter difficulties, but face them bravely and overcome them. Do you understand? Zabuza and Haku bowed in thanks at the same time. Understood, thank you for the encouragement, leader. Only Konan and Obito looked strange. Although I don't quite understand the meaning of this word. But definitely not. The leader said it was so simple on the surface. You're welcome. Karasuba looked at the only remaining Mainjutsu, feeling a little sorry. Your brother is still young and can't even be an intern. I originally wanted you to form a water-on-water duo, but now, temporarily form a group with Shisui. Okay, chief. Guideng Manyu nodded. He glanced inconspicuously at the young man with a gentle smile not far away. I muttered to myself, a young genius from the Uchiha clan? He seems easy to get along with, so he shouldn't be a big deal. After reading it, he quietly withdrew his gaze. After determining the grouping, Karasuba's expression turned serious, and he warned, according to the reliable intelligence from White Zetsu, the 5 major congresses will hold a secret meeting of the 5 Kage in the near future and formulate relevant plans against our Akatsuki organization. So I hope you will be a little more cautious next time. Don't ignore the loss of your own chakra in order to complete the mission. Especially for that old member who loves money, it doesn't matter if you die, but don't kill your own team members. As soon as these words came out, all the members' eyes turned to Kakuzu. Kakuzu felt uncomfortable being stared at, and said in his heart, what are you saying? Leader, you might as well name them. Understood, chief. Okay, chief. Kakuzu took the lead in responding, and everyone followed suit. Deidara stood up and said angrily, Boss, the 5 great nations dare to target us. Then we might as well take the initiative. I can use the advanced art to blow them all away yet. Don't worry, Deidara. Now is not the time yet. You don't have to worry about so much. Just complete the tasks of each group. Remember to keep enough chakra. Karasuba shook his head, and Haki said confidently, when the time comes, we will make the 5 great nations understand one thing, that is, the dignity of the Akatsuki organization cannot be challenged. Chapter 76. These bold words. This immediately made all the Akatsuki members present feel excited. I wish I could kill the top leaders of the 5 major countries right away. Tisk tisk. This is so inciting. Mouth to mouth so scary. Others don't quite understand what this opportunity is. But Konan and Obito knew the inside story. That is Karasuba on the other side, who will forcefully participate in the upcoming 5 Kage Summit as the leader of Rain Shinobi Village. After knowing the other parties' news and plans, their Akatsuki organization will come out in full force, not giving them any chance to ambush, and will launch a strong military strike against the 5 major countries. Karasuba glanced at everyone and thought to himself, we already have a lot of members in the organization. It will be safer to operate in pairs. Despite the presence of surveillance cells, he can know in time whether the members are in danger, so that he can tear the space apart immediately and carry out corresponding rescue. But if someone is in danger at the same time, Karasuba couldn't save so many people because he was too busy. With the cooperation of the 2 people, as long as they are not surrounded by a large number of elite ninjas, they can definitely delay a little time. And with Obito and Afei, the 2 of them can communicate between members in a timely manner. This greatly improves life safety. Pity. Karasuba glanced at the ring on her finger and muttered to herself, if Nagato was here, it wouldn't be so troublesome. With the slide body technique, we can communicate remotely without having to go through so much trouble. Technique. A very useful skill. Members only need to find a quiet place and release the thought waves converted from chakra through the ring. As a transit station, Nagato receives these thought waves similar to signals, amplifies them and then displays the phantoms in specific places. This illusion is different from ordinary illusions. If you transfer through Nagato, you can even perform various ninjutsu. However, the power of the illusion is far inferior to that of the original body. Karasuba thought again, frowning slightly, but now that the black rods have been removed from Nagato's body, can he still receive these signals? Forget it. We'll talk about it later. If it really doesn't work, let Orochimaru study it. It shouldn't be a problem to build a mobile transfer station, right? Day 3. Rain Shinobi Village. The tallest spire building. One was wearing a white royal robe. A handsome young man with a half-bone mask on his head stood quietly on the rooftop. Looking at the heavy rain in front of him, his expression was calm. And behind him on the right side, there was also a handsome young man with white hair standing respectfully. She has a pair of light green eyes with red eyeshadow on her eyelids. There are 2 small red dots between the eyebrows. The other is Kaguya Kimimaro. Note, Kaguya and Take Torai are synonymous in Japanese, so either one is fine. Karasuba looked ahead and asked calmly, has the 5-cage summit begun? As for the preliminary start, the 5-cage have already arrived in the Land of Iron, but the meeting will not officially begin until at least the afternoon. Kimimaro nodded. Karasuba asked again, has the opinion letter been sent? What is the content? Kimimaro said slowly, it was sent this morning. The content is that as the leader of Rain Shinobi Village, you want to participate in this 5-cage summit and are willing to contribute to the action plan against Akatsuki. It's well written. Have you replied? Karasuba asked. Kimimaro looked worried, not yet, will they ignore your letter of opinion? Won't? Karasuba shook his head and smiled faintly, although I am not as famous as the acting leader of the Akatsuki organization, I was a person who could kill a demigod instantly. They don't have the courage to ignore Rain Shinobi Village. Just wait and see. Kimimaro looked puzzled. Well, why don't you just go over there? With your strength, if you force your way in, I think they won't dare to disobey you. As Karasuba's confidant, he knew that Kyobaku and Karasuba were actually the same person. Although he was very shocked by this fact, he still couldn't understand why he did it. My child, this is called courtesy before force. Karasuba touched his head and said softly, as the leader of Akatsuki, Kyobaku can act recklessly, but as the leader of Rain Shinobi Village, I need to pay attention to etiquette. This is courtesy first. What if they refuse? Kimimaro was surprised. Karasuba was calm and playful, reject? Then beat them until they agree. This is the rear guard, understand? I understand. Kimimaro nodded. Crack. Crack. At this time, a white zetsu suddenly appeared and said respectfully, Yu-jun, the reply letter from the 5 great nations has arrived. As he spoke, he handed a piece of paper in his hand to Kimimaro. Kimimaro quickly read it, looked at Karasuba and said, they rejected it. Are they all rejected? Or is there someone taking the lead? Karasuba was suspicious. Someone take the lead. Who? 4th Kaze Cage, Raza. Rosa? Not Namikaze Minato. Karasuba showed surprise on his face, what's wrong with this guy? Why is he leading the opposition? What's the reason? Rosa said, Rain Shinobi Village is too weak. Even if there is a Karasuba who killed Hanzo, so what? A small country wants to participate in the 5-cage summit? Don't be so arrogant. White Zetsu responded respectfully. That's what it said. Yes. How interesting. Karasuba's expression changed slightly, and he smiled. It seems that during the 4 years of silence, many people have become arrogant, and no longer recognize the record of instantly killing Hanzo. Haha, even a mere Luasha dares to ignore me. Hanzo was once considered the pinnacle of the ninja world, a demigod. It's not really an exaggeration. Because there were not many strong people at that time, and Hanzo was able to allow the small Rain country to survive between the 3 major countries. This blessing brought his reputation to its peak. But 4 years passed in a flash, and many talented people emerged. Many people think that Hanzo's strength is just average, and they may be able to defeat Hanzo. For this period now. There's nothing wrong with this, the problem is that they think Karasuba is too weak. Killing Hanzo back then was a completely random act. With 4 years of improvement, his hollow form is much more powerful than his Shinigami form. The mere 5-cage thought they were stronger than Hanzo and could challenge Karasuba. This idea. It's just so stupid. Kimimaro asked cautiously, so what do you mean? Leave immediately to the Iron Kingdom. Karasuba's eyes flickered, and his tone was cold, let's teach this ignorant 4th Kaze Cage, Raza, a profound lesson first. Chapter 77. The Iron Country. The venue for the 5-cage summit. The flags of the 5 major nations are hung on the wall, namely water, wind, fire, earth, and thunder. The center of the venue. There was an enormous semicircular table, and the shadows of the 5 major countries and their respective guards had all arrived. They sat outside the table in 5 seats, 1 meter apart. Counting from right to left, the first one is dark-skinned with light yellow hair. He has a very burly figure and wears a white cloak. Looks very majestic. He is the 4th Raikage AI. The second one was short and had a big red nose. Without a doubt, he is the 3rd Tsuchikage, Onoki. The third one had blonde hair and very different eyes. He is young and in the prime of his life. He is our fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato. The fourth one had short brown hair and was wearing a black ninja uniform. His face was expressionless, as if someone owed him 8 million taels. Needless to say, this is the fourth Kazekage, Raza. The last one stands out. She was a 15-year-old girl wearing a blue tube-top dress. A little immature, but with great temperament. And she is the fifth Mizukage, Terumi Mei, who has just taken office for a few days. Opposite the semicircular table, there was an old man sitting. His head was wrapped in bandages, he wore green laminated armor, and carried a samurai sword. This is Mifune, the warrior admiral of the Iron Kingdom. The 5-Cage Summit is being held, and as a neutral country, Mifune needs to preside over this meeting. Mifune glanced around, his expression slightly worried. Is it really okay to reject the letter of opinion from the leader of Rain Shinobi Village? He was the one who killed a demigod instantly back then. Isn't that too disrespectful to him? So what if I'm personally strong? Raikage AI said arrogantly, we 5-Cage are not vegetarians. Besides, the so-called demigods are a thing of the past. If Hanzo is still alive now, with my speed, I can take off his head in an instant. Mifune, don't let others' prestige increase and destroy your own prestige. Yes, just the leader of Rain Shinobi Village. Luo Sha crossed his arms and said calmly, maybe his personal strength is better than that of the cages, but we are no longer the same as before. With the 5 of us joining forces, the other side can't do anything to us. It's simply a daydream for a small country to want to participate in the 5-Cage Summit. This. Mifune's tone was blocked, and he sighed, do whatever you want. Anyway, our Iron Country's attitude has always been neutral. If the leader of Rain Shinobi Village provokes a war, I hope you really have the ability to deal with it. Why is he worried about this? Because these people in front of him have never fought with Hanzo, except himself. During the Second Ninja World War. When he was young, he fought against the demigod of Rain Shinobi Village in order to cover the evacuation of his companions. In just a few moves, he was easily defeated by Hanzo. There was also a scar on his head, and the bandage on his forehead was of course just to cover up the scar. He knew very well how strong Hanzo was. In his personal opinion, Hanzo is worthy of the title of demigod. Even in today's era, Hanzo may no longer be at the top of the ninja world, but he is definitely not someone to be underestimated. The leader of Rain Shinobi Village was able to instantly kill Hanzo at his peak. His strength was absolutely terrifying. They thought that in 4 years, they had surpassed Hanzo. However, won't the other party make progress? As the leader of Rain Shinobi Village, is he just standing still? I really don't trust Mifune. But the 5-Cage were so persistent that he couldn't say anything. After the two expressed their opinions, Namikaze Minato thought for a moment and said gently, personally, I don't deny the strength of the leader of Rain Shinobi Village. Even if he has been silent for 4 years, he is not someone we can underestimate. And the main reason I rejected him was because I was worried. After all, he and Kyobaku are from the same clan, and his purpose in joining the 5-Cage Summit is unclear. We need to wait and see for the time being. What do you think? After saying that, he looked around. But no one spoke. Onoki agreed with a smile, I personally agree with this point of view. Karasuba's attitude is very important. Only when we know clearly whether the other party has the intention to target Kyoshiro can we consider whether to participate in the 5-Cage Summit. Terumi Mei nodded, second. Everyone glanced at Terumi Mei, and everyone else had a blank expression on their face. Only Raikage got mad, and said angrily, what do you want to second? Yukirigakure's fourth Mizukage Yagura died, and you didn't quickly disclose the news to the outside world. If it weren't for the 5-Cage Summit, we would still be kept in the dark. Indeed, it's a bit dramatic. Raza glanced at Terumi Mei and said with disdain, 5th Mizukage is actually a little girl whose hair hasn't even grown out yet. Let's not talk about your ability to be called a shadow. Just based on your age, I doubt whether you are capable of commanding Kirigakure. You are one of the 5 great nations after all. Don't you have any older ninjas in Kirigakure? Has the talent dwindled to this extent? Listen to these words calmly. Terumi Mei looked calm, why should I tell the outside world? Wouldn't the death of the 4th Mizukage arouse your evil intentions? How could we possibly? Raikage AI and Raza blushed and were about to retort. But Terumi Mei counterattacked again, how is it impossible? 4 years ago, the 3rd Hokage of Konoha Village and Shimura Danzo died at the same time, and you Cloud Shinobi didn't make any moves. Didn't you launch small-scale harassment from time to time? Usu Nagakure people want to have a piece of the pie, but your 3rd Kazekage is missing, so how can you have the time to care about other villages? It's good enough that your own village is not in turmoil. What qualifications do you have to blame us? Luo Sha was furious, but ultimately said nothing. But Raikage couldn't hold back his temper, and immediately slammed the table, a hole. Are you looking for death? Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're the 5th Mizukage. Before you have the strength, I advise you to keep a low profile. Otherwise, don't blame me for teaching you a lesson. Come on then, who's afraid of who? Terumi may refuse to give in. Do you really think that your young age can be used as an excuse to belittle others? I will melt your old bones into pieces in a moment. She was 15 years old. The strength is indeed slightly lower than the cage level. But as the youngest Jonin almost in Mist Shinobi, his two bloodline limits, Boil Style and Lava Style, are enough to make any cage fear him. If you want to defeat her, you must pay the price of blood. Alright, everyone stop making trouble. Namikaze Minato stepped forward and acted as a peacemaker. We have to prioritize. Let's gather together and discuss. If the leader of Rain Shinobi Village clearly wants to target the Akatsuki organization, should we consider letting Karasuba participate in the 5-cage tournament? As soon as these words came out, Luo Sha took the lead in opposing, and said fiercely, I don't agree. A small country is a small country. How can it participate in the cage level meeting of the 5 major countries? Onoki's expression changed slightly. Are you sure your attitude is so strong? The reply letter is probably in that person's hands now. Don't draw fire from him or you'll get into trouble. I need to be afraid of him. Luo Sha said arrogantly, even if Karasuba is standing in front of me now, I dare to repeat this sentence. A small country is a small country and will never be qualified to participate in the meeting of major powers. We, the 5-cage, have already responded to his letter of opinion in consideration of his strength. Don't push your luck. As soon as these words came out, something strange happened suddenly in the conference venue. Sizzle. In midair, a long, pitch-black crack opened up. In the pitch-dark space, an indifferent voice came out, with a great sense of oppression in the words, then I, Karasuba, am here. Do you, Luosha, have the guts to repeat what you just said to me? Chapter 78. See the space crack in front of you. Everyone's pupils suddenly contracted and their expressions changed slightly. Oh my god! This guy really came. Accompanied by this indifferent words came out. A calm figure walked out step by step. Trample. 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 He was wearing a white divine robe and a half-bone mask on his head. A pair of dark green eyes revealed a cold emotion. The 2 tear marks crossed the pale cheeks. Now, the leader of Rain Shinobi Village, Karasuba, is coming. Karasuba stood in midair, looking down at Luo Sha with a cold expression. You are such a fool, do you really think that you can be as strong as me in just 4 years? Seeing someone coming, Luo Sha looked unhappy. They don't know that Karasuba also possesses the same strange space-time ninjutsu as Kyohaku. You know, 4 years ago, Karasuba killed Hanzo instantly, and no one saw it. The bounty information revealed previously only recorded sporadic information. Then, this person fell completely silent. How could they know? The other party can reach the Iron Kingdom from Rain Shinobi Village in an instant. But think about it carefully. As the only 2 survivors of the Hollow Clan, it seems reasonable that they both know space-time ninjutsu. Everyone was shocked, but then quickly accepted it. Only Namikaze Minato's eyes flickered, and the speculation in his heart seemed to be more real. Seeing Karasuba pushing himself so hard, the 2 Jonin guards behind Raza, Beiki, and Yura, shouted, Leader of Rain Shinobi Village, please be careful with your words. But we are not done yet. Boom. Ryutsu suddenly exploded in Karasuba. The powerful Ryutsu swept across the entire venue like a gravity field. Puff. Beiki and Yura turned pale and blood spurted from their mouths. The body was forcefully crushed to the ground. Crack. Crack. The bones pressed against the ground, making continuous noises. Children should not interrupt when adults are talking. Karasuba looked indifferent and continued to repeat, Rosa, repeat what you just said. Seeing his loyal subordinates being treated like this, Luo Sha could no longer hold back his anger and shouted, very good. Since you didn't hear clearly, let me say it again, a small country is a small country and will never be qualified to participate in the conference of major powers. As soon as the words fell, he took a step back and formed seals with his hands. Hulala. I saw a large amount of gold sand gushing out. Looks magnificent. The gold dust turned into a giant hand. Karasuba didn't even look at it and just threw a punch. Boom. In full view of the public, the huge hand of gold dust was actually shattered by Karasuba's punch. Nani, what? Luo Sha was horrified, you broke my magnet style with pure force. This is impossible. Swish. As he was shocked, Karasuba did a shunpo and came face to face. Kicked him out. Puff. Luo Sha had no time to react. He spit out blood and slammed heavily against the wall. He came close again. Raza was about to make seals with his hands, but Karasuba grabbed his wrists. With a click, his right hand was broken. The action of forming seals was abruptly interrupted. Hiss. Luo Sha gasped in pain. Haven't said anything yet. He clasped the man's neck with his 5 fingers and lifted him up. Karasuba looked indifferent and said in a slightly cold tone, you are very courageous. Do you really think that I, Karasuba, will not break your neck? This battle It starts quickly and ends quickly. Unaki and the others didn't even have time to react. The dignified 4th Hokage Raza was defeated in an instant. This is unbelievable. Especially Raikage, who naively thought that instantly killing Hanzo was nothing. But now it seems. Hanzo is so strong that he can fight against such a character. Haha, you're scared now. Karasuba said as he pressed harder with his fingers, weren't you so arrogant just now? Why are you silent now? Seeing that Luo Sha was about to be killed, Namikaze Minato stepped forward and gently dissuaded him, Lord Karasuba, he is being strangled by you, how can he speak? Karasuba was slightly stunned, yeah, I almost forgot. He loosened his fingers. With a plop. Luo Sha staggered and fell to the ground. Continuous coughing relieves the feeling of suffocation. Cough cough. Cough cough. Staring at the ground, Luo Sha was terrified, the opponent is so strong. Luo Sha, was defeated in an instant. How is this possible? Even though he didn't have time to use his ultimate move. But the opponent didn't use any of his consecutive moves, especially his secret techniques, he didn't use any of them. And according to Konoha's intelligence, the leader of Rain Shinobi village also has a stronger stance. The combat power level is enough to increase many times. I can't even beat him in his normal state. Even if I use a more powerful magnet style, it probably won't help, right? Karasuba looked down at Luosha and said calmly, Luosha, dare you repeat it? Luosha clasped his fingers together and said in a low voice, I don't dare anymore. He lowered his head. I never dared to look at Karasuba. Why? Because he was worried that the other party would see the unwillingness and resentment in his eyes, causing Karasuba to attack him once again. As for seeking help from other shadows? Hehe. Don't dream about it, the moment he was defeated in an instant. Luosha could see that. The 4 Kages, Onoki, Namikaze Minato, Terumi Mei, and Ai, all abandoned the absurd idea that the 5 Kage working together can defeat him. Karasuba said calmly, since you are still young, I will spare your life. Thank you for your tolerance. Luo Sha said in a low voice. After teaching Luo Sha a lesson, he no longer paid attention to Luo Sha. Karasuba glanced at the whole place with a proud attitude. Now, I, Karasuba, will attend this 5 Kage summit as the leader of Rain Shinobi village. Who among you 5 objects? Who agrees? Luo Sha nodded immediately, I agree. Namikaze Minato, thank you. Terumi Mei, thank you. Onoki, I agree. Raikage Ai, agree. Chapter 79. Seeing the 5 shadows so sincere, Karasuba nodded calmly and walked in front of Mifune. Mifune was slightly stunned, and hurriedly stood up to make room for him, ahem. Lord Karasuba, please sit down, I'll just stand. Thank you. Karasuba said. This. You're welcome. Mifune was flattered. Karasuba took her seat. Behind him, a white-haired young man was waiting respectfully. At the 5 Kage summit, all cages have guards. I also brought one with me to serve as a receptionist. Although Kimimaro is still young and not strong enough. But this little guy is so handsome. At this time, a system prompt sounded in my mind. Ding, congratulations host, the side quest is completed. Side quest, defeat 4th Hokage Raza. Reward / unclaimed, Heido 95, Ryatsu experience plus 1200. Side quest, defeat Jonin Baki and Yura. Reward / unclaimed, Ryatsu EXP plus 510, Ryatsu EXP plus 450. 1200 experience points. Karasuba glanced at it inconspicuously, thinking to himself, with the addition of a high-sequence Heido, Luosha's reward is not bad. Turning our attention to the second side quest. Karasuba's expression slightly changed. The rewards for each of them aren't that high, but together they're worth almost 1000 experience points. It seems like these Jonin are worth getting some of the wool from. Jonin has basically no other rewards though. But it's easy to kill instantly. You don't even need to move your fingers, just Ryatsu, and crush it. I'll wait for Zio to come with Zayadai and gather all these people first. As Karasuba sat down, there was a brief silence in the venue and no one spoke. Karasuba glanced around and smiled faintly, don't be so reserved. Just talk about your own things and don't bother with me. This is the first time I've attended such a large meeting. As a newcomer, I'll mainly listen to opinions. Ai. Luo Sha. Onoji. Terumi Mei. Namikaze Minato. Good job. In front of everyone. He beat up Raza violently and forcefully participated in the 5 Kage summit. Now you say that as a newcomer, you should mainly listen to opinions. I don't believe you at all. Although Terumi Mei is an undercover agent of Akatsuki. But he was unaware of Karasuba's dual identity and saw Raza being defeated instantly. To be honest, she was a little panicked, not because she was afraid of being beaten. Instead, he was afraid of his own leader and that he could not defeat the leader of the Rain Shinobi village in front of him. Seeing the atmosphere become awkward, Mifune stepped forward and spoke loudly, now that we are all gathered together, we must formulate a detailed plan against the usse organization. Besides, with the presence of Lord Karasuba, a fellow tribesman, he must know more about Akatsuki's leader Kyobaku than we do. Who knows, he might be able to provide great inspiration. Unaki glanced at him. Haha, inside. Your flattery is so subtle and silent. I despise you. But the next second, Onoki also smiled. Mifune is right, Lord Karasuba, you can tell us if you have any opinions, and we will definitely give priority to them. Terumi May nodded, that's right. Luo Sha agreed, that's right. The remaining two people did not comment. Karasuba first looked at Namikaze Minato, who was standing opposite him, and asked with a chuckle, what? You have an opinion? Namikaze Minato shook his head. No, I'm just curious about your attitude towards Kyobaku. After all, you are from the same clan. If you are loyal to the leader of Akatsuki, then you will leak our plan. Wouldn't that be terrible? Attitude, isn't what I expressed clear enough? Karasuba was stunned for a moment, then said calmly, you didn't even read the opinion letter I sent to you this morning. I told you that I was here to target Akatsuki and provide you with valuable opinions. Do you think I was kidding you? Onoki looked delighted, are you serious? Really? Karasuba nodded slightly, a look of reminiscence on his face. Although Subai and I are from the same clan, we don't actually have much in common, and I don't like his style of doing things. Totally ignoring the rules and acting recklessly is not good for the ninja world. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked strange. Good job. Do you still have the nerve to talk about others? Who just barged into the 5-cage summit and crippled the 4th Kazekige's right hand? Seeing the expressions of the crowd, Karasuba said innocently, I am a law-abiding person, okay? If you had agreed to let me attend the 5-cage summit a long time ago, would I have had to beat up Raza? I have no grudge against him. Onoki's expression changed slightly, and he asked, then why did you kill Hanzo back then? Hanzo, because I have been training in a secret place, I know nothing about anything in the ninja world. I happened to enter the territory of the Rain Country. I must ask for directions when I see someone. Karasuba was helpless, the masked man thought I was blocking his way. I thought to myself, you didn't help me find the way, but you are such a scoundrel. Don't you know how to walk on the big road next to you? So I killed him. As soon as these words came out, the venue fell into a quiet atmosphere. How could the great Hanzo be killed for such a ridiculous reason? Well, poor Demigod. It was such a frustrating death. This story seems to be illogical. But for someone like Karasuba, it's really possible. So, they believed it 80%. The remaining 20% is just a slight embellishment of the story at most. But compared to Kyobaku, Karasuba is actually not much better. Subai is completely unscrupulous and disrupts the entire ninja world. Karasuba is just a friendly person in disguise. It's just that you have to listen to my opinion. If you don't listen, then I'm upset. I'm unhappy, then I'll FK you. But being able to achieve this is already pretty good, okay? Do you believe it now? Karasuba curled his lips and said calmly, you guys start your discussion. If you have any good ideas, I will bring them up. Yes, Lord Karasuba. Onoki smiled kindly. Then he turned to look at the cages and went straight to the point. According to reliable intelligence, Subai attaches great importance to a female member of the Akatsuki organization. The specific name is unknown, and her code name is Angel. As long as we take her hostage, we can use this to lure Subai into our trap, then surround and kill him in one fell swoop. What do you think? Luo Shan nodded, this is a good plan. I agree. Reikage AI, I agree too. Before Terumi May could speak, a slightly nervous voice came from the Hokage's position, absolutely not. I don't approve of it. Namikaze Minato glanced at Karasuba without leaving any trace. This plan is too sinister. A drop of sweat quietly slid down his forehead, and he said cautiously, as a shadow, this is too unbecoming. Shouldn't we take a long-term view? Chapter 80. Insidious. Onoki frowned slightly, do you still need to be polite when dealing with such a bad guy? Young man, it's good to be kind, but don't be soft-hearted. He still had a good impression of Namikaze Minato. Be humble, respect your elders, be polite. He is a young man of excellent character. And its own strength should not be underestimated. Possessing the Flying Thunder God technique, he is enough to attract the attention of any actor present. But as Hokage, you should never have such kind thoughts. Do you still need to be polite when dealing with a villain who disturbs the peace of the ninja world? It's a bit funny. AI also agreed, that's right. As long as we can catch the other party, it's a good strategy. Luo Shad also said, I think so too. Besides, Kyohaku has killed 3 cage-level strongmen in a row, 3rd Hokage, Shimura Danzo, and Kyujitaki Yagura. There is no need to follow so many rules when dealing with such dangerous people. Namikaze Minato was speechless. He couldn't help but swear. Do you all think you are kind-hearted? I, the 4th Hokage, am thinking about your lives. Almost everyone present had no doubt whether Karasuba and Kyobaku were the same person. Only he, Namikaze Minato. As early as 4 years ago, the seeds of doubt were planted in my heart. Both of them are from the so-called hypothetical clan, but there is no way to trace this clan. And there just happened to be only 2 members of the tribe left, and the sealless secret techniques they used were very different. Then Karasuba showed the same space-time secret technique as Tsubai. Intuitively, Namikaze Minato thinks this is a person. Even though he had no evidence, the 2 men looked completely different. And the temperament is too different. One is extremely indifferent, the other is cynical. This is not an effect that can be achieved by just using transformation technique. It's normal that other people couldn't notice it, and Namikaze Minato couldn't see it either. But he personally prefers. The other party possesses a special secret technique that allows him to completely change his image and temperament, making the fake look real. The opponent is Karasuba, also a virtual white. You discuss in front of your enemy and take someone they care about as hostage. Is this really okay? He was so worried that Karasuba flipped the table. It really pd off the other person. All of the people present may be at risk of losing their lives. You are looking for death. Don't take me with you. I just took the position of Hokage not long ago. I have a lovely wife waiting for me to go home. Namikaze Minato felt like an ant on hot pot. After thinking for a moment, he said cautiously, since all countries can hire the Akatsuki organization, we can take the opportunity to entrust them with tasks and let Tsubai fall into the trap, right? You think it's easy? Onoki shook his head. As the leader of Akatsuki, Kyobaku will not complete any hired missions. He always arranges for members of the organization to complete them. It is unrealistic to attract Kyobaku by entrusting him with missions. Namikaze Minato was unwilling to give up. What if we let other members of Akatsuki complete the mission? We capture them and wait for Kyobaku to rescue them. The status of other members may not be as high as that. Angel. Onoki still disagrees. What if Kyobaku doesn't care about the other members at all? So there is no possibility of this plan being implemented. Then how do you know that Tsubai must care about that? Angel. Based on reliable intelligence. What reliable information? Where is the source? How come I don't know it? Hokage, you. Onoki stared at Namikaze Minato with a surprised look on his face. Are you related to this angel? Why do you protect her so much? I also said, indeed, this is very abnormal. Could it be that, you and her are old lovers? What old lover? Stop spitting blood at me. Namikaze Minato was depressed and thought about it. I kept thinking about how to make them give up the idea of capturing hostages. Karasuba calmly watched them quarreling, wondering inwardly, how did they know that Konan and I have a close relationship? When you are out on the move. He hardly had much interaction with Konan. The 5 major countries had no way of knowing the news within the organization, and there was no traitor in the Akatsuki organization. How did they decide that catching Konan would be useful? Who provided this reliable information? Konan and Obito are the earliest members of Akatsuki, and it is impossible for Akatsuki to reveal this information to the outside world. Then the only one who knows this secret. There seemed to be only one person left. That is our filial son Black Zetsu. It seems you are still making trouble. Karasuba's eyes were calm, and his heart was getting colder. Don't let me catch you, or you're done. But Namikaze Minato would never agree to this plan. It seems that it is confirmed that Karasuba and Kyobaku are the same person. Are you afraid that I will flip the table? But you dare not expose this idea. Karasuba looked at the red-faced Namikaze Minato arguing and couldn't help but laugh. You have no choice but to deal with Onoki and the others. It's really difficult for you, young dame. Chapter 81. At this moment, Raza, Namikaze Minato and Onoki were arguing fiercely. We must capture the angel. This plan can only be carried out. No. I don't agree. Hokage, don't act on impulse. Don't be impulsive. This plan won't work. Why doesn't it work? Can you give me a reason? You won't understand even if I tell you. It just won't work. I won't agree to it. The 3 of them were besieged by mouth-to-mouth attacks. Our young day sister quickly fell into a disadvantage. Just then, the girl, who had remained silent until now, expressed her opinion quietly. Since you disagree. Terumi-mae looked at Karasuba and said delicately, why not ask Mr. Karasuba? As a fellow tribesman, he should be able to identify this plan and see if there are any problems. Okay. Lord Karasuba, you go ahead. You speak, we listen. Onoki and others are very popular. But when he looked at Karasuba, he forced himself to suppress his anger. Karasuba smiled calmly and spoke slowly, although I don't know where you got the information, I am sure that Tsubai is not the kind of person who values feelings. He disrupts the entire ninja world and treats everyone as puppets. Even if your beloved doll is gone, can't you just find another one? The White Zetsu will not easily take risks just because of a member of the organization, so your plan will not work. Hearing this answer, Onoki and his companions were all stunned. Don't you care about feelings? Why didn't they get this kind of news? Only Namikaze Minato breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. It seems that this person is not going to tear his face off for the time being. This is the best result. But we must find a way to make the other actors give up. Otherwise, you will keep dying. And he insisted on bringing others along. Who can stand this? What should we do? Subai doesn't care about anyone, so we can't lure him into the trap. Hearing this, Onoki was in a dilemma. If we fight Akatsuki head-on, even if we can win, the casualties will definitely be heavy. AI was also angry, yet. Who would have thought that he didn't care about emotions? BD. Luo Sha frowned and said nothing. After listening to their conversation, Yang Daimei came up with an idea. Namikaze Minato looked at Karasuba, his eyes burning as he said, Kyohaku doesn't actually care about anyone. As the only one of his kind, if you, Lord Karasuba, are in danger, I think he will definitely come to rescue you. Right. Others don't know the inside story. In the eyes of others, these are the only two remaining members of the Su clan. If Karasuba is in danger, there will only be one member left of the Hollow clan. How could Subai not come to rescue? But he, Namikaze Minato, understood that Karasuba and Kyobaku were the same person. No matter how he changes his appearance and image, it is just his actions as a single person. It is impossible to have two identities appear at the same time. So the rescue operation. It is simply impossible to implement. On the one hand, quietly confirming his own inner guess. On the other hand, it can also make other Kage mistakenly believe that Kyobaku doesn't care about Karasuba at all. If he doesn't even care about the remaining members of his tribe, what else does he care about? In this case, Onoki and the others will definitely give up the idea of capturing hostages. This greatly reduces the possibility of Karasuba falling out. The rest of the time, that means developing slowly and waiting for the opportunity to counterattack. The only uncertainty is, Karasuba might see through his intentions. What if he disagrees with this plan? If I secretly change into a virtual identity, directly attacking the 5 Kage with force would be troublesome. But no matter what, you have to try it. Karasuba smiled calmly when he heard Namikaze Minato's question. You're right, then what? I plan to have Lord Karasuba disguised as our hostage. Namikaze Minato swallowed and said cautiously, as for the conflict, we have also thought about it. We will use the reason that Rosa did not agree with your participation in the 5 Kage summit and you broke into the meeting place and injured Rosa. And with the combined strength of the 5 Kage and the mobilization of a large number of Jonin, we were able to defeat you and capture you alive at a terrible cost. Because you openly disrupted the order of the 5 Kage summit, we need to publicly execute you and then release the relevant information to the public. In order to ensure your personal safety, Subai will definitely come to rescue you alone. Mr. Karasuba, what do you think of this plan? Are you willing to condescend to cooperate with us? Hearing about this plan, the other shadows also agreed in unison, with happy expressions on their faces. If Karasuba really agrees, this plan has a good chance of success. But only Namikaze Minato looked at Karasuba anxiously, waiting for his response. Pa. This plan is great. I agree. Karasuba clapped his hands in praise and chuckled, I can cooperate with you. But as a fellow tribesman, I will not attack Subai. The success of the plan depends entirely on you. How about it? Very good. Thank you for your support. If your plan succeeds, you will be a hero in the ninja world. Everyone was overjoyed, and Namikaze Minato was also secretly happy. He didn't expect that. Karasuba actually agreed. As long as Subai doesn't show up, the days ahead will be easy. But on second thought, he always felt something strange about Subai's last sentence. Why did he? Must I emphasize that I won't attack Subai? Even if you have two identities, you can't beat yourself up, right? Somehow, Namikaze Minato felt a strong sense of uneasiness in his heart. Could something have happened? No. I must be overthinking it. Chapter 82. No one knows Namikaze Minato's emotions. Only Karasuba remained expressionless on the surface, but was smiling inside. When Yang Daimei saw his small trumpet coming, she must have been completely stunned, right? At this time, Onoki looked at Karasuba and asked humbly, how much force do you think we should deploy for this plan? You 5 Kage alone are definitely not enough. Karasuba glanced at them and said calmly, even the guards behind you, even if added together, they are not enough. We need to mobilize the Jonin combat power of your village. The stronger they are and the more they are in number, the more likely they are to succeed. But Luo Sha looked worried. Subai, like you, possesses a strange secret technique that is like a gravity field. Ordinary Jonin have almost no ability to resist. Will he be a hindrance if he joins? Won't. Karasuba shook his head. While normal Jonin cannot affect Kyopaku, they can be used to check and balance members of the Akatsuki organization. AI frowned, he will bring the Akatsuki organization here? Isn't he afraid that we will kill you as a hostage? If his life is in danger, he won't care. Karasuba narrowed his eyes and said calmly, also, your plan may seem perfect, but in fact, Subai may be able to see through it. In his opinion, you are too weak. It's extremely difficult to defeat me. How could you be captured alive? What should we do then? Will Subai not come? Unaki seemed a little flustered. Yes. Karasuba said calmly, even if he saw through your plan, he would definitely come. Unaki and the other two asked, why? Because. Karasuba sighed quietly, this is the grudge between the two of us, and it is also the grudge between that tiny void clan more than 100 years ago. Hearing this, Onoki and the others looked tense. Karasuba used the word insignificant to describe the Hollows. So they personally guessed. During the Sengoku period, the clan must have been a small clan. If they were really a prominent family like the Senju and Uchiha, there would definitely be relevant records in history. But a weak clan. How did the two super strong men Kyobaku and Karasuba come into being? What was the reason that caused the entire Su clan to be destroyed, leaving only 2 lucky people? And there is also their secret technique of immortality, how did they obtain it? All this. These are all topics worth exploring. Unaki and the others had 8 trigrams expressions on their faces, but Karasuba didn't continue. They didn't dare to ask further. Only Namikaze Minato was even more panicked, oh my goodness. Didn't you make up the story about the Hollow clan? Why did you bring up the grudges from hundreds of years ago? No. This must be fake. Namikaze Minato, don't believe it. Wait until Subai fails to show up, and this lie will be exposed. Namikaze Minato kept comforting himself, but the uneasiness in his heart became stronger and stronger. The whole person became uneasy. Mao Yu almost couldn't hold back the smile when he saw Namikaze Minato's distracted look. But Karasuba still looked lost, and said with a little sadness, so don't worry about Subai not coming, you just need to gather the strength. He is very strong. To deal with a person like him, it would not be too much to gather as many forces as possible. This is your chance to make the most of the benefits. He just took a quick look around and found that everyone present was except Unaki, Raza, and Namikaze Minato. Kin pull wool. There were only Terumi Mei and Ai. Of course, there are the guards behind them, minus the Tsunagakuer Jonin Yura and Beki who were just defeated. There are also the Jonin guards of the 4th Raikage, Dode, and Troy. The Jonin guards of the 3rd Tsuchikage, Yellow Earth, and Bunga. The Jonin guards who always take their sisters with them are Shiranui Genma and Baizu. Terumi Mei's Jonin guard, Ao. These 9 people together. With a little estimation, Ryutsu's level can barely be raised to level 7. But the more Jonin there are, the more experience they have. If you're lucky, you might even be able to reach level 8. Each level of Ryutsu is a big step forward in strength. And from low to medium, and medium to high, it is a qualitative leap. A medium Ryutsu at level 6 is so strong, it's hard to imagine how strong a high Ryutsu at level 7 or 8 would be. Onoki and the others breathed a sigh of relief and said excitedly, as long as Subai can come, it will be fine. We will listen to you and gather the elite forces of the village as soon as possible. In addition to Jonin, I will let my disciple Kuratsuka come. Although he is still young, it would be good for him to see the world. Ai clenched his fists, I'll have my brother come, and the perfect 8 tails Jinchuriki should be able to help. Luosha looked embarrassed, I'm sorry, we don't have that many Jonin in our village, and the 1-tail Jinchuriki is not yet perfect, so we can only let Elder Cho come. Terumi Mei said, we have just recently reformed the Blood Mist policy of Mist Shinobi, and the 4th Mizukage was killed by the leader of the Akatsuki organization a few days ago. A large number of Jonin died, and it is difficult to mobilize Jonin. Unaki and Ai looked unhappy. Just as he was about to explode, Namikaze Minato gritted his teeth and said, in addition to Jonin, I will ask Jiraiya-sensei and Tsunade-sama to come to help. Unaki and Ai were surprised, Konoha-sunin. Then our chances of success are even higher. With these two, Mist Shinobi lacks a little combat power, but that's not a big deal. But I have to say, Konoha's foundation is truly strong. Even if the 3rd Hokage, Shimura Danzo, died, they could still mobilize a lot of Jonin. Look at Sand Shinobi and Mist Shinobi, each one is more miserable than the other. Then let's act now without further delay. Onoki acted decisively and said to Namikaze Minato, 4th Hokage, in order to gather strength as quickly as possible, you may need to run around. No problem. Namikaze Minato neck. Swish. There was a flash of golden light, and the figure disappeared. A plan aimed at Subai. Now, it finally begins. Chapter 83. Although Namikaze Minato's Flying Thunder God technique is fast, it also consumes a lot of chakra. Therefore, it took 2 days to gather everyone. They chose the place of battle. Of course, it is not the Iron Country, after all, it is someone else's territory. Besides, it's a neutral country. Such a large-scale battle will definitely destroy the country's territory. Mifune certainly didn't want a fight to break out here. So, they chose a place northeast of the Iron Country. About 100 kilometers away is a small island called Meteorite. This island is deserted and uninhabited. It's completely bare, without even a weed. And it was on this ordinary island. It gathers almost all the top ninjas in the current ninja world. 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, 3rd Tsuchikage Onoji, 4th Kazekage Rasha, 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei, 4th Raikage Ai. Cloud Shinobi 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer B. Sand Shinobi's top puppeteer, Granny Cho. Tree Leaves Jiraiya, Tsunade. These 9 are all masters above cage level. There are also a group of young masters from the 5 major ninja villages. There are a total of 18 jonin including Akamike, Nara, Yamanaka, Shiranui, Bizu, Yamashiro, Dode, Troy, Yellow Earth, Bunga, Ao, Yura, Beki, etc. There were 8 jonin among them. They are all provided by Konoha village, and their strength is much stronger than the latter. 4 in Iwagakuer, 3 in Cloud Shinobi village, 2 in Sand Shinobi, and 1 in Kirigakuer. To be exact. Mist Shinobi did not mobilize jonin to help. Onoki frowned slightly, expressing his disbelief. You Mist Shinobi, can't even spare a single jonin? Has the internal friction of the blood mist policy become so serious? Really, I'm not lying to you. Terumi Mei said. Who are you kidding? Where are your 7 ninja swordsmen? Although a lot of them were killed in the 3 battles, there are still a few left, right? Raikage Ai's temper flared up. We all have a common enemy, but you Mist Shinobi don't even contribute a bit. This is outrageous. Terumi Mei shrugged, looking helpless. Originally there were, but Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon and Ringo Yuyuri were killed by Kyobaku. The remaining 2, Mainjutsu Hojiki and Zabuza Mamakai, both rebelled. Well, it can't be said that they rebelled, they were abducted by Kyobaku. Oh, and there's also the 6-year-old genius boy and Mainjutsu's 2-year-old brother. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere calmed down for a while. Onoki blew his beard and glared, cursing loudly, a whole Kyohaku. Kidnapping a teenager is fine, but he even didn't let go of a 2-year-old baby. He's simply a beast. Don't worry Mizukage, we will definitely successfully encircle and defeat Kyobaku and bring back the talents of your Mist Shinobi. Raikage Ai was embarrassed. It seems that I misunderstood you, ahem. Everyone, put the pot on. They tacitly threw it to the culprit Tsubai. The most people feel towards Zabuza and Mainjutsu Hojiki, not to mention the idea of them being traitors. They are Iwagakuer. Deidara was abducted by Kyohaku. This is Onoki's most beloved disciple. Konoha suffered even greater losses. Uchiha's 2 young geniuses were both kidnapped. Scorpion, the genius boy from Sand Shinobi, was also abducted. Mist Shinobi already had serious internal friction, so it is understandable that there was no jonin to be deployed. Only Cloud Shinobi did not have such a tragic experience. As a lucky person, Ai really couldn't blame him too much. So many people? 1 sheep, 2 sheep, 3 sheep. Wow. 18 sheep in total. How much spiritual experience is this worth? Karasuba glanced at them and was happy in his heart, ahem. Don't let any of them go later, turned A. As he was thinking about this, Ai, Onoki, Raza, and Terumi Mei came over. Onoki looked at Karasuba and suggested carefully, Sir Karasuba, your current status is a prisoner after all. Why not let the 4th Kazekage seal and imprison you, at least to make it look more realistic? Karasuba smiled and said, okay, come on then. How could he not see through these people's little thoughts? In all the previous battles with Kyobaku, all types of offensive ninjutsu were ineffective and the damage was limited. I want to try the sealing technique, does it work? If it works on me, then I can also seal Tsubai. Smith Masai, sorry. Sorry. Luosha lowered his head and raised his hands. His right hand was only broken before. It wasn't completely broken, and the injury was naturally healed by medical ninjutsu. Tisk. Tisk. Luosha formed seals with his hands and said in a low voice, magnet style. Gold sand layer. Great burial seal. Hulala. He clapped his hands to the ground. I saw a large amount of gold sand emerging. It is so large that it looks like a wave. In a few seconds, it turned into a huge gold sand pyramid. Everyone was nervous, did it work? But the next second, boom! The pyramid of gold placer layers shattered. A figure in white walked out. A faint ryotsu swept over him, breaking the seal with ease. This seal is too weak. Karasuba held his forehead with his hand, slightly worried, you are so weak, I find it hard to believe that you can defeat Tsubai. Onoji. Luosha. Ai. Although I was ridiculed, I felt a little aggrieved, but no one dared to say anything. Only Onoki's eyes flickered, Sir Karasuba, I wonder what the price will be if I ask you to take action. I said I wouldn't attack my own kind, ahem. Karasuba was speaking when he suddenly changed the subject, it's not impossible, but I'm afraid you can't afford the price. What's the price? Please tell me, sir. Onoki and others' eyes lit up. With such a powerful helper, why worry about not being able to deal with Tsubai? Chapter 84. Karasuba thought for a moment, then said with a smile, I need the 5 great nations to jointly declare that our reign country is the 6th great nation in the ninja world, and is equal to the 5 great nations in terms of status, diplomacy, and politics. AI immediately shook his head, this is impossible. Luo Shad also disagreed, after all, the overall strength of the reign country is too low. It is not qualified to become a great power. Onoki also whispered, that's true. Moreover, even if the overall strength is sufficient, a great power needs the power of the tailed beasts. A country without tailed beasts cannot be called a great power. Who said I don't have a tailed beast? Karasuba smiled. Where did you get the tailed beast? Unaki was about to retort when he suddenly thought of something, did you hire the Akatsuki to capture Lao Ziai and 3 tails? That's right, said Karasuba. Onoki was furious. Subai had told him before that someone had hired them at a high price. He didn't believe it at all. Who would have thought it was true? The leader of Rain Shinobi village stole 2 tailed beasts. Onaki wanted to ask for it back, but he didn't have the courage. He could only helplessly say, Sir Karasuba, even if you have a tailed beast, it won't work if the country's overall strength is not enough. Look, Takigakure also has the 7 tails Jinchuriki, but isn't it still a small country? Karasuba was not angry either, he smiled faintly and said, forget it then, you guys deal with Subai yourselves, I won't help. That's okay. Unaki and others had no choice but to give up. It is impossible to make Rain Shinobi village a great country. Even though this title of a great power may seem ordinary, it actually plays a very important role. It can attract talented ninjas from small countries around the world to join, and it also has many benefits in other aspects such as diplomacy and politics. And Karasuba is so strong. It was already enough to make people fearful. If they recognize the Rain country as a great power, what will happen? This will threaten their dominance over the ninja world as the 5 major nations. So anyway, even if I die, I will never agree to it. The small talk ended, and Karasuba didn't bother pretending to be a hostage anymore. After making sure that Karasuba would not attack, Onaki looked at everyone and ordered, when the enemy arrives, the other 4 Kage, plus Konoha Tsunade, Jiraiya, Sand Shinobicho, and Cloud Shinobi Killer B, 9 people will besiege the leader of the Akatsuki organization. If any members of the Akatsuki organization come, U18 Jonin will be responsible for containing them. Except for the Takigakure traitor Kakuzu, no matter if he is dead or alive, the rest of the members should be captured alive if possible. They are young and mentally incomplete, and were bewitched by the abominable Kyobaku to join the Akatsuki organization. This is not their original intention. As elders, we need to persuade them and let them return to the embrace of the village. Yes, third Tsuchikage-sama. Shiranui Genjian and the others responded in unison. After the message was released, they were on high alert, waiting for the enemy to arrive. Everyone is very nervous. After all, he has to fight against the leader of Akatsuki, and it will be a life-and-death battle. This was 4 years ago. A person who invaded Konoha with great force, killed the 3rd Hokage and Shimura Danzo, and left peacefully. And not long ago, he also killed the 4th Mizukage and captured 3 tails alive. It would be a lie to say I wasn't nervous fighting such a strong man. Namikaze Minato was also nervous. But more of it is anxiety and depression. Judging from Karasuba's attitude just now and the conversation with other Kage, everything proves that the Su clan is real. Kyobaku and Karasuba are 2 different people. These 2 have a personal grudge that goes back 100 years. But I don't believe it. Namikaze Minato gritted his teeth and struggled internally, the secret techniques and space-time ninjutsu are all the same, how can there be such a coincidence? The 5 Kage stood together. Each of them looked solemn and ready to go. Terumi Mei looked at the Hokage next to her and teased, nervous? Not really. No. Namikaze Minato didn't bother to pay attention to her, and screamed madly in his heart, they must be the same person. Kyobaku will definitely not show up. You Karasuba can't fool me. Every second passed by. Until the sun gradually sets. There was a change in the sky. Chilla. I saw a dark crack opening up. A defiant figure walked out step by step. This person was wearing a black robe with red clouds and his hands were behind his back. Standing in the void with a proud attitude. He is the acting leader of Akatsuki, Kyobaku. As soon as Subai came out, he asked in a cold voice, how dare a mere 5 Kages publicly execute my people? Are you too proud? Or am I, Subai, no longer able to lift a knife? Boom. As soon as the words fell, there was a bone-chilling coldness in Subai's eyes, and a shocking riotsu covered him. Except for Onaki, Ina and the other 9, there was not much impact. With a plop, the 18 Jonin all staggered to the ground. The postures are all awkward, without exception. Namikaze Minato stared at the Kyobaku in front of him, then looked at Karasuba behind him. He repeated this several times, and was horrified, this is impossible. Subai and Karasuba are actually 2 different people. Was everything I thought before wrong? Seeing the Jonin in such a state of distress, Onaki floated in the air and shouted at him, Kyubai! Don't be so arrogant. This time, we have gathered almost all the powerful ninjas in the ninja world and we are determined to kill you here. Su Bai smiled and said with disdain, with all of you chickens and dogs, not even one of you can dance. Weaklings are weaklings. You. Unaki was slightly angry and was about to retort. But Whitehits interrupted him and shouted, besides, do you think you are the only one who can call for help? I can do that too. Where is Akatsuki? He suddenly spread his hands. His eyes flickered, and the Ryotsu on his body swept above the clouds. With a slurp, the white Ryotsu turned into a pair of big hands. The azure sky was torn into a dark crack. This time the space crack is very large. Like a bloody mouth. People haven't come out completely yet. All kinds of shouting sounds were heard from the cracks in space. Yo, who dares to bully my boss? I'll use my perfect art to blast him to death yet. You are just 5 kg, you don't know how to live or die. I'd rather make all of you into human puppets. I should be allowed to take out their hearts. Tisk, of course it's a sacrifice to the evil god. Hee. Trample. 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 Next. In the dark space. Slowly, 12 figures of different heights walked out. They all wore red clouds and black robes, and each of them looked extremely unruly. At this moment, Akatsuki group, here we go. Chapter 85. Above the clouds. 12 unruly figures looked down upon the entire place. Konan, Obito, and Afei stood in the center. On the right side are Haiden, Kakuzu, Scorpion, and Deidara. On the left-hand side are Kisame, Itachi, Shisui, Manjutsu, and Mamakai Zabuza. Bai is still young and not strong enough. Just to be on the safe side. He was left in the Akatsuki base. Kisame looked at the lineup on Meteorite Island, his teeth showing sharply. There are quite a lot of people, it seems that my same Hada sword is worth slashing at them. Deidara chuckled, I'll try my C4 Garuda. Let them feel the pleasure of sublimation yet. Haiden drew out the bloody March sickle from his back and licked the sickle blade. Everyone, if you get the enemy's blood, give it to me. I will make him sacrifice in an instant. At this time Afei couldn't help it, and said passionately, ha ha ha, I'm going to use my ultimate move later. Please Beansack, wait. I haven't finished yet. Obito next to him couldn't help but stop him, Afei, you idiot, don't expose yourself in advance. Can't you speak softly? Ah. Sorry. Afei scratched his head, looking a little silly, you guys create opportunities for me later, I want them to merge with my shit escape. Perfect for tasting the taste of fresh feces. Ahem. Obito was speechless, your trump card is too powerful, keep it for now, you never know when it might not come in handy. The Akatsuki organization was chatting casually. But Akamika Choza and other Jonin all looked solemn, is this the Akatsuki organization? We must go all out. Because of the continuous completion of employment tasks. The members of Akatsuki organization are all very famous. And what matches it is strength. Because the lowest level B rank missions they took were all Jonin. The total number of Jonin killed by the organization every day is at least in the 3 digits. According to the intelligence of various small countries. Each of these people is at least a Jonin, and some of the elite ones are elite Jonin. Some of them are even suspected to have combat power above cage level. Although they have 18 Jonin. It seems that they are suppressed in terms of numbers, but it is hard to say whether they can be restrained. Kyobaku's gaze passed through Onoki and landed on Karasuba on the island, with a disappointed expression on his face. I thought, how could a group of weaklings with cage-level titles capture you alive? So it seems that you have chosen their side. Not really. Karasuba shook his head calmly, I just don't agree with your concept. The ninja world needs certain rules. A guy like you who acts recklessly will only do harm to the ninja world. Rule. Su Bai laughed immediately, how many happy families have been persecuted by this cruel ninja world? The war between the 5 major countries has caused unbearable suffering to the small countries, and how many children have become war orphans. Such a terrible rule still needs to be followed. A worse rule is always better than no rule at all. Do you want the ninja world to return to the chaotic Sengoku era? Karasuba shook his head again. Why not? Su Bai sneered and said, only by crushing all the rules and letting this miserable ninja world be reborn from the ashes can we create a better future. Karasuba shook his head calmly, you are possessed. This is wrong. What is right and what is wrong? Su Bai stared at him intently, his expression gradually becoming colder, only you think that what you think is right? My idea is wrong. 100 years ago, you were just as stubborn and arbitrary, otherwise how could you let my Su clan? Shut up. Karasuba's expression changed slightly, and he said in a deep voice, what do you want to do? Ha ha ha. What do I want to do? Su Bai seemed to be possessed, looking up to the sky and laughing, who in the ninja world today doesn't want to know how my Su clan perished? Who doesn't want to explore how you and I have the strength that is unrivaled in the ninja world? And how did you obtain the secret technique of immortality? Today I, Su Bai, will show mercy and tell you the truth about what happened back then. Quiet. As soon as these words came out, the venue fell into a brief silence. Everyone withdrew from the battle that was about to break out. His gaze turned to the white void in the air. Karasuba's calm face suddenly turned gloomy. Subai, you have to think about the consequences. If you tell them the truth, aren't you afraid of triggering the Fourth Ninja World War? Ha ha ha. That's exactly what I want. Subai didn't care, I can even use the war to purge the entire ninja world and let the ninja world return to peace. Why not? Karasuba was furious, and finally shook his head and sighed, you crazy man. Haha, can I be crazier than you? Subai sneered a few times and said loudly, didn't you personally cause the demise of my Su clan? What qualifications do you have to blame me? Nani, what? The hollows were destroyed by Karasuba. What the hell is going on? Does this have anything to do with the power they gained? Everyone present was in an uproar. Amid the discussions, Subai chuckled and said, don't worry, everyone. Let me tell you slowly. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the truth. 100 years ago during the chaotic Sengoku period, there was a very weak human clan called the Hokage clan. This clan was no different from ordinary people, and their talent for refining chakra was almost zero. Subai showed a look of reminiscence and said slowly, there were countless ordinary clans like this during the Sengoku period. Most of them were prey to the ninjas and would be wiped out if they were not careful. Unfortunately, one day soon, our Hypotheosis clan will also face the cruel day of genocide. However, at the critical moment when the whole clan is about to be killed by ninjas, a meteorite from outer space falls from the sky. It gave Karasuba a powerful force different from chakra, allowing him to kill those low-level ninjas in an instant. However, Karasuba, who had just gained the power, was still very weak. In order to guard this mysterious meteorite, our entire clan hid. Karasuba, who possessed the power, naturally became the ruler of my virtual god clan. In order to allow the entire clan to obtain this powerful power, he conducted various experiments, but the strange thing is, the periphery of the meteorite seems to be covered by a special biological force field. As long as the tribe members enter that range, they will be killed instantly. This seems to imply that this mysterious meteorite belongs to Karasuba alone. The tribe members no longer want to sacrifice themselves to gain power, but how could the already mad Karasuba agree? Karasuba sent his tribe members to die one after another. Eventually, there were only 2 of us left. I was inevitably on the road to death near the meteorite. Fortunately, Karasuba seemed to have discovered something. He chose to approach the meteorite alone, and used his powerful strength to forcibly cut it, and melted it into a special knife. He gave it to me and merged with it, and I gained a completely different kind of power. After decades of low-key cultivation, Karasuba discovered that the meteorite was actually a living thing. What he fused back then was actually the soul-like core of the meteorite. This power was named the power of the Void God. He, Karasuba, represents the Void in the Void God clan. However, after integrating the core of the meteorite, his soul has already become very different from that of a human. Subai's eyes flickered as he said slowly, this causes him to look very different from a human even in his normal state. And every time he releases his true power, his appearance will change drastically, and his form will be like a real monster. Chapter 86. Speaking of which, everyone looked at Karasuba's pale face, and the bone mask on top of his head, and those emotionless dark green eyes. One by one, they suddenly realized. No wonder Karasuba looks completely different from other normal people. Before I thought. Jiraiya, who has fought against him, describes Karasuba's second fighting stance. They still don't take it seriously. He carries black bat feather wings on his back and wears a crown of bones on his head. His 10 fingers are dark and much longer than those of normal humans. Is this a monster? How can there be such human beings? They didn't believe the facts told by Jiraiya at first. But now that Subai described it, it all seemed to be true. And what I fused was only the outer shell of the meteorite, so even if I release its true power, my appearance will not be much different from that of a human. This power is named Shinigami power, and I represent the god among the Hollow God clan. Subai paused for a moment and continued, without our clan members, the 2 of us are now the Su Shen clan. After practicing in a secret place for hundreds of years, we discovered a secret. We have gained 2 powers and have already gained immortality. At that time, our strength was unrivaled in the entire ninja world. Karasuba and I decided to set foot in the ninja world, but seeing that the ninja world is still in constant war, we both tacitly want peace in the ninja world, but he and I have different ideas. I think the entire ninja world needs to be purged, and he believes that peace can only be achieved under rules. We chose to go our separate ways, and the angry Karasuba even removed the word God from me, and changed the name of Hypogod clan to Hypo clan. He is a clan all by himself, but I can't be as childish as him, so what about Hypo clan? Subai smiled and said nonchalantly, it's just a name. After all, we are from the same lineage. He can't remove our bloodline. Unless he kills me, the 2 of us will always be inseparable. And this is the whole truth about my virtual god clan. Inside the venue. Once again, silence fell. Everyone doubted the authenticity of this story because it was too shocking. But also because of the shocking. But now we see two completely different images of Karasuba and Kyobaku. And their unrivaled strength in the ninja world, various secret techniques, and powers different from the chakra system. They can only choose to believe. Through these few words, they could even infer the change in Karasuba and Kyobaku's mentality. Karasuba obtained the core of the meteorite, but his temperament changed drastically. Constantly sending his tribesmen to their deaths. It was not until the end that he came to his senses and tried to change the experimental method, and finally achieved Tsubai. The extermination of his clan 100 years ago also made him understand. This ninja world needs rules. Otherwise, if a person becomes too powerful and loses himself, it will cause everyone in the ninja world to fall into despair. Just like the demise of the virtual god clan. Despite the whiteness, the fact that their people were exterminated due to experiments 100 years ago is still a thorn in their side. But he also turned a disaster into a blessing because of the power bestowed by Karasuba, and gained powerful strength comparable to Karasuba, and is still alive today. All these complicated emotions make Tsubai very tolerant of Karasuba. Everything has its reasons. Make people believe it. At this moment, Namikaze Minato was completely dumbfounded. Is this the truth? The Hollow Clan is not the Hollow Clan, but the Hollow God Clan. These two people actually have a grudge that lasted for 100 years. My previous guess. They are all wrong. Only Konan, Obito, and Afei. After hearing this story, I felt a little weird. This story is so true. If the three of them didn't know that Tsubai was Karasuba, they might not have been so fooled. But I have to say, Karasuba's acting is also good, and the emotions expressed by each other are very well placed. Coupled with this intricate and lengthy story, the 5 Kage were convinced. Everyone was shocked. Kyohaku looked at Karasuba and said calmly, in my opinion, rules are meant to be broken. If you don't recognize me, I won't recognize you. Now I want to kill the 5 Kage and all the Jonin of the 5 great nations. You want to stop me? No, you and I are of the same race after all. Karasuba shook his head and sighed, they chose to work together to kill you. If they fail, it will be their own destruction. But I hope you will think twice before you act. If the 5 Kage die, the entire ninja world will fall into unprecedented chaos. It's none of my business, just don't stop me. Tsubai was getting impatient. He looked at Onoki and the others, his eyes full of fighting spirit. Aren't you going to kill me? Let's see who is overestimating himself. Let's fight. Onoki and the others looked solemn. Chakra surges in each of their bodies, waiting for the other party to attack. There was a gleam of light in Tsubai's eyes. The surging Ryutsu on his body swept away. Boom. He pulled out the Zanpakuto from his waist and whispered, Bankai. Scenery. Senbonzakura, scenery. Crash. In an instant. Large sakura flower blades spread out. The sea of flowers turned into a bunch of Zanpakuto, surrounding an independent space. As soon as Bankai space appeared, the 5 Kage, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Joe, and Killer Bee, were forcibly pulled in. The outside world can't see clearly what's going on inside. Seeing this, Jiraiya shouted in a low voice, everyone be careful. This is the second ability of the opponent's ninja tool. This space is not only a physical space, but also can enhance the opponent's speed, strength, and other physical qualities. If we fight in this space, the chances of the 9 of them winning will be greatly reduced. Raza looked at Namikaze Minato and said anxiously, Hokage, can you take us out? Namikaze Minato shook his head and said quickly, no. There are too many people. You can only bring 1 at most. If you bring more than 2, you will probably be caught by the other party. Then let me out first. I can use the gold dust outside. Luo Xia was overjoyed and was about to say something. Suddenly, swish. A sound of breaking through the air was heard. A shunpo, a white figure approached quietly. Ha! Luo Xia's expression changed drastically, and he formed seals with his hands, magnet style. But just as a seal was formed, Tsubai raised his hand and a Zanpakuto appeared. A light horizontal swing. With a slurp, a head flew up. Blood gushed out and the scene was horrific. In full view of the public. In less than half a second, Luo Xia was killed instantly. Onoki and the others looked frightened and were afraid before the battle even began. Last time, you were lucky enough to rescue Onoki, but I just didn't care. Tsubai looked at Namikaze Minato and said calmly, it doesn't mean that your speed is really invincible in the ninja world. Minato, you can't save anyone. Chapter 87. Luo Xia's head was lying on the ground. There was still a strong look of fear on his face. Seeing this scene, Namikaze Minato gritted his teeth, his face livid. How is this possible? His speed is so fast. This is even much stronger than the last time he fought Onoki. Could it be that? The last time I fought Onoki, Tsubai is just playing a joke on the other party. As for whether his strength had improved, he didn't even think about it. Because it's been a while since the last battle. It's only been less than 5 or 6 days, and the improvement is so great in such a short time. Namikaze Minato doesn't believe it. This is not something that can be described as high talent. But little did they know. It is indeed true. Because as soon as he appeared on the stage just now, he crushed all the jonin present with Ryotsu. I took a lot of advantage of the system. Apart from the 5 jonin who have already been picked up, namely Akamika Chauza, Narashikaku, Yamanaka Hai, Baki, and Yura, there are still 13 jonin. Contributed in total. A full 6,500 points of Ryotsu experience. His own Ryotsu level just jumped from 6th level to 7th level. Secondary villain system. Host, Karasuba/Hyaku. Ryotsu, LV7, 800/30,000/advanced. Spirit Core, Blackwing Demon, Part 1 Return to Blade. Zanpakuto, Senbonzakura, Bankai/20%. Swordsmanship, Penultimate. White Hits Penultimate. Shunpo Penultimate. Kido, Penultimate. Items, Black Cloak, Soul Enlightenment Gauntlet, Dimensional Cube, Surveillance Bacteria *10. Huh? The second stage Return Blade didn't appear. Karasuba quickly scanned the information on the panel and frowned slightly. Level 7 Advanced Ryotsu is not enough to activate the second combat stance. Or, is it due to some other reason? Although doubtful. But Karasuba couldn't care less about that for the time being. After all, these little lambs in front of him are still waiting for him to pluck them. While Karasuba was in a trance, Namikaze Minato shouted, Rosa has been using magnet-style ninjutsu to attack from a distance. His physical training is weak to begin with. There is nothing to be alarmed about being killed by Kyobaku at close range. Everyone, don't worry and attack. I can help you avoid his attacks. He is already cowardly before he even starts fighting. You must never have such thoughts. He had to encourage everyone, otherwise he would be defeated one by one. Namikaze Minato's encouragement was effective. In addition, they were all originally among the strongest in the ninja world. Not yet, confidence can be defeated so easily. Onoki also quickly cheered up and immediately ordered, Tsunade, you are responsible for treating everyone. Cho, Terumi Mei, you are responsible for long-range harassment. I, Raikage, Jiraiya, and Killer Bee will take the lead in attacking, and Hokage, you will be responsible for timely rescue. Okay, no problem. Everyone responded immediately. Granny Cho pulled out the scroll and pressed it hard. Puff. A lot of smoke dissipated. 10 white puppets of different sizes were summoned. White secret technique, the 10 Kinmatsu people. This is Granny Cho's most powerful puppet, comparable to Scorpion's 100 machines operation. Once. With the help of these 10 puppets, she conquered a city. Hoala! Hoala! The 10 puppets rushed forward without fear of life or death. All kinds of hidden weapons were ejected, but Karasuba paid no attention. My mind was moved. A large number of sakura flower blades turned into shields to resist. And dozens of Zanpakuto flew out of the air. Crack! Crack! He chopped the 7 puppets into pieces with ease. Karasuba shook his head in disdain and sneered, what a rubbish puppet, do you have any more powerful moves? As expected, so strong. Cho's face changed. Immediately recall the remaining 3 puppets and form a triangle formation. The chakra thread in her hand trembled, and she whispered, puppetry. 3 treasures. Suck it up. I saw. The mechanisms on the 3 puppets opened. Whoosh. Whoosh. A strong wind swept out. It was as if a violent tornado had formed. And it kept sucking and pulling the other party, trying to move it by force. But Karasuba did not move. Dozens of Zanpakuto, using the power of the wind, instantly approach the puppet and chop it into pieces. Snap! Snap! The parts were scattered all over the ground, and the Chikamatsu 10 were defeated. Is this all your strength? Karasuba looked indifferent, you are old after all. That's the end of your life. He pointed with his right hand suddenly. Whoosh! Whoosh! Zanpakuto burst into the air. In the blink of an eye, he got close to Grandma Cho and was about to chop off her head. But there was a flash of golden light. Granny Cho disappeared on the spot. Yes. She was rescued by Namikaze Minato. Almost at the same time, a voice came from above. Lava style. Monster dissolving technique. Terumi Mei opened her mouth. A large amount of milky white acid covered the top of the head. Karasuba's expression remained unchanged, and he thought to himself, first, I'll get rid of Terumi Mei, and then find a chance to make her lose her fighting power as soon as possible. Otherwise if we delay for too long, old man Onoki will easily figure out what's going on. After deciding on the idea, dozens more Zanpakuto broke through the air. With a puff, it transformed into a large number of sakura flower blades to block it. Swish! A Shunpo approaches. Karasuba stood in front of her and punched her. The other party had no time to react. Puff! Terumi Mei immediately vomited blood. She just felt her big breasts as if they were hit hard. Bang! The whole body flew backwards and hit the space barrier heavily. That seemingly simple blow. It seemed to have a strange power attached to it. It made her feel dizzy and she felt like she was about to faint. Chief, you hit me so hard, don't you know how to be gentle with women? I don't like you anymore. Terumi May felt a little aggrieved. I haven't finished complaining yet. Finally, he couldn't stand the strange force anymore and fainted with his head tilted. However, Karasuba's attacks did not stop. Whoosh! 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 Dozens of Zanpakuto seemed to have their own consciousness. Stabbed at Terumi May who had lost her fighting ability. At the same time, Karasuba. A shunpo, close to Chosan. Swish! The Zanpakuto in his hand fell. The target is her head. Attack two people at the same time. Karasuba's eyes flickered as he thought to himself, so who are you going to save, Namikaze Minato? 2 lives, 1 choice. There is no doubt that this is a difficult problem. We're done. Onoki and the others haven't attacked yet? Is it because they haven't found a perfect opportunity? Seeing this, Namikaze Minato's expression changed slightly, so it's all up to me. But who should I save? Chapter 88. There wasn't much time to think. With a flash of golden light, the Flying Thunder God technique was activated. Swish! Terumi May disappeared on the spot. She was saved. Namikaze Minato waited several times. In the end, the young 5th Mizukage, Terumi May, was chosen. At the age of 15, she has great potential for the future and should not die here. Others include Namikaze Minato. I definitely didn't choose Terumi May just because she's pretty. Not to mention, Granny Cho has not lost her fighting power. You may not be killed instantly by the other party. Regarding Namikaze Minato's actions, Karasuba seemed to have expected this. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and the Zanpakuto in his hand fell down. And Gran Macho had summoned a red-skinned puppet at some point. Puppetry, mechanical light shield seal. She growled. The red-skinned puppet mechanism unfolds. It turned into a shield, and the chakra infusion emitted a dazzling light. Mechanical light shield seal. Karasuba's eyes flickered as he thought to himself, in the original story, Cho seemed to have relied on this puppetry technique to fend off Scorpion's enhanced sand iron Shijir. So, let's see if this move of yours can block my basic attack. Karasuba's blade fell. It fell heavily on the puppet sealed by the mechanical light shield. Snap! There was only a crisp sound. The red-skinned puppet was split into 2 halves. The mechanical light shield is as brittle as paper. What a powerful force! My strongest defensive puppet was defeated with just a simple blow. Granny Cho was horrified. Swish! The blade fell again. It seemed that Granny Cho was about to be split in half. Suddenly, there was an angry shout from behind, strange power. Heaven! Guard! Feet! Tsunade appeared and she jumped up. Slender and white thighs. It fell from top to bottom towards his head. But Karasuba looked playful and did not turn around. Bakudo 63. Lock bars. Lock and bind. Accompanied by a low murmur. I saw Ryutsu gathering behind him. Out of thin air, they transformed into pitch-black iron chains and wrapped around it. Each chain is extremely thick. As a result, Tsunade was unable to break free and fell heavily to the ground. And Karasuba's blade. At this moment, it fell down. Chilla! Granny Cho's body was split in half. Blood gushed out and the body twitched. Now, Sand Shinobi, a first-class puppeteer. Cho died. Less than 10 seconds had passed since the start of the fight. 2 cage-level masters, killed in action. This had to deal a heavy blow to the hearts of everyone present. Onoki and the others were even more incredulous. He died just like that. Is this an illusion? It's not that they don't go to rescue. Instead, he observed for a long time and discovered the blade of the entire Bankai space. Everything is controlled by the other party at will. Moreover, these blades seem to have independent consciousness. An ordinary attack. All will be automatically defended by these blades. Therefore, Onoki, Reikage AI, Killer Bee, and Jiraiya chose to wait for the opportunity. And Cho herself is not weak. He shouldn't be killed by a close-range knife attack like Luoxia. But what I never expected was. After all, she is a sand shinobi and a first-class puppeteer. Even if use the strongest defensive puppet, still couldn't escape the tragic fate of being hacked to death. Reikage AI was extremely angry, possessed by the lightning-style armor on his body. Cho and Raza are dead, Tsunade is restrained, and Namikaze Minato can't get away because of the unconscious Mizukage. Onoki, we have to attack. I know. Wait a little longer. Onoki gritted his teeth and said, the gap between our strength and Kyobaku's is too big. We must find a flaw that will allow us to defeat him with one strike. Otherwise, if we attack rashly, we will definitely be defeated in an instant. Please believe me. Jiraiya and the others nodded. Okay, let's wait a little longer. Killer Bee is wearing a pair of sunglasses. I still have some energy left. My charm is shining. The battle has begun. 8 Tails Killer Bee has become a coward, so ashamed. Ahaya. Onoji, _ Jiraiya, _ Bang. Reikage AI hit his head hard and said angrily, bye. Stop telling your lame jokes at this time. Killer Bee protested quietly, this isn't some lame joke, it's a gorgeous rhyme, oh, baby. After killing Cho, Karasuba turned and looked at Tsunade behind him. Thick iron chains on his body. Tied in a very weird position. Especially the two big lumps on the chest, which are particularly prominent. Karasuba was slightly stunned, feeling embarrassed, why is it like a bondage temptation? Ahem. This Bakudo has his own unique bondage concept, it's definitely not me who told him to do it this way Tsunade yelled while trying hard. Bakudo 63. It's not a very strong binding type Bakudo. But unfortunately, Tsunade didn't even unlock the 100 healings mark, and his super strength didn't increase. Therefore, it is almost impossible to break free from the locks and bonds. Karasuba walked in front of her and said with a smile, do you remember what I told you before we left Konoha last time? Tsunade gritted her teeth, I remember. You said that next time we meet, we should have a real physical fight. But now you are. Karasuba shook his head slowly, slightly disappointed, you're too weak. You can't even break free from my most common Bakudo. I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to have a physical contest. You. Tsunade was furious, let me unlock the 100 healings mark if you dare. I'll beat you into a little brother. To treat your injuries. She had to conserve chakra, so the 100 healings mark couldn't be opened. But who knows? The other party killed 2 people in an instant. This resulted in her not having enough time to unlock the seal, and her full strength could not be released. Hey, I won't. Karasuba looked playful, what can you do to me? You a hole. Tsunade struggled desperately, using both her hands and feet. But it didn't work at all, the black iron chain was still so strong. But due to the struggle, this caused Tsunade's proud breasts to tremble continuously. Tisk tisk. This spectacular scene. This immediately made Karasuba's mind wander for a moment, good boy. Although Terumi maze is not bad, it is still slightly inferior to Tsunade. No wonder Naruto always calls Tsunade grandma, it makes sense. At this moment, there were bursts of angry shouts coming from behind. Good opportunity. Absolute bull lariat. Sizzle. Raikage wears lightning-style armor. Killer Bee transformed into a half-tailed beast, with the 2 of them standing one in front and one behind. It came at an extremely fast speed and with fierce momentum. Karasuba had no time to react. Being attacked by 2 people, a huge force is transmitted. However, the scene of the head flying off did not appear. Karasuba himself was indeed in a trance due to watching the ball, but the Zanpakuto in his hand had its own consciousness. It had already sensed the crisis. It shattered into a large number of sakura flower blades, which firmly protected its neck. AI looked at the other party and cursed inwardly, a ninja sword with self-awareness is really disgusting. Killer Bee chimed in, disgusting, oh, stupid guy. A whole guy. But they're not angry. He quickly pulled away and yelled, Jiraiya. Haha, look, here comes the Mount Mayaboku Immortal. All I heard was an arrogant voice coming from the sky. Jiraiya had already completed Sage Mode, and the chakra in his hand was rapidly condensing. Tisk, tisk. Tisk, tisk. A huge ball was rolled out, Sage Art. Big Ball Raise Non. Chapter 89. Subai, take it. Jiraiya is elegant and graceful. Holding the big chakra meatball with the words I'll take your kidney and liver. Falling from the sky. Karasuba was not afraid at all, and shouted in a low voice, Bakudo no 81. Broken. Empty. In an instant. Ryutsu gathered from the top of his head. A translucent crystal barrier formed above the head. Boom. A deafening collision sound was heard. The big ball Raise Non smashed down hard. But the crystal barrier trembled slightly and was never broken. The huge recoil force caused him to fly out. Hiss. Jiraiya managed to stand still and rubbed his numb wrist. It's so hard. So hard. The defensive power of this secret technique is so strong. My Sage Art Big Ball Raise Non doesn't work at all. Anything else? Karasuba looked a little disappointed. You've run out of tricks so soon. I gave you a chance, but it was useless. Suddenly, an old man shouted angrily from not far away, who said that? Look at this old man's move. Dust release. Limit. Stripping technique. The Oniki floated hundreds of meters away. Snap. He clapped his hands and a dust release chakra block appeared. Hearing this, Karasuba frowned slightly, using the ultimate move. Although this move is very lethal, it won't have much effect on me. Is this old man Onoki planning to break the jar and throw it away? As he turned around. Then I saw a huge dust escape cube sweeping out. But the target is not Karasuba himself, but the barrier of Bankai space. Karasuba's pupils shrank, and his expression changed slightly. Are you planning to use your ultimate move to forcibly break through the barrier and escape? You're dreaming. Onoki's dust release has considerable destructive power. Although he has mastered Senbonzakura to 20%. His own Senbonzakura space is already condensed from tens of billions of blades. Firmness. Naturally, it is much stronger than the last battle. But if the opponent insists on using dust release, limit peeling technique to attack the barrier of Bankai space, there is still a chance to make a small hole. Of course he couldn't just sit there and watch. Karasuba raised her foot and tried to move. Swish! AI suddenly used the instant technique to approach him, with his 5 fingers forming a knife shape. Lateral bolt of pain. Chomai! At this moment, the lightning-style armor on AI has been activated to its maximum level. Sizzle! 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 Arcs of electricity spread across his body, and his chakra was concentrated in his left hand. This move. When he was young, AI cut off 8 tails left horn with one hand. Later on, he used this move to split Uchiha Madara's Susanoo with his bare hands. Well, it's just the initial form. But it was already amazing enough, but it was not enough to deal with Karasuba. Karasuba's expression was calm, and he stretched out 5 fingers. He actually grabbed his wrist forcefully and dropped Zanpakuto with his right hand. With a slurp, AI's left arm was cut off. There was blood all over the ground and he looked miserable. AI, you're too slow. Karasuba looked calm, you are not as fast as Minato, and not as strong as Tsunade. You are not worthy of dancing in front of me. Saying. The Zanpakuto in his hand was about to fall. Suddenly, a shocking bull roar was heard. Moo! Killer Bee's aura suddenly exploded, and scarlet chakra filled his entire body. Blink! A giant beast nearly 30 meters tall appeared. 8 thick and large octopus tentacles and a tail with 2 horns. Killer Bee fully transformed into a tailed beast. With amazing momentum, he charged towards Karasuba fiercely. Karasuba threw a punch. Bang! Jiraiya groaned. Its body rolled backwards, but it took the opportunity to take AI away with its tail along the way. This power! Jiraiya looked horrified, too strong. This is simply not a power that a human can possess. Killer Bee looked serious. During the Sengoku period, after they merged with the mysterious meteorite, they were no longer considered human to some extent. The eldest brother AI was defeated in an instant and was nearly killed. Even though he himself had completely transformed into a tailed beast, it didn't have any effect at all. This made him unable to even sing the rap he loved so much. Onoki took advantage of this opportunity and used dust release to concentrate his attack on the space barrier. It is broken indeed. The embarrassing thing is, only a fist-sized space was broken. Onoki's expression changed slightly. What a solid space. We must try again a few more times. Snap. He clapped his hands and was about to use dust escape. But a faint voice suddenly came out, Bakudo 61. 6 rods. Light prison. A large collection of Ryatsu. Tisk tisk. In an instant, the golden light of 6 paths condensed and bound Onoki tightly. Different from the last 6-foot light prison. This time he used the 7th level advanced Ryatsu. Therefore, the binding force. It's several levels higher than before. It was extremely difficult for Onoki to break free using dust release. Are these the so-called 9 great ninja masters? I killed 2 of them instantly at the beginning, 1 was unconscious, 1 had a broken arm, and 2 were bound. The so-called perfect Jinchuriki is nothing more than this. Karasuba glanced at the whole crowd, shook his head in disappointment, and said, you guys couldn't even use 1/10 of my strength. I was expecting a little bit, it's really disappointing. Chapter 90. As expected. He was wrong from the beginning. We should adopt Madara's playful attitude. Fighting against the so-called 9 great masters of the ninja world. But even when playing, he was so scared that he might kill them accidentally. He didn't even dare to release a low-sequence Hado. Not to mention the 90 series Black Coffin, the 92nd sequence Thunder Dragon's Descent, and the 94th sequence Burning Sky. As for Senbonzakura's ultimate move, it would probably wipe out everyone if he used it. At this time, several system prompts sounded in Karasuba's mind. Ding, congratulations host, the side quest is completed. Side quests, defeat Granicho, defeat 4th Raikage AI, defeat Tsunade, one of the Akanoha Sunin. Reward / not received, Ryatsu experience plus 1000, surveillance bacteria *3, Hado S96th, Ryatsu experience plus 1200, Hado S97th, Ryatsu experience plus 1200. Side quest, defeat 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei, defeat 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee. Reward / unclaimed, Ryatsu EXP plus 1000, Ryatsu EXP plus 1200. Did you get all the benefits so quickly? A total of more than 5,600 spiritual experience points. Karasuba glanced at the quest reward and raised his brows slightly, it's quite a bit, but unfortunately it's still a long way from level 8 Ryatsu. At this moment, Onoki and others could naturally see it as well. From the beginning to the end, the other party was playing tricks on them. To be honest, they have lost the desire to fight. Onoki stared at Kyobaku, feeling unwilling, the Uchiha Madara back then might not have been this strong, right? What should I do now? Death is not scary. The scary thing is that after their death, the ninja world will be devastated. Namikaze Minato watched Terumi Mei, his mind racing. It seems like everyone has completely lost their will to fight. Kyohaku's mind is hard to figure out. What he said before about killing the 5 Kage may not be true, but what if? If he really wants to kill the 5 Kage and use war to purge the entire ninja world, then things will fall into the worst situation. Unless someone can make him change his mind, or have the power to stop him. So, the entire ninja world. Who else can stop Tsubai? Only his own kind, the Karasuba. Namikaze Minato looked at the unconscious girl and thought to himself, Terumi Mei is in a coma. I have to prevent Tsubai from attacking her at all times. Therefore, my rescue role has been reduced to the minimum, so I have to go out. After settling Terumi Mei, go and ask for help from Lord Karasuba. We must not let Kyohaku kill the 5 Kage, otherwise the ninja world will be in turmoil. Thinking of this, Namikaze Minato formed a seal with one hand. Swish! A golden light flashed, and Terumi Mei left. Watching Namikaze Minato leave, Karasuba secretly laughed in his heart, Nagato's sister is really smart, otherwise I really don't know how to deal with the 5 Kage. I, Karasuba, would like to call you the best assist. It will probably take some time for Minato to ask for help from the big guy, right? Then I will just play around with the 5 Kage for a while. I hope you can hurry up, otherwise it will be difficult for me to continue. Killing the 5 Kage before was indeed just a joke. It's not that I'm kind or anything. I just feel that if the 5 Kage were really killed, the ninja world would no longer be fun. From the beginning, his targets are Madara and Hashirama. These people can only be treated as toys. Although the strength is not that great, it is better than nothing. Besides, how can I fight against a character like Uchiha Madara without even a decent audience? The ninja world is so boring now. Karasuba's eyes flickered, and he was looking forward to it. Master Dream Maker Kabuto, you have to work hard. It would be best if even the first Hokage could be unleashed. With my current strength, it would take at least 1v2, right? On Meteorite Island. Members of Akatsuki. Seeing that the leader forcibly dragged Onoki and others into the Bankai space in midair in an instant, everyone suddenly became excited. Haiden licked his lips and said, come on. It's time for us to get started. They are just 18 jonin. Haiden, will have them meet the evil god in no time. Kisame held the same hata in his hand, showing his fangs, let's fight, my same hata has been thirsting for a long time. So what are you waiting for? Watch me blast them away with my art. Deidara couldn't wait any longer and rushed over with clay in hand. 11 red cloud figures. A melee with 18 jonin. At this moment, Akatsuki group battle begins. As for why there are 11, it's because Obito didn't take any action. Obito stood calmly in the distance, looking at the Bankai space in the sky and muttered, it should be soon, right? According to Yu Senpai's previous speculation, the 4th generation will come out for help soon. I have to keep an eye on him. Except Konan, Afei, and him. No one in Akatsuki knows that Kyobaku is Karasuba. As the imaginary enemy, it is inevitable that this will cause psychological pressure on the Akatsuki organization's group battles. Obito's move was actually just to pretend to confront Karasuba so that the members of Akatsuki could fight with peace of mind. Karasuba looked at Obito in front of him and laughed softly, we are enemies now. It would be too fake to just stand still. How about some exercise? Hearing this, Obito was speechless, although what you said makes sense, I think you are just looking for an excuse to beat me up. Chapter 91. No way. Karasuba smiled and said, haven't we already beaten them up at the newcomer welcome party? This time we're just trying to cover up the truth. Come on. Act more realistically. There's a guy named Nara Shikaku among the Jonin. Although he's weak, he's quite smart. Remember to use all your strength and don't let yourself get caught. No. Obito was helpless. Swish. He disappeared. Approaching Karasuba, he slammed his hands on the ground, wood style. Hell's chaos. Hulala. In an instant, large vines sprouted from the ground. It is so thick and big, as if it is alive. And with amazing force, he strangled Karasuba. Oh my! Use your ultimate skill right from the start. Karasuba smiled and said, but this alone is not enough. As soon as the words fell, Ryutsu surged out of his body. Snap! Snap! Ryutsu is like a real thing. He actually crushed all the vines in the sky. Even Obito, who was prepared, was shocked, it's so easy to crush my hell chaos? Has Senior Yu's strength increased again? But, since the last time I abused him, wasn't it only 5 or 6 days? While he was puzzled, Karasuba whispered, don't be distracted, Obito, Hado 4. Bye. Lay. He suddenly raised his hand. A long, thin blue lightning shot out. Obito didn't dodge or evade, and easily avoided it with Kamui's penetration mode. Kamui is really useful. Seeing this scene, Karasuba sighed inwardly, no wonder in the original work, Kakashi was able to injure Akatsuki Kagaya by borrowing a number at the end. Be careful, senior. Obito whispered a warning, Kamui. The Sharingan in his left eye and the Megatama suddenly rotated. Tisk tisk tisk. The space around him distorted rapidly. Swish. But Karasuba dodged it easily with a shunpo. But in the original position, the ground was eliminated, leaving a large hole. Karasuba raised his eyebrows slightly, inwardly surprised. Obito's left-eyed Kamui is indeed much better than Kakashi's half-witted one. He can eliminate any target from a distance. But unlike Kakashi, who can only barely break the arm, he has a much greater range. And it's fast. It works wonders against anything. If Karasuba hadn't been upgraded to level 7 Ryutsu. Under normal conditions, this attack could easily lead to a fatal mistake. Pa pa pa. The two of them kept fighting, and the scene was amazing. And Karasuba. He also kept an eye on Akatsuki's battles from time to time. At the beginning, he pulled in all the strong people above cage level, in fact, to avoid affecting Akatsuki. Especially Onoki. The damage of dust release is most effective against Haiden. At present, Itake and Shisui have not yet activated the Mangekyo Sharingan, and their strength level has not yet reached cage level. Deidara was young. C4 Garuda has just been developed recently, but it is not yet stable. Kisame is pretty good. With the same Hada sword, combined with the big Samedan technique, he has initially reached the cage level. But I haven't learned it yet, the integration of man and muscle. The other side has 18 Jonin, and although their strength levels are uneven, they still have Narashikaku who is good at strategy. Even though there are Afe and Konan, it is actually quite difficult to defeat the enemy without losing a single soldier. In the air, Deidara riding the C2 dragon, constantly bombing the enemies on the ground from the air. Whoosh! 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 Clay birds with wings. Fly quickly and approach Baki. Art. Deidara made a seal with one hand, it's an explosion. Drink. Boom. Boom. The clay birds kept exploding. A deafening roar was heard and smoke and dust rose up. But Baki had been pulled out of the explosion range by Narashikaku's shadow without knowing when. A hole. This pineapple head is abominable. Deidara was furious, my explosions always miss the target, and my bombing range has to be reduced. After the battle begins, Narashikaku saw that the other party was using explosion style. The first thing to do is to engage in face-to-face combat with the enemy. In this way, in order to avoid accidentally injuring teammates, Deidara is unable to carry out large-scale explosions. This resulted in his ninjutsu being very limited. Only. For Haiden, that was pretty friendly. Now, Yura, Baki, and Haiden continue to tangle. Thumb. Thumb. Haiden's bloody March sickle kept flying. The two of them seized the opportunity. The kunao in his hand stabbed Haiden hard. With a puff, the kunao was inserted into the body. Baki and Yura looked at each other and said, got it. Kill one first. They were delighted in their hearts. Unexpectedly, the battle went so smoothly. But who knows? A sudden change occurred. Haiden had a blank expression on his face and uttered one sentence, damn it, it hurts, stop messing around in there. Baki Yura was horrified, he's not dead? This is impossible. Retreat. Just when they realized something was wrong and wanted to evacuate. But it's too late. Haiden swung the sickle in his hand violently. Baki's arm was chopped off directly, and a lot of blood covered the blade. Haiden licked it. His feet smeared blood on the ground, drawing a formation with a triangle in the middle and a circle outside. He. Haiden said in a sinister tone, next, you will be punished by the evil god. Yura and Baki, the latter looked shocked, what happened just now? Ming Kunao inserted into his body, how come there was no damage? Could it be that the other party is immortal? I don't know. The ninja world is so large that there may not be such a forbidden technique. Baki said solemnly, but we still need to verify and confirm. Try attacking again. I will create a chance for you to kill. Good. Baki rushed over. But before he rushed out, something changed in Haiden. The whole body was turned black and the face was white. The whole person was extremely terrifying. In his left hand, a pitch-black short spear appeared. Haiden looked at Baki who was rushing towards him and showed a cruel smile, the ritual begins. This is the punishment from the evil god. Nisane, die. Chapter 92. In full view of the public, Haiden pierced his own chest with the pitch-black short spear in his hand. With a puff, a trickle of blood spurted out from the chest. Baki's running figure came to an abrupt halt, and he staggered to the ground, holding his left chest. His face was full of pain and he groaned miserably. In a few seconds, he completely lost his life. Not far away, seeing Yura motionless, he fell into a brief daze, dead? What the hell is going on? He could never imagine. In this world, there is actually a pervert ability called death by blood. Strictly speaking, death by blood is an extremely special forbidden technique or curse. It requires the blood of the enemy as a medium to activate. After entering the curse ritual, stand in the formation drawn with the opponent's blood. Use the weapon to hurt yourself, and the enemy will suffer all the damage suffered by the caster. This is an absolutely unavoidable curse. Haiden is strong when he is said to be strong, and weak when he is said to be weak. Because he basically doesn't use any ninjutsu, and relies entirely on his own strength to injure his opponents. This is a weakness and a shortcoming. If he is alone, the other party will never let him get close. Even if he cast a barrier to seal Haiden, or cut off his head from a distance, he would be helpless. Although it won't die, it won't pose a threat either. For a ninja like Onoki, it's even simpler. I'll just use dust escape from a long distance to turn you into ashes. But it's different if you have teammates. As long as teammates can easily get it, the blood of any enemy. So, Haiden can then use the blood of death to curse the enemy. Almost at the moment of Baki's death, Narashikaku's expression changed slightly, and he shouted, "Retreat quickly. Yura. This guy is not good at long-range combat, let Cloud Shinobi's Troy deal with him." Good. Yura was awakened by this reminder. But it was too late. Call out. A clay two-winged bird flew over. With its wings flapping, it approached at an extremely fast speed. Next. C2 dragon in the sky. Suddenly, Deidara's high-pitched voice came, "Art is explosion. Drink." Boom. A loud explosion was heard. Yura's right hand was shattered by the explosion and blood spurted out. Yura covered his wound and retreated quickly. I breathed a sigh of relief. But Haiden had already stood where his blood was spurting out without him knowing. Wipe, wipe, wipe. After licking the blood, the curse formation under the feet was torn apart. He. Haiden held a pitch-black short spear and smiled cruelly, "The second sacrifice begins, the evil god's favor is here. Zine, go to hell." Ha 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 ha. Puff. The pitch-black spear in his hand pierced through his chest again. Yura, who was far away, was holding her chest with a look of extreme pain. Puff. Blood continued to spurt out of Yura's mouth. Then the luster in his eyes disappeared. The Yura clan is dead. 18 Jonin, 2 died in less than 10 seconds. Ha ha ha. Haiden was very excited, he looked up at Deidara and said, "Good job, Deidara. Your art accounted for 40% of the effort this time." Deidara was in the air above, and said disdainfully, "Bullshit. Without my biplane clay face explosion, how could you have taken other people's blood? My art accounts for at least 80% of the effort yet. Without my blood of death, your explosion won't kill anyone. Only 50% at best." Haiden snorted. "Haha, at least 70%. 50%. 70%. While they were arguing fiercely, Konan in the sky stopped him coldly, "Enough. Go back if you want to argue. Don't forget what the leader said, when it comes to fighting, you should keep your mouth shut. These few words of yours have already exposed your secret technique, idiot." Haiden. Deidara. After being scolded, they all fell silent. But Konan really got it right. Almost within seconds of their quarrel, Narashikaku made a detailed analysis of Haiden's abilities. Then he loudly reminded his allies, "This person should be immortal. His ability is to lick blood and counter-attack with equal damage. And this can only be done in that cursed formation. Everyone, be careful and try not to let the enemy take your blood. Troy's magnet style is good at long-range attacks, you deal with this Haiden." "Okay." Troy came out. He held a large number of diamond-shaped kunai with blue light flashing on them. He possesses a special ninjutsu, magnet-style magnetization technique. Everything the practitioner touches will become magnetized. The caster can also transfer what they touch to other objects, and then use magnetism to attack the enemy. It belongs to the category of bloodline limit. Magnet-style technique. Combined with his unique ninja tool Square Shuriken. As long as his shuriken hits the enemy, even if it's the opponent's kunai, the opponent's body will be magnetized. Then use the shuriken's own magnetic attack. Shuriken will attract the opponent, making it an attack that ordinary people cannot avoid. Troy looked at Haiden in front of him and recognized several square shurikens. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Haiden didn't know the other's ability. Naturally, he used the Bloody March scythe to resist, and his body was magnetized in an instant. Good opportunity. Troy threw another square shuriken. Crack. The magnetism attracted each other and they hit each other directly in the chest. Haiden stared at his chest in a daze, slightly surprised. What kind of magnet style is this? It's different from the third Kazakuge's magnet style. But it feels so rubbish. Troy didn't answer, he was shocked in his heart, as Narashikaku of Konoha said, "This guy is immortal. Although my magnet style works, ordinary attacks are not painful at all. The other person's body is magnetized. It doesn't mean that your body is controlled, you can still attack." On the one hand, he had to be careful not to get his blood taken by the other party, and on the other hand, he had to cause huge damage to Haiden. Looking at the small square shuriken in his hand, Troy felt a headache. "I must find a way to cut him off in half, or chop off his head, otherwise my own danger will gradually increase." The author has something to say. First update. If there are any typos, readers, please cue me. I will fix them when I wake up tomorrow. Love you Red Heart. Chapter 93. The battle between Haiden and Troy is in full swing. Narashikaku no longer paid attention. One can pass through blood. There are too many variables for a ninja who forcibly curses others from a distance. It was the best outcome that Troy was able to hold Haiden back. There's one thing he didn't say just now. That is completely possible, to secretly obtain the blood of Akatsuki members. Then, take the right opportunity to pretend to spill your own blood. I can't tell. It can cause Haiden to accidentally kill his teammates in Akatsuki. But this matter is definitely not easy to say in front of everyone. Now 2 Tsunagakuer Jonin have died. The current situation is, 11 versus 16. Troy is the Cloud Shinobi village, home to the rare magnet-style Jonin. Judging from the battle just now, it should be just right to deal with Haiden. Cloud Shinobi is the reviewer of the double lariat of the Dode generations. He is also incredibly powerful and should be able to deal with the young Manjutsu Hojiki. Iwagakuer Huangtu is extremely powerful and once punched Kinkaku who had transformed into a tailed beast away. As Onaki's personal bodyguard, he has no problem fighting Kakuzu. Rock Shinobi Bunya veteran Jonin, versus Kisame. Mist Shinobi Ao, fighting against Zabuza from the same village. Konoha's Shiranui Genma, Bizulietong, and Yamashiro Aoba, 3 of them dealt with the 2 young geniuses of Uchiha. Nara looked up at Konan in the sky. And the very nervous Afe not far away, his expression became solemn. The strength of these 2 should not be underestimated, they are not weaker than the Yings, and even stronger than them. It would take me, Akamika Choza, Yamanaka Hai, plus Konoha's 2 special Jonin Hara and Inyazuka Riki, and another Cloud Shinobi special Jonin Kinai, a total of 6 Jonin to barely contain them. The most important thing is that they don't seem to be serious yet. They are just playing around. The Akatsuki organization is too powerful. Narashikaku looked at the Bankai space in midair and prayed in his heart, Hokage-sama, if you don't come out, I'm afraid we will be destroyed soon. Just as he came back to his thoughts, Afe quietly emerged from the ground and said with a grin, General, you are distracted during the battle. This is a big taboo. Saying. He stretched out a hand and reached out to Narashikaku. Not good. Narashikaku's expression changed slightly, you, this curly curler, can sink quietly into the ground like other white Zetsu. What else? Afe wondered, I am also a member of White Zetsu, although I just have different preferences than them. Likewise as White Zetsu. Of course I know the most basic mayfly technique. Infiltrate the underground. Isn't it easier than eating shit? As he spoke, his hands kept moving. Seeing. It was about to touch Narashikaku's body. Suddenly. Cloud Shinobi Jinyi stood in front of him. Holding a long sword, the blade is covered with lightning chakra. Swish. Falling towards Afe's head. He did not dodge or evade, but took the blow head on. The blade fell on his head, but there was no damage at all. Afe whispered, wood style. Cutting technique. Puff. His palm landed on the other person's abdomen. In an instant, a large number of wooden thorns exploded. It stabbed the other person directly and chilled him to the core. Cloud Shinobi Special Jonin Jinai, killed in action. Note, Konoha Special Jonin Inyazuka Riki, Hara, and Cloud Shinobi Special Jonin Kin Ei are the author's own creations, while the rest of the characters are in the original novel. Afe didn't even look at her body, staring at Narashikaku with a teasing expression, I just teased you for a long time, do you really think that the 6 of you can hold Konan and me back? I can kill you all by myself. Narashikaku looked horrified, you actually know the first Hokage's wood-style secret technique. And you are so skilled at it. Hearing this, Afe smiled and said, isn't this a basic operation? You are shocked. Wood style is not a scarce commodity in our organization. Kill Cloud Shinobi Special Jonin with 1 blow. Everyone was stunned. Narashikaku, Akamika Choza, Yamanaka Inyazuka Riki, and Harano gathered together and stared at Afei in front of them. Everyone's expression was extremely solemn. In recent years, the Akatsuki organization is gaining popularity. In fact, some information about the members of Akatsuki has been collected. For example, Konan's paper escape technique, Kisame's same hata characteristics, and Kakuzu's 5 hearts with different attributes. Haiden's ability has been reported, and it is suspected to be immortality. But most people. I don't believe that the ninja world has such a strange ability. Now it has finally been confirmed. But the guy in front of me is very low-key. The amount of mercenary money collected every day is not much, and even if a reconnaissance team happens to encounter Afe, they will all be killed. They understand. The stronger the person, the harder it is to collect information. But they didn't expect. White Zetsu looks funny with curly hair, but he is so powerful. He actually knew how to use the first Hokage's wood-style secret technique, and he used it so skillfully. A casual hit instantly killed the enemy, Cloud Shinobi's Special Jonin. This had to shock them. Afe looked at the other party, raised his head to look at Konan and asked, Konan, I want to use my special moves to deal with them. Is it okay? As soon as these words came out, Nara, Shikaku, and the other four suddenly felt like they were facing a formidable enemy. Everyone was sweating coldly. Secret weapon. What kind of powerful wood-style secret technique would that be? But Konan was lost in thought. Are you sure? Sure. Deidara and I improved this trick together a few days ago. Ah Fei nodded repeatedly and said excitedly, the power is absolutely extraordinary, it will definitely shock you. Chapter 94. Yeah, okay. After pondering for a moment, Konan finally said loudly, all members of the Akatsuki organization evacuate, Afei and Deidara are going to use that secret trick. The battlefield will be left to the two of them for the time being. As soon as these words came out, the other members of Akatsuki organization turned pale when they heard this. Retreat quickly. Retreat quickly. Haiden was anxious. A hole. I'm almost going to take his heart out. Kakuzu cursed. Looks like I'll have to chop off your head later, well good luck. Kisame retreated repeatedly. Gui Deng Manyu's reaction was even greater, his face instantly turned pale. Go. Go. This move is unmatched. Seeing the Akatsuki retreat so hastily, Wen Ya, Tutai, and others who were still fighting were stunned for half a second. Only Nara Shikaku shouted angrily, stop them. Since they want to retreat, it means that this move does not distinguish between enemies and friends. Don't be afraid. Okay. Chase. Go after the Akatsuki. Wen Ya and the others gritted their teeth and followed. But who knew that a white figure emerged from the center of the battlefield? Ah Fei was arrogant, looking down on the 15 jonin, want to chase them? Have you asked me, Ah Fei? Tisk tisk. His chakra was mobilizing like crazy. He clapped his hands and said in a low voice, wood style. Forest Buddha. Kuke. Kuke. Accompanied by. This low shout was heard. I saw countless trees rising from the ground, interweaving and condensing. It turned into a huge wood-style Buddha statue. This wood-style Buddha statue is 40 meters tall, even Eight Tails is slightly smaller than it. Moreover, behind the Buddha statue, there are hundreds of wooden arms. On the head of the Buddha, there are 5 identical faces of Buddha carved on it. This move appeared. He directly intercepted the 15 jonin by force. Akamika Dingzo, Yamanaka Hai, Wen Yat, Do Day and others stopped in their tracks, not daring to move forward in pursuit. So big. What a huge wood-style Buddha statue. This curly head can actually create such a huge thing. They murmured. Everyone fell into a daze. Note, this is the fake true several thousand hands that Afei released during the 4th Ninja World War in the original work. I couldn't find its specific name, but I didn't want to use the true several thousand hands name, so I named it myself / it should be okay. This. Nara Shikaku's pupils shrank, and he was horrified, is this the special move I just mentioned? This white Zetsu named Afei is probably stronger than the cage. This is definitely not something that people like us can resist. Let alone the 5 major ninja villages. Even the members of Akatsuki were stunned. They are the first time seeing Afei perform such a powerful wood style. Good job. Think about it this way. Can't you just use wood style properly? Why are you studying shit? He simply had nothing to do, so he used wood style to sweep away all enemies. How cool. Now, Deidara also recovered the C2 dragon. It landed on the top of the wood-style Buddha statue, and looking at Afei next to it, he exclaimed, what a big wood-style Buddha statue. I have to say, this wood style has some artistic talent. Although it is still slightly inferior to my clay. Indeed. Afei agreed, and said with a little disdain, this wood style is far inferior to my special move. It is even inferior to the last one, shit escape, flying dance technique. It's too bad. So are you going to use this against them? Isn't it a bit of a waste of talent? Deidara asked cautiously. Of course not. Afei shook his head, how can this compare to the new trick we have recently researched? This wood-style Buddha statue is just to let the members evacuate and protect us for a while. They were standing 40 meters in the air. The little ants below couldn't hear a word at all. Naraluyu was sweating profusely, and his brainstorm kept flickering. But I still can't imagine. What method can be used to defeat this move? While he was thinking hard. From above, Afei's curious voice came, before I release my most powerful trick, I want to ask you, do you know which animals have the stinkiest poop? Akamika Dingzuo, _ Yamanaka Hai, _ Nara Shikaku, _ Just now, the other party. Aren't you still maintaining an arrogant attitude? Why are you suddenly asking such a weird question? Isn't the topic change too abrupt? But they suddenly realized the point. Isn't even this wood-style Buddha statue the strongest trick? So, is there a stronger wood style? Only Nara Shikaku frowned slightly. As if he had thought of something because of the other party's question, his face looked a little ugly, the so-called special move, could it be? But before he could remind everyone, Afei, who was on top of Forest Buddha, took out the large scroll from behind. It seems you don't know. Ah-Fei was slightly disappointed, and his expression turned serious. Then let me tell you, human feces are the stinkiest. Look at my trick. Snap. He clapped his hands and the smoke dissipated. A huge puppet appeared and fell downwards. This doll is shit yellow all over. It's very huge, 10 meters high. Seeing this, Narashikaku warned loudly, according to the intelligence, Ah-Fei loves to talk about heavy-tasting topics such as feces. This may be the feces that he has collected for many years. Everyone be careful. Iwagaku Huangta said disdainfully, it's just ordinary shit, we don't need to be afraid. I can just use earth style to create a shield and it will be easy to defend against. You want to disgust us with your shit? You really underestimate us. Not finished yet. Jonin Hara, who was in charge of sensing, immediately exclaimed, no. There's a lot of Deidara's clay in that shit. It's totally different from before. This level of power can at least destroy half of Meteorite Island. Everyone, retreat quickly. What? Narashikaku's expression changed drastically, everyone retreat quickly. Ha ha ha. Ah-Fei and Deidara stood high in the sky, looking up at the sky and laughing, you just realized it now? It's too late. They looked at each other. The two of them shouted at the same time, compound shit release ninjutsu. C3-18. Explode the shit. Doll. Drink. Chapter 95. Accompanied by Ah-Fei and Deidara's low voice. A 10-meter tall puppet falls from the sky. The speed is so fast that the enemy is caught off guard. Retreat was simply out of the question. The most important thing is, the clay doll was covered with plenty of shit. Boom. Boom. The puppet exploded. The deafening roar swept in all directions. The explosion swept across the entire meteorite island and has not subsided for a long time. The shit in the sky was blown into pieces. It also affected Karasuba and Obito who were not far away. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The aftermath of the explosion spread. Obito remained in penetration mode, remaining extremely calm. Only, what made him frown was, countless small particles of feces flew over and penetrated his body. That's disgusting. Obito immediately complained inwardly, Deidara actually got together with that guy Afei. A composite ninjutsu with shit wrapped in clay. I'm surprised you guys came up with it. Karasuba though unexpectedly, Deidara and Afei's god combined. But more out of curiosity. Of Narashikaku's 15 jonin, how many can survive? C3. This move is an explosion-style ninjutsu where Deidara mixes his highest-level chakra into it, uses explosive clay to make a doll shape, and then directly drops it from the air. The explosion was so large that it could easily destroy an entire ninja village. Gaara barely managed to defend against this technique with a large amount of sand. There is no doubt that this move is the most powerful explosion style besides C4 Garuda and C0 Self-Destruction. Meteorite Island is not very big. There was no way to avoid Narashikaku and the others. It would be quite difficult to defend against this attack with simple ninjutsu. Boom. Boom. The aftermath of the explosion continued to spread all around. After dozens of seconds, it finally stopped. The smoke and dust dissipated. The devastated meteorite island was revealed. 1/3 of them were blown up by Deidara. Only 1/3 of it was blown up. Karasuba's eyes flickered and he shook his head. It seems that Ah-Fei wrapped too much shit in the clay doll, causing the clay's explosive power to decline a lot. At this moment, the sea water flooded the battlefield. A large amount of blood dyed the sea red. There are countless granular feces in the sea water, and the smell is overwhelming. Apparently, this time, the 15 men of Nara and Shikakuna suffered heavy losses. The Loas finally created a defensive rock and soil barrier in earth style. But time is too short. Neither the range nor the thickness is sufficient to completely resist the explosion. The few survivors. His whole body was covered with rich shit, as if he had turned into a shit man. The picture is full of visual sense. Not far away, there was a large piece of wood floating. Carved into the wood was a face of Buddha. Inside the big wood, the two chatted carelessly. Deidara looked at Ah-Fei, slightly surprised. What is this wood style called? It can actually completely defend against my C3-18. It's pretty powerful. Oh, I don't know either. Ah-Fei scratched his head, but I annoyed the leader once before and used it. He said that it was a bit like the wood-style wood expulsion jutsu of the first Hokage, Senjo Hashirama. Note, wood-style wood expulsion jutsu is Senjo Hashirama's top defensive wood-style ninjutsu, which creates a wooden shield shaped like a fanged ghost face to defend against the opponent. In the Battle of the Valley of the End, Hashirama used this technique to defend against Madara's tailed beast difficulty sword slash. Oh, that's quite impressive. Deidara said with a smile. Then, boss, do you have a name for your wood style? No, he asked me to get it myself. Ah-Fei shook his head. Is that so good? Then why not just call it wood-style wood expulsion jutsu? Senjo Hashirama has been dead for many years anyway. He is unlikely to jump out of the coffin and scold you. We don't need to be afraid. Deidara laughed. Who knows? The next second, Ah-Fei smiled and said, he is indeed dead, but whether he can jump out of the coffin is hard to say. Deidara's expression tensed. Huh? What do you mean? Senjo Hashirama is dead. Can you jump out of the coffin? Ahem, it's okay. Ah-Fei changed the subject and said with a smile, let's go out and take a look. They are too slow to react. This time, the combined shit escape ninjutsu will definitely be able to turn the tide. Alright. Deidara said heartlessly. He thought of the shit escape ninjutsu he had just used and immediately forgot what Ah-Fei had just said. As one of Karasuba's 3 most trusted confidants, Ah-Fei certainly knows a lot of secrets. Including 4 years ago. Kidnapped by Black Zetsu, the evil world Uchiha Madara. If they can make Uchiha Madara, how difficult is it to make Senjo Hashirama? So, to be on the safe side, we must not act rashly. He decided to name this ninjutsu, wood-style ranking technique. Ha ha ha. I named him Hashirama the other way around, so he can't say anything, right? Snap. Ah-Fei's hand seal changed and wood-style opened. They jumped up and stood on the water. Looking at the vast sea in front of him, it was already dyed red with blood. This time the explosion killed 9 people in total. Among them are Konoha's special Jonin Inyazuka Riki, Bazooka Raito, Yamashiro Aoba, Shiranui Genma, the perceptive ninja Hara, Cloud Shinobi's Jonin Troy, Rock Shinobi's Jonin Bunga, and 2 unknown, extras, special Jonin. Less than a few minutes have passed since the start of the war. 12 people were killed. There are only 6 people left, Narashikaka from Konoha village, Choza from Akamaike, Inoichi from Yamanaka, Dode from Cloud Shinobi village, Koedu from Iwagakuer, and Ao from Kirigakuer. Narashikaka wiped the shit off his face and blamed himself, miscalculated. Big miscalculation. I never expected that this idiot would not play by the rules. He thought he understood Ah-Fei. Most people think the other party will use feces to destroy your mentality. But who trademark knows? This guy actually filled the shit with a lot of explosive clay. This is completely beyond the thinking of normal people. Even the sensing ninja could only barely detect it. But it's too late. Can only provide low-level defense. This resulted in heavy casualties on our side in an instant. Seeing this scene, Ah-Fei clapped his hands and applauded, ha ha ha. I'm so awesome. No, we're so awesome. This combined ninjutsu really gave them a big shock. Not bad, not bad. Deidara was also very satisfied, it is worthy of being my C3 artwork. Although it is covered with so much shit, which slightly reduces its artistic sense, I am still very happy to have such a result yet. Hearing this, Ah-Fei raised his eyebrows, what do you mean? You dislike my shit. Chapter 96. Well. Deidara was about to say she disliked him. But thinking of Ah-Fei's fierce attitude just now, he immediately said in a gentle tone, that's not the case. Artistic sense is artistic sense, and artistic value is artistic value. They can't be confused. This composite ninjutsu is definitely a top-notch work of art with extremely high artistic value. It is worthy of our painstaking research for several days. Ah-Fei snorted, that's more like it, my shit is the most artistic yet. Deidara was silent. He wanted to refute. But he didn't dare to say it, and could only mutter in his heart, bullshit, it's obvious that my clay is the most artistic. At this time, other members of Akatsuki rushed over. Looking across, Narashikaku and the others, who were already in a state of disgrace, were feeling very relieved. Even though they didn't die. But he was also injured a lot. There were also a lot of feces attached to it, emitting a foul odor. But I have to say, this ninjutsu by Ah-Fei and Deidara is very powerful. In an instant, killed 9 enemies and forcibly turned the tide of the battle. Pa pa pa. Konan led the applause and everyone was amazed. Not bad. Ah-Fei, this move of yours is really surprising. Great job, my Fei. You will definitely be credited with the greatest achievement in this battle. The leader will definitely reward you greatly. Everyone praised Ah-Fei one by one. The only person not mentioned is Deidara, but that's not because Deidara didn't make any contribution. Only. This is mainly because of Ah-Fei's shit. The outer layer of feces is covered with clay to confuse the enemy's attention. By the time they reacted, it was too late to defend. Certainly. On the one hand. Or it was because Ah-Fei forcibly stopped the enemy's pursuit with the Forest Buddha. Otherwise, this compound shit escape ninjutsu is absolutely impossible to perform. On the other hand, it's because of Ah-Fei's strength. That amazing wood-style Buddha statue, and the wood-style secret technique that is enough to resist C3. Such strength. Not everyone can compare. Oh my. Ah-Fei felt embarrassed by the praise and covered his face shyly, everyone, please stop praising me. If you keep doing this, I will become impetuous. The leader doesn't like me like this. Deidara curled her lips. I'm too lazy to argue with them. Humph. My clay. It is the most artistic. Okay, that's enough. Konan calmed everyone down with one sentence, the Sand Shinobi Jonin have all been wiped out, Konoha only has 3 Jonin left, 1 each of the Cloud Shinobi, Rock Shinobi, and Mist Shinobi. Let's discuss how to deal with the 6 on the other side. Is there any need to ask? Kill him and be done with it. Haiden said cruelly, you take their blood, and I will sacrifice them. Kakuzu said coldly, I will take out their hearts. Kisame grinned, revealing his sharp teeth, a Fae has made such a great contribution, we also need some military merits, right? Otherwise, the leader will not be able to justify it. Deidara chuckled and said, I have completed the preliminary research on my C4 Garuda. Let me see if I can sublimate them yet. Everyone was arguing. Shisui and Itaka looked at each other. The former stepped forward and said with a gentle smile, my dear seniors, I remember that the leader did not seem to order us to kill all the enemies. Is it inappropriate to do so? Why is it wrong? Hojiki Mainjutsu was puzzled, aren't enemies meant to be killed? Are they meant to be kept as prisoners? Our Akatsuki organization doesn't need prisoners. Mamakai Zabuza said in a low voice, I agree. Uchiha Shisui shook his head, but such killing is meaningless to the peace of the ninja world. I don't care if it makes sense or not. Kakuzu said disdainfully, what do I care about the peace of the ninja world? I want to kill them and get the bounty. This is my life pursuit. Killing still has meaning. Haiden stuck out his tongue and licked it, then said with a sinister smile, only by making the opponent feel the pain of death, and thus pleasing the evil god, then I, Haiden, will also be happy. Seeing Shisui debating with the crowd, Itaka looked worried and was about to take a step forward. But Shisui stopped him with a firm look, you killed them purely for your own selfish desires, and I joined the Akatsuki organization for the peace of the ninja world. This conflicts with my ideals, and I will not allow you to do this. Really? Do you really think you're Obito? Kakuzu was annoyed, black silk appeared on his arm, you little brat who hasn't even awakened the Mangekyo Sharinon, don't think you have the ability to challenge us. Note, as mentioned before, Obito revealed his true identity to the Akatsuki organization. Yet, don't think that you can challenge your seniors unscrupulously just because you are favored by the leader. Do you want me to sacrifice you to the evil god? Haiden also stretched out his sickle. Then let's fight. I, Shisui, am not afraid of any struggle. Shisui refused to give in. This is the first internal conflict in Akatsuki. Karasuba had considered before. Egoists like Deidara, Haiden, and Kakuzu would be compared to idealists like Itaki and Shisui. Will it cause conflict? He doesn't think so. If each takes what they need, there won't be much overlap. Everyone completes their own tasks, and there is basically no conflict. But here's the thing. This is the first collective team battle among the Akatsuki members. When individualism meets idealism, fierce sparks are bound to occur. Haiden takes pleasure in killing people. Kakuzu's goal is to kill enemies and earn bounties. But Shisui believes that killing them will not promote peace in the ninja world. This leads to conflict. Now, the atmosphere is tense. Konan couldn't stand it anymore and stepped out to stop it. But suddenly, Bankai space in midair. Something strange happened. Brush. There was a flash of golden light. Namikaze Minato appeared on Meteorite Island with Terumi Mei. He looked anxious. Although I was a little shocked when I saw a corner of the island disappeared. Namikaze Minato roughly guessed that the jonin of the 5 major ninja villages would suffer heavy losses. But currently, there is no time to take care of those things. The survival of the 5 cage is the most important thing. Quickly came to Karasuba's side. Namikaze Minato looked panicked and said anxiously, Sir Karasuba, please rescue the 5 cage as soon as possible. They can't hold on any longer. Chapter 97. What's going on? Karasuba raised his eyebrows slightly surprised. 9 cage level masters are not a match for Subai. We originally thought we could do it, but Subai hid his strength. Namikaze Minato said anxiously, as soon as the battle started, he instantly killed the Kaze cage Raza and Chochan, and knocked out the Mizu cage with another move, and then trapped Master Tsunade. Teacher Jiraiya, Raikage AI, Onaki, and Killer Bee teamed up to attack him, but they were easily suppressed. As soon as these words came out, the venue suddenly fell into silence. The battle begins. Subai instantly killed 2 cage-level warriors. The 6 remaining jonin looked at each other, shook their heads and sighed, alas we failed. Narashikaku smiled bitterly, originally, I wanted to contain the Akatsuki organization and wait for the cage to defeat Kyobaku. Then I would be free to attack the Akatsuki organization collectively. But who knew, the cage would be defeated even faster than us. Namikaze Minato looked anxious, Sir Karasuba, Kyohaku wants to kill the 5 cage and wipe out the entire ninja world with war. If we don't rescue them, the ninja world will be destroyed. Karasuba shook his head, but I promised Subai that I would not attack him. But if the 5 cage die, the ninja world will be in chaos. How can you just sit back and watch? Namikaze Minato murmured. What does it have to do with me? Karasuba looked indifferent, with a cold look in his eyes, you guys are the ones who came up with this bad idea? You used me as a hostage to lure Subai here, and then you worked together to surround and kill him. Now you failed to kill them and now you blame me? Do I, Karasuba, have to clean up your mess? Are you saying that if I don't save them, the chaos in the ninja world is caused by me? No, no. Namikaze Minato was sweating profusely and repeatedly defended himself, Sir Karasuba. I don't mean to blame you. Didn't you say that the ninja world needs rules? Even the most cruel rules are better than no rules. If the 5 Kage are gone, the 5 great nations will surely be in civil strife, and the surrounding small nations will be watching covetously. A chaotic war will begin, and there will be no rules, right? You probably won't like this kind of ninja world either. Karasuba nodded slightly, that's right, I really don't like the ruleless ninja world, but this is not a reason for me to help you. Namikaze Minato was helpless, then what do you want in exchange for saving the 5 Kage? We can pay any price for this. Okay, let's just say the same thing. Hearing this, Karasuba smiled faintly, let the 5 major countries jointly declare to the outside world that our reign country is the 6th major country. Whether in status, diplomacy, or politics, it is equal to the 5 major countries. Then I will rescue the 5 Kage. Namikaze Minato. After all, the conditions are back again. Why didn't you agree at the beginning? Now, Sand Shinobi has killed Kaze Kage and Cho. If you agree at the beginning. Who knows, even if there were 18 Jonin, the loss wouldn't be so severe. Taking a deep breath, Namikaze Minato gritted his teeth and said, okay. If you rescue the 5 Kage, then the Rain country will be the 6th largest country, and you will be the first generation Rain Shinobi. Your diplomatic, political, and other status will be equal to our 5 Kage. Karasuba smiled and said, are you sure it's okay for you to agree to it for them alone? Namikaze Minato nodded solemnly, no problem. After all, this concerns their lives, I think no one will be ignorant. That's fine. Remember what you, Namikaze Minato, said? Karasuba looked indifferent, and his tone changed slightly, if someone dares to regret it at that time, don't blame me, Karasuba, I will turn my back on you. Saying. A faint hint of Ryutsu spread out. Although it wasn't much, it made Yongdame tremble with fear. Namikaze Minato had cold sweat on his forehead, don't worry, it will be fine. Please help rescue the 5 Kage. No. Karasuba said calmly. Swish. Suddenly he lifted his foot. The next step is to arrive outside the Bankai space. Looking ahead. A huge space that is completely covered. Karasuba's eyes flashed, and he chanted quickly, the edge of the Senju, the unreachable dark hand, the unreachable blue archer. The path of light, the wind that fanned the flames, the time for everyone to gather together, do not be lost, just follow my instructions. Light bullets. 8 bodies. 9. Heavenly scriptures. Swift treasures. Big wheels. Great turrets, draw their bows into the distance, and disappear brightly. Karasuba's eyes were different. The dark green Ryutsu shot up into the sky, and a low voice shouted, Heido no 91. Senju. The sky-scoring cannon. Hulala. I only saw a large piece of Ryutsu. It turned into 10 dark green light cannons. Each light cannon is 3 meters in size. Tisk, tisk. Tisk, tisk. Ryutsu's beam cannon charged forward, its momentum shaking the heavens. Boom. The light cannon landed on the Bankai space. A violent roar was heard, and the space was forcibly blasted apart. Revealed the inside. Onoki and others who had already lost their fighting ability. The only female ninja left who was still struggling was the tied-up Tsunade. Die. Subai's eyes were cold. With Zanpakuto in hand, he dropped it towards Tsunade. Swish. Karasuba appears. He grabbed Subai's wrist with one hand to stop him. Subai stared at the other person with a disappointed look on his face, after all, you attacked me for them. What else? Karasuba shook his head and said with a look of regret, are you going to kill everyone? You are completely crazy. Really? Whatever you say. Subai disagreed, since you are stopping me from killing the 5 Kage, then it's your turn to fight me. I don't want to fight with you. We are from the same family, why should we kill each other? Karasuba sighed quietly. But your ideas and mine are different after all. Subai slowly shook his head and said in a scorching tone, we will have a battle in the future. Why not do it now? Everyone knows that our strength is the best in the ninja world, but no one knows who is better between you and me. As members of the same clan, we will reveal to you today who is the number 1 in the ninja world. Let's fight. This battle will determine not only victory but also life and death. Seeing Subai so determined, Karasuba also changed his attitude, and his fighting spirit rose, all right. This battle, whether we win or lose, will sever the century-old bond between you and me. This is also our fateful battle. Chapter 98. As soon as these words came out, everyone on Meteorite Island held their breath. He stared closely at Kyobaku and Karasuba who were standing in the void. This is now a battle between the strongest in the ninja world. How could it not be exciting? The battle between Senjo Hashirama and Uchiha Madara in the Valley of the End was world famous. But after all, few people have seen it. This time, who knows, they may become witnesses of history. When Karasuba made his move, the struggle between Akatsuki and the 5 major ninja villages was immediately suspended. Onoki looked up at the 2 people in the sky with a burning gaze. I don't know who is stronger. Namikaze Minato responded, I guess it's Karasuba. After all, Kyohaku gained his power in a shorter time than Karasuba. Not necessarily. Jiraiya shook his head, I fought Karasuba once, and I saw him in his strongest form. He is indeed very strong, but Kyohaku is more oppressive. His Senbonzakura ninja sword makes people feel like they have no idea where to start. The second form opens. The Sakura flower blade, which weighs tens of billions, is as terrifying as the vast ocean. Moreover, each blade has its own consciousness. Even if Tsubai is distracted and careless, the blade will automatically protect its owner. This ability is too bug. Compared to White, Karasuba's power is purer. Although that kind of direct attack method is strong, there is actually a way to deal with it. What Jiraiya-sensei said makes sense, but I still think Karasuba is stronger. Namikaze Minato smiled. He is not analyzing from the perspective of strength. I feel it instinctively. Karasuba is stronger than Kyobaku. Terumi Mei looked up at the sky, a troubled look on her face. Chief, please don't lose. Karasuba, he's so handsome too. Ahem, I hope you can win too, it would be great if it's a draw. As an appearance ceased. Terumi Mei, in this decisive battle, no one should die. After all, they are all so handsome. If she dies, she will be sad for a long time. The Akatsuki organization. 12 figures stared at the sky with a hint of excitement. Most people. There was no worry at all that the leader would be defeated. In the 4 years they have been together, in their opinion, no one in the ninja world can rival the leader. Only Konan, Afei, Obito, Shisui, and Itachi, who knew the inside story, had a slightly changed expression. They have different emotions. Konan's eyes were filled with worry. Fighting yourself? Is that really okay? Be careful, don't get hurt. Obito was slightly excited, is it coming? Afei was careless and scratched his head in thought, do Senior Yu and the leader both poop? If so, do their poops stink equally? How about secretly observing them some other day? Shisui's eyes moved slightly, and he had figured out the general idea, we have been planning for so many years, so that the Rain country can leap forward to become the 6th largest country. To create a national strength foundation for future peace in the ninja world. Senior Karasuba has been silent for 4 years, and his identity as the leader of Akatsuki has spread throughout the ninja world. Now it is time to reap the rewards. Akatsuki leader Kyohaku will definitely be defeated, and the reputation of the leader of Rain Shinobi Village will spread throughout the ninja world. The outcome of this battle has already been decided. Itachi also roughly sorted out the matter in his heart. He looked at Shisui and whispered, Brother Shisui, with Senior Yu's strength, why don't you just destroy the 5 great nations and make the Rain nation the only great nation? With such a strong deterrent, it should be possible to achieve peace in the ninja world, right? I always feel that this is too cumbersome. It can be destroyed, but it is not necessary. Shisui shook his head, this will cause a gap in the ninja world. Senior Yu's move is brilliant. It took 4 years of planning to make the Rain country the 6th largest country. This is an unprecedented feat. With this step, peace in the ninja world won't be far away. Okay. Itachi nodded. Stop talking, the battle has begun. Shisui patted his head and said solemnly, although we already know the outcome, this battle is definitely comparable to the Battle of the Valley of the End that year. Let's watch it carefully. Above the clouds. Karasuba and Kyobaku collided violently. Clang. The blades in their hands collided. The powerful Ryutsu sweeps across the world. Sweep away all the large clouds. This is the simplest competition of strength. Even at an altitude of thousands of meters, every collision caused huge waves on the sea. Ding. 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 Karasuba and Kyobaku continue to fight. The blades made metallic clanging sounds until they separated several times. Karasuba confronted Hollow in the air, his eyes twinkling, sure enough, my hollow form is much stronger than the Shinigami form. And it's not just strength, even Hado and Bakudo probably have a big gap. If I use one stage return blade and fight against the Shinigami Bankai, the former will still be superior. Even though we are at the same level of Ryutsu, after all, the fusion of the Shinigami soul was 100 years later. It takes constant combat training to allow the Shinigami form to catch up with the hollow form, and it has little to do with the Ryutsu experience added by the system. Tsubai stood opposite and said with a smile, so we need to create a situation where we are evenly matched. If you defeat me too easily, it will be detrimental to our next plan. I know. Karasuba was helpless, it feels so strange to talk to myself. That can't be helped. Kyobaku's eyes flashed, although the hollow form is stronger than the Shinigami form, the exact difference still needs to be verified in battle. Karasuba said calmly, then there's no need to warm up, just fight with your strongest posture. Subai nodded, okay. The two of them looked at each other. He holds the Zanpakuto with the blade facing downward and the handle facing upward. Subai said in a low voice, Bankai. Senbonzakura. Kaihei. Karasuba held the blade in his hand and murmured, seal it. Black. Wing. Big. Demon. Chapter 99. Accompanied by. The conversation between the two was heard. The powerful Ryotsu on each of them soared into the sky. Boom. The empty white Zanpakuto fell. The surrounding environment seemed to have turned into a vast ocean. Kyudang. Kyudang. Behind him. One by one, blades as high as 10 feet stood up. Then the next second, everything shattered. Chilla. 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 It turned into billions of blades flying in the sky. It is as spectacular as the sea of sakura flowers, amazing. Karasuba's changes come from within himself. Patter. I saw a large amount of Ryotsu rising to the sky. Turned into drops of green rain, Ryotsu turned into rain. In this heavy rain, the blade in Karasuba's hand disappeared, and the green tear marks on his cheeks deepened slightly. Half of the bone mask is completed. 2 horns reaching up to the sky, like a crown. A pair of large black wings like a bat stretched out from behind. The hollow hole in Karasuba's chest seemed to grow a little bigger. This scene. This immediately caused the crowd below to exclaim. Oh my god! Onoki was horrified, is this the strongest posture of Lord Karasuba? Even though we are thousands of meters above the ground, I can still feel the pressure of death. Tisk, tisk. It is true. Raikage I said, but I have to say, it is really very different from the appearance of humans. It seems that the appearance that Jiraiya described at the time was embellished. Tsunade was slightly frightened, he can't even be considered human in this state, right? It's nothing if a person is not a person. Terumi Mei muttered quietly, but this is also very handsome. You two must tie. Some people from Akatsuki organization also exclaimed in amazement. Haiden whispered, why does it feel like this rain shinobi village leader has such a powerful aura? His appearance alone is enough to overwhelm our leader. Is he going to lose? What bullshit are you talking about? Deidara retorted, just because the appearance changes so much, does that mean I'll definitely win? The boss is invincible. No one can beat him at. That's right. Afe echoed, then I will cover myself with a layer of fresh feces, and then use the fire style to dry it into a feces sculpture. Isn't this a big change? Won't my strength change? Haiden _ Kakuzu _ Kisame _ Deidara _ Good job. You're such a genius. Wrap yourself in fresh shit and dry it with fire style? How could someone come up with such a perverted and heavy-tasting thing? Now. The two stood in the air, 100 meters apart. Subai's lips curled up slightly, and he said in a teasing tone, as expected, Su's form is still handsome. Compared with yours, my transformation is slightly inferior. You're really good at making fun of yourself. Karasuba was speechless, stop talking nonsense and make it quick and decisive. He pointed at him with one hand, Hado 4. By. Lay. In an instant. A long thin bolt of lightning. It burst out from between the fingers and sprayed towards Subai. Subai remained unmoved, and the sakura flower blade automatically formed a shield for defense. Bang! A dull sound was heard. Many of the blades were broken, but not many. Subai clapped his hands and said in a low voice, it is impolite not to reciprocate. Look at my move, Hado no 88. Flying Dragon. Strike the thieves. Thunder Cannon. He spread his palms. A large amount of Ryotsu gathered and turned into a thunder cannon. With a loud bang. A huge burst of thunder burst out. It was like a tailed beast bomb, sweeping across the entire venue. Karasuba didn't even look at it, and said calmly, Bakudo no 81 dash. Splitting void. Hola. As soon as the words fell, a translucent crystal barrier appeared. Intercepted abruptly. But suddenly he frowned slightly and a strange noise came from behind him. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. There are 5 billion sakura flower blades. He didn't know when it had already come behind him and was crushing him. Karasuba was not in a hurry, turned around and whispered, Hado 92. The Thunder Dragon. Descends. Boom. A huge Ryotsu burst out from Karasuba's body. I saw a huge Thunder Dragon condensed in the air. The momentum is so strong, the Ryotsu is earth-shaking. Roar. Roar. The moment the Thunder Dragon appeared, it let out a terrifying dragon roar. Then the next second. He rushed towards Sakura Flower Blade. Boom. Boom. A huge roar was heard. A large number of lightning snakes filled the air. Sizzle. 5 billion blades were blown away. The scene was extremely shocking, but Subai's movements were not slow. Swish. A Shunpo approaches. The Zanpakuto in his hand chopped off the opponent's head. Karasuba shook his head, too slow. His Ryotsu gathered in his hands. It turned into a slender green spear. This spear is the same move that killed Hanzo instantly 4 years ago, the Moonlight Spear. With the increase of strength, The power of the moonlight gun is no longer what it used to be. Clang. He gently waved the moonlight gun in his hand. Subai felt a huge force coming to him. His wrist was shaking violently, and then his body flew backwards. What a powerful force! Kyohaku was internally amazed. Shinigami practice Zanpakuto, but Q practice spirit cores. They focus more on their own strength. It's only natural that their strength exceeds that of Shinigami forms. Swish! Before he finished thinking, there was a flash of green light, and the moonlight spear was thrown out by Karasuba. The target is Subai. Subai's eyes narrowed and his mind moved. Billions of blades quickly gathered together and turned into a huge palm, trying to stop the moonlight gun by force. Tisk, 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 tisk. But it didn't help at all. The moonlight spear was too powerful, sweeping across the blade like a broken bamboo. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Subai. The crisis is coming. Subai's pupils shrank and he shouted, Bankai! Senbonzakura, KGI. Chapter 100. I saw billions of blades appearing around me out of thin air. Billions of blades. It quickly surrounded it and turned into a sphere to wrap it up. These blades spin extremely fast. Puff. Puff. Keep using up the moonlight gun. After more than 10 seconds, the moonlight gun completely shattered. Subai breathed a sigh of relief. It's not bad, it's not bad, this trick seems to still have some effect, but we can't fight in close combat anymore. Just now. It is the third form of Zanpakuto Bankai. It will be Senbonzakura Kageyoshi's billion blades. All of them surround the enemy in a spherical shape, chopping it into pieces from all directions. Or to protect yourself. Surrounding at super high speed, forming an absolute defense with no blind spots. Senbonzakura attacks 4 times faster if the wielder uses both hands. And this third Bankai form. It is many times faster than the attack speed controlled by both hands. At his current level. Senbonzakura Kageyoshi. However, to maintain this third Bankai form continuously requires a huge expenditure of Ryutsu, and it cannot be maintained for too long. Thinking of this, Subai chanted quickly, the turbid emblem is faintly revealed, unruly and arrogant talent. Surge. Denial. Paralysis. In a moment. The princess of steel that is crawling and blocking the eternal sleep, the clay doll that is constantly hurting itself. Combine. Rebound. Extend to the ground, know your own powerlessness. Seeing this, Karasuba raised a brow slightly, are you planning on using a perfectly chanted Hado to deal with me? But how can I let you succeed? Hiss. He opened his hands. Ryutsu gathered and 2 moonlight spears appeared. Whoosh. Whoosh. He threw out both hands and stabbed towards Subai. The moonlight spear transformed into 2 green rays and slammed fiercely into the opponent's Senbonzakura protective shield. Ding ding ding. Many blades were broken. But the moonlight gun is also being consumed continuously. Madada. Madada. It's useless. Subai laughed. The dark Ryutsu soared into the sky, and shouted, Hado no 90-. Black. Coffin. In an instant. The sky and the earth changed color. Black Ryutsu permeated around. Pieces of pitch-black barriers were about to form in an instant. As he was about to cover Karasuba, he raised his finger and whispered, Hado 93. Windstorm. Tiger roar. Accompanied by. As soon as the last word was uttered, Karasuba's body burst out with tremendous Ryutsu. Whoosh whoosh. I saw countless strong winds gathering above my head. It transformed into a huge hurricane white tiger, with fierce winds all around it. Roar. Roar. The moment hurricane white tiger appeared, he let out 3 angry roars towards the sky and swooped down. With the force of a hurricane, it collided violently with Black Coffin. Boom. Boom. The Black Coffin held out for a few seconds before breaking apart. Pieces of pitch-black flakes dissipated into the air. Although Karasuba gave up chanting, its power was greatly reduced. But Hado of the 93rd sequence is, after all, 2 sequences higher than the former. Not to mention, he was originally stronger than Subai. It is only natural to break this Black Coffin. He looked at Subai's body, and the countless blade shields covering it. Karasuba stroked his chin, lost in thought, Senbonzakura's third Bankai form. But if Kyohaku wants to keep the 10 billion blades running at super high speed, it will definitely consume a lot of Ryutsu. He probably won't be able to hold on for too long. Sure enough. To save yourself Ryutsu. Subai took the initiative to cancel the third Bankai form. But it caused billions of blades to spread out. Tisk, tisk. Tisk, tisk. It transformed into a Senbonzakura Zanpakuto, suspended in the air. Tens of thousands of Zanpakuto formed an independent closed space, enveloping the 2 of them. This is Bankai's second form, Senbonzakura Kageyoshi. Seeing this, Karasuba shook his head, this move can't trap me, and you can't rely on it to increase your combat power. My strength is stronger than yours. Whether inside or outside, I can easily break through this Bankai space. Ha 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 ha. I know. Subai raised his head and laughed, and said confidently, I never thought that I could trap you with this. I just wanted to use the second Bankai form of Senbonzakura to perform this trick. His eyes flickered, and he raised his hand and pointed suddenly, mystery. 1 bite. 10,000 blades flower. In the Bankai space. Tens of thousands of Zanpakuto were neatly arranged. It floated out, the tip of the knife aimed at Karasuba. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Tens of thousands of Zanpakuto were deployed instantly. A sky full of blades broke through the air and stabbed towards Karasuba. This scene is spectacular. Once this trick is performed, it will be activated instantly. This is enough for tens of thousands of Senbonzakura Zanpakuto. Subai looked at Karasuba from a distance with a smile on his face, both the speed and the power are far beyond the broken little blade. I only activated hundreds of them to deal with the 5 cage, and I easily suppressed the 9 of them. Now there are tens of thousands of Zanpakuto. How can you deal with such an all-round attack with no blind spots? P.S. Asking for free gifts, boohoo. The author has something to say. 3 updates. Celebrating this book's breakthrough of 100 chapters. The income from gifts has increased again. Yesterday's total income should be the lowest in history. It's sad. Xiao Xin sees that the big guys in the author group are all doing reward and update activities. It seems to be working well. I am considering whether to do it. I am afraid that it will be embarrassing if no one rewards, and I am also afraid that I can't update if there are too many rewards. What do you think?